Chapter 1 Bribing the Rakeage. Chapter 1 Bribing the Rakeage. Inside a unit in the hidden cloud village in the land of lightning, a young man looked at his long sword that had been broken again due to training, with a bad expression on his face. The teacher's expression has become increasingly strange these past few days. He looks at us with a sense of reluctance and helplessness. If we calculate the time, World War II will begin soon. Thinking back to the teacher's expression over the past few days, Tianqinhao realized something was wrong. As a time traveler from the global village, he resisted after realizing that this was the Naruto world. After all, this was a ridiculous world where even terrorists longed for peace and fought for it. Especially now that nearly 10 years have passed since the official end of the First Ninja World War, the Second Ninja World War is about to begin. But he was about to graduate, and even if he deliberately refused the approval of the teacher in charge, he would probably not be sent back to school for another year, but would stay to prepare for the war. Thinking of the upcoming Ninja World War, Tamurohao's face was filled with worry. Now all the ninjas in the village are preparing for war. Even the several Jonin teachers in the school have been recruited. I don't think there will be any outstanding Jonin to lead the class. For students like me in an ordinary class, I guess they will only have a Chunin to lead and teach me. It is unrealistic to expect to learn good ninjutsu from the teacher who leads the class. Even though the 12 ninjas in Naruto all receive instruction from Jonin, they are all in elite classes, just like the rocket class in the previous life, full of geniuses. Even Haruno Sakura and Rock Lee, who seem to be ordinary civilians among the 12 young strong men, are not simple people. In other words, anyone with a surname in this world is not an ordinary civilian. Because common people do not have surnames, Tianqinhao does not have a surname, at least his parents do not. His current surname was given to him by his father on the day he was admitted to the root course so that he would not be looked down upon in the root core. His current name is a combination and compression of the names given by his parents, which happens to correspond to his name in his previous life. The original name was too shameful, and the consequences were too great for him to bear. Being a commoner means that one has average talent, which is mainly reflected in the amount of chakra. His father was 30 years old when he died, but his chakra amount was still very touching. It was very difficult for him to release a D-level ninjutsu. He is 10 years old now, but the chakra in his body is gone after releasing the basic 3 techniques in sequence. With this kind of strength, they will definitely become cannon fodder on the battlefield. We can't delay it any longer. Looking at the calendar, graduation day was only half a month away. Tamurohao took a deep breath and made a decision that went against the will of fire and thunder. You have to fight, otherwise you will die on the battlefield. Without delay, he took out 2 sealing scrolls that had been prepared long ago from the secret compartment under the bed, left home, and headed straight for the Rakeage building. The hidden cloud village is different from Konoha. Konoha is built on a flat ground, but the hidden cloud village is built on towering mountains. This makes it easy to defend and difficult to attack by the enemy, but it also increases the difficulty of climbing up. Fortunately, Tamurohao is also a ninja. Not only has he been imitating the 3 hard-working emperors of Konoha to exercise, but with the help of chakra, his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the Rakeage building. However, he did not go to the mission office, but to the intelligence department. I am Tamurohao, a student of Class 9, Grade 5 of the Ninja Academy. I have A-level intelligence to report to Lord Rakeage. You can hand over these 2 sealed scrolls to Lord Rakeage first. Lord Rakeage will definitely meet me after reading them. Tamurohao handed the 2 sealed scrolls he brought to the middle-aged ninja sitting behind the desk, along with his student ID card. He is still a student at the ninja school. The current system is different from that at the beginning of the story, at least it is different in the hidden cloud village. Children start school at the age of 5 and the school lasts 5 years, which means they can graduate at the age of 10. Grade A intelligence. Kid, do you know that lying about intelligence of this level is very serious? The middle-aged ninja was startled, and even the old man who was drinking tea at the office window couldn't help but look over. I will be responsible for my words. Tian Kunhao had a serious look on his face. If he didn't have the golden finger, he would never have risked his life to come here. Students of the ninja school. The middle-aged ninja looked at Tamura Hao seriously for a while, then took the student ID and checked it. After confirming that it was authentic, he looked at the 2 sealed scrolls. What's in here? 1 billion ryo is sealed in scroll number 1. You may check it. The contents of scroll number 2 are top secret and can only be unsealed in front of the Reikage-sama. Tian Kunhao still had a serious look on his face, but his words made the 2 people in the office stand up suddenly. 1 billion taels. They stared at the scroll, unable to understand how a kid could possibly possess such a huge sum of money. You should know that the bounty for a jonin in the gold exchange is only 10 million taels, and the bounty for an elite jonin is only 20 million taels. Only those with special status can get more than 30 million taels. How many jonin are these 10 billion taels worth? The middle-aged ninja looked at the old man. If it was really 1 billion taels, then this kid would be in big trouble. The old man didn't say much. After calming himself down and taking a deep look at Tian Kunhao, he took the sealed scroll marked with 1 and opened it. After making sure that there was no problem, he sealed it and immediately 10 boxes appeared. When they opened a box, they saw neatly arranged banknotes inside, all of which were of the largest denomination. According to the size of the box, this box should contain 100 million taels. The old man was even more shocked, and then he opened the other boxes and made a careful inspection. Only after making sure that there were no problems did he seal them back into the scroll. Come with me to see the Reikage-sama. The old man glanced at the second scroll but did not open it. He greeted Tian Kunhao and walked out of the office with the 2 scrolls. No matter what information that brat has or what's in the second scroll, the 10 billion taels alone are enough to qualify me to see Lord Reikage. 1 billion taels itself is not a small amount, not to mention that the village has been short of money recently. Lord Reikage has gotten angry several times. Tamura Hao followed quickly and soon arrived outside the Reikage's office on the top floor. After waiting outside the door for a while, he was finally summoned. The old man first unsealed the first sealed scroll, revealing 10 boxes inside. Just when the money arrived in front of the third Reikage, Tamura Hao was stunned for a moment and felt something entering his head, but he couldn't tell what it was. It was not easy to sense it carefully at this time, so he could only look at the third Reikage seriously. I have to say that he is worthy of being the strongest Reikage in history. That kind of aura is not exaggerated. It makes him feel depressed just by looking at him. You go down first. The third Reikage looked at the 10 boxes, then looked at the young man who was trying to remain calm, and finally waved to the old man. The old man didn't say much. He glanced at Tian Kunhao and turned away. Little ghost, what information do you want to tell me? The third Reikage was very curious. It was too strange to combine 1 billion taels with a 10-year-old kid. There must be something wrong. Tutai and Yayie on the side were also looking at it curiously, curious about the source of the 10 billion taels and the information he was talking about. Ahem, the information can be put aside for later. This time I came here mainly to worship Reikage-sama as my master. This 10 billion taels is my gift for worshipping me as a master. I hope Reikage-sama can accept it. After a dry cough, Tamura Hokyang calmed himself down and said that he came to become a disciple. After these words were spoken, even the third Reikage couldn't help but twitch his eyes, and Yayue and Tutai also had strange expressions. Is this considered a bribe? 1 billion taels is not a small amount, but it is not enough to become my disciple. Keeping his dignified expression steady, the third Reikage did not deny it, and his gaze fell on the second sealed scroll. 10 billion taels is indeed a lot of money, especially at this critical time, when both himself and the village are short of money. With these 1 billion taels, they will be able to purchase more supplies, and the upcoming Ninja World War will be much easier. However, Compared to the 10 billion taels, the little ghost seemed to attach more importance to the second sealing scroll. The things inside must be more important than the 10 billion taels. Yayie and Tutai also looked at the second sealing scroll. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, Gun of Vulcan. Chapter 2, Gun of Vulcan. Tian Kunhao was not discouraged and began to explain the second sealed scroll. It contains special ninja tools I made. They are powerful enough to kill a Jonin. You made the ninja tool that killed the Jonin. Yayue couldn't help but speak out, expressing her doubts about this. He had just recently become a Jonin, but a 10-year-old kid had created a weapon that could kill a Jonin. This is simply impossible. The third Raikage and Dode were more confused and curious. With the existence of the 10 billion taels, they thought more highly of this young man. He was not an ordinary kid and would not speak nonsense. I need an open and secluded place to display it. Tamura Hao didn't explain much and just said he needed to show it. It's useless to say more at this time. Seeing the performance of the real thing, he is very confident in the weapons he made. Although the accuracy is not very good due to limited conditions, the power is definitely not bad. Go to my training room. The third Raikage took a look at the box worth 1 billion taels, stood up and walked out, agreeing to Tamura Hao's request. Tian Kunhao followed quickly. Tutai sealed up the 1 billion taels, and followed with the 2 scrolls and Yayue. It didn't take long before they arrived at a training room on the mountain below the Raikage building. This was the exclusive training room of the third Raikage, and it contained many fitness equipment. This is very consistent with the style of the Hidden Cloud Village, especially the Raikage. Although it is a training room, the space is extremely large, with a length and width of 100 meters and a height of 50 meters. It is supported entirely by steel and is very sturdy. The 3 Raikage said nothing, waiting quietly for the young man's performance. Without any delay, Tian Kunhao took the number 2 sealing scroll from Tutai's hand and unsealed it to reveal the 3 big guys inside. These 3 weapons were developed with inspiration from my time playing with blow darts and fireworks. They use detonating charms as a power source to push the metal bullets in front of them out along these steel tubes. The power mainly depends on the quality of the detonating charms and the strength of the metal. Because I cannot buy high-level detonating tags with my status, these bullets only contain the lowest level detonating tags with average power. I have rolled 10 detonating tags in each bullet. I named this one the Vulcan gun, which is mainly used for ultra-long-range fixed-point shooting. Tamura Hao first picked up the smallest rifle and a bullet and introduced them to the 3 people, then inserted the bullet, which was as thick as a thumb, into the magazine of the rifle, and then pushed the rotating bolt to lock it at the back. He raised the 2-meter-long sniper rifle, aimed at the opposite wall, and prepared to shoot, but he was a little hesitant. This gun was copied from a World War II movie he had seen in his previous life. The Chinese and Soviet armies used this type of gun to attack tanks. The structure of the gun body was also very simple. It could be said to be just a steel pipe, but the kinetic energy that could penetrate the tank armor gave an idea of how great the recoil was. Moreover, this bullet of his was made of 10 detonating tags. Even if they were the lowest level detonating tags, the combined power of the 10 was definitely not small. Even if he could withstand the recoil, he would probably be injured, not to mention that he didn't know if the gun would explode. The use of this Vulcan spear requires a very strong physique to support it, and I don't think my physical fitness is enough. Tamura Hao turned his head to look at the third Raikage and his 3 companions, and finally his gaze fell on the muscular Yayue. How to use it? Yayue did not refuse. She walked forward and took the Vulcan spear, even a little excited. Although he was impulsive, he was not stupid. Although what the kid said just now was very simple, he had already figured out the underlying principle. It was to use the power of the detonating talisman to push the metal bullet out, and the effect would definitely be very strong. Input chakra from here to activate the detonator in the bullet. Be careful. Although I made it, I haven't really tried it. The material of the gun body is not very good. Be careful not to explode. Tamura gave a brief explanation and reminder, then retreated decisively, even retreating behind the platform. Tutai looked at the little ghost who retreated behind him and used him as a shield. He was speechless, but he didn't care much and stared at Yaye who was holding up the iron pipe. The third Raikage was also watching with great interest. He had figured out the principle, which was indeed very novel, but he didn't know how powerful it would be. Without letting the three people wait for long, Yayuya simply aimed at a pillar on the opposite wall, and then activated the detonating tag in the bullet. Boom! There was a loud bang and a flash of fire spurted out of the barrel, and at the same time a walnut-sized dent appeared on the opposite wall. The third Raikage and his two companions hurried over to observe, and their expressions instantly became serious. Although only a walnut-sized hole was dug, the walls here are made of steel and are 10 centimeters thick. The power of this kind of steel can be seen from the fact that it can make dents the size of a walnut. If it hits a person, even the torso will be blown up. Even if you use defensive ninjutsu, you must at least use defensive ninjutsu that incorporates property changes. Dode used a kunao to dig out the severely deformed bullet from the crater and observed it for a while. The strength of your bullet is not good enough. If you replace it with a harder alloy, the penetration power will definitely be greatly improved. The power of this bullet is much stronger than that of a kunao shuriken thrown by hand. Even a kunao thrown by oneself can only pierce a person and is difficult to penetrate. But if this kind of bullet hits a human body, the limbs will definitely be broken, and if the torso is hit, the person will definitely die. The accuracy is much worse. Yayuya looked at the pillar 10 meters away and was very dissatisfied with the accuracy. The Vulcan rifle in his hand was also a little deformed, and the shell was stuck inside and could not be pulled out. It was caused by the previous bullet explosion. However, these can be solved by upgrading materials, but the accuracy is a fatal flaw. Faced with Yayuai's dissatisfaction, Tianqinhao knew it was time for him to perform. I have thought about this. I can make spiral lines inside the barrel to control the bullet to rotate, thereby stabilizing the trajectory and improving accuracy. However, it is a bit difficult to make and I can't figure it out. In addition to this, we can try to enhance the ninjutsu by, for example, using earth escape to increase the hardness of the barrel and bullet, increasing burst and penetration. Lightning escape and wind escape can also increase penetration and accuracy. Wind escape can also reduce the air resistance encountered by the bullet during flight and reduce the consumption of friction with the air. Water escape can quickly cool the barrel to achieve continuous and rapid firing, and fire escape can imitate the detonating talisman and seal it on the bullet head for a second kill, or shrink the detonating talisman and seal it inside the bullet and explode after hitting the target, just like fireworks. Listening to Tamura's ideas and thoughts, Chuchita's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. If this can be realized, the power of this powerful weapon will definitely be greatly enhanced. The most important thing is that the range of this thing should not be low. 100 meters is far from its limit. It may be able to reach more than 1,000 meters. If it is replaced with a high-level detonating talisman, the range will definitely be further improved. What ninjutsu today has an attack range of more than 1,000 meters? Yayuai stroked the Vulcan spear without fear of the heat. She looked as if she wanted to kiss it. She couldn't let it go and wanted to own the ultimate weapon after it was formed. The third Raikage looked at the other two big guys. Judging from their size, they must be very powerful, which made him even more excited. Tutai and Yaye also looked at the other two powerful weapons and were equally excited. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Huangjiang and number 039, S Masterpiece. Chapter 3 Pornographic Masterpiece. Seeing that the three people's eyes turned to the remaining two powerful weapons, Tianqinhao did not delay and walked to one of them to explain. I call this the Vulcan Cannon. It uses 6 rotating steel tubes to alleviate the problem of bullet explosion causing the barrel to overheat, thereby increasing the firing rate. The scale of the bullets is the same as that of the Vulcan gun just now. Since I couldn't buy too many detonating talismans, I only made 100 bullets. Just turning this handle will make the barrel rotate, and chakra is also needed to trigger the detonator in the bullet. After a brief explanation, Tamuraha retreated behind Dode again. These were all made of ordinary steel, some of which he rubbed with a file himself, so their strength was weaker, and he didn't know if they could withstand hundreds of bursts of shooting. Fortunately, for the sake of stability, it was not manufactured according to the size of a Gatling gun, but a real Vulcan cannon, which is the size of the machine gun on fighter jets in the previous life. It has a total length of 2 meters and weighs 300 kilograms, especially the ammunition bay has been specially thickened. Yayuai couldn't wait to step forward and operate it. After a while, he mastered its usage. He turned the handle to make the barrel rotate, and at the same time used chakra to activate the detonating talisman in the bullet. Bang bang bang! Yayuai's rotation speed became faster and faster, and the frequency of bullet explosions became higher and higher, until they finally became more dense and connected into one. In just a few seconds, hundreds of bullets were used up. The flames raised the temperature of the surrounding area significantly, and the barrel also burned red. Fortunately, it did not explode. It's gone. Yaye was still unsatisfied. He had just started to feel something when the bullets were gone. He felt so unhappy. If you use this again, it will explode. Tutai said with a smile, and was very satisfied with the Vulcan cannon. The crater on the opposite wall is definitely not bad without looking at it, the key point is the firing rate. If the accuracy is improved and the bullet strength is increased, even a strong man like a shadow may not be able to withstand being shot at for a long time. If the kid's ideas were realized, the power would be unimaginable. I never thought that the combination of small blow dart fireworks and detonating talismans could have such terrible power. The most important thing is that this weapon of mass destruction has a simple structure, and its core is just the detonating talisman, which can be manufactured on a large scale. This is even more terrifying. Is this an enlarged version of the Vulcan gun? The third Raikage remained calm and turned his gaze to the big guy at the end. From the shape, it was similar to the Vulcan spear, but much larger, and the barrel was as thick as his arm. Yes, Raikage-sama. Tien Kunhao nodded, picked up the only shell, took off the shell head which weighed 30 kilograms, revealing the empty shell and explained. This is a real cannon. The shell is much larger than the bullet and can be loaded with more detonating tags. Even the warhead can be loaded with a large number of detonating tags for secondary explosion. The range should be more than 10 miles. Then there are some pure artillery shells, which can be made very large, and then let the ninjas with flying ninja beasts fly high in the sky and throw them into the enemy positions for attack. They can be filled with some steel balls, steel fragments, etc., and the lethality is definitely very strong. Also, the Vulcan gun can be made into a super small size for close combat, and even a matching ninjutsu can be developed, which will be very effective in both close combat and medium-range combat. There are too many detonating tags that can be loaded into the shells. If they are compressed a little, 1,000 of them can be stuffed in without any problem. Hundreds of them can also be stuffed into the warhead. If an ultra-small sealing talisman or scroll like the one in Boruto can be made, more can be stuffed in, and the power will be greater. Unfortunately, detonating tags are strategic materials. Ninjas are not allowed to buy too many of them under normal circumstances, and they all need to be registered. As a student of the ninja school, he cannot buy many at a time. The 100 bullets for the Vulcan gun and Vulcan cannon were the ones he had saved up over the years. Furthermore, weapons manufacturing is a very rigorous and dangerous task that requires a lot of calculations and experiments. I just made a simple model. For example, the Vulcan gun and Vulcan cannon deformed after only one use. If this cannon is really filled with detonating tags, especially high-level detonating tags, the chance of explosion will definitely be even greater. You also said there was a level A intelligence. The third Raikage took the disassembled shell and examined it carefully, feeling very satisfied. He then asked about the information. 1,000,000,000 taels plus these 3 powerful weapons are enough to gain my recognition, and there will be no problem in accepting him as a disciple. That information can only be revealed after Raikage-sama accepts me as his disciple. With his eyes flickering, Tian Kunhao stated the conditions, which could be regarded as a layer of insurance. You're still playing tricks on me. The third Raikage laughed, not really paying attention, and then asked, where did you get those 1,000,000,000 taels? Although he has not seen any specific information about this brat, it is obvious that he is not a member of the village's ninja clan who has no impression on him. Moreover, even among the ninja clans in the village, none of them can come up with 1,000,000,000 taels in cash at one time. We can only tell you this after Raikage-sama agrees. His eyes flickered again, but Tian Kunhao still didn't say anything. The master-disciple relationship had to be settled first. You little brat! The third Raikage reached out and rubbed the boy's white hair fiercely, and said with a smile, I accept you as my disciple. Now you can tell me. Although he didn't care much about it, he was quite curious. Students meet their teachers. Tian Kunhao was overjoyed and quickly bowed, feeling relieved. As long as he becomes the disciple of the Raikage, he will not be immediately sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder, and he will also be able to obtain the Raikage's inheritance, such as the lightning release armor and the hell stab. The most important thing is to have access to higher level resources to assist in your own cultivation. This world places great emphasis on blood inheritance. If you want to become a strong person, you must have an excellent bloodline. Otherwise, the chakra attributes and chakra amount will be enough to kill you. If one wants to become a top-notch expert, one must inherit secret techniques or have the blood of the Otsutsuki family. Unfortunately, Tian Kunhao has none of these, and he doesn't have a golden finger, so he can only use his imagination to create opportunities for himself. That's why he took the trouble to make these guns and artillery as a mark of his achievement and to reflect his own value, so as to bypass his own qualifications problem. Tian Kunhao calmed down and then asked carefully. Teacher, have you read the biography of Kato Bin? Kato Bin didn't do well in the Chunin exam. Before the third Raikage answered, Yayuai said something in astonishment. Tian Kunhao's expression instantly became weird. And Dode also looked at Yayuai weirdly. Noticing the gazes of the two people, Yayuia quickly lowered her head. Kato Bin? Kato? This surname seems to exist in Konoha. The third Raikage looked at his son in confusion, then thought for a moment and said. He had some impressions of many powerful people and ninja clans in the ninja world, and there seemed to be a Kato family in Konoha. How can the bloodline be kept in the pond? What's that? When Tamurohao asked again, the third Raikage frowned and said he had never heard of it. Haven't you seen the sorrow of a female Nox? Why is the ninja world so beautiful? Carefree little rebel ninja. Kyuzagi no Ki. Chunin by G. The story of the concierge, Mr. Sarutobi. Has Kyung Ming not watched the Naruto record? Tamurohao said dozens of book titles in a row, but the third Raikage still frowned, with even more doubts and a sense of confusion. But Tutai and Yayie's expressions were particularly interesting, and they looked at the young man in surprise and doubt. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, The Pot Shadow Agent. Chapter 4, The Pot Shadow Agent. Seeing that the third Raikage was frowning in confusion, Tamurohao felt more at ease. Good thing you haven't seen it. Those are all novels I wrote. They are very popular and make a lot of money. The 10 billion taels are my royalties. Finally, he explained that the origin of his money was absolutely legitimate. When he first came to this world, he was thinking about how to become stronger. After discovering that he had no golden finger, his own qualifications were ordinary, and he had no family inheritance, he knew that he could only improve through external objects. The best external thing is money, but it is not easy to make money in a ridiculous world like Naruto where even terrorists are longing for peace. It was not until he remembered the masterpiece of the future hero Jiraiya that he figured out a way to make money. Then in the past few years he has been writing books, and using his identity as a child to go to various bathhouses and Kabukicho to collect materials, and combined the characteristics of the Naruto world to write those pornographic masterpieces. It really makes money, novel. The third Reikage was a little confused. Is this how you make money, by writing novels? He turned his head to look at his assistant Tutai and gave him a questioning look. Thinking back to the dozens of pornographic books he had bought with all his private money, Tutai said strangely, if he is really one of those writers, it would not be difficult for him to come up with 1 billion tales. He didn't expect that the identity of those writers was actually the same person, a 10-year-old child. It is estimated that those pornographic masterpieces started to appear 5 years ago, which means that this kid already had this level of thinking when he was 5 years old. Talent. Although he was puzzled by Doday's strange expression, the third Reikage did not delve into it and turned his attention to the information. What is that intelligence? Taking a deep breath, Tamura Hao said seriously, I was sent to the Hidden Cloud Village by Shimura Danzo to become a spy and try to steal the information of the Hidden Cloud Village. But I was forced to do this, and my parents have passed away a long time ago. Now I am about to become a ninja of the Hidden Cloud Village, for the rest of my life. That's right, he was originally from Konoha. Because of his precocity and the fact that he was able to extract chakra at the age of 3, he was noticed by Danzo Shimura and taken away for training. At the age of 5, he was arranged to go to the Hidden Cloud Village, replacing the grandson adopted by an old man. The old man's grandson was taken away by Shimura Danzo's men, and the old man was secretly bribed by Shimura Danzo's men to become a spy and died a year ago. As for revealing this identity, it was mainly because I didn't want to leave any hidden dangers. There is a difference between explaining some things in advance and saying them after they happen. Explaining it in advance is called making one's stance clear and turning to the light, explaining it afterwards is called explanation, or even sophistry, and no one will believe it. He didn't want to be targeted after his identity was exposed, and then have to endure the 10 tortures of the Hidden Cloud Village, and then be hypnotized by illusion or have his memory probed. That's terrible. Being a spy is too dangerous. He wants to be a good guy. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere froze and the 3 Reikages became serious. Although Tamura Hao was very panicked inside, he still looked at the third Reikage to express his attitude and position. Today and Yayu Ai said nothing and waited quietly for the decision of the third Reikage. Well said, you will be a member of the Hidden Cloud Village for the rest of your life and my disciple. In the end, the third Reikage smiled. Although the kid's identity was problematic, it was not a big problem. Not only did he tell the truth, he also gave 1 billion tales and presented 3 powerful weapons, which showed his sincerity. The most important thing is that he values this kid's brain. He can design these powerful weapons today, and maybe he can come up with more and better powerful weapons in the future. The value of this brain is unimaginable. If he really wants to be a spy, he can only say bring more people. The third Reikage smiled, and Tamura Hao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His legs felt weak, and a large patch of cold sweat appeared on his back. It was very stressful just now. Tutai and Yaye also breathed a sigh of relief. They still admired this kid very much, especially those pornographic works. It would be such a shame if it were to stop here and become the last one. Lord Reikage, perhaps we can use his identity to reversely pass on some information that is beneficial to us to Shimura Danzo. Tutai thought about it and made a suggestion. He is a think tank type of ninja who mainly provides advice and ideas to Lord Reikage. He thinks that the child's identity as a spy can be utilized. You are responsible for this matter. The third Reikage nodded and approved of the proposal. As long as it was beneficial to the village, there was nothing that could not be used. Take him for a checkup to see if Shimura Danzo has any tricks on him. He's a ruthless character. In addition, everything that just happened needs to be kept secret, no one can tell, it is the village's top secret. He gestured to his son and gave him a final word of advice. Disciple retire. Tien Kunhao finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then followed Yayuya away. After the two left, the third Reikage walked to the wall and used a kunao to pick out all the deformed bullets. Then he added lightning release to his fingers and poked at the bullet holes one by one, destroying the traces and creating the appearance of practicing hell stab. Although this is his own private training room and outsiders are not allowed to come in, it is really hard to identify spies these days. Coupled with some strange ninjutsu, there is no guarantee that someone will come in to observe. It would be troublesome if they find out something because of the craters and warheads. Tutai understood and put the three powerful weapons into the sealing scroll, then walked over. He's a very clever little brat. The third Reikage poked all the bullet holes and smiled as he looked at the holes. Very clever indeed. Tutai deeply agreed with this point. Whether it was those powerful weapons, the pornographic masterpieces that were created, or the kid's plan today, they all showed extraordinary wisdom and courage. How long will it take to develop it? With a serious expression, the third Reikage knew that those powerful weapons were not yet mature. The materials were one thing, the structure was another, and the many ideas mentioned by the little brat all required a lot of manpower and material resources to develop, and even more time. Dode already knew that the third Reikage would ask this, and he had already thought about it beforehand. It will take at least 5 years for research and development. Mass production will require a large amount of steel materials, detonating tags, and the training of a large-scale ninja army. It will take at least 10 years in total. The principles of these firearms are too simple. Once used, they will inevitably be quickly cracked by the opponent and then imitated. We can only gain an advantage once, and we must make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. 10 years, it seems this war won't last long. The third Reikage felt a little regretful, as he didn't know how many people their Cloud Village would lose in this Ninja World War. They suffered heavy losses in the last Ninja World War, especially the rebellion of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, which seriously damaged their vitality. Not only did the troops led by Kinkaku and Ginkaku rebel and become enemies, but they also killed many ninjas in the village during the rebellion, even including the second generation. They also suffered heavy losses when they killed Kinkaku and others, so this Ninja World War will definitely not be easy. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Good Man Danzo. Chapter 5 Good Man Danzo. Lord Reikage, the strategy we set before is no longer suitable. Dode's expression became even more serious. They had already set strategic goals for the upcoming Ninja World War, and there would definitely be a lot of sacrifices. But the emergence of firearms now gives them a better choice. It's really inappropriate. The third Reikage also understood this and knew that it had to be changed. There are also those firearms that have very low requirements for use, and can be used by anyone who has slightly refined chakra, and can be mass-produced with sufficient resources and manpower. I'm afraid some ideas will come out in Daming Prefecture. Having said this, Today stopped talking. This was not something he could decide on his own. It was up to Lord Reikage to make the decision. The third Reikage's expression became more solemn as he pondered the pros and cons of the matter. It took him a while to speak. Back then, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha established the Hidden Leaf Village with their absolute strength, ushering in the era of ninja villages. Our daimyo of the Land of Lightning was forced to support the establishment of the Hidden Cloud Village, and he is more afraid of our ninja village. Recounting what happened back then, the third Reikage had a complicated expression. He is a man who has experienced the Warring States period and witnessed the opening of the ninja village era. At the same time, he also understands the many problems between the ninja village and the daimyo prefecture. To be honest, he couldn't understand why the first Hokage would establish such a weird system that made the daimyo's mansion and their ninja village very awkward with each other. Moreover, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara both possessed godlike power. The first Hokage was also called the God of Ninja. Not to mention that when the two of them joined forces, they were able to sweep the entire world and unify the entire ninja world, so that there would be no more wars. Their four major ninja villages only dared to launch the Ninja World War after the death of the first Hokage, and the outbreak of the Ninja World War also proved the fallacy of the ninja village system. Now there are signs of the Second Ninja World War, and there will definitely be more in the future. The pain brought by such constant wars is to some extent greater than that of the Warring States period, and the scale of wars is also constantly expanding. Although there were conflicts between their ninja villages, there was also secret instigation from the daimyo's mansion. If possible, the daimyo and many dignitaries would wish that their ninjas and ninja villages would disappear. He was well aware of this. In the past, the daimyo prefecture had been very strict in its financial allocations to the village, just because it did not want their village to grow stronger. Both of them were embarrassed by this and were wary of each other. However, the system of the ninja village has already taken shape and has checks and balances on each other, and they are powerless to change it. But now they see an opportunity that cannot be missed. If only one of the daimyo in the village can exist, I would like the village to be the only one. At the end of his speech, the third Raikage looked more resolute and resolute. He is the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village and stands on the side of the village. This is his most fundamental position and will never change. Dode was not surprised by the third Raikage's decision, as this was the third Hokage he knew. Then the research and development of firearms must be kept even more secret. It certainly won't work in the village. I'm afraid we have to move it to Turtle Island, and the people we have to have must be trustworthy. It's better to have fewer people than to have unqualified ones. Tutai talked about the confidentiality measures for the development of firearms, hoping that they could be placed on Turtle Island. Turtle Island is formed by a giant sea turtle. It can move freely on the sea and even dive into the sea. It is very hidden and very suitable for this kind of top-secret research. You take care of this. The third Raikage approved of this proposal. This matter really needed to be kept absolutely confidential and not a single detail could be leaked. Also, the ideas he proposed are not easy to realize, and they definitely require the assistance of comprehensive sealing techniques. When today talked about the development of firearms, it would definitely not be enough with their existing resources in the Hidden Cloud Village, mainly because they had no foundation in this area. Then we will increase our investment in the Whirlpool Country project. I will lead the team there myself. The third Raikage agreed with this and realized that Dode was referring to the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools. They originally wanted to attack the Whirlpool Country in order to obtain high-level sealing techniques to complete the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki plan. The First Ninja World War ended with the wife of the first Hokage, who, in the form of a Tailed Beast Jinchuriki, displayed terrifying destructive power that was no less than that of the first Hokage. After witnessing the power of the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki, all the major ninja villages began to consider this. Although they purchased the tailed beasts from Konoha at the first 5-Cage conference, they were simply impossible to tame, let alone use them effectively. On the contrary, a large part of their strength was tied up by the tailed beasts to keep an eye on them. If the tailed beasts went berserk, it would cause huge losses. They had been troubled by this, and the wife of the first Hokage gave them an idea. It turns out the tailed beasts can be used like that. It is not easy to seal the tailed beasts for a long time and stably. It requires the assistance of top-level sealing techniques. In the ninja world, only the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is the strongest. The wife of the first Hokage was a member of the Uzumaki clan and the strongest one. She could even control and utilize the strongest 9 tails, which shows how powerful her sealing technique was. According to the intelligence we have received, the third Hokage of Konoha has sent people 3 times to invite the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha. The first Hokage's wife is old, and it must be very difficult for her to suppress the 9 tails now. His patience must have run out. Dode revealed a piece of information and had a new idea for the strategy of conquering the Land of Whirlpools. The third Raikage didn't say much and waited for Dode's next words. Tutai did not keep the secret and continued. Sealing techniques are difficult to learn and use, and most of the Uzumaki clan's high-level sealing techniques are developed based on their own characteristics, especially the consumption of chakra is astonishing. If we want to make better use of the sealing technique, we need to get the Uzumaki clan, and to get the Uzumaki clan we must find an opportunity to sever the ties with Konoha. In this matter, perhaps I can use my status as Reikage-sama's disciple to get Konoha to cooperate. Originally they just wanted to obtain a sealing technique that could perfectly seal the 8 tails and the 2 tails, but now they have higher and more demands, so their goals naturally have to be expanded. You arrange it. The third Reikage understood and handed the matter over to Tsukade. Although Tutai is young, he is very smart and is his confidant, making him the most suitable person to do these things. Do you think the conception of these firearms has anything to do with Shimura Danzo and Konoha? Suddenly he asked, there are some things that they must be guarded against. If these are all Konoha's conspiracies, and even if Konoha already has a large number of firearms, and they are more advanced and powerful, the upcoming war will definitely be a disaster for their hidden cloud village. It's unlikely. Neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Shimura Danzo would be able to have such courage. We only need to monitor the flow of steel in various places to confirm it. Dode shook his head slightly. He had read the intelligence information of Konoha's high-level officials. Except for Shimura Danzo, who had a more radical way of thinking, the others were all conservative. And things inside Konoha are not peaceful either. That means we in the hidden cloud village have found a treasure. The third Reikage laughed once again, laughing heartily. Shimura Danzo is such a good person. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Root Bond. Chapter 6, Root Bond. After being led by Yaye to do a detailed examination, Tian Kunhao saw that Yaye seemed to be hesitant to speak, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Brother Yayu, we are now brothers, just say whatever you want to say. When will your next masterpiece be released?" Yaye looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he asked in a low voice. He is a loyal fan of this junior fellow student. He has purchased every set of his masterpieces and is always looking forward to new masterpieces. Although this junior fellow is very productive, publishing one book every month, and each book has about 100,000 words, it is still not enough. He finished reading the last book on the first day he bought it, and he has been craving it for the past month or so. Seeing that Yayu Ai asked this question, Tian Kunhao's eyes twitched and he replied helplessly, "The manuscript has been submitted to the publishing house and should be in printing. It will be available on the 1st of next month. Junior brother is very productive." Yayu Ai gave a thumbs up, feeling even more eager in her heart. "Fortunately, it will be available in just 1 week. Do you need to change your accommodation?" He then asked about another matter. He had just communicated with this junior fellow during the inspection and knew where he lived, which was a civilian area. It was complicated and not very good. "No need. Lord Tutai seems to have some ideas. It's better if I stay there." Shaking his head slightly, Tamura could roughly understand what Dode meant. To put it simply, he wanted him to be a semi-double agent in order to trap Danzo Shimura and Konoha. He is not opposed to this. Only by showing enough value can he gain greater rewards. "Okay, I'll ask an elder from the clan to live nearby and help you watch over him. If there's any danger, use the detonating talisman immediately. It'd be best if you make some arrangements at home so that the elder can come to rescue you as soon as he sees any movement." Yaye took out a stack of high-level detonating talismans and handed them over. He had just asked someone to fetch them, and there were 100 of them. "Thank you, senior brother." Tian Kunhao gratefully took the stack of detonating talismans, as he needed them now to protect himself and keep the secret. "Work hard, what Konoha can give you, we can give you more." Patting the young man on the shoulder, Yayuya was very optimistic about this junior fellow and did not want him to make the wrong choice in the future. As for his identity as a spy, that really doesn't matter. As long as he truly integrates into the Hidden Cloud Village and has enough value, the Hidden Cloud Village will accommodate him. You have to know that the Hidden Cloud Village itself is extremely eager for talents. In recent years, it has launched many external attacks to seize talents and inherit secret techniques. After those people sincerely join the village, they also give them good treatment. They can accommodate those people, let alone this junior brother. I've made note of it. I will definitely not let my senior brother and teacher down. Nodding solemnly, Tamuraha really didn't want to go back to Konoha, and even more didn't want to work under Shimura Danzo. There was no future there, it would be difficult to make a name for himself, and he might even be in danger of his life. Look at how many people died in Konoha in the original work, how many ninja clans were destroyed, and in the end even the two founding families were destroyed. The darkness and blood hidden in this are simply unimaginable. It was even flattened many times in the later period. It's true that the people there are simple and honest but suffer many disasters. So although Konoha is powerful, has many ninja geniuses and a profound cultural heritage, this is both its advantage and disadvantage, making its internal conflicts layered and complicated, and if you get involved in it by mistake, you will be in trouble. Among the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, the Hidden Cloud Village has the best reputation and the fewest rebellious ninjas, especially during the reign of the Third Raikage. Not to mention Konoha, there are a lot of traps there. Ever since the Third Mizukage took office, the Hidden Mist Village has implemented a bloody mist policy, killing its own people with great pleasure, let alone an outsider like me. The Sand Village is all sand, and there aren't many resources or secret techniques passed down, and I don't like making puppets. As for making a Gundam by hand, sorry, he doesn't have that ability. The Hidden Rock Village is also relatively xenophobic, and there are many problems within it. Unless he could also become the disciple of the Third Tsuchikage, it would be too difficult to convince him given the old fox's character. He would at least use illusion to interrogate him. So the Hidden Cloud Village is relatively better, mainly because the Third Raikage is very easy to talk to in some ways, and he keeps his word. It is for this reason that he dared to reveal his identity as a spy. Tien Kun Hao talked with Yauai for a while, then they left the Raikage building and returned to their own units. He immediately took out the detonating tags and filaments and arranged them in the room, even covering the surrounding walls, ceiling, and floor, to prevent someone from sneaking in and killing him. I have passed the first level. After letting out a long sigh, Tien Kun Hao took off his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Although he tried to pretend to be calm before, he was actually extremely panicked inside, and his lining was soaked with sweat. This is a gamble. If you lose, you will definitely die. Even if the chances of winning are great, it is still a risk, and the pressure you endure is unimaginable for ordinary people. Fortunately, I succeeded in the end. Although I only passed the first level, it was the most critical one. As long as he remained loyal to the Hidden Cloud Village, adhered to the will of thunder, abandoned the will of fire taught by Danzo Shimura, and showed more value, there would basically be no problem. How are you now? Taking out a photo from under the drawer of the bedside table, Tien Kun Hao looked at the blonde girl in the photo with a puzzled look. The reason why he was able to obtain the mission to lurk in the Hidden Cloud Village and take the opportunity to leave Danzo Shimura was largely due to his planning on this girl. 5 years have passed, and I don't know how she is doing. However, considering the other party's excellence, he will definitely do well under Shimura Danzo. After letting his thoughts wander for a while, Tien Kun Hao put the photo back under the drawer. The main reason for keeping this photo is to confuse some people and make Danzo Shimura think that his bond is still there, so as to prevent the old guy from sending people to kill him. At the same time, I can use this to plan something in the future. That old guy has a lot of good things in his hands. What was the feeling before? Tamuraha thought about the unusual feeling when he walked into the Raikage's office. At that time, it felt as if some power entered his body, or to be more precise, entered his head. At the time, I thought it was some kind of illusion-type detective method, after all, that was the Raikage's office. But later he asked Yauai indirectly and found out that it was not the case. And later, when I was demonstrating firearms in the training room, I also had an inexplicable feeling, as if something had entered my head. I even had that weird feeling once after returning home, when I was taking a shower. So what exactly is it? After thinking for a while without figuring it out, Tamura closed his eyes, refined his chakra, and focused his attention on his head. When you refine chakra, your mental strength and physical life force will become active. If there is anything unusual happening in your head, you should be able to sense it. It would have been fine if the chakra was not refined, but as soon as the chakra was refined, it seemed to trigger something, and the chakra in the head instantly rushed to the deep of the brain, as if it was swallowed by some existence. Then the chakra in other parts of the body seemed to sense something and rushed to the head uncontrollably. At the same time, Tamura's consciousness also came into a dark and empty space. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Purifying Chakra. Chapter 7 Purifying Chakra. This is a dark and illusory space. There is only a piece of broken jade emitting a faint light. There is also a ball of light blue energy under the broken jade, which is his own chakra. At this moment, the light emitted by the broken jade pieces swept across the chakra, separating some light spots, and finally formed 4 illusory figures, which were then swept away by the broken jade pieces. 6th Sage? Kagaya Tsutsuki? Is Heike Tsutsuki? When he saw the 4 phantom images, Tien Kunhao's heart sank. He could recognize 3 of them. Although they were illusory, he could roughly tell that they were the images of the 6th Sage and Kagaya Tsutsuki, especially the horns on their heads. He couldn't recognize the last shadow, which was the most unreal and blurry, but it also had horns on its head, and it was the last one to be separated, so it should also be from the Otsutsuki clan. Does a spiritual imprint exist? After some guesses, Tiankanha realized that it should be a brand. The chakra of the ninja world began with Kagaya Otsutsuki, who gave birth to the 6th Sage. Then the 6th Sage spread his own chakra, so it is not surprising that there are 2 people's marks in the chakra. Even during the 4th war, the 6th Sage was able to manifest with the help of Uchiha Madara's thigh, and could also appear in the spiritual world of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. It is not surprising that the mark of Otsutsuki is Heike exists in the chakra of the ninja world. According to the setting of Boruto, the original 10 Tails needs the sacrifice of an Otsutsuki to transform into a sacred tree and bear chakra fruit. Originally, Kagaya Tsutsuki was the sacrifice, but she was unwilling to be a sacrifice and sneak attacked Heike Tsutsuki. Although Heike escaped, only half of his body was left. The other half might have been sacrificed by Kagaya Tsutsuki to the 10 Tails to transform into the sacred tree. The quality of the chakra fruit is determined by the life force of the sacrificed Otsutsuki and the planet. The higher the 2, the better the chakra fruit. It is because of this that Kagaya Tsutsuki's 10 Tails divine tree and strength are so powerful, and she possesses multiple bloodline network abilities. As for the 4th phantom, it should be a higher level Otsutsuki, and may even be the source of chakra. With the existence of Tsutsuki as Heike, does that mean this is the Boruto version? Tamura was thoughtful and realized that there might be Otsutsuki as Heike and the Kara organization created by him in this Naruto world. There are many contradictions in the previous life of Naruto, especially the timeline is even more confusing. There are more conflicts between the Naruto and Uzumaki Naruto's era and the later Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, and even many settings have been changed, including the character design of Kagaya Tsutsuki. Now it seems that this world should follow the version of Boruto more closely, at least with the existence of Otsutsuki as Heike, this world will become more complicated. Calming himself down, Tien Kunhao turned his attention to the broken jade piece. Golden finger. He has been looking for his own golden finger. After all, it must not be easy for him to travel to this world. At least he cannot do it with his ordinary identity. There must be some reason. It's a pity that he hasn't gained anything in 10 years, and his own qualifications are quite ordinary. If he continues to practice according to the class, he will at best be a chunin, like Irika, in this life. But now there is a piece of broken jade in my head, or in my mind, which is obviously abnormal. Is it this thing that brought me here? It turns out that I do have a golden finger, but I didn't find the correct way to open it before. It was not until today that I opened it and got the golden finger. And this thing can bring me to this world, so it must be extraordinary. The consciousness slowly moved closer and made contact, and then a brief message entered the consciousness's mind, and it understood the function of this thing. Change your fate and intercept the power of fate. Consuming the power of fate can temporarily improve your understanding. A supporting gold finger? It doesn't seem as good as the deep blue next door. Whispering in his heart, Tamurohao understood that this was an auxiliary type of cheat code, whose main function was to enhance comprehension. The improvement of comprehension is definitely a good thing. For example, some difficult-to-practice ninjutsu secrets require sufficient comprehension, and the improvement and perfection of ninjutsu secrets also requires comprehension. For example, the water-style water dragon bullet technique has 44 seals. Even if the speed is 4 seals per second, it will take 11 seconds. This time is too long and too deadly. But the number of seals for ninjutsu can be reduced. For example, Kasuke can perform the water-style, water dragon bullet jutsu with just 6 seals, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, only needs 3 seals. This simplified method of making hand seals definitely requires extremely high talent. In addition, Uchiha attack as one-handed hand seal technique definitely also requires talent. There is also the development of ninjutsu. If you want to develop Chidori ninjutsu like Kakashi Hatake, you need to have enough talent. Of course, what is more important is that the chakra measurement is up to standard. This is my current shortcoming. I wonder if that teacher has any way to solve it. Therefore, this comprehension hack is still very good and can assist in cultivation very well. Changing destiny, is that the plot? Thinking about the previous awakening of the golden finger, Tamurohao seemed to be thinking about something. The change occurred only after the 10 billion taels and firearms were handed over to the third Raikage, and there has been a continuous feeling since then. That should be the intercepted power of destiny. Obviously, the third Raikage and the other two have changed their minds because of their plan. In particular, the impact of the changes made by the third Raikage will inevitably be huge, and may even affect the subsequent Second Ninja World War. No wonder this kind of change can gain so much power of destiny. And speaking of fate, it must be the fate of the original plot. It seems that I have to find ways to change the plot more in the future. The focus still has to be on Konoha, because the plot is concentrated there. But at this stage, I am too weak. I have to continue to develop in the Hidden Cloud Village for a while, and then find an opportunity to go to Konoha to cause trouble and gain the power of destiny. With a plan in mind, Tianqinhao turned his attention to the dark space he was in. Is it a spiritual world like the one where Naruto and Sasuke met the Sage of Six Paths? He guessed that this should be the spiritual world, and then looked at the purified chakra. Judging from what happened just now, this piece of jade should still have the ability to protect itself. It can actively separate the imprints of others in the chakra and erase them. Of course, this requires the consumption of the power of destiny. So what is the difference between this purified chakra? Thinking of this, Tamurohao's consciousness left his mind and he first tried to refine the chakra. It really doesn't work. Has even the chakra seeds in the blood been extracted and purified? After refining for a while, he opened his eyes and did not gain any chakra. It was obvious that the chakra seeds in his body had been removed. The chakra of the ninja world was spread by the six-path sage and passed down from generation to generation through blood, forming the current ninja chakra. Without the chakra seeds rooted in the blood, it is impossible to extract chakra. With a thought, the chakra in his mind separated and merged into his body. Using it as the basis for refining chakra did indeed have an effect, and this chakra was very different from before. The control has improved a lot. 4 chakra threads extended and danced in front of him, and Tamurohao understood the key points of improving the chakra after purification. The power should not have increased, but the control, or the degree of compatibility with itself, has improved a lot. Before, he could only control 2 chakra 4 lines and extend them 1 meter, but now he can control 4 and extend them 2 meters. And this is not the limit. I feel that there will definitely be improvements with targeted training. Chakra threading is a very advanced chakra control technique, far superior to climbing trees and walking on water. It took Tamura Hao a long time to master it. Moreover, after 5 years, he was only able to condense 2 chakras, but now it has doubled. This shows how much the improvement of chakra purification has been. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, The Reikage and Number 039, S Killing Intent. Chapter 8, The Reikage's Killing Intent. After experiencing the mystery of pure chakra, Tamura Hao smiled, raised his hand to cover the upper half of his face, his left eye appeared from between his fingers, and his laughter became louder and louder. Ha ha ha! After such a long time, it's finally my turn, Tian Kun Hao, no, it's my Tian Kun Rishan, to rise. The name my parents gave me was really right. At this moment, I, Tamura Hiten, am here. From today on, I will use the most efficient, scientific, no, the most patient method to crush you all, or I will be crushed to death by you. Xiaohuzi, you ate a dead rat, why are you laughing so hard? Just as Tamura Rishan was laughing wildly and imagining the future, a lion's roar came from upstairs, scaring Tamura Rishan so much that he shivered. I'm sorry, Aunt Ruth. I just saw the exciting plot of the novel and couldn't help myself. I will pay more attention next time. Tian Kun Hao quickly responded and then closed the window tightly. Now I need to develop in a humble manner, not recklessly, and need to be low-key. The name Tamura Rishan is too flashy, so I will use the name Tamura Hao for the time being. After calming down, Tian Kun Hao connected the broken jade pieces with a thought, consumed the power of destiny to improve his understanding, and used it to practice chakra refining techniques, and tried to find a way to comprehend and perfect it. The ninja's chakra is different from the internal force and true energy systems in the novels of the previous life. It does not have a storage space like the danshan, and it can only be refined when used. The method of refining is to first integrate the body's life force with the spiritual power to form an existence similar to physical strength, and then transform it into chakra. The ratio of spiritual power and physical life force must be 1:1. Of course, there are exceptions to special chakras, such as the power of the Sharingan, in which the proportion of spirit is definitely much larger. Tamura Hao currently has no bloodline limit, nor yin and yang attributes, only a lightning attribute, so he can only honestly fuse 1:1. Fortunately, perhaps because he has been a human in 2 lives, his spiritual power is much stronger than his peers. This allows him to refine chakra faster and more efficiently, and his chakra control is also very strong. He mastered chakra threads very early, and learned how to walk on water and climb trees even earlier. Now he needs to perfect the chakra refining technique he has learned and see how much the comprehension plug-in can improve. Not to mention Tamura Hao, who was practicing and exploring the effects of the golden finger here. In the Reikage's office on the other side, the third Reikage looked through the files of his disciples and then looked at the box of pornographic works. His face couldn't help but twisted and hideous. The earthen platform next to it should focus on the nose with eyes, and the heart with nose, and try to reduce the sense of one's own presence as much as possible. As for Yeyuya, no one knew where he had gone. Anyway, he would not appear in front of his father today. Is it too late for me to regret now? His face was distorted for a long time, and the third Reikage covered his face, feeling that his final years were in jeopardy. No wonder that brat would only tell me these things after I agreed to be his disciple. He is really calculating. Dode remained silent. This kind of thing could only be figured out by Lord Reikage himself. There was nothing he could say. Is it profitable? After a long while, the third Reikage calmed down a little. Looking at those pornographic works, he couldn't understand how such filthy things could make so much money. Seeing that the third rakeage had calmed down, Dode just replied, according to the sales survey of those books, his books cover a wide range of subjects, and people of all ages, young and old, are interested in them. He was also very productive, basically writing one book of 100,000 words a month, and each book sold for 10,000 taels. Because he was the highest level writer in the publishing house, his profit-sharing ratio with the publishing house was 9:1, so he could get 90% of the profits. According to current surveys, at least 70% of the ninjas in our hidden cloud village are fans of his books, and at least 30% of the ordinary villagers are fans of his books. The numbers in other ninja villages should be similar, and people in major cities and even some dignitaries also buy books. According to preliminary estimates, he has accumulated about 2 billion yuan, and this is sustainable income. Even his early works have sold well in the past 2 years, which will bring him a steady stream of income. If he maintains this high rate of production, in a few years his income will surpass that of the village. Chuchito was also very surprised by this. He had only known that those great writers made a lot of money before. After all, he had to contribute 120,000 taels every year and buy all the books published every month. But this time, he asked someone to investigate and found that it was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. Although he only investigated the sales in the village, by analogy, the sales in other places must be high, especially in Konoha. After all, many names of the characters in that book are related to the ninja clan in Konoha, so it will definitely be more immersive and attractive there, and the sales will be better. Is this how you make money? The third rakeage was shocked. He was naturally aware of the village's income, but he never expected that one person's income could exceed that of the village. People are under a lot of pressure nowadays, especially us ninjas who are always accompanied by killing. We have to find a way to calm down the dark side of our hearts. Tutai gave an explanation. Anyway, his mind became much clearer after reading those pornographic works. In particular, every time he read them, he would enter a special state without desires or requests, which was very suitable for thinking about problems. He is only 10 years old this year, and he was only 5 years old 5 years ago. How could he write such a book? I still don't understand it, it's so abnormal. Tutai also couldn't understand this, but he also had some guesses. Maybe it was in Konoha Middle School. We have intelligence that the third Hokage of Konoha seemed to have used secret techniques to spy on the bathhouse. There was also Jiraiya, a disciple of the third Hokage, who often peeped into bathhouses and was chased by countless women on the streets many times. He even had a conflict with the Uchiha clan, who was in charge of the police department, which caused quite a stir. According to the information we gathered, after he came to our village, he took advantage of his young age to hang out in the women's bathhouse when he was 6 and 7 years old. He also worked part-time in Kabukiko, so he might have used this as an excuse to collect materials. He was also very diligent and studious in school, often going to the academy library to borrow books to read, mostly history books, especially records of major ninja villages and clans. This is the only analysis we can do now, and there are traces to follow and they can be linked together. Very reasonable, but the third rakeage's face twitched when he heard this, and he regretted it even more. Should we go and clean up the mess now, to avoid losing our reputation in the future? After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and gave the order. List his information as the village's top secret. On the same level as the secrets of the two-tailed beasts. Well, he seems to have been practicing swordsmanship and arranged Fukai to be his team leader. That brat has great potential and is good at making money. He is of great benefit to the village. For the sake of the village, his own reputation is nothing. This is the awareness and magnanimity of a shadow. Of course, it would be best if you could avoid exposing yourself, so you can have the best of both worlds. Confidentiality must be kept well, and at the same time, we have to find a trustworthy person to take care of the boy. My eldest nephew is a good choice. The eldest nephew is a perfect ninja, excellent in ninjutsu, bloodline, ability and moral character, and has even been designated as one of the candidates for the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. At the same time, Fukai is also good at swordsmanship, so he is very suitable to teach that brat. At least teaching the basics is not a problem. This way you don't have to go out and contact them yourself, so as to avoid being discovered. This master-disciple relationship must be kept secret, lest it really be lost in the future, and then they will definitely become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. He doesn't have the shamelessness of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Think of a way to give the outside world a reasonable explanation for what happened today. Shimura Danzo is not that easy to fool. Thoughts turned to Danzo Shimura. The third Raikage had a deep impression of that man. He was a very difficult and ruthless character. The matter of the 1 billion taels may be difficult to keep secret, and it may have been leaked. However, we can do something about it, and we can eliminate the spies we identified earlier. Chuchita had a plan in mind, and it was not a difficult task for him. After all, this was the Hidden Cloud Village, not Shimura Danzo's Konoha. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Big Cat Little Cat. Chapter 9 Big Cat Little Cat. This is your bonus. It's for finding the spy for the village and saving 1 billion taels of village property. That's the money the village uses to purchase supplies. If you lose it, the loss to the village will be huge. Early the next morning, Tutai came to find Tiankin Hao. He said a lot as soon as they met. He expressed gratitude and praise to Tiankin Hao on behalf of the village, and gave him a bonus of 1 million taels and an S-level mission record. Also, he said that he would arrange a powerful jonin to teach him. Tamura Hao was a little confused at first, but he quickly realized that this should be the arrangement of the third Raikage, and he rationalized what happened yesterday and the arrangements for himself in the future. Thank you for the praise and reward from Lord Raikage and Lord Dode. These are what I should do as a member of Kumagakuer. If I find similar spies in the future, I will not let them go. Tien Kun Hao expressed his serious attitude. As a genuine member of the Cloud Hidden Village, he, Tien Kun Hao, could never coexist with spies. Your loyalty is commendable, but you should do this kind of dangerous thing within your capabilities. Those spies are very dangerous. If you find anything in the future, you should not be so reckless and should report it immediately. Tutai was very satisfied with Tamura Hao's response and gave him some instructions. I understand. I will never act rashly again. Tamura Hao expressed his willingness to accept the advice. Tutai continued to encourage him for a few more words before leaving. Tiankin Hao glanced around calmly and then closed the door. He knew that Dode was just putting on an act, and as a spy for Shimura Danzo, he might have been monitored by the other side for a long time. In this regard, because his strength and status are too low, he is not qualified to contact Shimura Danzo directly and can only contact the person in charge. The previous person in charge was that old man, and they lost contact after the old man died, but Danzo Shimura will definitely send someone to contact him, especially after he has demonstrated enough value. A powerful jonin, who could it be? Sitting on the sofa, Tamura Hao thought about what Tutai had said before. His plan had worked out very well, and he had already secured a jonin to lead the team and teach, but Dode didn't say who it would be. It shouldn't be Yayu Ai. Although Yayu Ai is quite powerful now, she is not good at swordsmanship and is not suitable to teach me. However, there are too many people in the village who are good at swordsmanship. Almost everyone has a ninja sword. It's hard to be sure. After thinking for a while, Tamura Hao still had no clue. He could only be sure that it must be someone trusted by the third Raikage. After all, his identity was too special, and he would not be able to feel at ease if he did not have the third Raikage as his confidant. In addition, the other party must be good at swordsmanship, which he values and is very optimistic about. Because his ultimate enemy in the future will definitely be the Otsutsuki clan. Using ninjutsu to deal with such an enemy will only charge them with energy, and illusion techniques are useless. Only physical techniques and swordsmanship can hurt the opponent. Therefore, it is necessary to practice physical and sword skills, which are the last resort in combat. Practice. Tianqinhao stopped thinking about it and walked to the desk. He extended 2 chakra threads from his fingers, wrapped them around 2 pens, and wrote quickly on the manuscript paper. This is his way of typing, but it is also a way to train his chakra control and cultivate the ability to split the mind into 2 parts. Ever since he condensed the chakra lines, he has been using this method to train and write. I always type like this after I'm tired from physical training. Anyway, chakra line control does not require the body to move or cooperate. Graduation is in half a month, and he will have to train with the leading jonin afterwards. He needs to write the manuscript required for publication several months in advance so that he can practice more attentively when the time comes. Of course, what is more important is practice, so as to control the purified chakra more quickly and maximize the advantage this time. Improving chakra control is very beneficial. Even if you don't use it in ninjutsu, you can still use some small techniques, such as super strength techniques. Strictly speaking, supernatural powers are not a skill, but a technique of using chakra control, just like the skill of treading water and climbing trees. There are 2 types of supernatural powers. One is to use fine chakra control to bless the body to gain stronger explosive power. This is also the main reason why ninjas can fly high, and it can be considered as part of physical skills. Another is to release chakra to cause earth-shattering destruction. Tsunade's Pain Tenkyu and Sakura's Sakura Rush are both of this type, or they are combined with stimulation of the body's explosive power. Otherwise, the sheer explosion of force would at most create a hole in the ground, rather than causing a large-scale explosion. Tamurohao focuses on improving the explosive power of the body. After all, the amount of chakra in one's body is very limited, and it cannot be used lavishly. That would be a waste. Because of this, he focused on practicing swordsmanship, using the sharpness of the sword to increase destructive power and attack range. If I could upgrade this chakra burst technique into a super strength technique, it would definitely improve my combat power significantly. In addition to using his right hand fingers to extend the chakra lines to code words, Tianqinhao also held a long Miao Dao in his left hand, with the blade and his arm held horizontally in a straight line. There was also a Miao Dao of the same style but shorter on the tip of the blade, which he used to exercise his wrist and arm strength. He spent a lot of money to build this, and it was made in the style of Miao Dao. It is made of chakra metal and some precious metals, and costs 400 million taels, of which 350 million taels are chakra metal, and the other metals and forging costs add up to only 50 million taels. I have to say that chakra conducting metals are really expensive, extremely expensive. In the future, Asuma Sarutobi's small sword will be more expensive than himself, not to mention the large Miao Dao like Tamurohao's. If he hadn't made a lot of money in recent years, he wouldn't have been able to be so extravagant. Fortunately, chakra metal only occupies a small part of the volume. Otherwise, if the whole body is made of chakra metal, it would take at least 10 small goals. The blades of these 2 Miao Daos are 1.2 meters long, the handles are 40 centimeters long, and the total length is 1.6 meters, which is 10 centimeters longer than Tianqinhao's current height. However, he is in the period of growth now, and with the stimulation of chakra, his height is much taller than his peers. It is estimated that he will grow to at least 1.8 meters in the future, and it will be very suitable for him to use such a long sword by then. The short Miao Dao is only relative. The blade is 90 centimeters long, the handle is 30 centimeters long, the total length is 1.2 meters, and the weight is 5 kilograms. The large Miao Dao weighs 10 kilograms. This is the weapon he prepared for himself, named Big Cat and Little Cat. Although it is a bit heavy, it is not a big deal for him to hold it with his current physical fitness. Although the ninjas in Naruto were nicknamed fragile by netizens in the previous life, they actually have very strong physical fitness and explosive power. The reason why it is called fragile is relative to the attack power of ninjutsu. For example, the weight that Xiao Li carries all year round is definitely not light. And Zabuza, who wields a beheading sword, can use it to perform the body switching technique to kill people silently. That thing must be very heavy. The size of same Hata and Kabutori is definitely not small, and even the size of the sword used by the root ninja who fought against the young Uchiha Shisui was exaggerated. Therefore, the power of the ninja is really not small, especially after the special blessing of chakra. The explosive power is even more amazing. Compared with those weapons, Tian Kun Hao's 2 Miao Daos seemed a little small. The reason for having such a long sword is mainly to keep as much distance as possible from the opponent during a fight, so that even if the opponent performs some hidden ninjutsu or secret technique, one will have more reaction time and distance. After all, his own chakra amount is destined to make him unable to become a long-range attack wizard, so he can only follow the path of a warrior. In this way, he has to be on guard against the methods of the ninja. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Class Teacher. Chapter 10 Class Teacher. For the next half-month, Tian Kun Hao did not go out to practice, and even took a half-month leave from school. He stayed at home typing, practicing chakra control, and practicing super strength skills. Half a month passed quickly. Tamura Hao used the transformation technique to bring the manuscript to the bookstore and asked them to arrange regular printing and sales. Then he returned home to prepare for today's battle. First, he put on the inner armor that cost 100 million taels to make. The main body was a mesh made of special metal. There were arm and leg armor on the forearms and calves, armor plates on the chest and back, and shoulder armor on the shoulders. According to the boss, this type of armor is not only light, weighing less than 10 pounds in total, but also has high hardness and toughness, enough to withstand the attack of sea-level ninjutsu. The strong toughness can also cushion the impact to a certain extent. Then there is a set of leather clothes, which are said to be made of the skin of some kind of ninja beast. It has good defense against natural ninjutsu. At least you don't have to worry about being burned by the opponent's fire escape. He looks a bit like a young version of President SA, but unfortunately he's not as handsome as his parents. Looking in the mirror, Tian Kun Hao was quite satisfied with his current look, especially the pair of leather boots. He really can't get used to those ninja shoes with exposed toes. Wouldn't it hurt if he kicked people's toes with them? If you are not careful and get your toenail flipped over, wouldn't it be extremely painful? To this end, he not only replaced his ninja shoes with full coverage leather boots, but also wrapped the toes and heels with the same alloy as the armor on his body, just to make his kicks more painful. After stretching his hands and feet, Tian Kun Hao was extremely satisfied. He then picked up the 2 swords on the knife rack and sealed them into the left and right arm armors respectively. A word cat was added in the middle of the sealing ritual. That's right, this pair of arm armor is also a ninja tool that can seal some things. It is similar to the 2 wrist guards used by Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi during the Pacific War. After everything was ready, Tamura Hao left home for the ninja school. The classmates in the class didn't react much to Tamura Hao's arrival. Even though he was dressed unusually, they just glanced at him and didn't say anything. Tian Kun Hao usually behaves very low-key in class, has few friends, and seems very mediocre. Not long after, the teacher came over and gave a speech, then took out a list and read out the team formations. There is a standard number of students in each class in the ninja school, and we strive to ensure that everyone can form a team of 3. It's a pity that last year 2 people in this class were jealous of each other and one of them blinded the other's eyes. He was advised to drop out of school, and the blinded one had to drop out of school and could not become a ninja. What a precocious world, that is to say, there will be one person who is alone. In this case, he will either be added to a team, or be led by a single person, or be combined with a team from another class that does not have enough people. Tamura Hao is the single person, and his option is to lead the team alone, which is a benefit planned before. After everyone's team leaders came and took everyone away, a young boy walked into the classroom and looked at Tian Kunhao, who was the only one left. Tamura Hao. Teacher, I'm Tian Kunhao. Tian Kunhao stood up and saluted, then looked at the person who came. Looking at the other person's long flowing hair that was half white and half green, he guessed his identity. He should be the Eight Tails Jinchuriki of the previous generation of Killer Bee and also his teacher. Of course, he is not the Eight Tails Jinchuriki yet. After all, we don't even know whether Killer Bee is born yet. Fukai was also looking at Tamura Hao, and he had a good impression of the calm young man in front of him. Sit down and let's talk. Fukai seemed very calm and walked over and sat on the desk in front of Tamura Hao. My name is Fukai, I'm a jonin in the village, I'm good at lightning ninjutsu, and lightning swordsmanship. Fukai introduced himself first and was very curious about the boy. Half a month ago, the third Raikage ordered me to give up my assigned task and come to be a teacher, and only take care of one child. Later, my eldest cousin came to me and told me to take good care of the child. Although neither of them said the specific reason, he knew that the child must be extraordinary. After making inquiries these days, I learned that the child had accidentally discovered a spy, who had stolen the village's funds for purchasing supplies from the Iron Kingdom, amounting to 1 billion taels. The child found the money that the spy had stolen and hidden and handed it over to Lord Raikage, thus saving the village from huge losses. This is a hero of the village. Moreover, being able to detect spies and find hidden money is also a demonstration of ability. Teacher Fukai, my name is Tamura Hao, you can call me Xiao Hao, I am good at physical skills and swordsmanship, my chakra attribute is single lightning, and there is a shortcoming in the improvement of chakra amount, so I hope you can give me more guidance in this regard in the future. Tamura Hao also introduced himself in great detail, even telling about the results of his chakra line training. After half a month of practice, he was able to maintain 6 chakra lines at the same time, extending 3 meters away and making flexible changes. This is nothing in itself, but it represents an improvement in control. You've actually cultivated to that level. Fukai was surprised. According to common sense, it would be quite good for a kid who just graduated from a ninja school to be able to climb walls and tread water. After all, the focus of learning in school is theoretical knowledge. Not many people focus on this kind of practical technique, let alone practicing higher-level chakra lines. That technique was only popular in the Sand Village and was the specialty of puppeteers. Few people in the Cloud Village practiced this technique. This kind of chakra line is already considered a practice of chakra form change. If you can practice it successfully, it proves that your chakra control has at least reached the level of a chunin. This child has even started practicing the property changes of lightning. Although the lack of professional methods has resulted in his practice being very rough, according to what he said, he is almost getting started. It is truly amazing that a 10-year-old child could have reached such a level. My chakra talent is average, so it will be hard for me to achieve great success in this area in the future. I can only work harder on controlling my chakra and use the limited chakra more efficiently. Tian Kunhao's expression was a bit helpless. He hated this kind of world and cultivation system that focused on bloodline the most. The children would basically be at the same level as the parents' achievements. There was no such thing as mutation or transcendence. It is really difficult, almost impossible, to surpass others through acquired efforts. Don't underestimate the great achievements of Konoha's 3 hard-working masters. It may be that being able to carry out such ultra-high-intensity training without becoming exhausted is an extraordinary talent in itself, and it cannot be surpassed by perseverance and hard work alone. Tamura Hao initially tried the hard-working training method, which resulted in his muscles almost dissolving. Even though he later lowered the intensity of his training, he still had to pay medical ninjas every day to use medical ninjutsu to clean his body and use precious medicinal herbs to replenish his body in order to avoid hidden injuries or even overdrawing his body, which cost him a lot of money. It was truly impossible to imagine the physical potential and recovery ability of those 3 liver emperors. He even suspected that those three were related to the Thousand Hands clan and possessed part of the bodies of the Thousand Hands immortals. Therefore, he has focused on cultivating chakra control in recent years and has made considerable gains. You are on the right track. Increasing the amount of chakra requires too much talent. Forcing excessive chakra extraction will harm your body. There is no good solution at the moment, and the best way is to focus on improving chakra control. Fukai approved of the student's choice. It was really difficult to increase the amount of chakra, and there was no better way in the village at present. Although it was heard that the village was secretly conducting experiments on devouring the flesh and blood of the eight-tailed fox, it seemed that the results were not very good, and there was no example like the Golden Horn and Silver Horn incidents. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Practical Training. Chapter 11 Practical Training. After chatting for a while, Fukai took Tamura Hao to a training ground in the village. For ninjas, understanding through words is always superficial. If you want to truly understand a ninja, you have to start with combat. Attack me with your strongest weapon. Pulling out the ninja sword from behind, Fukai signaled Tamura Hao to attack with all his strength, hoping to see the boy's limit so that he could teach him later. Without further ado, Tianqin Hao activated the sealing technique on his arm guard, and two long swords appeared and he reached out to grasp them. This kind of knife. Fukai was slightly surprised to see the two extra long swords. Swords of this length were rare. Even the warriors of the Iron Kingdom rarely used swords of this length. In terms of shape, it is similar to the ninja sword and the samurai sword, but it is much longer. The long one is about 1.6 meters long, and the short one is about 1.2 meters long. You should know that the length of a ninja sword is generally less than 1 meter, so that it can be used for flexible attacks. These two swords are over 1 meter long and the handles are also very long, suitable for holding with both hands for powerful slashing. Moreover, its blade is straighter than that of the ninja sword and the samurai sword, and the angle of the tip is smaller, making it suitable for stabbing. At the same time, there are chains at the ends of the handles of the two swords connected to the elbows of the arm armor, so that the strength of the entire arm can be used to increase the cutting force while reducing the pressure on the wrist, which is equivalent to holding the handle with both hands. After seeing the shapes of the two swords, Fukai roughly figured out a suitable attack method. Mr. Fukai, I'm going to do it. Holding the knife in his hand, Tianqin Hao said something and decisively consumed the power of destiny to improve his understanding, thereby improving his control over all aspects. The improvement of comprehension is not only useful in cultivation, it is also very effective in combat. It is like entering a sage state where one becomes free of desires, more rational, and has sharper perceptions. He used the extraordinary strength he had learned and practiced for half a month to act on his legs, and then he pushed forward with all his might. Monster Power Slash. The big cat in the left hand slashed horizontally, and the small cat sword in the right hand was stuck on the back of the big cat sword to add force, and the strange strength technique also worked on both arms. Quite fast. Fukai was slightly surprised at the speed of Tamura Hao's explosion, and raised his knife to block. When the blades collided, but a dull sound was heard, which showed how powerful the impact was. Super Strength Combo. Knowing that his chakra was limited, Tamura Hao did not pause at all and directly swung his two swords to launch a series of slashing and stabbing. This was the killer move he had been thinking about ever since he began practicing the dual sword style. I referred to the two-sword combo idea from the Sword Art online game next door, which focuses on using sword moves to suppress the opponent, and continue this combo until the opponent's block and defense are broken and the body is injured. This is the most suitable swordsmanship style for beginners, and it is also most suitable for ninjas like me who specialize in physical skills. Of course, it is not a random combo. Each attack is aimed at the opponent's vulnerable position, or even a weak position. It is quite tricky. In the past half-month, he not only used his understanding to cultivate chakra control, but also further improved his swordsmanship, and his strength increased significantly. Fukai was even more surprised, realizing that this combo would not be good for even a chunin if he was approached by the attacker, unless he was an expert in physical skills. Moreover, the sharpness of those two knives was terrifying, and even the blades of his own ninja swords were damaged. Ordinary kunao would probably be cut off. Fortunately, he is a jonin, and a jonin who has mastered the art of ninjutsu. Swinging his sword to block accurately, Fukai concentrated on observing the boy's offensive and fighting style in front of him, and soon discovered something strange. The sword techniques of his two hands are different. It is not the normal double sword style of one attack and one defense, but two different types of sword techniques. They can also cooperate with each other to make up for the shortcomings of both sides' moves, making him feel like he is facing two people besieging him. Do two things at once. I understood that this was a method of multitasking. This kind of multitasking is common among puppeteers in the Sand Village, who need to precisely control puppets and often practice the technique of multitasking. I heard that the elder Cho of the Sand Village can control 10 puppets at the same time, and each puppet can rival a jonin, which is quite terrifying. This child had mastered the art of dividing his mind into two parts, and it was obvious that he had worked very hard. Another thing is that the technique of applying this strange power is very strong, comparable to the explosive power of some physical skills chunin. Other than that, he could tell that the boy was improving, his swordplay movements were becoming more fluent, and he was a practical talent who could improve in combat. The powerful explosive power, the ability to use two swordsmanship at the same time, the sharp long sword, and this kind of battle awareness are all enough to rival the physical training type of chunin. I just don't know how long I can last. Whispering in his heart, Fukai realized that this was a special state of explosion, and coupled with the amount of chakra that the child had, it would not last long. Tamurohao didn't think too much about it and concentrated on the attack. The big cat on his left hand mainly used slashing and stabbing as a supplement, while the small cat on his right hand was just the opposite, mainly stabbing and slashing as a supplement, which was more agile and changeable. This is the main reason why he did not choose the samurai sword or ninja sword shape, but chose the Miao Dao shape. Both the samurai sword and the ninja sword focus more on slashing and chopping, so the curvature of the blade is larger, especially in the center of the blade. This structure makes chopping easier, prevents the blade from being passively deformed during chopping, and allows for better force. But at the same time, it also weakens the stabbing ability. Some knives even lose their stabbing ability because of the large curvature. If you force a stab, the blade will bend or even break. In comparison, the blade of the Miao Dao is slightly straighter, especially in the middle of the blade. The curvature only increases at the tip of the blade, but not too much. In addition, the tip of the knife has a small angle, which makes it very suitable for stabbing. Among the many uses of weapons, stabbing is the most difficult to defend against, especially stabbing with long weapons. Even Fukai can only deflect it again and again. Of course, a straight blade is likely to be twisted when it strikes with force, which is not as good as a samurai sword. But this problem can be solved by spending money. He spent a lot of money on these two long swords. The blade is extremely strong and has a gradually thinning structure. The tip of the blade is the thinnest, and the blade is thickest near the handle, with a thickness of 1 cm, which greatly improves the strength of the blade. Even with the current burst of supernatural power techniques, the blade showed no signs of bending or vibration. If I learn the lightning release ninjutsu in the future and use it on the sword, its edge will be even more terrifying. Seriously speaking, these two swords were made by Tamurohao for the future use of lightning release ninjutsu, and they also use chakra-conducting metals that are more compatible with lightning release. I'm going to fight back. After basically adapting to Tamurohao's attack method, Fukai said something, and then took a decisive step forward and swung his sword. There was nothing fancy about his swordsmanship, the only thing was fast. It was so fast that Tian Kunhao only saw a flash of the sword before the blade was already in front of him. He instinctively turned his body to block the knife with his shoulder armor, and at the same time, when the blade turned sideways to chop his head, the little cat in his right hand had already blocked it. At the same time, he used the force to step back, and swept the big cat with his left hand. He twisted his body and kicked out with his left leg, hitting the back of the big cat's blade hard to increase the power of the chopping. When Fukai swung his sword to block, and with greater explosive power, he pushed the big cat away and took another step forward to chop. At this time, the power of the senior ninja was demonstrated. Even though Fukai still did not use the lightning release ninjutsu, but simply used chakra to pierce the muscles and bones to increase explosive power, the power and speed he displayed were far beyond what Tamura Hao could match. The most important thing is that Fukai has extensive combat experience, and although Tamura Hao has been practicing swordsmanship, he mostly cuts stones and wooden stakes. It didn't matter that Fukai was passively defending before, but now he took the initiative to attack and disrupted Tamura Hao's attack rhythm. Every time Fukai took a step forward, Tamura Hao took a step back. He was struggling and feeling awkward in resisting, especially as his arms began to feel numb and sore. After retreating 10 steps in a row, Tamura Hao's arms finally became completely numb and he could no longer exert any strength, and Fukai's next sword chopped down again. It was still as fast as lightning, making it almost difficult for Tamura Hao to see clearly. Without the support of his arms and 2 swords, he could no longer avoid the blow. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, Moonlight Blade. Chapter 12, Moonlight Blade. Finally, the blade stopped 1 centimeter above Tian Kun Hao's head, almost touching his scalp. Whoosh! Tian Kun Hao was breathing heavily, sweat was coming out of his head, his face was a little red, his heartbeat was almost twice as fast as usual, and his arms holding the knife were trembling slightly. This was a side effect of the previous outburst. Even though he had used his increased comprehension to raise his chakra control to the limit of what he could achieve at this stage, such a long period of high-intensity outburst still put a strain on his body, or even caused damage. At the same time, Fukai's explosive power was too strong. Every collision was a severe test for his arms. He felt that the muscles in his arms were strained in many places. The teacher is too strong. Even when I used all my strength, the teacher didn't even take a single step back. After taking a breath, Tamura Hao put the 2 swords into the sealing technique of the arm guard, and marveled at the power of this teacher. The opponent was much stronger than him in both strength and speed. He didn't even use any ninjutsu just now. He simply used chakra to increase his body's strength and easily blocked his continuous attack. He hit the opponent hundreds of times but failed to hurt him at all, and his subsequent counterattack was like a crushing defeat, forcing him to retreat again and again. He is worthy of being a jonin who has mastered the art of ninjutsu, and he is also worthy of being the future 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, the main reason is that he is too weak. His current combat power is probably similar to that of Rock Lee when he did not open the 8 gates during the Chunin exam in the original plot. Moreover, he was just in an explosive state and couldn't sustain it for long. It took less than a minute from the start of the fight to the end. Not even 3 minutes. The main reason was that his chakra was exhausted, and he couldn't fight against Fukai with his physical fitness alone. Fukai looked at the ninja sword whose blade was almost jagged and sighed inwardly, but was very satisfied with this student. The outburst you just made was very powerful, enough to fight against a chunin who specializes in physical skills. It is rare to have such strength at the age of 10. It is also wise to choose this long sword to make up for the lack of long-range attack of ninjutsu to a certain extent, especially when dealing with opponents like puppeteers who have mechanisms all over their bodies. It will be safer to fight like this. It's no exaggeration to say that he is a genius to have such strength at the age of 10. If it weren't for the chakra amount that held him back, making it difficult for his initial burst to last, he would have the combat power of a real chunin. Of course, strength is only part of the evaluation of a ninja's professional title. What is more important for a chunin is tactical command ability, which cannot be seen at present. I have put in many times more effort than ordinary people to achieve today's results. Tian Kunhao shook his head, feeling helpless about this. This was a difference in physical aptitude, and it was not something that could be improved through continuous efforts. In this world, talent and aptitude determine the upper limit, while hard work only determines the lower limit. Without the Otsutsuki bloodline, you are not qualified to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. You are too young now, and your physique has not yet fully developed, so you are not suitable for training in strength. In addition, your sword and sword techniques are mainly based on stabbing, supplemented by slashing, so you are more suitable for training in bursts of speed. Later, I will teach you how to practice the changes in the properties of lightning attributes. After you have mastered it, you can use lightning chakra to stimulate your nerves and bones to increase your explosive speed. Moreover, the stimulation of speed explosion puts much less load on the body than the explosion of strength, and is more suitable for your current age and body size. Then comes actual combat. You have almost no actual combat experience. Although your sword skills are solid, they are relatively rigid. You need to go through a lot of actual combat to activate your sword skills. Fukai gave some advice and made a general plan for the students' training in the future. I'm right, isn't it? Ahau is a rare genius. At this time, a figure flashed beside the two of them. It was Yayuia. Yayuai arrived a long time ago and watched the entire fight between the two. Although it was only a short minute, he was very interested and a little surprised. He knew that this junior fellow was a genius, but he previously thought that his talent only lay in the research and development of weapons and ninja tools, or in other words, in his novel ideas. But who would have thought that he was so talented in training and fighting? He saw the battle just now very clearly, and could clearly see that this junior brother was improving in actual combat. Even when facing Fukai, who took the initiative to attack, his response became more and more fluent. If the gap in strength wasn't so huge, and if his chakra wasn't exhausted, he might have been able to hold on for a while longer. Brother Yayu. Tian Kunhao greets Yayuai. Come on, I have prepared medicinal baths and medical ninjas for you. Yayuai put her arm around Tian Kunhao's shoulders and led him out of the training ground. This time I came here specifically to take this junior fellow apprentice to the medicinal bath. Fukai also followed. He wanted to talk more with this student about his future training, especially to understand his thoughts on his future path. Isn't this medicinal bath a secret of the Yayu clan? Coming to the 3 large barrels and looking at the liquid medicine inside, Fukai was shocked. He used the Yayu clan's body refining medicinal bath, which was very effective for physical training and could also repair hidden injuries in the body. But they only enjoyed it less than 10 times, mainly because it was too expensive. 1 barrel cost 1 million taels. Even if their family had some wealth, they could not afford too many medicinal baths. The most important thing is, this is the secret medicinal bath of the Yayu clan. It has even been improved by the 2nd generation who gathered the secret medicines inherited from many families in the hidden cloud village. It is priceless and is the secret of the Yayu clan and the Reikage lineage. Now Yaye actually brought the child here to enjoy this kind of medicinal bath, which was very wrong. This is more advanced than the medicinal bath you enjoyed before. It is used by our Yayu clan to temper hand knives. My father's hell stab was also trained with the help of this medicinal bath over the years. Yaye said proudly that this kind of medicinal bath was the most perfect, and the previous full body refining method was just a simplified version. However, this kind of medicinal bath is too expensive. Each of the 3 large barrels costs 10 million taels. In the past, they could only use small barrels to simply temper their palms, and then practice their Yayu family's secret hand knife technique. The core secret skill of their Yayu family is to hone the family hand knife as sharp as lightning through the training of crushing body and bones. Only when it is used to display the level of thunder and lightning can Chioa be invincible. Because of this, although Chomai's thunder cruelty level ninjutsu is only a C-level ninjutsu, its power is not weaker than that of an S-level ninjutsu, and it can even break through the defense of a tailed beast. On this basis, my father developed a more powerful hell stab and suppressed the runaway 8 tails and 2 tails many times. And now he luxuriously used 10 times the amount of medicinal bath, which was enough to temper his whole body. How, this is our Yayu family's secret medicine. The cost of 1 barrel of this kind of medicine is 10 million taels. 3 barrels cost 30 million taels. Each bath can last for a month. You can do it once a month. Can you bear it? Turning his gaze to Tian Kun Hao, who was looking at the 3 barrels of liquid medicine with great enthusiasm, Yayu Ai hung his future welfare on this junior fellow apprentice. This junior fellow is okay in other aspects, but his ability to make money is really outstanding. The current income is already scary, and it will increase significantly in the future. It is only a matter of time before it surpasses the overall income of the village. I came up with this crazy idea after discussing it with my father. With the help of the junior brother's money ability, the strength of the 3 of them can be maximized, at least to improve their physical fitness. In the past, due to limited financial resources, the Yayu clan could only use this precious medicinal bath to temper their palms and practice heirloom hand swords, but now they can go a step further and temper the whole body. When the body is tempered to the extreme, the power of the ninjutsu performed will be unimaginable. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, Hokage Thinking. Chapter 13, Hokage Thinking. No problem, I'll cover it. Tian Kunhao responded without any hesitation. For him, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Okay. 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 From now on, our cultivation will depend on you. If you have any problems, just come to me. As long as it does not violate the principles, I will do it for you. Yayui laughed excitedly. With the guarantee from this junior brother, his future training would be guaranteed. The foundation of ninjutsu is physical fitness. The stronger the physical fitness, the greater the power of ninjutsu, so improving physical fitness is crucial. However, the human body has its limits, and the effect of simple exercise is limited. Only by combining this high-level secret medicine can one achieve the maximum improvement, and even break the limits of physical qualifications to a certain extent. Brother, if you have such good things in the future, just tell me. I will definitely do my best to satisfy you financially. Tian Kunhao was also very happy. Although Yayui wanted to use his money to assist in his own cultivation, he didn't care. There was nothing to care about. A perfect group should have those who have money contribute money, those who have strength contribute strength, and those who have resources contribute resources. It's already great that Yayue can come up with this secret family medicine. This thing can't be bought with money. Fukai next to him was even more confused, as if there was something big that he didn't know about. You guys had a great time chatting. At this time, a burly figure walked in. It was the third Raikage. Teacher. Dad. Lord Raikage. Tamura Hao and the other 2 hurriedly greeted him, but the third Raikage couldn't help but twitch his eyelids when he heard Tamura Hao call him teacher. This disciple is too dangerous. If he is not careful, his reputation will be ruined. Suppressing the idea of expelling this disciple, the third Raikage said solemnly, "Take off your clothes, and I will help you break your bones." Seeing Tian Kunhao's astonishment, Yayui explained, the Yayu family's heirloom hand knife requires training that breaks bones into pieces. Only by breaking bones can the medicinal power penetrate deeper into the bones, and the bones will be stronger after healing. Teacher, come on. Tamura Hao understood, and without any hesitation, he took off his clothes and signaled to the third Raikage that he was ready. Such a good thing certainly cannot be missed. A little short-term pain is countless times better than the pain and hardship suffered by the 3 hard-working emperors of Konoha. The third Raikage didn't say much. He raised his hands and quickly slapped Tamura Hao's body, causing cracks in his bones. He even used a delicate technique to crack his spine. Then he picked up the grumbling and twitching young man and put him in the bathtub to soak in a medicinal bath. Although it is a bone-breaking exercise, it does not necessarily involve breaking bones. It only requires creating cracks in the bones to allow the medicine to penetrate into the bones. But this requires extremely superb skills, otherwise it will be disabled if you are not careful, especially the spine. Currently, only the third Reikage can do it in the hidden cloud village. Then he used the same method to crack the bones of his son and eldest nephew all over their bodies and soaked them in the bathtub. Of course, this was mainly planned for his son and eldest nephew, to enhance their strength and potential at all costs. One of them is his son and successor, and the other is the candidate he favors as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. They will definitely be the pillars of the village in the future, and the stronger their potential and strength, the better. Teacher, doesn't the skull need to be cracked to help absorb the medicine? After recovering from the pain, Tian Kunhao asked. This kind of physical training should be as perfect as possible, and no weaknesses should be left. There are gaps in the skull itself, so there's no need to take a picture of it. He rolled his eyes. The third Reikage didn't dare to attack the head. Fracture the spine without hurting the spinal cord was already the limit of his ability, and the bones in the head were really unnecessary. There are cracks in the skull itself, and the bones of the jaw are connected to the teeth, so the needle can penetrate through the teeth, so there will be no flaws. Teacher, don't you want to have a bucket? Money is not a problem. I don't just make money by writing novels. I opened the entertainment city in the village. It is now basically complete. I should be able to make a net income of 100 million yuan every month. Tamura Hao is very confident in his ability to make money. Naturally, he cannot put everything on the novel section. That thing also has its limits and will be saturated one day. Not to mention there are those who follow suit and imitate. Making money from that is not a long-term solution, so 3 years ago he used the money he earned from novels to secretly recruit people to enter the food and entertainment industry. Little Sheep Hot Pot City. Is that yours? Yayie and Fukai, who were standing nearby, were both shocked. They naturally knew that the entertainment city was hollowed out from a small hill in the village. It was originally just a small Fei Yang hot pot restaurant, but it became popular throughout the village as soon as it appeared, and they all went there often. After that, the entertainment city continued to improve, with many delicious foods and new features appearing. However, the boss behind it was very mysterious and no one had ever seen him. Unexpectedly, it was opened by the young man in front of him. 3 years ago, he was only 7 years old, right? The third Reikage was also very surprised. He knew a lot about the entertainment city. Can you get the 100 million? With a sneer, he heard Tutai talk about the situation of the entertainment city. Because its boss had not shown up for a long time, the management inside had some ideas. You are here, sensei. I am willing to pay 50% of the income tax to the Reikage building. I also want to promote the Entertainment City project to the whole world, especially to establish Entertainment City branches in other ninja villages. I also need the support of the third-generation sensei in the village. Tian Kunhao chuckled. He had long expected that those people would have some ulterior motives, so he did not actually show up. Initially, he had just practiced the transformation technique to change his image and then recruited people to tinker with him. He also left a general development plan because he did not want to reveal his identity and be swallowed up by those people. But now it's different. Behind him stands his teacher, the third Reikage, the leader of the hidden cloud village. What is there to be afraid of? If those people really dare to have any little thoughts, we have to see whether they are too stubborn or the third generation's hell stab is more powerful. Of course, there must be a share of the profits. Only with the bundling of interests can it be more stable. And with the support of the third generation teacher in the hidden cloud village, the Entertainment City project can be expanded to the entire land of lightning and even the entire world, making money from the entire world. You are plotting against me again. You must hand over the information to Tutai later. The third Reikage shook his head in amusement and agreed to this matter. Then he shook his head with satisfaction and said, "This kind of medicinal bath is only effective before adulthood. Once the body bones grow, the effect will be greatly weakened. Moreover, my current physical fitness is no longer something that can be improved by these external things. Besides, some materials are limited and cannot be obtained just by having money. At this stage, the supply for the three of you to practice is already the limit. Although this secret family medicinal bath has amazing effects, it also has its limits. Moreover, his body had been cleansed when he was cultivating the Black Thunder. That was why he was able to cultivate the Thunder armor into the strongest shield. In terms of physical fitness, he is definitely the number one in the current ninja world. Even the god of ninja back then was not as good as him in terms of physical fitness. The first generation Hokage was strong in his inhuman chakra. The medicinal bath will take 3 hours to absorb. Afterwards, someone will come in and use medical ninjutsu to quickly repair your bone cracks. By then, you will basically be able to walk on the ground." With these final words, the third Raikage turned and left. He is very busy at this stage and has no time to waste here. "Which master are you?" After the third Raikage left, Fukai asked in a low voice. After Tianqinhao mentioned that writing novels could make money, he guessed the identity of this student. He is also a book lover, so he naturally knows how popular those best-selling books are. "I just don't know which master this student is." As for the identity of the entertainment city owner, although he was surprised, there was nothing much to say. Tamurohao did not hide anything and told the truth frankly. Since Yayuai also brought Fukai here to enjoy this precious medicinal bath, it means that he is one of them and there is no need to keep it secret. Not to mention that this person is my team leader and I will be with him for a long time in the future. Some things cannot be hidden, so it is better to tell them now. Fukai wondered, there didn't seem to be one of the 9 masters called All? Ha ha ha, hiss. Yayuya on the other side burst out laughing, and then grimaced in pain from the bone injury, but her face was very distorted, mostly smiling. Fukai looked over in confusion, not understanding why his cousin was laughing. He knew that his cousin was also a loyal fan of those celebrities, and in this regard, neither of the two brothers had the right to laugh at the other. "I mean all of them. I wrote all of them." Tianqinhao explained helplessly that although the books themselves were embarrassing, they were all boys and there was no need to be shy. "It's all," hiss. Fukai was stunned for a moment, then horrified. Then, because of the pain in his bones, he gasped in pain and his face twisted. "How did you do that?" It took him a long time to recover, but Fukai was still shocked and confused. "This student is only 10 years old. Maybe it's because I have the mindset of a village." Tamurohao replied that the future Uchiha Itachi has the thinking of a Hokage, and his Hokage thinking is also very pure. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Tamura Nikiten. Chapter 14 Tamura Nikiten. While Tamurohao was taking a bath, Danzo Shimura, who was far away in Konoha, had already received information about his abnormal behavior. The information was transmitted to him quite quickly by someone using a summoning beast. "I discovered the spy who stole the money used to buy supplies for the hidden cloud village. I was praised and rewarded by the third Raikage. I also became a student of the Raikage's nephew and showed a close relationship with the Raikage's son." Looking at the simple information, Danzo Shimura fell into deep thought, and it took him a long time to recall the precocious kid from back then. "I remember that kid had a childhood sweetheart." Thinking of those 2 little kids back then, Danzo Shimura was deeply impressed by them. Although both of them have average aptitude for cultivation, they are very precocious in mind and are very suitable to be spies. In addition, the little boy only had a thunder attribute, so he arranged for him to go to the hidden cloud village. It was originally just a casual move, mainly to replace the chess piece that was about to die over there, but who would have thought that this little chess piece would develop so well on its own? Here are their files. A masked ninja at the side handed over 2 files. Danzo Shimura took them and opened them. On the top was a photo of Tamura Hao, in black and white, and below was the name Tamura Hitachi. This is Tamura Hao's real name in this world. He originally had no surname, but after his parents learned that their son was recruited by Lord Danzo Shimura's department, they came up with the surname Tamura based on Lord Danzo's surname. Of course, this kind of self-made surname is not recognized. In this era, surnames have extraordinary significance and are a symbol of identity and status. Not everyone can have one. Looking at the name Danzo Shimura, he couldn't help but think of his old friend Hiruzen Sarutobi. Reminiscing about the days when he and his old friend carried out missions in the past, Danzo Shimura casually flipped through the files, but there was nothing interesting to see. The two's talents are mainly reflected in their precocious minds, and their cultivation talent is very average, especially this little kid. That girl is very talented in medical ninjutsu, and she may be able to reach Tsunade's current level of medical skills in the future. She is a rare talent. However, he valued the intelligence ability of Yakushi no more. The core of ninja warfare is intelligence warfare, and the establishment of root was mainly for this. A piece of useful information is much more valuable than a jonin. Konoha has no shortage of geniuses and jonin, and there are even too many of them. Raise his level to B. After looking through the brat's file, Danzo Shimura gave an order. It was originally just a chess piece of the lowest level, but now that chess piece has increased in value on its own, its level will naturally increase as well. Yes. The masked ninja beside him responded and then put away the two files. Arrange the people over there to contact that brat and ask him to find out about the Hidden Cloud Village's next plan for the war and the progress of using the tailed beasts. After thinking for a while, Danzo Shimura gave the order. He had long seen that the major ninja villages were ready and the Second Ninja World War was about to begin, but he just didn't know where it would start. The Hidden Cloud Village is a purely militant ninja village. Almost all of its top leaders are hardline war advocates who advocate external plunder. Over the years, they have robbed a lot of secret techniques and talents. If it weren't for traitors like Kinkaku and Ginkaku during the First Ninja World War, which severely damaged the Hidden Cloud Village, that Ninja World War would not have ended so easily. Therefore, the intention of the Hidden Cloud Village is crucial. The sooner they find out, the better, so that they can make preparations early. Then there are the tailed beasts. He has witnessed the horror of the nine-tailed fox with his own eyes. That kind of tailed beast ball can destroy the world. Once it enters the battlefield, it will be devastating to any side. Not to mention the orders from Danzo Shimura. On the other side, after the medicinal power in the medicinal bath had completely penetrated into his body, Tamura Hao was taken out of the bathtub and received ninjutsu treatment from a medical ninja to accelerate the repair of his bone cracks. Is this human? Sitting up with difficulty, Tien Kun Hao looked at the broken tooth in his hand, which he had found at the bottom of the bathtub before. One of the main materials is the bones of the Kagaya clan. Yayuai nodded. The main ingredients of the secret medicine were very rare. This time, part of the bones of a senior ninja from the Hyuga clan were used. In the entire ninja world, only the bones of the Kagaya clan are the hardest, exceeding the limit of bones, so the liquid medicine made with their bones as the main ingredient is so effective in improving bones. Humans are also great medicine. Tamura Hao expressed his feelings and did not reject this. After all, humans are also part of countless living creatures. If parts of other animals can be used as medicine, then naturally humans can as well. Especially in this world, there are bloodline limits and blood inheritance, and the effect of using them as medicine is much stronger than those of wild beasts. Perhaps only the species and materials from the three holy places that possess magical powers can be compared to it. If necessary, he wouldn't mind having a bowl of rice with ashes. In this world where even terrorists are desperate, only the strong can have dignity and control their own destiny. The weak are worse than dogs. These are some of my insights into the lightning attribute and some practical lightning style ninjutsu. You can take a look at them in the next few days. If you don't understand anything, I'll explain it to you next time we meet. Fukai took out a scroll that he had prepared long ago and handed it over. He had read the student's file before and knew that he only had one thunder attribute, so he prepared this note. This is mine, and it also records the level of thunder abuse and the advanced level of thunder abuse, Chomai. Ninja battles are ever-changing, and there will always be times when you don't have enough time to draw your sword, so it's always a good idea to practice more. Yayuai also took out the scroll he had prepared long ago and handed it over. It contained not only his experience in practicing lightning escape and body refining, but also 2 ninjutsu, the thunder abuse level and the thunder abuse level Chomai, both of which were performed with hand knives. The consumption of ninjutsu itself is much smaller than other external ninjutsu, and the most basic level of thunder abuse consumes even less, which is only equivalent to a D-level ninjutsu. With the chakra of the junior brother, he can barely practice and perform it as long as he improves it. Of course, the prerequisite is to cultivate the nature change of thunder attribute, which is the key point of thunder abuse level and pays more attention to the nature change. Thank you, I will study it carefully. Tamura Hao was very moved and also praised his own adventurous gamble. Earn a fortune. By the way, do you want these 2 ninja swords? I asked someone to make them first, but the shape didn't quite fit my swordplay philosophy, so I made another set later. Tamura Hao unsealed a piece of armor and took out a set of ninja swords sealed inside. The shape is the standard ninja sword of the Hidden Cloud Village, 1 meter long, very suitable for Yayuai and Fukai to use. These 2 swords were the first ones he asked to be made, but this type of ninja sword was not suitable for stabbing, but mainly for slashing, so they were put away after being used for a period of time. He then drew a Miao Dao style and had a new set made for him. Fukai, who majored in swordsmanship, picked up a ninja sword and swung it, then injected chakra into it. Suddenly, the snow-white blade flashed with dazzling electric light. Good knife! Feeling the chakra flowing smoothly through the blade, Fukai's eyes lit up. This sword is much more advanced than the one he had used before. It must contain more chakra-conducting metal, and the center of gravity of the blade is also very suitable for exerting force. You can tell at first glance that it is the work of a famous artist. It is a rare good knife. Yayuai picked up another ninja sword and swung it, injecting his own lightning attribute chakra into it, showing great interest in it. Although he mainly practiced the heirloom hand knife inherited from his family, which was quite powerful, fighting with bare hands always had some limitations. It would be better if you could have a good knife. Although this knife is light, weighing less than 4 pounds, I am a close combat type who prefers fast bursts of speed, so this kind of knife is just right for me. This is so precious. After appreciating the sword for a while, Fukai sheathed the ninja sword and returned it to Tamura Hao. If it was just an ordinary ninja sword, even if it was of the fine quality that he had before, he would be willing to accept it. But this ninja sword is not an ordinary item. It is estimated to be worth hundreds of millions. He cannot accept such a valuable gift. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Thunder God's Sword. Chapter 15 Thunder God's Sword. Tianqinhao did not take it, but persuaded him, "Teacher, please accept it. I damaged your ninja sword before, and this is just the right compensation. Moreover, we will inevitably have to go out of the village to carry out missions in the future. If we encounter danger, the teacher having a good knife can better protect me. In that case, I will just lend it to the teacher as a student, and the teacher can return it to me when he doesn't need it anymore." Seeing that Fukai was still determined, Tamura Hao changed his words and said it was a temporary loan. "Take it. You will probably encounter great danger in the future, and the war is not far away." Yayuai at the side persuaded Fukai, who hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted the ninja sword. He could hear something behind Yayui's words. It was obvious that there would be great danger in the future, and it was related to that student. So it was necessary to improve his strength. "I will definitely protect my students." Anyone who wants to hurt you will have to step over my dead body first. A solemn promise. Although Fukai still has many doubts about this student, the importance shown by Yayui and Lord Rakage before is enough to show the importance of this student, and he must not let him lose. But these words made Tian Kunhao's eyelids twitch, and he thought of the strongest curse of the Doluo next door, which was a curse that could be compared with the Daiyu, please stay. It just so happens that there are means of resurrection in this world, such as the Rin-Egan. If I were to die in the future, would my teacher say, resurrection, my disciple? I'll borrow this knife for a while. If you need it in the future, just let me know. Not to mention someone who was having wild thoughts, Yayui also accepted the ninja sword and made a generous promise to Tamuro Hao. Tamuro Hao was very satisfied with this. The favor of the future fourth Rakage was very precious, far beyond what a ninja sword could compare to. After communicating with Yayui for a while, and after he felt better, Tian Kunhao walked back unsteadily on crutches. It is not easy to recover from a broken bone, not to mention that you have to wait for the medicine to deeply integrate with the bones. Now the bones are only healing preliminarily with the help of medical ninjutsu, and their strength is far less than before, so I have to be careful when walking. After returning home, Tamuro Hao lay on the bed, took out the scrolls of Yayui and Fukai and unfolded them. He first watched the two people's practice experience on the changes in the nature and form of lightning attribute chakra, which was exactly what he needed. The original Naruto novel shows the practice of wind attribute property changes, but does not explain how to practice lightning attribute property changes. There was no specific method in the ninja school or the library, so he could only explore on his own through the relevant bits and pieces in some books. It was not very efficient and he couldn't even get in. Now that I have two people who specialize in lightning release, and both of them have the cultivation insights of a jonin who has inherited the secret technique, it can be like a pillow given to me when I am sleepy. The change in the nature of lightning attributes is the only way of training that can quickly improve his strength at this stage. He even wants to see if he can use it to develop the Chidori system of future Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke. Even if the full version cannot be used due to chakra limitation, the low-profile version will do. At this time, the effect of the Golden Fingers comprehension can be reflected, which can make his practice in this area more efficient. But before Tian Kunhao could study and cultivate the changes in the nature of thunder attributes, an uninvited guest came to his door. Master Ninja, this is the ramen you ordered. A middle-aged man stood outside the door, holding a large bowl of packaged ramen in one hand, while making several obscure gestures with his other hand. After seeing those gestures, Tamuro Hao realized that it was Danzo Shimura. No, it was sent by Lord Danzo. Come in. Tamuro Hao looked outside calmly for a few seconds, then stepped aside to signal the middle-aged man to come in, and took the ramen from his hand. The middle-aged man didn't say much and walked into the room. When his footsteps stepped on the carpet, Tian Kunhao noticed something unusual. Shadow clone? How cautious! The opponent's feet did not press down the carpet, as if it had no weight. It was obvious that the opponent either mastered the ninjutsu of flying in the air, or was not a flesh and blood body. The latter was more likely. Danzo-sama has ordered that you do your best to investigate the plans of the Hidden Cloud Village for the upcoming war, especially the strategic conspiracy against the Fire Nation. In addition, we must investigate the progress of the Hidden Cloud Village in utilizing the tailed beasts. The middle-aged man didn't waste any time and just stated the order from above. I want the second Hokage's Sword of Thunder God. Tamuro Hao also stated his conditions without any nonsense. The nature change of thunder attribute is not so easy to practice. Even Yayie and Fukai took more than 5 years to practice it successfully. In the future, Uzumaki Naruto will also need to use countless shadow clones and huge chakra to practice. Although he has the golden finger to enhance his comprehension, it is not too exaggerated. After all, he is not the deep blue next door who can't add any solutions. He estimates that it will take at least a year of hard practice. This is still too slow. He wants to achieve it faster, so he can only rely on some external forces. In this regard, he thought of some ninja tools, such as the banana fan that Kinkaku and Ginkaku once owned, which can transform the user's chakra into 5 types: wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, which is equivalent to completing the change of nature. It's a pity that the banana fan was sealed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku's spiritual power before their death. Unless it was resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, the third Raikage could only snatch an amber bottle back then. Then there is the Thunder God Sword of the second Hokage. If you can get its nature changed through practice, you will get twice the result with half the effort. But this kind of behavior of making demands made the middle-aged man's face turn cold. As a subordinate of Lord Danzo, he actually dared to make demands. Didn't he want to live? I need a way to preserve my life and improve my own strength, so that I can climb higher in the hidden cloud village and become more valuable to Danzo-sama. Tamura seemed very calm, but his attitude was serious and resolute, and he finished the ramen very quickly. This explanation made the middle-aged man frown, and he didn't know how to refute it. He didn't know about the Thunder God's sword, but since it was the weapon of the second Hokage, it must be no simple thing. Coupled with the existence of the Senju clan, it would not be easy to get it even with Lord Danzo's ability. I will report your words to Lord Danzo. I hope you can get some valuable information. The middle-aged man looked deeply at the young man in front of him, said something, and left decisively. His current job is a delivery man and he can't stay here for long. Throw this in the garbage bag at the door. You've been here too long. You need to disguise yourself. Also, I don't like your tone and look. As a punishment, I will send you barbecue next time. Tamura finished the noodle soup in the bowl, handed over the empty bowl and the sealed lid, pointed to the garbage bag by the door, and offered to send barbecue next time. There is no direct reporting phone line to Danzo-sama yet, otherwise this guy would have been omitted long ago. When he came to the meeting, he only had a bowl of cheap ramen as a snack. It was obvious that he had pocketed the funds distributed by Danzo. Such corrupt people are the termites at the root, and they are the obstacle for Lord Danzo on his path to becoming Hokage, and they must be eliminated. The middle-aged man had a frown on his face, but he still picked up the garbage bag at the door and left. He had never seen such an arrogant and stingy little spy. But who can blame him for being lucky enough to have come into contact with the core members of the Hidden Cloud Village? He must be more valuable in the eyes of Lord Danzo. Master Danzo, please don't let me down. After the middle-aged man left, Tian Kunhao whispered in his heart that he was very much looking forward to and confident in his old boss. After all, that's the pot shadow. Then I waited until night fell, put on my clothes and shoes, went out, and headed for the nearest bathhouse. Since Lord Danzo has already sent someone to contact him and issued an order, he naturally cannot let Lord Danzo down and must obtain relevant information as soon as possible. For this, we need to find Lord Tutai. The bathhouse is the contact point discussed with Lord Tutai. I believe that Lord Tutai will be very interested in this, and may take the opportunity to make some plans. As an excellent semi-double agent, you must be clear about your true position and cannot be ambiguous at all. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Planning the Sharingan. Chapter 16 Planning the Sharingan. Tian Kunhao came to the bathhouse and entered a private bath. He paid for the bath scrubbing service. Not long after, an ordinary-looking bath scrubber came in. Tian Kunhao walked out of the pool naturally and lay on the wooden bed beside him to enjoy the bathing service. Danzo's men came looking for you. Dode, who used transformation techniques to disguise himself as a bathhouse attendant, asked in a low voice. This was their original agreement. As long as Tamura came here, it meant that there was movement on Danzo's side. It was not convenient for the two of them to meet in public, so they could only do this secretly to avoid being noticed by the other party's spies. He wanted information about the village's plans for the upcoming war and progress in utilizing the tailed beasts. I offered to obtain the Thunder God's sword. Tamura said simply that there was no need for too much nonsense on this matter, and with Chuchita's intelligence he would definitely be able to fully understand it. As expected, Tutai fell into deep thought. He was not surprised by Shimura Danzo's intention, and even had expected it. After all, even he wanted to know Konoha's plan for the next war, and this was something the 5 major ninja villages all wanted to know from each other. Given your current identity and Fukai's status, you definitely can't know too much. I'll give you some superficial intelligence, which will be enough for Shimura Danzo to analyze something. After thinking for a while, Tutai revealed some scattered information that was what Tiankinhao could find out with his current identity. After saying that, Tutai also gave Tiankinhao some advice. You can give them the village's war plan first, and you can use the intelligence on the tailed beasts, including the plan for the Whirlpool country, as a trump card in exchange for the Thunder God's sword. But as far as I know, the Thunder God's sword requires a huge amount of chakra to use properly, so it won't be very useful to you. He had heard of the Sword of Thunder God. When used by the second Hokage in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God technique, it was extremely deadly to any ninja. It was said that Kinkaku and Ginkaku were able to withstand the attack only with the help of their tailed beast coats, otherwise they would have been killed by the second Hokage long ago. I want to use the Thunder God's sword to assist in the practice of lightning attribute changes, not for combat. After I use it, I will hand it over to the village to see if I can use it as a foundation to make a large-scale ninja tool so that more people can use it to assist in the practice of lightning attributes. This should be a great achievement, right? Tamura has more ideas about this. Although the lightsaber form of Thor's sword is very powerful, it requires powerful chakra to support it. Without sufficient chakra, the power of Thor's sword cannot be exerted, and it was broken in the original plot. What he lacks is chakra, so the Sword of Thunder God is more of an auxiliary training for him, and having Big Cat and Little Cat is enough in battle. In this case, there is no use keeping the Sword of Thor, so it is better to hand it over to the village to obtain other resources. That's a good idea. Tutai was stunned for a moment, then he started to think about it and agreed to the proposal. He immediately thought of the 6 paths ninja tools that were sealed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku before their death. There seemed to be a fan inside that could transform into 5 attributes. If it can be produced, it can completely assist in the cultivation of the property changes of the 5 attributes. In the past, I only thought about using this kind of ninja tool in combat, but I overlooked the fact that it could be used to assist in training. After all, I am not as active as you young people in thinking. Tutai was filled with emotion and was also very excited. If this plan succeeds, their village will be able to quickly gain a group of Jonin. You should know that the change in the nature of chakra is a sign of promotion to Jonin, and it also has a huge impact on the improvement of strength. However, the cultivation of property change is much more difficult than the change of form, and many people are stuck at this step. Once you get the Sword of Thor, it will be counted as an S-level achievement for you. Together with the achievements of the previous 2 pieces of intelligence, it will be 3 achievements. Is there anything you want? Tutai seemed very generous and became more and more appreciative of the child. He is truly the lucky star of the Hidden Cloud village. Is there a Sharingan in the village? I heard that the Sharingan can improve the dynamic vision of the eyes. I want to go the speed flow in the future, and I really need to improve my dynamic vision to assist the burst of speed. Another thing is the improvement of chakra. My aptitude in this area is too poor, which seriously restricts the improvement of my strength. Tamura stated his requirements. He wanted to follow the Chidori route of Uchiha Sasuke in the future. This required strong dynamic vision support. Acquired training alone was far from enough. He needed to use cheats, just like the last time he sparred with Fukai. Fukai could easily block his attacks, and no matter how tricky his swordplay was, it would be useless. Faced with Fukai's lightning-fast slash, he could hardly even see it clearly, let alone resist. But that is far from Fukai's true strength. After adding the Thunder Release Ninja Body technique, his explosive speed will definitely be further improved. Facing such a strong man, he didn't even have the chance to react. Therefore, the improvement of dynamic vision is crucial, and the strongest dynamic vision in the ninja world is the Sharingan. According to the style of the Hidden Cloud Village, there should be captured Sharingans for collection. The Uchiha clan does not have the caged bird seal to destroy the Sharingan before death, so they can use this opportunity to get one to study. There are Sharingans. We have seized some from fighting with Uchiha clan ninjas before. The bloodline limit of Sharingan can be transplanted, but Sharingans transplanted to non-Uchiha clan members cannot be closed and will continue to consume chakra. It is not suitable for you. Dode did not agree with the idea of transplanting the Sharingan. They had tried it before, but unfortunately they all failed. Even the third Raikage's chakra amount could not withstand such continuous consumption, and this child's chakra amount was too touching, which was even more inappropriate. I don't want to have a transplant, I just want to study the principle of improving dynamic vision and get some inspiration from it. Tamurohao knew the problems of transplanting the Sharingan. Even a 12-year-old Jonin genius like Hitaki Kakashi was turned into a hollow man, let alone his own small body. Chuchita understood, thought for a moment and said, I'll go back and report to the third Sama and take you to the research department. There are studies on some bloodline limits and the flesh and blood of the eight tails. You may be able to provide some ideas if you go there. I have to admit that this kid's brain is really useful. He can always think of key points that ordinary people can't think of. Maybe letting him go in the past can provide some good ideas. Thank you, Master Tutai. Tamurohao was excited. He was just about to study the flesh and blood of the tailed beast. Others cannot refine the flesh and blood of the tailed beasts. But he has a golden finger that can even erase the marks of those big guys in the chakra, so the tailed beast chakra will definitely not be a problem. If the power of the tailed beasts could be integrated, the amount of chakra would definitely increase rapidly. He even had many ideas that required sufficient basic resources to implement, and joining the research department of the Hidden Cloud Village would be the best option. The third generation and I are very optimistic about you. When the third generation retires in the future, you can take over my position and assist the fourth generation. Dode expressed his appreciation, saying that their Hidden Cloud Village had no shortage of strong people, but not many wise ones. This child is very wise and can become the right-hand man of the next 4 generations. I will definitely not let Lord Dode and Lord Raikage down. Tamurohao hurriedly expressed his position. There could be no hesitation at this time, and he really needed to improve his status in the Hidden Cloud Village. Only when your status is higher will you be less likely to become cannon fodder and have access to more resources. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Tailed Beast Split Jinkra Key. Chapter 17, Tailed Beast Split Jinkra Key. On the 4th day, Tamurohao was secretly taken by Dode to the research department located in the belly of a mountain. He wore a mask to avoid exposing his identity. Is that the tentacle of the 8 tails? Looking through the glass window at the huge tentacle sealed inside, Tamurohao didn't understand the form of the 8 tails. The lower half of this octopus's tentacle can hardly provide strong support for it, and its structure is too unreasonable. The third Sama was able to suppress the 8 tails. He severed its tentacles several times during the battle, and we sealed those tentacles away. There were 2 geniuses in the village, the most vicious criminals, Jinjiao and Yinjiao. They devoured the flesh and blood of the 9-tailed fox and gained its power. We wanted to copy it, but unfortunately we have never succeeded. The earthen platform on the side, saying that Kinkaku and Ginkaku were too strong back then. If the third generation had not mastered the Hell Stab, it would have been difficult to break the tailed beast coats on their bodies. Lord Dode said that the use of the tailed beasts was to imitate the first Hokage's wife and seal the tailed beasts into the bodies of powerful ninjas with sealing techniques. However, the level of our village's sealing techniques is not high enough to seal the tailed beasts. The complete tailed beast is too strong to be sealed, but if it is just a part, it should not be difficult. This is definitely safer than directly swallowing the flesh and blood of the tailed beast. Looking at the huge octopus tentacle, Tamura put forward his ideas in this regard. This was actually not his idea. In the next 4 wars, Kabuto Yakushi sealed the 8-tailed horn cultivated by Orochimaru into Fukai's body, and the power of the tailed beast was also unleashed. Then there is the fake 9 tails Jinchuriki of the Fire Temple. He can become a Jinchuriki simply by collecting the 9 tails chakra, proving that this idea is feasible. Snapped. Why didn't we think of that? Tutai was stunned for a moment, then he slapped himself and became excited. Yes, a complete tailed beast is not easy to seal or contain, but simply the flesh and blood of a tailed beast is certainly not that difficult. This token will allow you to move freely in the institute. Taking out a token and giving it to Tamura, Dode ran away excitedly, ready to find the 3rd Raikage to report the matter. If this idea succeeds, their hidden cloud village will become rich. Give me a piece of 8 tails flesh. Tamura said to the Anbu ninja guarding the door of the room where the tentacles of the 8 tails were sealed that he was very interested in the flesh and blood of the tailed beast. This Anbu ninja had seen Dode's attitude towards this person before, so he didn't say much. He opened the door, took out a tentacle flesh specimen that had been cut long ago and handed it to Tamura. Is this the chakra of the tailed beast? Looking at the scarlet chakra emanating from the flesh and blood in the bottle covered with sealing rituals, Tamura understood that it was the chakra of the 8 tails. Where is the Sharingan stored? After sealing the sealed bottle into the sealing scroll he brought, Tamura asked the Anbu ninja where the Sharingan was stored. Follow me. The Anbu ninja formed a hand seal to create a clone and signaled Tamura to follow, and took him to the laboratory where the Sharingan was being studied. The researcher in charge of that area didn't say much when he saw that it was someone brought by the Anbu and that he had the order from the Raikage's assistant. Are there any research on the scrapped Sharingan? After looking through the research reports on the Sharingan in the laboratory, Tamura proposed to scrap the Sharingan. He knew that the key to the Sharingan was pupil power, and the eye structure was only secondary. Moreover, the research on the structure of the eye has been figured out by the hidden cloud village, but the gains are not great. Yes. Seeing that Tamura only asked for the scrapped Sharingan, the person in charge breathed a sigh of relief and took out a few bottles from the refrigerator nearby, which contained 4 dissected Sharingan soaked in them. Give me a quiet room. After taking the bottles, Tianqinhao stated his request and wanted to make some attempts. The person in charge didn't say much and took Tianqinhao to a lounge nearby. Hope it will work. After whispering, Tamura took out a Sharingan and held it in his hand, refined the chakra to wrap it, and performed the chakra absorption technique. Chakra absorption techniques are actually not uncommon. Many ninjutsu have the ability to absorb the opponent's chakra, especially earth and water jutsu. For example, Jirobo's earth release barrier, Tsushiadomu, among the future 5 sound ninjas, and Hoshigaki Kisame can directly absorb the opponent's chakra. Of course, Tamura's chakra absorption technique is not of a high level. He got it from Dode before. Moreover, the focus is on absorption, but the refining ability is very poor. There is no water and earth attributes to bless it, so the effect is even worse. Under the effect of the chakra absorption technique, the Sharingan, which had already been damaged by research, could not withstand it and exploded. The pupil power inside was wrapped and absorbed by Tamura's chakra, and soon the light blue chakra turned scarlet. But this is just a simple mixing, not a fusion and refining, because the level of Sharingan's pupil power is too high, far exceeding Tamura's chakra. This is the flaw of the chakra absorption technique, it cannot absorb chakra of higher quality than its own. But this is enough. Tamura has never thought of refining the power of the Sharingan by his own strength. That is unrealistic. You have to rely on hanging for this. He took a deep breath, decisively slapped the scarlet chakra on his forehead, and used his own chakra to pull it into the spiritual world where the golden finger was. Sure enough, the power of the Sharingan was scanned by the golden finger at the first moment, and it instinctively regarded it as an external invader and suppressed and decomposed it. Soon, 4 phantom imprints were separated. They were still the same 4 from last time. The last phantom imprint separated was the most blurry and unreal. Tamura looked at the 4 phantoms, and then ground the 6th-path sage Otsutsuki Ishiki and the 4th phantom with the power of broken jade pieces, and then pushed the ground origin of the imprint in front of the phantom of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Just as expected, Kagaya Otsutsuki's phantom instinctively began to devour them, especially the fragments of Otsutsuki Ishiki and 6th-path sage's marks, which were swallowed the fastest, followed by the last mark. That mark was the deepest hidden and of the highest level. It was very difficult for Kagaya's shadow to devour and refine it, but fortunately it had been ground into the most basic nutrients by the power of the broken jade pieces and had no power to resist. As the 3 marks were devoured, Kagaya's shadow solidified a little bit, and then Tamura pushed the power of the Sharingan over, and she instinctively devoured it, and then a little blood light appeared between her eyebrows. The guess is correct. We can rely on chakra awakening to enhance Kagaya Otsutsuki's will and strength. In particular, the chakra will obtained from the descendants of the bloodline left by the 6th-path sage is the most powerful. Looking at the spot of blood between the eyebrows of Kagaya's phantom, Tamura confirmed his previous guess. This was his guess based on the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki and the reappearance of the 6th-path sage in the 4th World War. Both of them left their own will in the chakra, so Kagaya said that she wanted to take back her own chakra instead of seizing it and harvesting it. It proves that it is someone else's chakra, not just a simple source. Therefore, it is difficult for anyone in the ninja world to resist Kagaya. The pressure is even greater than facing Otsutsuki Ishiki and others. It is a kind of suppression that comes from the depths of the blood and the nature of the chakra, unless one can reach the 6 paths level. This is exactly what he valued, so he chose the branded shadow of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Of course, the most important thing is that Kagaya Otsutsuki is the only female among the 4, and she seems a little ignorant. Even if this phantom of Kagaya gains intelligence in the future, it will be much easier to fool her. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Kagaya Jinchuriki. Chapter 18 Kagaya Jinchuriki. I hope my plan for Kagaya Jinchuriki will be successful. When thinking about the plan he had envisioned for Kagaya's Jinchuriki, Tamura was full of anticipation. The previous proposal to seal up part of the flesh and blood of the 8 tails to form a low-end version of the Jinchuriki was just a secondary idea. What he really wanted was to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, or the Jinchuriki of Kagaya Otsutsuki. It is not very realistic to have the 10 tails Jinchuriki, as that would require the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, and there are too many dangers involved. So his idea was to create an Otsutsuki Kagaya, who is the real source of the chakra in the ninja world and has an absolute suppressive effect on the chakra in the ninja world, unless she faces the 6th-path sage. If he could create an Otsutsuki Kagaya, he might be able to use the Jinchuriki's sealing technique to gain Otsutsuki Kagaya's abilities. Just like the Jinchuriki can obtain the power of the tailed beasts through sealing, including the bloodline limit. The bloodlines that Kagaya Otsutsuki possesses are much more advanced than the tailed beasts. They are all top-level bloodlines, and anyone who obtains any one of them can make a fortune. This method is also much more reliable and stable than transplantation, such as the Sharingan. The source of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan between Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyebrows. He cannot devour and fuse the pupil power of the Sharingan by himself, and he does not have the relevant bloodline to transform his own eyes into the Sharingan. But Kagaya Otsutsuki can definitely absorb the power of the Sharingan perfectly, and then with the help of Kagaya Otsutsuki, she can directly obtain the power of the Sharingan. This is a man-made plug-in, and no one would complain about having too many plug-ins. Just look at the 2 main characters of Naruto and you will know, they are both cheaters. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan, Heaven's Curse Seal, Brothers cheat, Indra's chakra cheat, 6 paths sage's yin power cheat, I really have no words to describe it. Uzumaki Naruto is not bad either. He has the chakram of the Uzumaki clan, the 9 tails plug-in that will accompany him for life, the Ashura chakra as a foundation, the training of the sage mode, the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, and the blessing of the yang power of the 6-path sage. Each one is more powerful than the other. In this world, you can't survive without plug-ins. Your plug-ins are not as powerful as those of Deep Blue, so you can only create one later. Without any delay, he made further efforts, absorbing all the remaining power of the Sharingan and giving it to Kagaya's shadow to refine, and finally the piece of flesh and blood of the 8 tails. Kagaya's shadow did not disappoint him and swallowed and refined everything successfully. The next step is to obtain the most perfect sealing technique and become Kagaya's Jinchuriki. Tamurohao was very excited, as he had taken the first step on the road to invincibility. Where did Uchiha Madara get the 6 paths and 10 tails coffin seal? Thinking of the 6 paths and 10 tails coffin seals used by Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara in the Fourth World War, Tamurohao really wanted to master that kind of sealing technique. Although there are many sealing techniques in the ninja world that can seal the tailed beasts, the top ones can even seal the 9 tails. But that was its limit, he needed a more perfect sealing technique. The most powerful sealing technique is undoubtedly the 6 paths 10 tails coffin seal, which is a technique that can seal even the complete 10 tails. Although Kagaya's shadow has no intelligence now, there is no guarantee that one will be born in the future. Even with the golden finger, it is not enough. He needs a perfect tailed beast sealing technique. Generally speaking, there are 3 possibilities. Either Uchiha Madara discovered it from the Samsara Eye and the Outer Path Demon statue, or Black Zetsu gave it to him secretly, or he obtained it from the stone tablet of the Uchiha family. After careful consideration, Tiankanhao felt that there were only these 3 possibilities. The Uchiha family's stone tablet is the best to get. When you have the chance, go to Konoha and get it and take it away. With the power of the golden finger, even if there is an abnormality inside, it should be able to suppress it. Moreover, that stone tablet requires a higher level of Sharingan power to read more content. Perhaps it was made by the 6-path sage using yin-yang release, and it may even have incorporated some of the power of the Samsara Eye. It is a great treasure. Tamurohao focused on the Uchiha stone tablet. It was definitely a great treasure. It had existed for thousands of years without any damage or failure, and it was made by the 6-path sage himself. It's not easy to get the stone tablet. It's not only in Konoha, but also in the Uchiha clan territory. It's not easy to get in at this stage. Thinking of this, Tiankanhao felt a bit of a headache, mainly because his current strength was too weak, and he couldn't even get close to the stone tablet. As for using transformation techniques to sneak in, do you really think that the Uchiha family's Sharingan is blind? That is still too far away. The key now is to cultivate Kagaya's phantom to the point where it can independently refine the imprints in other chakras. His thoughts came back, and Tamurohao sensed the still shadow of Kagaya, and his consciousness left this dark space. Before, he relied on the power of the broken jade pieces to separate several phantoms in the chakra and grind them into powder. This required the consumption of the power of destiny, and the consumption was not small. He couldn't keep wasting the power of destiny like this. He had to make Kagaya's phantom strong enough to devour and refine those phantoms and gain complete control of the power. The will of Kagaya contained in the Sharingan is stronger, especially the 3 Magadama Sharingan. If there is a Mangekyo-level Sharingan, the effect should be even better. Tamurohao understood that he needed a Sharingan, the higher the level the better, so that he could maximize the power of Kagaya's shadow. And there just happened to be a few Sharingans in this research department. I don't know if the proposal of the Hidden Cloud Village to split the tailed beast into 2 Jinchuriki can be realized. If it can be realized, it will definitely be a great achievement. Then it shouldn't be difficult for me to get a few more Sharingans. Moreover, the hidden cloud village has never made any progress in researching the Sharingan, so the importance they attach to it must have been greatly reduced. Thinking in his heart, Tian Kunhao walked out of the lounge, and then saw Tu Tai standing outside the door. "Lord Todai! What's the catch?" Todai had a smile on his face. After he told the third Raikage about that idea, he received great attention from the Raikage, who even came in person to discuss it with the relevant personnel. Of course, he is just a clone here, and his real body is accompanying the third Hokage to discuss the plan to change the tailed beast Jinchuriki. I tried to absorb and refine the Sharingan's pupil power, but it was very difficult. I need more Sharingan's pupil power. Tamurohao directly stated his needs, and from the smile on his face, we knew that the previous proposal must be very reliable, which was a great achievement. I have made great contributions, so it's not too much to ask for a few Sharingans, right? It seems that there are some gains. Tu Tai smiled even more, sighing that young people still have more flexible brains. They have been studying the powerful bloodline limit of the Sharingan, and even secretly intercepted Uchiha ninjas who left Konoha to carry out missions in order to obtain their Sharingan. It's a pity that so many years have passed without any results. I didn't expect that this child could find a breakthrough. Just some thoughts and guesses, and I need the power of the Senjua family. Tamurohao did not deny it and suggested that the power of the Senjua family was needed. Wait for me outside. Tu Tai glanced at the researchers in the laboratory nearby and signaled Tian Kunhao to go out first, as he needed to negotiate with the researchers here. If these people still cannot produce valuable results, he will apply to Lord Raikage to cancel this research project and merge the manpower here into other projects. As for those Sharingans that had not been researched out, they would naturally be given to that boy as a reward. This is what they deserve, and it would be even better if they could achieve some results. Of course, the main reason is that the existing Sharingan here is only of 3 Megatama at most, and its value is far from comparable to the legendary Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, which is definitely a higher level Sharingan than 3 Megatama. In comparison, the existing Sharingan here is not of much value. Although it can be transplanted, it is of little use to those who are stronger than the Jonin. Although it is of great use to the Jonin and below, the consumption is too great and they cannot afford it at all. It is completely useless. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, The Body of Tobirama. Chapter 19, The Body of Tobirama Dode was very efficient, and after having in-depth discussions with the person in charge of this laboratory and confirming that it was difficult to achieve results and come up with a feasible plan, he cancelled the clone and transferred the memory back to his original body to report to the third Raikage. The third Raikage, who was studying the tailed beast Jinchuriki plan, agreed after a brief thought. Dode immediately sent a clone over there, took out all the sealed Sharingan and handed them over to Tamurohao, then took Tamurohao to the deepest material library in the research department. They came to a freezer with the words Second Generation Hokage written on it, removed the seal and opened it, revealing bottles and jars. Chuchita gave a regretful explanation. What is sealed here are some of the internal organs of the second Hokage. Although the second Hokage's body was sent back to settle the conflict with Konoha, some of his body tissues were also taken for research. Although his value is far less than that of the first Hokage, he is the strongest man in the Senjua family after the first Hokage, and his body is incomparable to ordinary people. Even after 20 years, he can still maintain strong activity when soaked in nutrient solution. Unfortunately, we were not able to gain any results from this research, and this research project was shelved several years ago due to funding issues. Tian Kunhao was very excited looking at the body tissues soaked in nutrient solution, especially the intact heart. This is the internal organs of the second generation Hokage, Senjua Tobirama. Even if its value is not as high as Senjua Hashirama's, it is still very high. Without any intention of being polite, Tamurohao took out the sealing scroll and sealed all the bottles and jars inside. These were all excellent nutrients for improving Kagaya's phantom. Dode didn't say much about this, and this was also agreed by the third Reikage. Moreover, these things have been sealed here for a long time, and there is not much use in keeping them any longer. Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Are they the two most vicious criminals who killed the second generation? His eyes moved around the many freezers around him, and he soon found two freezers with Gold Corner and Silver Corner written on them, and he had some ideas about them. It was theirs. After the Sandame killed them, he brought their bodies back for research. He wanted to find out the secret of how they were able to gain the Nine Tails power by devouring its flesh and blood, and also to retrieve the Six Paths ninja tools that they had sealed. Unfortunately, he still failed. As Tutai spoke, he walked over and unsealed the two freezers, revealing the bottles and jars inside. Inside were mainly the bodies of the two people, followed by many internal organs, and even the blood had been extracted and sealed separately. The blood must be kept. If new technology is developed in the future, perhaps their blood can be used to retrieve the sealed Six Paths ninja tools. You can take the others away for research. Dode seemed very generous. Although the bodies of these two people were very precious, Lord Reikage had already confirmed the feasibility of the plan to split the tailed beast Jinchuriki, so the value of the bodies of these two people was greatly reduced. Compared to directly devouring the flesh and blood of the tailed beast, the split seal is more reliable. Moreover, the project of devouring the flesh and blood of the tailed beasts has been stopped by Lord Reikage. The sacrifices are too great and it is impossible to succeed. Furthermore, based on their research results on the corpses of Goldhorn and Silverhorn, the two seemed to rely on their own blood to devour. They even claimed to be descendants of the Six Paths Sage. Perhaps the problem lies here. But that obviously cannot be replicated and popularized, and its value is further reduced. Of course, the most important thing is that this child has made a great contribution this time, and these are rewards for him. If a ninja village wants to develop stably and for a long time, clear rewards and punishments are the basis. Rewards must be given for achievements. This will stimulate the ninjas in the village to work harder and make contributions and complete tasks. As for the will of thunder, of course it is necessary, but that thing cannot be eaten, and it cannot make people stronger. In their hidden cloud village, that kind of empty talk is not popular. Instead, they value practical rewards and benefits. This is the foundation for the unity of their hidden cloud village and the fact that there are very few rebellious ninjas. Tian Kunhao naturally wouldn't be polite, and hurriedly took out two new sealing scrolls to seal those bottles and jars. Then he glanced at the other refrigerators and found nothing that interested him. Don't experiment rashly, especially on yourself. Tu Tai warned him seriously that human experiments were very dangerous. I value my life very much. With a chuckle, Tamura Hao would naturally not conduct experiments on his own body. These things were just nutrients for Kagai's shadow. Master Dode, do we have a relatively mature tailed beast sealing technique now? He asked immediately, although he really wanted to obtain the Six Paths 10 Tails coffin seal. It was not realistic in that short period of time, and he didn't know when he would have the opportunity to go to Konoha to make plans. At this stage, we have to create a sealing ritual to seal Kagai's shadow. It can't stay in the spiritual world forever. You want to use the tailed beast Jinchuriki's thinking to make use of those things. Dode suddenly realized that this was indeed a good idea, but human tissue was different from the tailed beasts after all. Although the idea was good, it was not easy to realize. It's a good idea, but the difficulty is still very high. As for the sealing technique, please wait. After we defeat the Uzumaki clan, there will definitely be higher level sealing techniques there, or even techniques specifically for sealing the tailed beasts. The Uzumaki clan's attack plan had already been planned, and it only needed to be made known to Danzo Shimura so that Konoha could cooperate with the action before it could be officially launched. This time, the entire Cloud Hidden Village has come out in full force, even the third generation will be out, so the harvest will surely be huge. Is the assault on the Uzumaki clan about to begin? Tian Kunhao understood and immediately his expression became serious. The sealing technique is very terrifying. Even the nine-tailed fox can be sealed. The Uzumaki clan must have many powerful killing moves. If we confront them head-on, the losses will definitely be huge. The sealing technique is really terrifying, and the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is even more terrifying. Especially since the Shikigami Fusion can even split the nine tails in two, which is an extreme one-for-one exchange. We have considered that we will not confront the Uzumaki clan head-on. Our main attack will be on the other three villages. Tutai also knew the horror of the sealing technique. Fortunately, their real goal this time was to subdue the Uzumaki clan, so they would naturally not attack them by force and become their enemy. Your mission is very important. Shimura Danzo's people are not that easy to deceive. Don't let yourself get caught. After giving this reminder, Dode was very wary of Shimura Danzo. From the intelligence he had collected over the years, he was definitely a ruthless character who would do anything to achieve his goals and was likely to do anything. At the same time, they are also extremely difficult to deal with and not so easy to fool. I'll pay attention. Tamura Hao nodded seriously. He knew that Guo Ying was not someone to be trifled with, so he decided to use self-hypnosis to disguise himself, which was more advanced than simple acting. Hypnosis is a ninjutsu of the same level as the basic three-body techniques. It can also be said to be an illusion. It is quite effective, especially when combined with some drugs. He had been practicing hypnosis for a long time, mainly to recall memories of past lives, which was why he was able to pull out those pornographic works. Therefore, he is very experienced in hypnosis. Once hypnotized, he can become a loyal subordinate of Lord Danzo. At the same time, he had already established a bond with the root. As long as that bond is properly deepened, I believe that Lord Danzo will have more trust in me, Tian, after receiving Kabuto Yakushi's script. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Naruto and number 039, S first beautiful back. Chapter 20, the most beautiful back of Hokage. I want to see relevant information about the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Tamura Hao wanted to get a closer look at the two major families. Although he had watched Naruto, this was a real world after all, and he needed to understand it more deeply. In the future, I will inevitably have to deal with the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, especially the research on the Sharingan Sage body and the Samsara Eye. We have a lot of records about those two families. After the rise of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, we secretly intercepted and killed their members who went out, especially during the First Ninja World War after the death of the first Hokage. We conducted research and interrogations. Tutai did not refuse. It would be good to let the child take a look. Maybe he could see some differences. Also, I want to go to the Whirlpool country to join the war. Finally, he made a request to join the war, saying that his own Kagaya shadow needed more Otsutsuki blood and chakra to be integrated. As a major branch of the Six Paths Sage, the Uzumaki clan would definitely be a great tonic for Kagaya's shadow. Not to mention that other ninja villages will also join the war, such as the Hidden Mist village which has the Kagaya clan. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to rush to the front line. He would just go over to help and then pick up and touch the corpses. As for my own poor strength, I, Tian, now have enough money. I can buy 10,000 high-quality detonating talismans and carry them with me. Who dares to mess with me? Tutai was stunned for a moment, then he began to think, recalling Fukai's evaluation of the boy's fighting ability, and finally nodded in agreement. It would be good to experience the trials of war. He will let Fukai watch over him after they get there, so it won't be a big problem. The two continued to communicate for a while, and then Dode took Tamura Hao away, while he quickly walked towards Lord Raikage. On the other side, Tamura Hao, who had returned home, immediately used the chakra absorption technique to extract the remaining chakra from the corpses, separated and crushed the imprints on them for the phantom of Kagaya to devour, allowing it to further condense. After absorbing the chakra from the bodies of Jinjiao and Yinjiao, he got an unexpected gain. The perception of good and evil is that the power of the nine-tailed fox. Feeling the thoughts of the people next door and above and below, Tamura Hao thought of the ability to perceive good and evil that Uzumaki Naruto gained after obtaining the Nine Tails Chakra mode. Kinkaku and Ginkaku also possess the Nine Tails Chakra, and have even devoured its flesh and blood. Naturally, some of the Nine Tails Chakra remains in their corpses. They must have acquired this ability by devouring this part of Chakra. You need Chakra to connect with Kagaya's shadow to sense it, but I don't know what the distance is. After thinking for a while, Tian Kunhao walked out of the house and strolled around the neighborhood, and would say hello to acquaintances when he met them. The sensing range is about 10 meters. People who don't know me can only vaguely sense the existence of my consciousness fluctuations. Only those who have a sense of good and evil in me can have a strong sense of it. After a round, Tamura Hao had a clear understanding of this ability. First of all, his own chakra needs to be connected with Kagaya's shadow in order to obtain this ability, which is equivalent to borrowing the power of Kagaya's shadow. This proves that the previous assumption is correct, and that this method can indeed be used to obtain Kagaya Atsutsuki's abilities. Then the perception distance is about 10 meters, probably because the Nine Tails Chakra obtained from the bodies of Kinkaku and Ginkaku is too little. Finally, the nature of perception only exists for ninjas with forehead protectors. Obviously, this perception should be based on chakra. Ordinary people do not have chakra, so they naturally cannot use it to sense. Another point is that the other party's perception of good and evil is the image and identity that they manifest. I just used the lower transformation technique and found that the good and evil emotions of those people I had sensed before had also changed. After obtaining the sealing technique, I will find an opportunity to report to the teachers, and then become the third-generation teacher or Yayuai to catch all the spies in the village. Anyone who harbors ill will towards them is definitely wrong. Only by eliminating them all, or controlling and monitoring them, can the hidden cloud village become cleaner and more beautiful. This will definitely be another great achievement, and I can use this opportunity to ask them to find a way to collect the Nine Tails Chakra for me to devour and enhance this ability. Soon he had an idea, and Tian Kunhao decided to find an opportunity to tell the third Raikage about this ability, so as to eliminate the spies in the village, especially the other people of Danzhou. How could those coquettish bitches compete with him? They must all be brought out and humanely destroyed, leaving Tian to become the only pair of eyes that Danzhou has in the hidden cloud village. The next step is to let the Raikage and the others pay attention to this ability, and find a way to get the Nine Tails Chakra to devour and strengthen this ability. The perception distance must be increased to at least 100 meters, so that the enemy's presence can be sensed in advance and responded to. Nowadays, a distance of 10 meters is too short, and many ninjutsu can attack it, which is too threatening to your life. Just as Tian Kunhao continued to stroll around and study the perception of good and evil, suddenly a scattered but strong malicious force entered the perception range. He turned his head and saw 4 people, the leader of which was Yayuai. Ahau! Yayuai also noticed Tian Kunhao, stopped and greeted him with a smile. Brother Ai. Nodding to Yayuai, Tian Kunhao's eyes fell on the 3 people beside him, all of whom were teenagers, 2 girls and 1 boy. The source of the strong malice was that boy. The other party's malice was not directed specifically at him, but seemed to be directed at everyone, or to be more precise, the hidden cloud village. The intentions of the other 2 girls were not strong. There was no obvious malice, nor any obvious kindness. One of them looks gentle and kind, while the other looks cold and arrogant. Tian Kunhao was looking at the 3 people, and the 3 people were also looking at him, while guessing his identity. To be greeted so familiarly by the son of the Raikage, given the obvious age difference between them, they must not be classmates and must be of special status. These 3 are messengers sent by the Sand Village. This one is called Raza, this one is called Karura, and this one is called Yekara. Seeing Tian Kunhao looking over, Yayuai gave a brief introduction. It's a guest from the Sand Village. Tamura Hao understood and realized that they probably came to besiege the Uzumaki clan. Chuchita had mentioned before that they were in contact with other ninja villages on this matter. Immediately, his eyes fell on the girl in the backless dress, and he asked enthusiastically, "Is this Miss Yakang's usual outfit? It's incredible that you can maintain such good skin in the windy country where the sun is so strong. What skincare products do you use? Can you tell me? Our country of thunder is located in the high plateau and mountains, and the sunshine is very strong. Many people get tanned, so we really need skincare products that can protect against the sunday." Tamura Hao asked humbly. Nearly half of the people in the Hidden Cloud village have dark skin, mainly due to sun exposure. Just like the King's Plateau in the previous life, high altitude, thin air, strong ultraviolet rays, lack of oxygen, dry and cold air and other factors can damage the skin, especially ultraviolet rays which are too harmful to the skin. If there is a skincare product that can effectively protect against the sun and keep the skin moist and fair, it will definitely be a bestseller, especially among girls who love beauty more. Women's determination to pursue beauty and their purchasing power should never be underestimated. In the past, this supported half of the business system. This person is known as the one with the most beautiful back in Naruto. Her back view alone has charmed countless netizens. She looks like herself in her previous life. I wonder if she has any secret to maintaining her beauty. The three of them looked at Yakang at the same time, especially Karura, who was also a woman. They looked at Yakang's fair and delicate skin, then looked at their own, and their hearts were full of envy. Although my skin is also very good, it is the result of careful maintenance and is very troublesome. When I go out, I dare not wear cool clothes like Yakang. It is very stuffy to wrap myself in a piece of cloth. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Beef Hot Pot. Chapter 21 Beef Hot Pot. I never use any skincare products, this is natural. Yakang had a proud look on her face. How could she, Yakang, be the kind of person who would use those little gadgets? That's a shame. No, I mean it's a shame that there aren't as good skincare products. Tamura Hao expressed regret, saying that if it really existed, it would definitely be a way to make money and could be sold directly to those powerful and wealthy businessmen. But you're also right, if there really were such skincare products, those businessmen would have made them long ago, so there would be no chance for me. If you want to make money in the beauty industry, you have to start with medical ninjutsu, especially the yin seal. You don't even need to find a spokesperson, just ask Tsunade. Thinking of Princess Tsunade who always pretends to be young, Tamura Hao was very envious of her medical skills and the yin seal. I won't bother you anymore as you go to the Reikage building. Tien Kun Hao didn't say anything more. There was no point in communicating with these three people now. The main reason was that his own strength was still too weak, and he couldn't do anything he had ideas about. However, he had some ideas about these three people. He needed to change the plot to intercept the power of destiny, so as to activate the golden finger to assist his own cultivation. These three people were good targets. For example, if you change the ending of Karula's death, castrate Raza, or just chop him up, and erase the birth of Gaara's three siblings, Yakang's ending can also be changed, which will definitely make a lot of money. Is he the new generation genius of the Hidden Cloud village? Looking at the boy leaving, Luo Shat, who had been silent all the time, asked. Judging from the expressions of the young man and the Reikage's son, they have a close relationship. Anyone who can be friends with the Reikage's son is definitely not an ordinary person. Ahao's ninja talent is average, but he is very interesting and it would be fun to be friends with him. Yayu Ai shook her head without further explanation. Information about ninjas cannot be spoken casually, let alone to an important figure like Ahao. In fact, he had seen Tien Kun Hao a long time ago, but he did not take the initiative to say hello. After all, there were three outsiders around him. If Hao had not looked over and attracted the attention of the three people, he really would not have said hello. As for ninja talent, Ahau's is really average, at least his chakra talent is very average, and Yayuia was not lying. After hearing about talent, the three of them didn't take it seriously. The most fundamental thing for a ninja is strength. Without talent, there will be no achievements in the end. Especially now that the ninja world war is about to start again, it will be quite cruel and only the strong can survive from the bloody storm. Yayuia felt regretful for her junior brother. He has strong comprehension, talent, and perseverance, but unfortunately his chakra talent seriously holds him back. Chakra is the foundation of ninja, and this will seriously limit Ahau's future capabilities. Even if they use secret medicine to improve Ahau's physique and thereby indirectly increase his body's vital energy, there is still a limit. If you want to solve Ahau's chakra weakness, you have to find ways from other aspects. It's a headache. On the other side, Tian Kunhao wandered around for a while and then returned home. He continued to practice the changes in the properties of thunder while waiting for the arrival of the man from last time. After devouring those Sharingans, a 3-Magatama Sharingan appeared between the brows of Kagaya's phantom. She only needed to obtain the appropriate tailed beast sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan, and then she should be able to indirectly obtain the power of the Sharingan. At least improving dynamic vision shouldn't be a problem. The tailed beast sealing technique does not completely seal the tailed beast inside the body, but leaves a hole through which the chakra of the tailed beast is extracted and connected with the chakra of the Jinkraki, or even fused. Only in this way can the power of the tailed beast be borrowed until one becomes a perfect tailed beast Jinkraki. He also needed such a tailed beast sealing technique to transfer Kagaya's phantom from the spiritual space and use the tailed beast sealing technique to continuously connect with Kagaya's phantom's power. If one wants to plan the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, reporting intelligence to Lord Danzo is the key and also the beginning. Of course, he didn't practice at home all the time. He would come out for some fresh air during meals, and sometimes he would go to his teacher Fukai's house to ask questions about practice and to practice with him. He also has shortcomings in practical experience, which can only be improved little by little through actual combat. Fortunately, the improvement in his comprehension from the Golden Finger could also be applied here, allowing him to rapidly increase his combat experience, which even amazed Fukai. In the evening, Tian Kunhao was walking in the snack street when suddenly a soft voice came from the side. "It's Miss Jiaoyuo, you haven't returned yet." Turning around, I saw it was Karura, with Raza and Yekara beside him. Of course, there must be Anbu ninjas monitoring in secret, and they will not let down their guard against such foreign ninja villages. After all, the ninja village is essentially a military organization with many secrets. The essence of ninja war is intelligence war. Gathering intelligence is an instinct of ninja. The village will not allow outside ninja to obtain its own intelligence. We need to rest for a few days. Carula's voice is as gentle as her temperament and appearance, making people feel comfortable listening to it. We all need to rest. The wind country is not close to our thunder country. You must have been using the Bing Liang pills along the way. Do you need me to guide you to taste the delicacies of our hidden cloud village? The beef and wine of our lightning country are very good. You can bring some beef jerky and wine back to your relatives and friends. Tamura Hao expressed his understanding and introduced the specialty beef. He had a deep impression of Carula, not because she was Gaara's mother, but because she had a younger brother named Yashimaru. She is one of the 2 transvestites in the Naruto world who has deceived countless people. The other one is Mizuno Tsuki Haku. Their looks and personalities are more feminine than women. If they put on women's clothes, they can definitely cause trouble to others. They have turned countless stupid netizens gay, including myself in my previous life, and they are obsessed with countless fujoshi. He even searched the encyclopedia of the 2 people on Baidu and confirmed that it was a male. He almost became depressed at that time. That's what we have in mind. Carula's eyes turned into crescents due to her smile. She did want to bring back some specialties from the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud Village. After all, it was not easy to come to the land of lightning and the hidden cloud village. This place is too far away from their land of wind, and there are many things they have never seen before. It is very novel. Do you have enough money for this trip? Tamura asked, not wanting to cause any embarrassing or bloody drama. He was very fond of Karula, and when he saw the yellow-haired and gentle Karula, he couldn't help but think of the girl he met at the route. Sure enough, girls with blonde hair are very gentle. Of course, except for a certain gambler. Enough. Luo Sha, who had been silent all this time, responded, his words revealing absolute confidence. Tamura expressed his understanding of this confidence. After all, he was a well-known gold miner in the previous life's Naruto fan system and was able to carry the entire ninja village's economy on his own. He was quite curious about the gold dust type magnetic escape technique. It was really luxurious. That's good. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. High-priced things are usually good quality. Come on, I'll take you to the best hot pot restaurant in our hidden cloud village to enjoy a feast. After greeting the three people, Tian Kunhao walked towards the food and entertainment city he opened. At the beginning, he relied on his wealth and the many delicacies of China in his previous life to quickly open up the market here. Of course, he didn't know the specific cooking methods of the food, but only knew some ideas, and then he found some kitchen ninjas to study, and he still defeated the food culture of this world. Starting from the initial Xiaofei Niu hotpot, all the profits earned were invested in the development and improvement of the entertainment city, which is now basically complete. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Bloodline Ninja. Chapter 22 Bloodline Ninja. Wow, it's so lively. Walking into the little beef hotpot city, Karura was surprised to see the brilliant lights and countless figures inside. This kind of scene could not be seen in the Sand Village. This is actually an entertainment city. Because the most famous dish here is Xiaofei Niu hotpot, which was also the first to appear, it was named Xiaofei Niu Hotpot City. There are countless entertainment options here, food is just one of them, there are also artificial hot springs, amusement parks, and so on. If you just want to have fun and relax, you can get everything here. Tamura said with a smile that the ability of money is quite strong in any world, and as long as it is managed properly, it can continue to grow like a snowball. Of course, you must exercise self-restraint in this process and not be too greedy. Just as a big shot in the previous life said, a truly successful businessman only earns limited profits, so that the profits can be endless like running water. Tian Kunhao kept this in mind and not only provided good employee benefits, but also strictly controlled the quality of facilities, personnel services, and especially the quality of food. This is also his core competitiveness in the food and entertainment industry, which others cannot imitate even if they want to. At this time, a girl in uniform came over, handed out a thick booklet, and said with a smile, "Sir, Miss, this booklet contains detailed explanations of all the entertainment projects in our entertainment city, as well as pictures. You can use it to understand everything about the entertainment city. We have service personnel everywhere in our entertainment city. You can contact them if you need anything, or you can ask for help from all the ninjas around you. Our entertainment city has posted long-term task orders at the Raikage building. The ninjas in the village can accept help from anyone here, and they will be rewarded according to the level of what they have done afterwards. Of course, these are free for guests. You can feel absolutely safe and secure when playing in our casino. I wish you all a happy time." She is a dedicated receptionist who is responsible for observing the guests coming in at the gate. Once she is sure that they are first-time visitors, she will step forward and hand them this booklet for explanation and guidance. Of course, she was just one of the reception staff. The flow of customers in the entertainment city was too large, with as many as 8 entrances and exits alone. So thick. Looking at the thick booklet, even the aloof Yekeng couldn't help but glance sideways. There is still such a system. Luo Sha was secretly surprised. Although the other party's words were brief, they revealed a lot of information. One could imagine how terrifying the money-making ability of this entertainment city would be. So many ninjas. Carula looked around and realized that many people were wearing forehead protectors. This was only the first floor of the entertainment city. He had just seen that this entertainment city had dozens of floors. How many people and ninjas would there be? Being a ninja is a very stressful profession, and one needs entertainment to relax on a daily basis, so this place is very popular among the ninjas in the village. Tamuro said that the mental pressure on ninjas is really great. Just look at the future Hotaki Kakashi and you will know that he has to rely on that kind of novels to numb himself. Come on, I'll take you to eat little beef hot pot. Although it's not the most delicious food in the casino, it's definitely the most distinctive, and it has a wide variety of ingredients. Everyone can find something that suits their taste. It's most suitable for guests who are visiting the casino for the first time. Inviting the three people to go forward, Tian Kunhao first went to the Xiao Fei Niu Hot Pot restaurant, which was the entire second floor. It was very popular and almost full. It was the most popular in the food module of the entertainment city. The core reason was that it had the best cost effectiveness. Xiao Fei Niu Hot Pot is actually a buffet hot pot, but the quality of the ingredients is better, especially fresh, and there will never be ingredients left for the next day. Of course, the remaining food every day will not be wasted. Internal service staff will generally be allowed to pack up a limited amount at half price and take some back. At the same time, it will also be sold at half price to some ninjas who raise ninja beasts. The daily remaining amount will be strictly calculated and there will not be too much. An hour later, Luo Xia and the other two were soaking in the mixed bathing hot spring with their slightly bulging bellies. Of course, I was wearing a yukata. The son of the rakeage is right. It will be very happy to be friends with Hajun. Enjoying the refreshing hot spring water, Karura ate happily and took a bath happily. There were still many entertainment activities to play afterwards. I really want to build such an entertainment city in the village. Luo Xia and Yeking were also very satisfied and comfortable. It was a rare opportunity for them to relax. Life is only a few decades long, the most important thing is to be happy. Tamuro took a sip of the juice happily. In fact, he seldom comes to this entertainment city, firstly because his mind is focused on cultivation, and secondly because it is too far from the apartment building where he lives. Besides, there is the snack street near his residence, so he usually eats there. Are you all bloodline or secret ninja? Tian Kunhao suddenly asked, causing the three of them to stare at each other. Ninja information is secret. Tamuro didn't care about the reactions of the three people, and continued, to be able to represent the village to other ninja villages is only qualified for Jonin, but you are all young, and you must have great talent to become Jonin at this age. Ordinary escape techniques are not enough, only bloodline ninja or secret technique ninja can do it. To be honest, it is very rare to become a Jonin in your teens. They are all absolute geniuses. People like Kakashi who became a Jonin at the age of 12 are geniuses among geniuses. If he hadn't been held back by the Sharingan and his mental breakdown, his future achievements would definitely not be low. At least, it would not be a problem for him to surpass his father. Raza, Hakura, and Karura must also be geniuses, especially Raza, who will be able to suppress the One Tail single-handedly in the future, and is a real cage-level powerhouse. This explanation made the three of them realize that it was not their information that was leaked, but the other party guessed it. I'm a secret ninja. Karula admitted it frankly, but didn't say much. She specialized in the secret technique of sand manipulation created by the second Kazekage, which allowed her to use chakra to refine sand and manipulate it in combat. Although her ability in scale and distance was far inferior to the magnetic style blood limit of the third Hokage and Raza, she was superior in terms of precise control. I am a bloodline ninja. Raza and Yegura also admitted that they were bloodline ninjas. Since people have already guessed it to this extent, there is no need to hide it anymore. Of course, they will not reveal any other information. I envy you bloodline ninjas. Tamura Hao sighed, saying that he was really envious of this. The lower limit of talent of bloodline ninja is much higher than that of non-bloodline ninja, and they can even form a powerful ninja clan. In the ninja world, bloodline ninjas are the highest class, followed by mystic ninjas, and then ninjas who practice various ordinary ninjutsu. Simple jutsu and ninjutsu are at a great disadvantage in the face of bloodline limits and secret techniques. Look at the third Hokage, who has chakra qualifications of all attributes and has mastered many ninjutsu, but his strength is not outstanding among the Hokage of the 5 major ninja villages, and is just at the middle level. Among the bloodline ninjas, the Otsutsuki bloodline is the highest level, with very high lower and upper limits, far beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. A newbie like himself who has nothing can only look up to them. It is difficult to surpass them, even though he doesn't have much of an idea now. The 3 of them all saw this envy and couldn't help but recall what the Raikage-san had said, that this person's ninja talent might really be average. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Pretending to Transaction. Chapter 23, Pretending to Transaction. You should be a think tank type of ninja. Luo Sha suddenly asked. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, but after thinking about it, he vaguely realized that something was wrong. The main reason was the attitude of the son of the Raikage towards this person, and this person's easygoing and close attitude towards the son of the Raikage. This person's identity is definitely not simple, not just interesting. The son of the Raikage is not a simple person. It is impossible for him to make friends with ordinary people, let alone be so close to them. Yes. Tamura Hao looked over and saw that this man's hostility towards the Hidden Cloud village was still very strong, and even stronger after entering the entertainment city. Is it defensiveness and jealousy towards the Hidden Cloud village? How much intelligence can you see from us with your eyesight and wisdom? Luo Sha wanted to test this man's wisdom. If he was really extraordinary, he might become a high-level think tank of the Hidden Cloud village in the future, and might become his future opponent. I did see a lot of information, but what good would it do for me to tell you? Tamura Hao had some ideas in his mind, maybe he could use this to get that. What benefit do you want? Ye King said this, and was also quite interested in this. Wisdom is also a kind of power. I just don't know how smart this kid is. I have been practicing the chakra thread technique recently to train my chakra control, but because I don't have a practical training method, my efficiency is very low. As Tamura Hao spoke, a chakra line extended from his fingertips. He did not have an exact method for practicing chakra lines, mainly because the Hidden Cloud village did not have it. He could only rely on some records to explore on his own, and then slowly polish it by typing. That's a stupid method, it has no skill at all and is extremely inefficient. In the past, it was just for the purpose of training chakra control, and whether or not there was skill didn't make much difference. But now, the combination of chakra lines and detonating tags can form a good combat method, so we have to plan it. Since I have met these 3 people and they have taken the initiative to speak to me, I naturally have to take the opportunity to give it a try. Just a chakra line training technique. Luo Sha was a little surprised. If it was a puppet technique, he naturally couldn't teach it to others, and he himself didn't know how to do it. But if it was just the chakra line training technique, then there was something to be said. He is not good at this, but the Karura Club is itself a technique to train chakra control. There are also many people in the Sand Village who use it to train chakra control, so it is not a secret. Moreover, he was very interested in this person. A think tank that was valued by the son of the Raikage must be extraordinary, even if he was not very old. If you can really learn something from them, it can be considered a form of learning and progress, and you just need to pay attention to them in the future. I want secret techniques, but you won't give them to me. Tian Kun Hao spread his hands, indicating that he knew his limits. The training techniques of chakra lines are actually similar to treading water and climbing trees. At most, they are at a higher level and cannot be considered as secret ninjutsu. If I really wanted to go to the bounty office and offer a reward, I could get it, but there was no need for that. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. If what you said is reasonable and deep enough, I can give you the chakra line training techniques. The three of them looked at each other, and finally Luo Xia expressed his opinion. Tian Canhao smiled, and after looking at the three of them, he said, "Then let me tell you, first of all, Miss Jiaoluo, you should be practicing the secret art of sand manipulation. Your footsteps are much heavier than Miss Yekang's. I guess there should be a lot of sand in your body, which probably forms a protective layer on the surface of your skin. Because when you first entered the water, your breasts wrapped in a yukata didn't shake at all, and they didn't shake at all when you were walking or eating before. Also, when we were eating hot pot before, the three of us were sweating to varying degrees, but Ms. Carula didn't sweat at all, which is not normal. Even now when we take a hot spring bath, our faces look a little rosy. This is caused by the expansion of blood vessels in the skin and the accelerated blood flow, but your cheeks remain fair. Then, judging from the speed at which you picked up the food and the postures of your walking, sitting and lying down, your physical skills should be average, your eyes are not sharp and deep enough, and you don't look into the eyes of others subconsciously. It is very likely that you have not practiced illusion techniques. But with the sand manipulation secret technique in hand, he will be at a disadvantage in close combat with you, unless he has an explosive physical secret technique that can attack you at a speed beyond your reaction limit. A stabbing lightning ninjutsu should also work. If there is a gravity-type earth ninjutsu, it can suppress your sand manipulation secret technique to a great extent. Secondly, as for the personality analysis, I saw kindness, gentleness, thoughtfulness, and approachability. In addition to that, I also saw a bit of strength. The combination of these makes him gentle on the outside and strong on the inside. You will definitely be a good mother and a good wife in the future. He had seen information about the sand manipulation secret technique, which was developed by the second Kazekage from Shikaku. It was not a bloodline limit, but a simple secret technique, which was weaker than the magnetic escape technique in destructive power. In the future, Carula should use the secret technique of sand manipulation to attach the sand he has refined himself to Gaara to protect him. Therefore, the information about Karuna can be used to refer to the future Gaara to a certain extent. Listening to the boy's words, Carula subconsciously looked at the chest wrapped in a yukata in the water, and even reached out to press it. It was too hard. She had indeed been keeping the sand on her skin to form a layer of defense, and it had become a habit that would not dissipate even when she slept. However, what surprised her even more was the other party's analysis of her own strengths and means. Could he have seen so much after such a short contact time? Tian Canhao turned his gaze to Yekang, and after taking a look, he said, "Although your skin is very good, judging from your muscle lines and the habits of walking, sitting and lying, your training in physical skills must be very good. You have worked hard, which proves that you are very diligent in your training. But it's not too strong. This is a weakness of a woman's body shape and size. It proves that you practice physical skills to supplement your main means of attack and prevent others from getting close to you. I can see that you don't seem to be used to taking a hot spring bath, because when you entered the hot spring pool, you had a weak chakra reaction. From the feeling of the chakra, it is not a simple basic attribute. I sensed the feeling of wind and fire attributes. You should have a bloodline limit that is a fusion of these two attributes. Based on my understanding of the information about the Sand Village, you should have the Scorch release. It is definitely not enough to use water jutsu alone to deal with this kind of bloodline limit, unless it is on a super large scale. The effect will be better if it can be combined with sealing techniques. And you probably haven't practiced illusion either. You are a standard ninja type who focuses on ninjutsu and supplemented by physical skills. Judging from your personality, you seem to be the type who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, but you probably only show this inner warmth to people close to you. His theoretical performance in the ninja school is not bad, and combined with the plot of the previous life of Naruto, he can analyze many problems. Ye Kang's expression became more serious. She didn't expect that the other party could see so much in such a short time, and even guessed her bloodline limit and made a targeted analysis. Finally, it's you, Luo Shat. Tamura Hao looked at the last Raza. This gold miner is an important character and the richest person in Naruto, second only to the future Konan. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Sand Hidden Passive. Chapter 24, Sand Hidden Passive. Luo Sha's face was solemn. He paid more and more attention to this young man, and there was even a hint of murderous intent in his heart. Tian Kanhao felt the increased malice, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After thinking for a while, he said, "Your footsteps are heavier than Jiaoluo's. You should also have a layer of sand covering your skin. It should not be ordinary sand. It is much heavier. I heard that the third Kazekage has magnetic jutsu, and his chakra has such strong magnetic force that he can control iron sand in battle. Your bloodline limit should also be magnetic jutsu. The magnetic escape technique is much more powerful than the sand manipulation technique. The third Kazekage is known as the strongest Kazekage of all time, so your future should not be bad either. High-density magnetic materials can make your magnetic escape more powerful, but it can also become a disadvantage. As long as you face the earth escape ninjutsu that has gravity-enhancing power, your magnetic escape material will be completely suppressed and difficult to mobilize. If I can perform a large-scale sealing technique, it should be able to restrain your magnetic escape technique. In terms of your personality, I see coldness and a sense of responsibility, as well as an ambition, or aspirations. Add to that the special nature of magnetic release to the current sand village, and your goal should be the position of the fourth Kazekage. Moreover, as you are the leader among the three of you, you should be the leader of this mission. Combined with your magnetic escape technique, I guess you should be the disciple of the third Kazekage. Any other young genius would not be qualified to meet Lord Raikage." Finally, you and Carula looked at each other several times during the meal. You two should be a couple. Judging from Carula's shy look, you should have only been dating for a short time. After saying this, Tian Kunhao ignored the expressions of the three people and picked up the juice and sipped it. The warm pool water paired with cool juice is so refreshing, just like sunbathing on the beach, and there are two beautiful women next to you. The three of them were silent, and Luo Sha's malice became even stronger, and for the first time it was specifically targeted at Tian Kunhao, making Tian Kunhao feel it clearly. Tian Kunhao did not show any reaction to this, but he kept it in mind and planned to kill this guy when he had the chance in the future. I need time to memorize the techniques of chakra training. We will come here again tomorrow. In response to her previous promise, Carula said that she naturally did not have a ready-made scroll recording the skills, so she had to write it out after returning to the inn. But this little brother is really strong. He can see so much in such a short time. Is this the think tank type of ninja? Perhaps Lord Ebizo should also have this kind of vision. Thank you, Sister Carula. Tamura Hao smiled even more widely. Acquiring the chakra line training technique would be of great help to him, especially since he was going to the battlefield of Whirlpool Country next. With the chakra line combined with the detonating talisman, self-protection would not be a problem. On the other side, Ye King was a little doubtful about his life, feeling as if the little ghost could see through him from head to toe. Do all the ninjas in the Hidden Cloud Village have this quality, or is he just an exception? I hope it's the latter. The four of them finished taking a bath in silence. Luo Sha and the other two were not in the mood to hang out in the entertainment city, so they went straight back to the hotel. The three of them gathered in a room and were all silent. Carula was writing silently with the pen and blank scroll she had just bought, but she couldn't help thinking about the young man. Is the education system of the Hidden Cloud Village so strong? Do we need to contact him again? Ye King, who was leaning against the wall and playing with a kunao, asked. The little kid surprised her a lot, even shocked her. Although the opponent is weak in strength, his mind is terrifying, which makes her feel terrified. His future status in the hidden cloud village will definitely not be low. It is necessary to understand the information of this kind of person. While writing, Carula shifted her attention a little and began to pay more attention to the little brother. She didn't know whether he would be an enemy or a friend in the future. I hope it's not an enemy. Luo Sha thought for a long time and finally shook his head. We are not talented in this area. If we continue to contact him, he will learn more intelligence. Moreover, as long as a person with that kind of mentality intends to cover up, we will not be able to see anything. He may even pretend to be someone else to mislead us, which is even more unprofitable. All three of them are combat-type ninjas and are not good at detecting and investigating the enemy. Moreover, this is the hidden cloud village, so many of their methods cannot be used. Will he go with the Whirlpool Kingdom project this time? Ye King asked again. Although the kid is young, his intelligence is not stupid at all, and in some aspects he is stronger than the senior ninjas. He wonders if he will participate in the upcoming war in the Whirlpool country. Even if he goes, he should just be led by the elders to adapt to the war. He can't be a decision maker. He is too young. Although Luo Sha was shocked by the kid's intelligence, his age was a disadvantage. Even if the hidden cloud village and the son of the Raikage valued his wisdom, they would not let him make decisions for a war. War is no joke, even if they are not qualified to do so now. Our sand village was too passive in taking the initiative this time. Suddenly he sighed. Luo Sha knew very well that if they took the initiative to plan the war in Whirlpool country, they would only fall into a passive situation. But there was no way. They needed the tailed beast sealing technique that could perfectly seal and utilize the one tail. Because the one tail not only possesses powerful magnetic escape, which doubles its combat power in a desert environment, its own chakra also has the ability to seal and break seals. Ordinary sealing techniques cannot seal it at all, nor can they seal it for long. This caused the beast to frequently go berserk, causing huge losses to the village. Even the iron sand magnetic escape technique of the third generation sensei could not suppress the one tail. Although his own gold sand magnetic escape technique could use the weight of the gold sand to mix and suppress the one tail's magnetic escape technique, he was not old enough and his strength was far from enough to suppress the one tail. Although we now have a one tail Jinchuriki, it is still not perfect. Especially since their sand village has only one tail, while Iwakira village, Kumagakur village, and Mist village all have two-tailed beasts. Although Konoha only has one nine-tailed beast, it is the strongest tailed beast. In this regard, their sand village is at a serious disadvantage. He has not even seen the one tail release the tailed beast ball that can destroy the world. Could it be that the one tail can't use the tailed beast ball? It would be too passive if this were to happen. Future wars in the ninja world would inevitably be fought on the home turf of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. That kind of tailed beast ball could destroy the world, and ordinary ninjas would not be able to contend with it at all. They must perfectly control the power of the tailed beasts, and sealing techniques are the key to this. At the same time, in the Raikage's office, the third Raikage looked at the information handed over by the Anbu and his forehead was frowned. That brat is too casual. He even contacted ninjas from other countries in the village without permission and made deals with them. If it were someone else, he would have been arrested long ago. What did he do again? Tutai, who was busy at another desk, looked up and wondered what the kid had done again. Look. The third Raikage threw the report over, but with a smile on his face, it was obvious that he was not really angry. Raza. The fourth Kazekage. After reading the report, Tutai seemed to be thinking about something, then he smiled and felt even more relieved. He was able to see and analyze so much information in just a short contact. He is better than I thought in this regard. This child is more suitable to be his disciple, and can take over his position and assist the fourth generation in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Confrontation with Yakang. Chapter 25 Confrontation with Yakang. Tamura Hao didn't know what happened in the Raikage's office. He went back and had a good sleep. The next day, he came to the entertainment city as promised, but the person he saw was not Karura, but Yakang. Only Yakang came, Luo Sha and Karula did not come. Where are Ms. Karula and Raza? Didn't they come with you? Tiankan Hao took the scroll handed over by Yakang and asked casually. They are going to buy some things to bring back. Yakang replied, but his beautiful eyes were carefully observing the little boy in front of him. Miss Yakang, do you have anything to ask? Tamura Hao put away the scroll and saw that Yakang had something to say. You seem to have reservations about what you told us last night. Yakang was not sure about this. It was just a feeling. At that time, he also saw pity in the eyes of this kid, pity for himself. That look made her very uncomfortable. Can you see this? Tian Kunhao was surprised. He did have some reservations, but he didn't expect that it would be seen. How could this woman, with such sharp eyesight, still be cheated to death? It seems like you're thinking of something disrespectful. Yakang became more and more unhappy. This kid must be hiding something. I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't be too impressive in the future. When you reach a certain level, you can't just think about things with a ninja's mindset. After giving a suggestive reminder, Tian Kunhao turned around and prepared to leave without waiting for Yakang to speak. Saying this is a foreshadowing. If there is a chance in the future, I will conquer him. He will be a good tool. However, we have to wait until it is bound, so that we can hold it firmly in our hands. This is the most common method used by Lord Danzo. As the best henchman under Lord Danzo, I naturally have to inherit Lord Danzo's method of controlling his subordinates. It seems that in the original plot, Yakang will have a disciple. What is his name? There is also Karula's younger brother Yashimaru, who are both good bonds and handles. Hey, kid, let's spar. Yakang suddenly proposed to have a competition. Although Luo She rejected the idea of contacting and exploring the intelligence of this kid, he still thought it was okay to have a fight with him to see his true strength. You said last night that my taijutsu wasn't that strong. Your taijutsu should be pretty good. Let's have a competition. She knew that most of the ninjas in the Hidden Cloud Village were very good at physical skills, especially ninjutsu, and were very strong in close combat. This kid's ninja talent might be average, but judging by the muscle lines on his body, his physical skills training must be pretty good. If it's just taijutsu, no problem. Tamura Hao turned around and accepted the invitation to compete. He also wanted to see the Sand Village style of physical skills. Moreover, Yakang is a standard ninjutsu type ninja, and his physical training is only to assist in ninjutsu combat, so as to avoid losing combat effectiveness when the enemy gets close to him. Therefore, his physical skills are not that strong, at least not as strong as those ninjas like Fukai Yaye who have mastered the physical skills. Now there is a fight. Let's compete in taijutsu. Yakang is very confident in his physical skills. He has worked hard in this area and is definitely not bad. Follow me. After saying this, Tamura Hao walked towards the training ground where he had his first sparring match with Fukai. That training ground was relatively remote and generally few people went there to practice, so it should still be empty now. Yakang followed, and the Anbu ninja who was monitoring him secretly naturally had to follow as well. The two came to the original training ground, and sure enough, there was no one inside. Tamura Hao said as he took out the shoulder armor and fixed it on his shoulder. We agreed that it would only be a physical battle. Basic ninja tools such as kunao, shuriken, etc. can be used, but forget about the detonating tags. He always wore the light armor, and only because the shoulder armor was too conspicuous did he seal it in a sealing spell on a piece of armor. It needed to be taken out and fixed before fighting. You are such a scoundrel. Looking at the young man whose vital parts were protected by light armor, Yakeng was very dissatisfied. Judging from the sheen of that light armor, it was obviously not made of ordinary steel, so its defense must be quite good. And those two super long ninja swords are so shameless. If you are not strong enough, you can only rely on external aids. Besides, you are a jonin. Neither of us will have the upper hand in this taijutsu competition. Tamurohao didn't think he was a rogue. After all, the man opposite him was a senior ninja. You're right, I'm a jonin. Yakeng suddenly smiled, then took out two kunao and added two kinds of chakra properties to them, forming an invisible wind blade and a flaming blade. This is not a ninjutsu, but a simple technique of using chakra, but it is a technique of changing its nature. It can be attached to a kunao to increase its destructive power and attack range. He has become a magic swordsman. After making a complaint, Tamurohao took the initiative to attack, slashing and stabbing with the big and small cats in his hands, launching a series of powerful attacks, and his first move was his strongest means, a strange combo. He would not dare to take it lightly against a jonin, even if the other party was not good at physical skills. However, real ninja battles are far from as simple as shown in comics and animations. The burst speed and combat methods are much stronger. For example, the speed of Yakeng's body movements at this moment was very flexible and swift. He was really as forceless as the wind and skillfully dodged Tien Kunhao's repeated blades. At the same time, the fire blades and wind blades extending from the kunao were also flexible and changeable, forcing Tamurohao to dodge sideways repeatedly, and the rhythm of the combo was interrupted many times. If he hadn't had actual combat training with Fukai during this period and gained combat experience, it would have been difficult for him to withstand Yakeng's attack. Yakeng was very surprised at the kid's swordsmanship and explosive power. He originally thought that he was just a good genin. After all, the other party was only a little over 10 years old and should be a fresh newcomer who just graduated from the ninja school. In addition, the Rakige's son said that his ninja aptitude is average, so his combat power will naturally only be at the genin level. But after this fight, he found that his strength was much stronger than he had imagined, especially his explosive power and swordsmanship. The combined combat power was enough to rival that of a standard chunin. Although a ninja's job title is more of a rating of ability and status, and does not directly represent strength, there is a bottom line for strength. A chunin must be stronger than a genin. This child is a genius as he has the strength comparable to that of a chunin at the age of 10. Of course, there are still big flaws. Among the three major systems of ninja, taijutsu and illusion, taijutsu is the easiest to restrain. Both ninjutsu and illusion can restrain taijutsu. Therefore, relying solely on physical skills and swordsmanship is not enough to be promoted to a chunin. This kid still needs to continue to grow. Thinking about these things in his mind, Yakeng observed and memorized Tamurohao's swordsmanship during the fight. The Hidden Cloud Village is best at physical skills, especially ninjutsu and ninja swordsmanship. It would be good for you to learn more about them. If we really have to become enemies with the Hidden Cloud Village in the future, we will have some confidence. Similarly, Tamurohao was also observing and memorizing Yakeng's physical techniques and style. The physical skills of the Sand Village are also based on speed and sharpness, just like the wind. As a woman, Yakeng has made great progress in agility, which is very different from Fukai's fighting style, and has also been a great inspiration to Tamurohao. After fighting for 2 minutes, Tamurohao felt that his chakra was almost exhausted and prepared to withdraw from the battle. The core of a ninja is chakra. Without the blessing of chakra, the body's explosive power will be greatly reduced and the combat power will also decline. But he wanted to retreat, but Yakeng was unwilling to do so, and even had a smug smile on his lips. A draw was not what she wanted. After all, she was a jonin and it would be too embarrassing to end up in a draw with a little kid. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Gunfight. Chapter 26, Gunfight. Facing Yakeng's continuous strong attack, Tamura could only continue to use his super strength skills and explosive power to block it, and he didn't even have the chance to speak. In the end, there was no suspense and no possibility of a breakthrough. Tamura was knocked to the ground cleanly and neatly, and then Yakeng rode on him, with the sharp edge of the kunao against his throat. "You lose." The smile on the corners of his lips became even more intense. Although this battle was short, it was still quite exciting. The swordsmanship of the hidden cloud village was indeed extraordinary. "No, it's a draw." Tamura looked a little strange, but still insisted it was a draw. Yakeng was puzzled about this. "I have suppressed you under my control, so where do you get the courage to talk about a draw?" Tian Kunhao said nothing, just watched quietly. "I have to say that looking up at a woman from below is quite beneficial, at least visually she will look much taller. As for being suppressed by a woman, although it is shameful, it is not unacceptable if it is such an attitude." Yakeng soon noticed something unusual. He felt that there was something wrong with the place where he was sitting. It was uneven. Was there some ninja tool hidden there? She was a little confused at first, but then as if she thought of something, her fair and pretty face instantly turned pink, and she immediately jumped away and cursed. "Satyr! Shameless! I said it was a draw." Tian Kunhao got up, feeling helpless about his body's reaction. After all, he is in adolescence, and because of the stimulation of chakra, his body matures more precociously. In addition, he has been collecting materials and creating works for many years and cannot withstand stimulation, so what he did just now was a completely instinctive reaction. "Little pervert!" Yakeng cursed with a red face, then used the teleportation technique to leave. It was so embarrassing. The Anbu ninjas hiding in the dark and watching were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, wishing they could replace him. Not to mention Yakeng's embarrassment. On the other side, Tian Kunhao stayed in the training ground for 3 hours before going home. There is no way. This body is too hot-blooded. Coupled with years of collecting materials and creative training, once the anger comes up, it cannot be suppressed in a short period of time. He didn't want to go home like that, or he would be considered a pervert. "The first thing I did when I got home was to take a cold shower, and then read the scroll on chakra line training techniques, which I gained a lot from. The strength and toughness of the chakra lines trained with these techniques will be greatly improved, making them more difficult to be destroyed, and the force of the swing will be greater. You can even use the chakra threads to connect to surrounding objects like Spider-Man to move quickly, avoid attacks from others, or pull others over." Tian Kunhao was very satisfied with the harvest. It was worth it that he took the risk of showing off and was targeted by Luo Sha. "Although I had cultivated chakra lines in the past and used coding to train my flexibility, their strength was far lacking and they could be easily cut off. Now with the chakra thread training techniques of the Sand Village, this shortcoming can be made up. Why hasn't that fellow come yet? Lord Danzhou is waiting for my information. It would be a disaster if Lord Danzhou doubts my efficiency because of his delay. As expected, we still have to find a way to skip that connection and obtain a way to directly connect with Master Danzhou." As he was increasingly looking forward to the war in the land of whirlpools, Tamura thought of the person who answered the call and was very dissatisfied with him. With such low efficiency, when will Lord Danzhou be able to become Hokage? Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. The delivery man came again. Tamura welcomed him in, sat on the sofa, opened the sealed lid, and was quite satisfied when he saw the barbecue meat covered with sauce inside. It was much better than the ramen last time. "I have found 2 pieces of valuable intelligence, one about the war, and the other about the tailed beasts." While eating barbecue, Tamura took out 2 scrolls that he had prepared long ago and handed one over. The middle-aged man glanced at the scroll that Tian Kunhao was holding without saying much. He picked up the one that was pushed over to him, opened it, and read it quickly, his expression becoming more and more solemn. "The main target is Konoha after all." After reading the intelligence, the middle-aged man looked gloomy. Although the information recorded in it was scattered and inaccurate, it could be combined to roughly deduce the strategic goals of the Hidden Cloud Village. One of the important points was that the Hidden Cloud Village seemed to be very interested in the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and might look for an opportunity to snatch it on the battlefield. The Thunder God Sword is a top-level ninja tool. If I want to get your information, I have to be equal. His eyes fell on the intelligence scroll that the young man was holding, and the middle-aged man spoke meaningfully. This intelligence is only more valuable than the one you have seen. Tamura continued to eat barbecue while replying casually, and at the same time put a detonating talisman on the scroll, indicating that you can't grab it. Looking at the boy's actions, the middle-aged man's forehead was full of black lines. He had never seen such an arrogant subordinate. He didn't look like he was cultivated from the grassroots at all. Finally, he took out a portion of blood that had been prepared long ago, and used it as a medium to perform spiritualism, summoning a fierce dog with something in its mouth. It was the sword of Thor that Tamura wanted. Without saying anything more, the middle-aged man placed the Thor's sword on the coffee table, took the intelligence scroll that the young man had pressed down, carefully removed the detonating talisman, opened it and looked at it, his face suddenly becoming solemn. Tamura also took the Thunder God's sword, injected chakra into it, and was very satisfied when he saw the condensed lightning blade. Although it is only an inch long, it is enough to prove that it is the real thing. With the help of this ninja tool, plus the blessing of the golden finger, he would definitely be able to quickly complete the nature change training of the lightning attribute, and his own strength would also be greatly enhanced. As expected, Lord Danzo would not let me down. He could even get the relics of the second Hokage. He is worthy of being the first Hokage of the ninja world. By the way, does Lord Danzo have any valuable treasures in his hands now? While thinking about things, Tamura quickly grilled the box of meat. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and said seriously, "Tell Danzo-sama that I will bring him enough value. Please ask him not to send Nono to perform dangerous missions. The necessary bond must be deepened so that Lord Danzo can feel more at ease and trust me. I will report your words to Lord Danzo." The middle-aged man looked at the boy in front of him in surprise. He didn't know about Nono's existence, but it seemed like a good bond. As a spy outside, you need a bond to be able to work more attentively for Lord Danzo. After saying this, he turned around and prepared to leave, in order to pass the information to Lord Danzo as soon as possible. "Take this garbage down with you, you've stayed too long, you have to disguise yourself. Also, your tone and look haven't changed. I don't like it. As a punishment, send me some ninja beast barbecue next time. Otherwise, I don't know if I will forget some key information." Tian Kunhao said that he really didn't like the other party's commanding tone and eyes, and asked, "Do you really think you are my immediate superior?" "My immediate superior is only Lord Danzo. Also, the barbecued meat just now was just ordinary pork, and the taste was not very good. You should know that the most famous thing in the land of lightning is beef. Although it is very expensive abroad, the price in the land of lightning, especially in the Hidden Cloud Village, is still acceptable. But this guy is fooling himself with cheap pork and simply doesn't take me seriously. This guy definitely swallowed up the activity funds allocated by Lord Danzo. As Lord Danzo's most loyal henchman, I must make him return the principal with interest. In this world, only I, Tian, can embezzle the funds or even the inheritance issued by Lord Danzo. There absolutely cannot be another person like me. We have to find an opportunity to get a direct line of communication with Lord Danzo, or even directly contact Lord Danzo, so as to reduce the risk of exposure. Otherwise, if this guy betrayed Lord Danzo, it would definitely cause huge losses to Lord Danzo. As the best intelligence officer in the organization, Tian cannot afford to fall for such a bastard. Little devil, don't go too far. The middle-aged man couldn't help it. It's okay to just throw away the garbage, but you actually want the ninja beast's barbecue. Do you know how expensive that is? 2 servings. Tamuraho's expressionless face doubled, and the middle-aged man became even angrier. 3 servings. Damn you little devil! Finally, he compromised and, with gritted teeth, put the empty barbecue box into the trash bag and left. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Danzo Azang. Chapter 27 Danzo Azang. Are you really going to take action against the Uzumaki clan? In an underground base of the Hidden Leaf Village, Danzo Shimura looked at the intelligence he had just obtained with an extremely solemn expression. Go ask the Hokage to come over and tell him that there is something important to discuss. After thinking for a while, Shimura Danzo gave the order. Soon a root ninja left, and not long after that Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen also had a serious look on his face. He knew his good friend. If it was an ordinary matter, he would take the initiative to come to the Hokage building to talk about it, but this time he asked him to come here. It must be something very special. This is the information obtained from the Hidden Cloud Village. Danzo Shimura handed over the 2 pieces of information. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the Uzumaki sealing technique, the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Sand Village have joined forces. After reading the 2 pieces of information, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked more solemn. He analyzed 3 key points, especially the first 2, which were very consistent with the style of the Hidden Cloud Village. It's definitely not just the Cloud Village and the Sand Village that have the same idea about the Uzumaki sealing technique. The Rock Village and the Mist Village that have the tailed beasts must also have the same idea. Although according to the existing information, they seem to have the tailed beast Jinchuriki appearing, but he often goes berserk. This is because the sealing technique is not strong enough. They must want to obtain a sealing technique that can perfectly seal the tailed beast. This is an opportunity for us, and it is also the last chance for the Uzumaki clan. Danzo Shimura's eyes were sharp and cold. He needed to get Hiruzen's authorization to lead more Enbu ninjas to the land of whirlpools to eliminate the hidden danger of the Uzumaki clan. The sealing technique that can perfectly seal the tailed beasts is enough for the Konoha family alone. There is no need for a second family. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond immediately. He took out his pipe, lit it, and smoked quietly, thinking. He knew what his old friend meant. Over the years, he had invited the Uzumaki clan to migrate and integrate into Konoha 3 times in the name of Hokage. In this way, they could obtain all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and he would have more trump cards. But his kindness was rejected by the Uzumaki clan. Now the 4 major ninja villages have set their sights on the Uzumaki clan. If the 4 major ninja villages were allowed to obtain the Uzumaki sealing technique and create a perfect tailed beast Jinchuriki like Mito-sama, it would be a big trouble. Mito-sama is getting old, and the village needs a young Kyuubi Jinchuriki. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke of a goal that must be achieved. It is not easy to become a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Not only does it require perfect sealing techniques, but one must also have a huge amount of chakra. Especially since they possess the strongest 9 tails, the requirements for the Jinchuriki are even more stringent. Currently, only people from the Uzumaki clan can be qualified, and they have to be direct members. I will bring back the best Jinchuriki. A smile appeared on Shimura Danzo's face. This was what he was waiting for, and he knew that Hiruzen would definitely agree. In fact, he understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts very well. Although he had invited the Uzumaki clan to migrate to Konoha 3 times before, he knew that Hiruzen did not actually want the entire Uzumaki clan to migrate here. The problem lies with the 9 tails Jinchuriki. At this stage, only the direct descendants of the Uzumaki clan can be qualified for the 9 tails Jinchuriki. If the entire Uzumaki clan migrates here, then will the 9 tails belong to the village or to the Uzumaki clan? At this stage, Lord Mito, as the 9 tails Jinchuriki, has made the Senju clan so arrogant. Hiruzen almost lost his position as Hokage at the beginning, and they have not been very successful in the past few years. If the Uzumaki clan comes over, the Senju clan, who have a marriage relationship with them, will be in great trouble. By then, the nine-tailed fox will be in the Uzumaki clan, that is, in the hands of the Senju clan, which would be too dangerous. Therefore, it would be best for the Uzumaki clan to disappear completely and leave only one person as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But this kind of thing can't be done by Hiruzen, he has to do it himself. In Konoha, Hiruzen is the leaf basking in the sun, while I am the root in the darkness. If they still refuse to change their ways, we should be more covered when we strike, and we must not leave any traces behind. Finally, he gave a solemn reminder. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer had much patience for the Uzumaki clan, but Mito-sama was still alive after all. Some things couldn't be done too obviously, otherwise it would cause big problems. Do I need your reminder? Glancing sideways, Danzo Shimura naturally understood this truth. This operation must not be exposed. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about Danzo's attitude. He knew that his friend was just like that and was definitely still brooding over what happened that year. They have been partners for decades. In fact, the Sarutobi family and the Shimura clan have been allies for many years since the Warring States period and have often cooperated in battles. The Shimura family's wind escape technique can be perfectly combined with the Sarutobi family's great flame technique, greatly increasing its power. He and Danzo grew up together and have a life and death friendship. You swapped out the teacher's Thunder God sword a few days ago. Is it related to this information? He then asked about another thing. A few days ago, Danzo Shimura suddenly went to the Hokage building to check the information and relics left by his teacher. Out of curiosity, he went over to take a look and found that his teacher's Thunder God sword had been replaced. He was puzzled at that time. He couldn't understand why his good friend would do such a thing. Now that he had suddenly obtained such important information, which was obtained from the hidden cloud village, he couldn't help but make some guesses. That's not your concern. Glancing at his friend, Danzo Shimura would of course not tell the truth, which was his trump card at this stage. Although I am very unhappy with the kid's courageous behavior, I can understand it. I'm afraid only someone with this kind of personality can survive in a place like the Hidden Cloud Village. Being cautious is not the mainstream style of the Hidden Cloud Village. With that kid's intelligence, his status in the Hidden Cloud Village will surely continue to improve in the future. If he can solve the problem of chakra qualification, he might even become a high-ranking official in the Hidden Cloud Village. He could even arrange for some merits to go to that kid, for example, the intelligence about the Uchiha clan who were going to the Land of Lightning to fight, so that he could improve faster and higher in the Hidden Cloud Village, and thus obtain more intelligence. He is very tolerant of such talented and intelligent people. Seeing that Danzo was unwilling to say more, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to ask any more questions, but he knew in his heart that this good friend must have planted a good person in the Hidden Cloud Village, and his status must be not low. This is a good thing. Among the 5 major ninja villages, only the Hidden Cloud Village is a pure fighting village that advocates external attacks and plunder, and poses the greatest threat to their Konoha. Even the teacher died at the hands of the Hidden Cloud Village, so it is a good thing to be able to plant a high-level spy among them. Keep your people under control and don't cause any trouble. We have finally managed to get some of the teacher's legacy back, and it would be bad to let the news of the theft spread now. He gave a solemn reminder that the matter of the Thunder God's sword could be a big deal or a small one, and it would be very troublesome if the Thousand Hands clan used it to cause trouble. Now that the Ninja World War is about to begin, he doesn't want any trouble to occur within Konoha. Are you teaching me what to do? Glancing sideways again, Danzo Shimura was still very confident about the kid. After all, he had the bonds with him in his hands. The knife doesn't have to be sharp, as long as you can hold the handle. Seeing his old friend's confidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved. His expression changed immediately and he said in a flattering tone, "Azang, lend me another few tens of thousands of ryo. Are you going to buy those messy books again?" There was undisguised contempt and disdain in Shimura Danzo's eyes. He knew his old friend's hobby very well, and he had borrowed money from him many times in the past few years. You called me Danzo before, but now you call me Azo. Who do you think of me, Shimura Danzo? No, I just want to buy some good tobacco. You know, Biwako doesn't like me smoking and doesn't give me money to buy cigarettes. Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected it decisively. How could he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, read such obscene books? The story of the doorman, Mr. Sarutobi, in the drawer of his office was definitely not his. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Vortex Deadlock. Chapter 28, Vortex Deadlock. Sarutobi Hiruzen left the root base to cooperate with the arrangements, and secretly mobilized the senior ninjas in the family and some trusted Anbu ninjas to go to the root of Shimura Danzo. Danzo Shimura also brought out all the ninjas who had reached the level of Jonin from his family, plus the elites he had trained and recruited with the help of the root, a total of hundreds of people. The key to this operation is concealment. It will be difficult to hide with too many people, and 100 people are already the limit. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also forged some information and summoned the chiefs of the major ninja clans to a meeting. Everyone take a look at this information first. After everyone arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the Anbu ninja to distribute the information they had created. As they looked through the intelligence they had obtained, their expressions became serious. A large number of ninja traces have been found on several borders. Have they joined forces? The Senju clan leader put down the information and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was also very serious. Although some of the information was false, there was also a lot of truth in it. The 4 major ninja villages have long been prepared to start a war, and Konoha will be the main target of attack, just like the last Ninja World War. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's response, everyone fell silent. They really don't like war because it involves death. Even if most of the dead are civilians, their ninja clan will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. But at this time, the other party had already started to mobilize troops, and they had to take action to respond. We must not allow the war to spread to the land of fire. We must stop the enemy outside, otherwise we will have a hard time explaining to the daimyo. Seeing that no one spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a hard target for the next war strategy, that they must not be defeated by the enemy. No one had any objection to this, and no one could say anything. This was the meaning of the existence of the ninja village. It was decided when the one village one country ninja village system was established, and no one could change it. Next, we need to make combat arrangements. We need to send elite troops to the front line as quickly as possible to occupy advantageous terrain and establish a defense line to prevent the enemy from advancing into the land of fire, while buying time for our ninja army to reach the front line. The battle with the land of earth will probably be in the land of rain and the land of grass, which are suitable for the Senju clan, who are mainly based on earth and water attributes. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued speaking, his eyes falling on the Senju clan leader. The Senju clan leader did not refuse and nodded. Although the opponent is a large ninja village, the Senju clan has nothing to fear if they start a war in such a place, not to mention that their mother is there. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Uchiha clan leader and continued, the second is the direction of the Hidden Cloud Village. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village are good at ninjutsu, especially the lightning-style ninjutsu, which is very fast. The Uchiha Sharingan can restrain it to a large extent. The Uchiha clan leader nodded to Sarutobi Hiruzen to take over. It was indeed most appropriate for them to fight against the cloud ninjas who were proficient in ninjutsu. There was nothing to say about that. Then he looked at the Hyuga clan leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, the second is the battlefield in the direction of the Hidden Mist Village. Their best attack method is assassination under the cover of the Hidden Mist technique. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan can restrain and target them very well. In addition, for the sake of war, Hyuga ninjas need to be assigned to other fronts to assist. The Hyuga clan leader nodded and accepted the task. The Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan will block the front line in the direction of the Sand Village. In addition, different numbers of ninja troops will be dispatched to support each front line according to the needs of the battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally took over the Sand Village on behalf of the Sarutobi family and the Shimura clan. As the Hokage, he had to set an example. If he didn't send anyone, the ninja clans would not agree. Sure enough, when they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen finally asking the Sarutobi clan to go into battle, the clan leader's expressions softened a little. I'm really worried that the Sarutobi family will stay in the back and not send anyone out. That would be really disgusting, and their thoughts wouldn't be wise either. After the heads of each ninja clan went back to hold a clan meeting to discuss some things, they began to prepare supplies. The next day, the elite members of the clan set out to various borders to set up defense lines. Now the war has not officially started, they mainly go there to occupy some dangerous terrain, build defense lines, and clean up the spies that have infiltrated the other side, so the danger is not great. This is also the main reason why the major ninja clans readily agreed, and the village will send a large force to follow up later, not to let them fight against the major ninja villages alone. They couldn't take the initiative to attack, but simply defending was much easier. This wave of commotion in Konoha alerted the entire ninja world, and the 4 major ninja villages were even more confused. What the hell is Konoha doing? In the meeting hall of the Tsuchikage building in the Uegakure village, everyone was very confused about this. Although they had sent troops to approach the Fire Country to contain Konoha and prepare for the plan to attack the Whirlpool Country, this had not yet begun. Perhaps our plan for the Uzumaki clan has been exposed. Onoki said after thinking for a long time, with some guesses in his mind. But if we are exposed, shouldn't Konoha concentrate its forces in the land of whirlpools to fight against us? Konoha and the hidden Uzushio village have been allies for many years, and the wife of the first Hokage is from the Uzumaki clan. Zei didn't understand this and didn't agree with Unoki's guess. Onoki didn't bother to pay attention to the idiot. He glanced at everyone present and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid there will be changes in the war in the land of whirlpools this time. Konoha may be our enemy, or it may be our friend. You can react accordingly according to the specific situation. At the end he looked at the middle-aged man on his left, who was also one of his most trusted confidants and the commander of this war in the Whirlpool country. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama, I understand. Xi Siren reacted and quickly stood up and responded with a smile on his face. What a surprise, several people present also reacted and all smiled. It seems that our strongest Hokage is having a hard time in Konoha. What the heck is the strongest? The 3 generations of the 5 major ninja villages are the strongest of all time. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen's claim to be the strongest is just a lie. No wonder they sent the Senju clan to our side. We are indeed quite far away from the Whirlpool country. Even if the Senju clan wants to come over to support us, it will be too late. Several people were laughing, with mockery on their faces. What a good Hokage! Zei, follow me just in case. Onoki remained calm and looked at Yukari after thinking for a while. Although he looked down on this guy's brain, his strength was very strong. Although the seal of the tailed beast is not perfect, he can already control it well. He also uses the chakra of the 4-tailed beast to fuse his own lava release. If he does not use dust release, he cannot beat the current Yukari. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the second strongest person in the village. With Zei there to take charge, he would feel more at ease. Although Zei was still confused, she could only nod in response when she saw Unoki giving the order. Although he doesn't like Unoki's ideas, he also loves the village, and the Whirlpool country plan is also related to him. If he could obtain a stronger and more suitable sealing technique, he would be able to better suppress the 4 tails. That big guy is not easy to get along with. If you are not careful, you will be corroded by his chakra and lose control, causing considerable losses to the village every time. The Sand Village and the Mist Village also made the same arrangements and increased their investment in the war in the land of whirlpools. Although it was just a guess, it was better to believe it than not. They had to obtain the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, so that they could create a perfect Jinchuriki like the first Hokage's wife, who could perfectly control the power of the tailed beasts. Konoha already has a perfect Jinchuriki, and the strongest Kyuubi, so they must also have a perfect Jinchuriki of their own. The fact that you have read this proves that you are still interested in this book. You can click to collect it so that you won't lose it in the future. I also beg for your support. The new book needs your care. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Public Enemy of the Ninja World. Chapter 29 Public Enemy of the Ninja World. The changes in Konoha further accelerated the alliance of the four major ninja villages against the Whirlpool Country, and they sent troops to attack the Whirlpool Country more quickly. The key to this battle is to win quickly and decisively. After obtaining the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, they must leave immediately and must not engage in a large-scale confrontation with Konoha. It's not the right time yet. We have to wait until we have the perfect Jinchuriki before we can confront Konoha head-on. Among them, the Hidden Cloud Village was the first to send people over, and the leader of the team was the Raikage's assistant Dode. Master Dode, you said before that Kinkaku and Ginkaku sealed the Six Paths ninja tools with spiritualism, and outsiders cannot unseal them. However, the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is the strongest in the current ninja world. Can they unseal it? Standing on the deck, Tamura expressed an idea. Ever since he realized the auxiliary effect of Thor's sword on cultivation, he has been thinking about the banana fan. The sword of the thunder god can only transform into thunder attribute, but the banana fan can ignore its own chakra attributes and transform into 5 attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth, which is much stronger. Although he only had 1 lightning attribute, it was only an innate attribute. He could cultivate other attributes through acquired efforts. It would be a little more difficult at best, and the power of the released ninjutsu would be smaller and consume more energy. If possible, he hopes to cultivate all chakra attributes, so it is very important to have a banana fan that can change the properties of 5 chakra attributes. At this stage, they do not have the impure world reincarnation, so they cannot revive Kinkaku and Ginkaku and summon the 6 Paths ninja tools, but they can think of a way to change the summoning seal. Tutai said nothing, thinking seriously about the feasibility of this proposal. Do you have the body tissues of Jinjiao and Yinjiao on you? I asked after thinking for a long time, and I was very tempted by this suggestion. The body tissues of Kinkaku and Yinkaku are their only medium at this stage. If the Uzumaki clan has the ability to unlock the seal, they should also need their body tissues as a medium, especially the psychic type seal. I left my heart behind. Tamura took out the heart sealed in the 2 nutrient cans, and took out a blank sealing scroll and used chakra to stimulate the sealing ritual engraved on it to seal it in. There are no confidentiality measures in his home, so if he has a treasure, he would feel uneasy leaving it there, so he has to carry it with him. Fortunately, several pieces of his armor were engraved with sealing rituals, which could store some things, such as the 1,000 high-quality detonating talismans that he had purchased at a huge cost before coming here. He originally wanted to buy 10,000 tickets, but unfortunately there was a purchase limit policy. As for the heart that stayed behind, he was going to hook up with Kakuzu when he had the chance. A rich man like him who possessed superpowers liked people who loved small amounts of money the most. You can try it. Tutai raised his hand, took the sealing scroll and put it in his arms, deciding to take it with him and give it a try. Anyway, there is no loss if it fails. Once it succeeds, I can get back the 4 Six Paths ninja tools. If it were used in this war, it would definitely inflict heavy damage on other ninja villages. Especially since the Uzumaki clan is born with huge chakra, it must be more enjoyable to use it. And if we let the Uzumaki clan take action, they can also attract hatred on our behalf and reduce the hostility of other ninja villages towards our Hidden Cloud village. The commanders of our 4 ninja armies will have a meeting in the Whirlpool country. You can go there to broaden your horizons and see the bigwigs of other ninja villages. They should be your future opponents. Suddenly remembering the meeting agreement, Dode signaled Tamura how to follow him. Although this child is the disciple of the Sandame, his chakra talent is too touching and he will not achieve much in the future. He and the Sandame value this child's brain more. He plans to train him as his successor. Their hidden cloud village also needs such a person who is good at thinking. Keeping it with you like this will help you learn more. Talks. Tian Kunhao was surprised. Could there be another meeting? We only had a brief agreement before, but Konoha was too aggressive this time, which may cause some changes. Dode grinned and chuckled. The changes in Konoha were due to the information they gave to Danzo Shimura. The core of ninja warfare is intelligence warfare. The effect of a piece of intelligence is far greater than the combat performance of a strong man, and the gains will be much greater. Of course, this doesn't mean that being strong is not important. You still need to have the necessary combat power so that you can protect your own gains. Both hands must be grasped and both hands must be strong. Konoha is now the public enemy of the entire ninja world. Tamura Hao also laughed. This was something he was very willing to see. It would be even better if Konoha could be destroyed in World War II. The subsequent original plot would just be gone, and he would be able to gain a huge amount of the power of destiny. He needed more power of destiny to activate the power of the Golden Finger, not only to enhance his comprehension and assist in cultivation, but also to assist Kagaya's shadow in absorbing chakra and improve it, so as to reach the level of being able to independently absorb and refine those branded shadows as soon as possible. The power of destiny comes from one's own changes to the original plot, even its destruction. The bigger the change, the better. However, Konoha is really strong. Even if it is constantly troubled by F4 in the future, by the time of the Fourth World War, it will still be Konoha's one-man show. The other 4 ninja villages are just supporting roles. In the final stage, the others don't even have the qualifications to be on camera. Even the dead who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation are the most powerful in Konoha. The foundation is too thick. Chuchita stared at the sea in front of him and sighed. The first Hokage wanted to create a situation of one superpower and many strong ones to balance the ninja world, just like a ninja village should be led by a kage. However, the conflicts between ninja villages are far greater than the conflicts between the major ninja clans within a village, so it is doomed to fail. Even adding the power of the tailed beasts as a balance of deterrence would not work and might even have a counterproductive effect. All I can say is that the first and second Hokage were not talented in political systems, and they took things for granted. He is a specialized intelligent talent. He is not only good at external planning, but also pays more attention to internal development. He is the type of person who is good at internal affairs and logistics management and can see many problems. The second Hokage did a lot. Tamura Hao felt that the second-generation Hokage still had some knowledge, and not all of his talents were focused on developing forbidden techniques. That's because you have never been to the daimyo prefecture. Whether it's the ninja school or the Anbu system, they are actually modeled after the daimyo prefecture's structure. There are special schools in the daimyo's prefecture to train talents, and the daimyo also has special personnel under his command to do some shady things. The so-called guardian ninja is just the apparent force. The daimyo never trusted us ninjas, so how could he give all the power and authority to our ninja village? Chuchita sneered. He did not think that the second Hokage's achievements in this area were anything special. After all, he was just a ninja, not a politician, and his talent and ability were not in this area. It's an imitation. Tian Kunhao was stunned, but then he realized that many things could be explained in this way. Moreover, the daimyo prefecture system has a long history. Even before the arrival of Kagaya Otsutsuki, it was a system that had been passed down in this world for thousands of years and had long been perfected. The ninja village system has only been around for a few decades. How could it possibly surpass a system that has existed for thousands of years in terms of perfection? It would be reasonable to refer to and imitate others. Moreover, it is reasonable for the daimyo prefecture to have its own power to intimidate the ninja village. Otherwise, it would have been sidelined by the ninja village long ago, and even used the emperor to control the princes. A great man in the previous life once said that political power comes from the barrel of a gun, and political power must be based on the force of force in order to be stable. Sure enough, the essence of the real world cannot be fully presented by just a set of comics. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, Son of the Hokage. Chapter 30, Son of the Hokage. It's so wrong. Fukai, who was holding a ninja sword in the back, looked at his own student over there and felt that he was becoming more and more mysterious. He even got the bodies of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and there were many abnormal behaviors. This was not something that could be obtained simply by having money. Some secrets cannot be told. Yayuya beside him shook his head. The matter of firearms must never be told. The more people knew about it, the greater the risk of it being leaked. There was also the previous plan to split the tailed beast Jinkraki. Although the junior brother only provided a simple idea and there were still many difficulties to be overcome in its implementation, the most difficult thing about some things is inspiration. Just as my junior brother wrote in one of his yellow masterpieces, true genius is often 99% inspiration and 1% perspiration, which shows the importance of ideas and inspiration. This short period of time has brought great benefits to the village, and there will surely be more in the future. They treasure this kind of talent so much that they can't wait to do so. Even this time, he and his elder cousin Fukai came along to serve as bodyguards for his junior fellow apprentice. Seeing his cousin say this, Fukai didn't dare to ask. Besides, as a ninja, he shouldn't be too curious. He just needed to do his task well. After such a silent and fast voyage, they arrived at a suitable landing coast in the land of whirlpools the next day. Thousands of cloud ninjas went ashore with all kinds of supplies, set up camp in a suitable place, and waited for the next war. Dode Tamurahas and 3 yellow-skinned jonin changed into the attire of Konoha Anbu and took a detour to the Uzushiagakuer village. Because someone had sent a visiting card to the great elder of the Uzumaki clan earlier, someone was waiting at the entrance of the village and led the earthen platform directly to the great elder. The great elder Uzumaki Asuna is the one who is most opposed to Konoha in the Uzumaki clan. He is also the person with the highest seniority in the Uzumaki clan after the death of Uzumaki Ashina. His say in the Uzumaki clan even surpasses that of the current clan leader. As for Tamurahao and 3 ANBU senior ninjas, they were left at the entrance of the village. Now is a sensitive period and the hidden Uzushio village refuses entry to all outsiders, especially ninjas. Tamurahao didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He stood quietly at the entrance of the village with the 3 senior ninjas, looking at the surrounding environment. But not long after, an embarrassing thing happened. 3 figures were sent out of the village by an Uzumaki ninja. They were dressed exactly like them, all of them were from the Konoha Anbu. But it is obviously the real thing, and cannot be compared with these temporary guest-starring counterfeits. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward and dull. The 2 sides stood at the entrance of the village confronting each other. Several Uzumaki ninjas at the entrance of the village looked at both sides and saw some problems. Tiankanhao's eyes were more focused on the young man whose whole body was wrapped up with only his mouth exposed. This outfit looks a little familiar, also, judging from their body shapes, the 3 people should be relatively young. There are 2 men and 1 woman, which is a standard configuration in Konoha. 2 of them are wearing masks, and the other one has wrapped himself tightly, leaving only his mouth exposed. These 3 people came here probably to take Uzumaki Kushina away, but why did they send 3 young men and women here for such an important matter? Or is there something special about the identities of these 3 people? Tamurahao guessed the identities of the 3 people. He roughly guessed the identity of the young man who was wrapped up in everything. That's why he dared to conclude that the other party was from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's side, but it was harder to judge the other 2. However, judging from the positions of the 3 people, the one from the Aberame family was standing at the back, and the young man was standing in the front, and he had a higher status and position. After thinking about the information about the many ninja clans in Konoha, Tamura had a rough guess in his mind. Go back and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo not to have any unnecessary thoughts. The ninja world war is imminent, and we don't want anything unpleasant to happen in the village. You should also not do anything that makes us unhappy, otherwise the consequences will not be something you can bear. Seeing that the other party was about to take action, Tian Kunhao stepped forward and spoke coldly, with a bit of arrogance. As if he was looking down on the three people opposite. Please call me Kunjuhao now. After hearing what Tian Kunhao said, the three people on the opposite side had their eyes flickering, and finally dispersed the condensed chakra. From the other party's words, they roughly guessed that it should be someone sent by the Senju clan. The Anbu was proposed by the second generation, and the original core members were from the Senju clan. Even though there are quite a few Senju members in the Anbu now, it is not surprising that these four people appear. It turns out that he is worried about his father, but unfortunately the ending is already determined. Tian Kunhao pretended to look at them carefully, then seemed to recognize the leading boy and sneered. So it's you. He actually sent you to the land of whirlpools. Aren't you afraid that you will die here and he will have to bury you? Although the other party's identity is still unknown, judging from his figure, he is most likely a teenager, which proves that his status is not low, otherwise he would not be qualified to represent Konoha to visit the hidden Uzashio village. In this way, they can use rhetoric to deceive him. Seeing that his identity was exposed, the leader Sarutobi Shinoshoku sighed and said, "You Senju of the forest have misunderstood my father too deeply. The second generation passed the position of Hokage to my father for his own considerations. You should not go against the will of the second generation. If it was really just a misunderstanding, why would our family's elite be sent to the Earth Country front at this time? They are too far away from the Whirlpool Country, and they are unable to come to support us in time." Tamura sneered, saying that he is now a member of the Senju of the forest, and said in his heart, as expected. The sentence just now was just a test to lure the other party into revealing his identity. Now it seems that he is indeed the son of the Hokage. This identity is indeed qualified enough to be a representative to the hidden Uzashio village. Although the three Kumagakure Enbu members in the back were confused, they still stood in cooperation, with fierce eyes and kunao in their hands, ready to start a fight. You have a deep misunderstanding of Hokage-sama. No matter what Hokage-sama does, you will think wrongly. The girl couldn't help but speak, and was very dissatisfied with what Tamura said. You have misunderstood Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Sarutobi Hiruzen of 20 years ago is no longer the same as the Sarutobi Hiruzen of today. The poison of power is the most terrible poison in the world and can corrode anyone's will. Sarutobi Hiruzen's will of fire has deteriorated. Under his leadership, Konoha will only continue to weaken and eventually lose its power over other ninja villages. The sneer remains, and Tian Kunhao is now more and more involved. Commonly known as, getting into the role. At the same time, he was guessing the identity of the girl. The girl had looked at Sarutobi Shinoshoku many times before, and her eyes were not right, which proved that their relationship was not ordinary. Are they a couple? Or is she the mother of the future Sarutobi Konohamaru, who is Sarutobi Konohamaru's mother? I recalled the Naruto I watched in my previous life, but I didn't have much impression of it. It seemed that there was only one character who was Sarutobi Hiruzen's right-hand man and a high-ranking member of the Anbu, and nothing else. He even learned the name of Sarutobi Shinoshoku from Dode. He had learned information about important figures in the 5 major ninja villages from Dode, and the son of the Hokage was naturally the top priority. You are the ones who are corrupted. Sarutobi Shinoshoku of course firmly denied it, and was secretly dissatisfied with the man's practice of calling his father by his name, while at the same time guessing the other person's identity. He must be a member of the Senju clan without a doubt, and his status is definitely not low. However, none of the people I know that flashed through my mind could match him. Is he a hidden figure of the Senju clan? The girl was also dissatisfied, but she couldn't get angry, so she could only explain seriously, the Senju clan has already produced 2 Hokage in a row. If 3 Hokage appear in succession, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the major ninja clans in the village. If things go wrong, Konoha will fall apart. It was for this reason that the second Hokage passed the position of Hokage to the third Hokage. Moreover, the Sandaime has already accepted Lady Tsunade as his disciple. With the prestige of the Senju clan in the village, the fourth Hokage must be Lady Tsunade's. Why are you so anxious? End of this chapter. Chapter 31, Deceiving. Chapter 31, Deceiving. I've only heard that people with big breasts have no brains, but I didn't expect that people without breasts also have no brains. Tianqinhao looked at the girl as if she were mentally retarded, especially her breasts with less obvious curves. These words really irritated the girl. No woman could tolerate such sarcasm. Chiang. Little devil, I have tolerated you for a long time. The girl pointed the ninja sword behind her back at the masked boy opposite her, gritting her teeth in hatred. No matter how good your temper is, you can't stand this kind of stimulation. Sako. Sarutobi Shinashuk hurriedly held the girl's wrist, saying that they couldn't fight here. Their mission is to take away the new generation of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. They have already discussed it with the Uzumaki clan leader. Later, the Uzumaki clan leader will send someone to take his granddaughter to Konoha in person. We can't mess it up at this time. After all, the other party is an important figure of the Senju clan, and the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are related by marriage and are one. Fighting the direct descendants of the Senju clan in the Uzushiogakure village would be an insult to the Uzumaki clan, which would be a huge problem. The top priority now is to receive the new generation of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and no other complications should arise. Tamurohao crossed his arms across his chest, not caring about the girl's anger. I am now a direct descendant of the Senju of the forest. This is the ancestral home of the Uzumaki family, who are related to us by marriage for generations. Do you dare to take action? You've already said that all the major ninja clans in the village don't want the Senju to have another Hokage, so will the Sarutobi Shimura clan be willing to do that? Your families have created the top leaders in the village today and control many important departments and positions. Would you be willing to give up the power and benefits you have obtained? Even if you are willing, will the Inoshikajo and other ninjas who have been mixed up with you for a long time agree? Based on our understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will most likely find a genius without any ties among the civilians and train him to become the fourth Hokage, to become his puppet and continue to maintain the interests of your group. Jiraiya and Orochimaru have a higher chance of becoming the fourth Hokage than Sister Tsunade. No, Orochimaru's abilities and personality are too strong, it is impossible for him to be a qualified puppet. It should be a fool like Jiraiya, or his disciple, but there is no way he can be Sister Tsunade's. If Sister Tsunade wants to take the position, she will have to wait until Sarutobi Hiruzen dies. You just said that you want to let Sister Tsunade take the top position. Is your brain as mediocre as your breasts, or do you want to insult my intelligence? Tamurohao made no secret of his hostility towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 3 people opposite. This was the position of their Senju family. The Uzumaki ninjas at the entrance of the village were a little confused. They didn't expect to see such a big show, and the situation in Konoha seemed very complicated. You. The girl's chest heaved up and down violently due to anger, making her chest, which had not much of an arc, look better. Sako, they have already made up their minds and cannot be persuaded. We can only use time to prove their prejudices wrong. Sarutobi Shinashuk sighed and spoke in a helpless tone, but in his heart he was filled with murderous intent towards the kid opposite him. Let's go. Without saying anything more, after taking a look at the hateful brat, Sarutobi Shinashuk took the 2 of them away. Before leaving, the girl was still glaring at someone hatefully, and it looked like she wanted to skin that person alive. Tamurohao puffed out his chest provocatively, which made the girl even angrier. If Sarutobi Shinoshoku hadn't held him back, he would have wanted to draw his sword and chop him down. I have never seen such a hateful little devil. Watching the three people leaving, Tamurohao turned his head to look at the Uzumaki ninjas who were monitoring them and expressed his dissatisfaction. Why was Sarutobi Hiruzen's son allowed to enter the Uzushiogakure village, but we, as representatives of the Senju clan, were stopped outside the village? Could it be that the Uzumaki clan, seeing that we, the Senju clan, have lost our Hokage, wanted to form a new marriage partnership with the Sarutobi clan? Originally he just wanted to disguise himself as a Konoha Anbu to conceal his identity, but now he can only disguise himself as a member of the Senju clan. Don't talk nonsense. We Uzumaki clan have extraordinary perception abilities and can sense the chakra of others. Your chakra is not the chakra of the Senju of the forest at all. A middle-aged ninja said indifferently that this was the main reason why he chose to stop the four people from entering. Although the previous drama was good, chakra can't deceive people, especially the chakra of the Senju clan. He would never sense it wrong. It seems that you are really out of date. You don't even know the technique of chakra disguise. With a disappointed tone, Tamurohao immediately connected with Kagaya's shadow and used the shadow of Kagaya to simulate the chakra coming from Senju Tobirama. This is the ability he has developed from Kagaya's phantom during this period. It is similar to White Zetsu's disguise technique. It devours other people's chakra to create a perfect simulation, making it difficult to distinguish. Although the chakra connection is not very convenient due to the reasons in the spiritual world and the effect is slightly worse, it can still be used to confuse the perception of others. Sure enough, after simulating the Senju Tobirama's chakra, the middle-aged ninja from the Uzumaki clan's expression changed. He was very familiar with the chakra of the Senju clan. It was very special and possessed amazing vitality. There was no doubt about this feeling. Sorry, I didn't see that before. Please follow me. After repeated confirmation, the middle-aged ninja apologized and invited Tamurohao and the other three to enter the village. Since he is a member of the Senju clan, there will be no problem. This is my first time in Uzushiogakure. I was thinking of visiting your place. I always heard Grandma Mito talk about Uzushiogakure. As Tamurohao walked towards the village, he pretended to be a junior of Uzumaki Mito. Sure enough, after hearing Tamurohao talk about Uzumaki Mito, several Uzumaki ninjas became closer to him. The three Anbu Cloud ninjas looked at each other in confusion, and finally followed silently, paying more attention to the little kid brought by Lord Dode. Although the kid's strength is very weak, he does have his shining points. No wonder Lord Tutai values him so much. In this way, Tamurohao successfully sneaked into the Uzushiogakure village and was taken to travel around the Uzushiogakure village. He even entered the shrine in the Uzushiogakure village that enshrined the god of death. Many hideous masks of the god of death were enshrined on the walls on both sides. Of course, the three Anbu ninjas were not allowed to enter such an important place, so they waited outside. Which branch of the Senju family are you from? At this time, an old man came in and looked at the young man who was watching those death masks. Clan leader. The middle-aged man who brought in Tamurohao hurriedly saluted. The person who came was their clan leader and village chief Uzumaki Masahiko. Uzumaki Masahiko waved his hand to signal him to leave, his eyes never leaving the young man. He had just heard the report, including the verbal confrontation between the two sides at the village entrance. Too much information was revealed in it, but he still had doubts about the identity of this child. And my sister's letter didn't say that anyone from the Senju family would be sent. If you count seriously, I should be considered a member of Tobirama's lineage. As Tamurohao spoke, he took off his mask and ran his hand through his hair. The originally short black hair turned white, and at the same time, the chakra of Senju Tobirama was simulated again. Now that I have white hair, I have to make good use of it. Before, I just made some partial changes using transformation techniques to hide my identity. This is a sophisticated application of the transformation technique. The initial transformation technique requires changes to the entire body, but if the chakra control is sufficient, partial transformation can be performed, which not only consumes less energy but is also not easy to be detected. For example, only the face that is revealed can be changed, while the clothes can be replaced with real ones. How do you have Tobirama's chakra? Sensing that familiar chakra, Uzumaki Masahiko became even more confused. Everyone's chakra is different. It's not just a matter of attributes, there are deeper reasons. Even though the chakras of father and son and brothers would be different, he was familiar with the chakra of Senju Tobirama and would never sense it wrongly. Who is this person? End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Yang Seal. Chapter 32 Yang Seal, Tamura Hao calmly said, "You can think of me as a part of Tobirama or a continuation of me." He did a lot of research back then, including cell replication experiments, hoping to replicate Hashirama and his new individual, in order to ensure the status of the Senju and avoid weakening due to the lack of top masters. Unfortunately, he died in the land of lightning before completing his research, and I am his immature work. This was the excuse he had thought of before. When he realized that Konoha had sent people to communicate with the Uzumaki clan, he knew that Uzumaki Kushina was about to be sent to Konoha. He must seize this opportunity, trick the protagonist's mother away, cut off the chance of the Hokage protagonist being born, or change the identity of the protagonist's mother. If Uzumaki Naruto's birth is a certainty and difficult to change, then change the secondary factors, which will definitely gain a considerable amount of power of destiny. Uzumaki Masahiko was stunned, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. Is Tobirama's research already taboo to this extent? He knew that Senju Tobirama liked to study some forbidden ninjutsu, but he didn't expect it to be so taboo. How has my sister been these years? Thinking of his sister, Uzumaki Masahiko felt complicated. She's definitely living a good life materially, but not so good spiritually. Especially since Sister Tsunade has become addicted to gambling like Hashirama, and she always loses every time she gambles. If she continues like this, she will squander the family fortune. She has a bad reputation now, and it's impossible for her to find a good husband. This has really pissed off Grandma Mito. Tien Kunhao complained, knowing that he couldn't reveal any flaws now, as this old guy was not easy to fool. That girl Tsunade hasn't given up gambling yet. Uzumaki Masahiko laughed. He knew about this. That girl was really fond of gambling and had very bad luck in gambling. As for the boy's random address of generation, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, his identity was difficult to determine. I prepared a portion of sakura cake that my sister likes to eat. You can take it back and give it to my sister when you leave. Suddenly he said that Uzumaki Masahiko still had doubts about the identity of this young man. According to the report, the leader of this team went to find the Great Elder. You should know that the Great Elder is the one who dislikes Konoha the most, even the Senju clan. Moreover, the chakras of the three people outside did not have the vitality of the Senju clan, which felt very wrong. However, his test was obvious to Tamura Hao. Possessing the ability to sense good and evil, Tamura Hao had a good grasp of other people's emotions and could sense that the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan did not truly trust him. Mito-san likes to eat sakura cakes? I've never seen her eat them. Expressing some doubt, Tien Kunhao said that he had never seen it and told him not to lie to him. I liked eating it when I was a kid, but maybe my taste changed after I got married. Uzumaki Masahiko casually revealed it, but he felt relieved. It seemed that he was really from the Senju clan and was very close to his sister. On the other side, feeling Uzumaki Masahiko's growing goodwill, Tamura Hao secretly complained about the old guy's old-fashionedness. This kind of testing plot has been played out in previous film and television dramas and there is nothing new about it. You were not arranged by my sister, were you? Uzumaki Masahiko talked about business. These people came to Uzushiogakure village and went to find the chief elder as soon as possible. There must be something going on. Tianqinhao also knew that the real drama was about to begin, and he showed a helpless expression and said, "There are many voices in the family. Grandma Mito's side tends to be stable, so they can keep compromising until those people test their bottom line. The group I am with has already seen through the evil ambitions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men. The ninja world war that is about to begin will be a huge crisis for both the Uzumaki clan and our Senjua clan. On behalf of the Senjua family, I would like to invite the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha, live with us Senjua clan, and work together to plan for the future. The most important thing is to control the 9 tails in your hands. Whether in the ninja world or in Konoha, strong strength is the foundation of everything. The Senjua clan has lost Hashirama and Tobirama successively, and has weakened greatly. Now, they are secretly guided by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to be excluded and isolated by many ninja clans in the village. Grandma Mito is also old, and it has become increasingly difficult for her to suppress the 9 tails recently. It is very dangerous to continue like this." He combined the information he knew from Dode and his understanding of Naruto to make up this set of rhetoric, which would definitely fool the old man. Uzumaki Masahiko was listening attentively, and his expression became more solemn the more he listened. The problems in Konoha are more complicated and serious than he had imagined. I can tell you with certainty that it is no accident that our elite troops were deployed to the land of Earth. It is no coincidence that the 4 great ninja villages joined forces to besiege the land of whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan can only survive if it merges with the Senjua clan. Otherwise, the clan will be destroyed. In the end, Tamura Hao showed his arrogance and determination to conquer the Uzumaki clan. In simple terms, he was taking the opportunity to force them. This made Uzumaki Masahiko feel dissatisfied, and he felt that this was taking advantage of the situation. Although the ninja armies of the 4 major ninja villages are powerful, we, the hidden Uzushio village, are not weak either. This is our home, and we will not go anywhere. Uzumaki Masahiko is very tough and we must not show weakness at this time. It's a good thing to have confidence. I'll wait and see. But I have to take the person away today. I can't let Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others get involved. Tamura Hao smiled leisurely and said that he would take people away, including the 9 tails Jinchuriki that you have selected. Can. After a moment of silence, Uzumaki Masahiko nodded in agreement. This was something that had been agreed upon and was also mentioned in his sister's letter. After finishing the business, Uzumaki Masahiko once again looked at the boy in front of him curiously. Which talents did you inherit from Tobirama? He felt that the boy's chakra aura was very weak, and he probably didn't have much talent in this area. But after all, it is the work and replica of Senjua Tobirama, so it should have some extraordinary talent. Does IQ count? Tamura Hao said helplessly, and then took out the sword of Thunder God from the sealing technique on the inside of a piece of armor, and injected chakra into it to form a small lightning blade. I have a lot of problems, the main one is that my chakra capacity is very poor. Grandma Mito said that you might be able to help me. He didn't know the Uzumaki clan's background, but it must be a lot. Moreover, they have inherited so many sealing techniques, there must be some that can help people increase their chakra. Moreover, this Thor's sword can also be regarded as a token of trust, which can further gain the trust of the old man in front of him. Sure enough, after seeing the sword of Thunder God, Uzumaki Masahiko believed it completely. After all, this sword of Thunder God was Tobirama's weapon, there was no doubt about it. Your chakra level is way off. Looking at the small lightning blade, Uzumaki Masahiko couldn't believe that this was a replica of Senjua Tobirama's. It is indeed an immature work. My sister asked you to come here probably because of the Yang seal that my brother-in-law asked my father to research, but I can't give it to you for free. My brother-in-law asked my father to simplify the Yin seal so that ordinary ninjas could also practice it, thereby storing chakra and improving their combat endurance and explosive power. However, his brother-in-law died too early, and Tobirama Senju passed away soon after. The Hokage of Konoha was replaced by Sarutobi Hiruzen, whom they were unfamiliar with, and the deal did not go ahead. However, before his death, my father successfully simplified the yin seal and called it the yang seal. Although the effect is much worse than that of a complete yin seal, the requirements for practicing it are much lower. It does not even require the assistance of yin and yang attributes. As long as the chakra control reaches a sufficient standard, it can be practiced successfully. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, A Huge Harvest. Chapter 33, A Huge Harvest. After hearing what Uzumaki Masahiko said, Tamuroha was moved, very moved. Judging from the other party's words, the yang seal is a sealing technique with the same function as the yin seal. It can store chakra, which is exactly what he lacks now. Although his talent in chakra production is impressive, his speed of refining chakra is not slow. He can continue to refine chakra in small amounts in a non-combat state, store the chakra and use it in combat. In this way, his biggest shortcoming can be made up to a certain extent. And judging from the old man's appearance, the yang seal should be usable with my amount of chakra, and would be more suitable for me. However, in order to obtain this yang seal, it is obvious that one needs to offer something that the other party would be interested in. Is there anything on one's part that would interest the other party? With a tangled expression, Tamuroha finally gritted his teeth and said, I can teach you the Uzumaki clan's method of practicing immortal arts. Although it's not as powerful as Hashirama's, it can also increase your strength several times. But you need to temporarily hand over all the classics and resources of the Uzushiogakure village to me. We will make a copy of all the classics. The problems in this war in the land of whirlpools are far greater than you think. The chances of the hidden whirlpool village being able to hold on are less than 10%. Give them to us temporarily, and we will use them to rebuild the Uzumaki clan as quickly as possible. Uzumaki Masahiko was silent for a while before he spoke. Do you know how to write the word shameless? I have never seen such a shameless person in my life. Getting something for nothing is not enough to describe your methods. With Grandma Mito here, are you still afraid that I will embezzle your wealth? If it weren't for the fact that the Uzumaki clan and we have been related by marriage for generations, do you think I would be willing to take the risk to come here? Tamuroha rolled his eyes without showing any weakness and brought up the name of Uzumaki Mito. Now that my identity as Qian Shao Hao, the direct descendant of the Qian Shao family, has been confirmed, I naturally have to make good use of it. These words made Uzumaki Masahiko fall into deep thought. Although the boy's words were shameless, since his sister was in the Senju clan, he would not dare to cheat them. Is there any hidden secret behind this battle in the Whirlpool country? When I asked, I felt that this kid had something else in his words. With a serious and solemn expression, Tamuroha said seriously, Uchiha Madara is not dead. The perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is the only one who can make him afraid now. He didn't say much, just mentioned Uchiha Madara's name, and you can figure out the rest yourself. For an old man who survived the Warring States period, the name Uchiha Madara is definitely intimidating. Sure enough, after hearing the name Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Masahiko's expression changed drastically. This is such bad news. Now that his brother-in-law has passed away, Uchiha Madara is synonymous with invincibility. It seems that the hidden Uzushio village is doomed this time. You wait here. After thinking for a long time with a gloomy expression, Uzumaki Masahiko said something and left quickly. Tien Kunhao heaved a sigh of relief and immediately looked at the death masks here. After thinking for a while, he took out a sealing scroll from the backpack behind him, took down all the death masks here, packed them together and sealed them. He prepared a lot of these blank sealing scrolls. They were originally intended for picking up corpses on the battlefield, but they could also be used to seal other things. Unfortunately, the level of the sealing technique in his own armor plates is not high enough, so he cannot stack the sealing scrolls. Otherwise, he could load the sealing scrolls infinitely, and he would be a mobile arsenal. Not long after, Uzumaki Masahiko returned with 2 huge sealing scrolls on his back. Looking at the empty shelves, he couldn't help but twitch his eyes. "Take it and get out of here." Throwing the 2 huge sealing scrolls behind him to the young man, Uzumaki Masahiko gestured for him to get away quickly. "I'm annoyed when I see you. Is this the person you chose? He doesn't look very smart." Tamurohao carried 2 huge sealing scrolls on his back and looked at the big loli behind Uzumaki Masahiko. The big loli's eyes were red, and her eyes were full of reluctance. "You are the idiot." The big loli, who was originally reluctant in her heart, became angry and glared at the white-haired man angrily. "Not very smart indeed." Tamurohao sighed, walked forward, and under the gaze of Uzumaki Masahiko, he knocked the big loli unconscious with a sudden knife, then carried her on his shoulder, and casually brushed her hair, using the transformation technique to change into a big black back hair. "I've taken the person away. I hope to see you in Konoha. Otherwise, this girl and Grandma Mito will definitely be sad for a long time." Waving his hand, Tamurohao walked out decisively, leaving Uzumaki Masahiko with a forehead full of black lines and blue veins. "I hope I can hold on." Finally he sighed, Uzumaki Masahiko feeling very worried. The ninja armies of the 4 major ninja villages alone are difficult to deal with. If Uchihamadara hiding in the dark is added to the mix, there really is no hope at all. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to such an outrageous request to pack up the clan's assets and let them take them away. At least this would have left the family with a way out. The 3 Cloud Ninja Anbu who had been squatting outside were even more confused when they saw Tamurohao coming out carrying 2 large scrolls and a young girl. They didn't understand what was going on inside. "Go." After saying this simply, Tamurohao walked forward quickly, and the 3 Anbu could only follow him quickly. Not to mention Tien Kunhao who had a huge harvest here. The great elder Uzumaki was seen on the platform on the other side. "Young man, which family are you from?" Allo Uzumaki looked at the young man in front of him. He could only confirm that the other party was unlikely to be from Konoha, otherwise he would only go to see the clan leader instead of himself, the old guy who hated Konoha the most. "I am the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, assisting Dode. This is the battle plan for our 4 major ninja villages to join forces to attack the hidden Uzushio village. Please review it, senior." Tutai kept a low profile and handed over a scroll that he had prepared long ago. The 4 major ninja villages had secretly communicated regarding the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Although they did not form an alliance, they had an agreement not to interfere with each other. What they could get from the Uzumaki clan this time depended entirely on their own methods. In response to this, they had a rough joint combat plan, which was the scroll that was taken out now. Uzumaki Allo was a little stunned after hearing these words, and she immediately took the scroll and unfolded it, her expression instantly darkening. "Are you threatening me?" Staring fiercely at the young man in front of him, Allo Uzumaki considered this a threat. "Don't think that we, the Uzumaki clan, are afraid of you, the 4 major ninja villages. It's not a threat, but a sincere invitation to the Uzumaki clan to join our Kumagakure village. This invitation has always worked." Dode looked sincere, and he was indeed very sincere. He really wanted to invite the Uzumaki clan to join their hidden cloud village and become a member of the village. Whether it is the plan to split the tailed beast into a jinkriki or the research and development and mass production of firearms, the assistance of the Uzumaki clan is needed in order to develop rapidly. Allo Whirlpool stared at the platform for a long while before his expression relaxed and his gaze returned to the scroll in his hand. "It seems that your hidden cloud village is not our best choice." After calming down, he wanted to see how much sincerity this young man had towards the hidden cloud village. This secret joint combat plan of the 4 major ninja villages is a good sign of sincerity, but it is not enough. After all, what the hidden cloud village wants is the Uzumaki clan, not some sealing technique. It's not that we can't talk about it, but we need to be more sincere. End of this chapter. Chapter 34-6 Ninja Tools. Chapter 34-6 Paths Ninja Tools. Dode said calmly, "Senior, there is no need to test me with this. If Konoha could really accept the Uzumaki clan, you would not have rejected the third Hokage's invitation 3 times. If the Uzumaki clan really moves to Konoha, many people will probably be unable to sleep or eat, including the third Hokage. I guess that the third Hokage wanted a new generation Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to replace the elderly first Hokage's wife, preferably one with no relatives or friends, so that it would be easier for him to control her. The Senju clan has been very powerful in Konoha in recent years because of the existence of the first Hokage's wife, and has caused a lot of trouble for the third Hokage. The upcoming Ninja World War will surely be a great disaster for the Senju clan. Once the first Hokage's wife dies, the Senju clan will inevitably be wiped out in the Ninja World War. Our 4 major ninja villages also do not want another Senju Hashirama to appear in the Senju clan. This is the tacit understanding among all of us. The Senju clan, which possesses the first generation of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, cannot be tolerated, let alone the Uzumaki clan. We have received intelligence that hundreds of ninjas have secretly left the Hidden Leaf village and are heading for the land of whirlpools. Judging from their speed, they are all Jonin. Senior, why don't you guess whether this group of Konoha ninjas are here to rescue the hidden Uzushio village or to destroy their clan? Moreover, Konoha happened to discover that ninjas from our 4 major ninja villages were active on the border some time ago, and dispatched the elite of each major ninja clan as pioneers to various borders in advance. The Senju clan is in the land of Earth, the farthest from the land of whirlpools, so even if they get the news, it will be difficult for them to return to the rescue in time. Senior, you don't think this is a coincidence, right? In fact, the current situation of the Uzumaki clan should have been anticipated by the seniors when they knew that the wife of the first Hokage had become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Whirlpool Aloe's expression became increasingly gloomy, especially the final annihilation of the entire clan and genocide made him even more upset. How many of our people can your Hidden Cloud village accept? After pondering for a long time, Aloe Whirlpool finally compromised. The current situation is very clear. We cannot go to Konoha and can only choose the 4 major ninja villages. At this stage, only the Hidden Cloud village has come to extend an invitation. At least it's a way. What the young man from the Hidden Cloud village said was true. When he learned that Mito used herself as a carrier to seal the 9 tails for Konoha and became the Jinchuriki, he had a bad feeling about it and even went to Konoha in person to scold his eldest niece. This is bringing disaster to the Uzumaki clan. Seeing that Uzumaki Aloe had indeed compromised, Dode breathed a sigh of relief and said sincerely, "We can accommodate underage and single Uzumaki clan members who do not have extreme ideas in our Hidden Cloud village. Even single people can immediately marry single ninjas in our village and form families. We in the Hidden Cloud village sincerely hope that the Uzumaki clan can flourish and integrate into our village. Our Hidden Cloud village is the only one among the 5 major ninja villages that has been recruiting talents from outside. We will give the Uzumaki clan corresponding welfare benefits and will absolutely treat them equally. Moreover, some development plans of our village also urgently need talents from the Uzumaki clan to join. Their status in the village will definitely not be low in the future, and they may even become high-level officials in the village. In addition, we in the Hidden Cloud village will ensure that no Uzumaki clan members will go to the front lines to participate in the war. We have other arrangements for you, and it will be very safe. It is impossible for them to accept the entire Uzumaki clan, that is not realistic. Those adults all have their own ideas, and some may even be hostile to the Hidden Cloud village. If these people are brought over, they will only become a potential source of trouble." Uzumaki Ashina was not surprised by this, and even had more trust in him. It seems that the Hidden Cloud village really wants to get the Uzumaki clan, and its sincerity is very strong. Does the development plan you're talking about include the tailed beast Jinchuriki? Upon further questioning, it was revealed that the current disaster facing the Uzumaki clan was caused by that brainless and stupid niece, and that the 4 major ninja villages had secretly joined forces to attack in order to create the perfect tailed beast Jinchuriki. The Uzumaki clan is the most suitable to become the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. We have other plans for the use of the tailed beasts. We don't need the Uzumaki clan members to be sacrificed. That would be a disaster for you, not a blessing. Dode vetoed. They couldn't allow the Uzumaki clan to become the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, at least not before the Uzumaki clan was truly integrated into the village. Besides, they no longer need a complete tailed beast Jinchuriki, so the split plan is a good idea. Even if it goes out of control, it will be easier to suppress and will not cause too much damage. Anyway, as long as the split-tailed beast Jinchuriki can condense the tailed beast ball and launch in bombardment, its own strength doesn't matter. How much strength can you provide to help us survive this disaster? Alo Uzumaki further asked that whether or not one could become the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast was not important, what was important was the attitude of the hidden cloud village. We have gathered 100 Jonin and 1000 Chunin who are ready to go into battle at any time. In addition, the 3rd generation master will also come to join this war at the critical moment. Tutai told them the forces they could mobilize, which made Uzumaki Alo very satisfied. It's not easy for us to give up our home where we have lived for thousands of years. At least we have to fight hard here. You from the hidden cloud village can join us in the fight. Some members of the tribe still have illusions about Konoha, and we have to wake them up. If it is impossible to do anything in the end, take the children to your hidden cloud village, and I will prepare a complete set of vortex sealing techniques for you, including the sealing technique developed by Mito for the 9 tails. We in the hidden cloud village respect the choices of our seniors in the hidden cloud village. Today agreed solemnly. He also thought so. They must fight in the whirlpool country. Only in this way can Konoha be forced to reveal itself and the ties between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha be severed. At the same time, a war is also needed to consume the adult ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, so that they can finally leave with their underage children. Although it is cruel, this is the reality of the ninja world. At the same time, he also understood that the great elder Uzumaki actually had hope for Konoha, or the Senju clan and the first Hokage's wife. It's a pity that the current leader of Konoha is not the Senju clan, nor the wife of the first Hokage, but the group of the 3rd Hokage. If Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo really wanted to destroy the Uzumaki clan, they would definitely have made all the arrangements and would not have allowed the Senju clan to come and support them. At least they won't come in time. Otherwise, if the Senju clan really takes this opportunity to bring the Uzumaki clan to Konoha, their strength will be greatly enhanced, and this is not what Sarutobi Hiruzen and others want to see. There is one more thing. Have you ever heard of the 6 Paths Ninja Tools? After finishing the business, Dode brought up the matter of the 6 Paths Ninja Tools. We, the Uzumaki clan, know more about those ninja tools than you do. Raising her eyebrows, Uzumaki Alo was naturally familiar with the 6 Paths Ninja Tools, because they were the descendants of the 6 Paths Sage. Even the clan's scriptures recorded the existence of the ninja clan, and naturally there were detailed records of the 6 Paths Ninja Tools. 4 of the 6 Paths Ninja Tools were sealed by the last 2 owners before they died. If you can break the seal, then the 4 6 Paths Ninja Tools can be lent to the nobles to deal with this war. As Tutai spoke, he took out a sealing scroll and opened it, revealing a heart sealed in 2 nutrient tanks. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 The Human Heart is Sinister. Chapter 35 The Human Heart is Sinister. Do you have a palm leaf fan? Hearing today's words, Uzumaki Alo's eyes lit up and she directly asked about the most destructive banana fan. Among the 5 6 Paths Ninja Tools, only the Bazana fan is used for killing. Combined with the huge chakra of the Uzumaki clan, they are not afraid of any number of people even if one person flaps it. Have. Dode responded decisively. He knew that the Uzumaki clan's strength would be greatly enhanced after obtaining the 6 Paths Ninja Tools, but this was also necessary in order to force Konoha to make a choice. They also need the help of the Uzumaki clan to kill all the elites of the major ninja villages, so that their hidden cloud village will have an easier time in the next war. After getting the affirmative response from Tutai, Uzumaki Aloe's smile became even more intense. She immediately walked forward, took out the 2 sealed hearts, raised her hands and formed a mysterious magic formation diagram. Contract seal, break it. Finally, he tapped each heart, and the dark magic characters wrapped around them. Then Aloe Vortex smeared some tissue cells on the 2 hearts and used them as a medium to perform psychic arts. A burst of mist spread out, and 4 objects appeared. They were the 4 Six Paths ninja tools sealed by Kinkaku and Yinkaku. Aloe Whirlpool grabbed the banana fan immediately and injected chakra into it, instantly condensing 5 chakra balls, which possessed the 5 attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth, and were very strong. As the record says, it can transform into 5 types of attacks. Whirlpool Aloe was very satisfied. With this powerful weapon, the next war would be a sure win. Take the remaining 3 items back with you. I have seen the sincerity of the hidden cloud village, and you will soon see my sincerity as well. After taking a look at the other 3 sets of Six Paths ninja tools, Uzumaki Aloe didn't care much about them. They were too troublesome to use and were not as efficient as their sealing techniques. We're looking forward to it. Dode used a sealing scroll to seal up the 3 Six Paths ninja tools and Kinkaku and Ginkaku's heart, and continued to discuss some battle plans with them before leaving. The mission was successfully completed. Now it depends on the choices of the Uzumaki clan and the direction of the war. What about people? Dode was stunned when he was sent to the village entrance by an Uzumaki ninja. What about the little devil and the other 3? They left with the young lady. I told you to tell them to go back first and let you catch up as soon as possible. Be careful of sneak attacks on the way. The Uzumaki ninja who had been guarding the entrance to the village said, relaying that person's words. Little miss. Tutai was a little confused. What had the little kid done during the time he was away? Although he was very confused, Tutai still set off as quickly as possible, and even used the teleportation technique to speed up his journey, heading for the previously agreed location. They had already planned their return route, which was different from the one they took coming here. They also arranged for several senior ninjas who were good at earth escape techniques to open up a long tunnel there to conceal their figures and avoid being ambushed. After all, there are too many people eyeing the Uzushiogakure village at this stage. Not to mention the earthen platform that was left here, the Vortex Aloe on the other side, after adapting to the banana fan, walked towards the residence of the patriarch, who was also his eldest nephew. Today, the visitors to the hidden Uzushio village are not only cloud ninjas, but also people from Konoha. They should be here for the new generation of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. When I walked into my eldest nephew's house, I found that the other 4 elders had arrived and they all looked unhappy. Konoha really didn't send anyone to support us. Aloe Whirlpool walked in, knelt down, glanced at her nephew, and guessed what was going on. The 4 major ninja villages have begun to march towards the land of fire. Konoha has arranged for the elite ninjas of the major ninja clans to go to the front as pioneers to seize favorable terrain and build a defense line. The Senju clan has been arranged on the side of the land of earth. The Hokage promised to dispatch the ninja army to provide support, and they will arrive at the land of whirlpools tomorrow night. Uzumaki Masahiko said helplessly that the problem was much more serious than he had imagined. As for the news that Uchiha Madara was still alive, he didn't tell them. It was useless to tell them, and it would only dampen their morale. It would be fine if Uchiha Madara didn't appear, but once he appeared, they would not be able to resist, even if they used forbidden techniques. If that person really showed up, they could only close their eyes and wait for death. The 4 major ninja villages have all planned this far. The 4 elders all had worried faces. Without support from Konoha, how could they, the hidden Uzushio village, survive this crisis? It's hard to say whether it's the plan of the 4 major ninja villages or the plan of the little monkey of the 3rd Hokage. Coming here tomorrow night is not called support, it's called collecting corpses. Alo Uzumaki said in a mocking tone, causing several people present to change their expressions slightly. Uzumaki Masahiko remained silent. He learned a lot about Konoha's situation from the little kid, and the situation was not optimistic. The 4 elders also looked unhappy. It was uncertain whether they could survive tonight, let alone tomorrow night. Glancing at his silent nephew in surprise, Alo Uzumaki said in a deep voice without further ado, I have long said that Konoha is unreliable, so I secretly contacted the Hidden Cloud Village. They are the only ninja village among the 5 major ninja villages that is still recruiting people, and they are big enough to accommodate our Uzumaki clan, at least part of them. It's also a way out. We old guys can die for the Uzushiogakure village, but the children can't follow them. The Uzumaki clan can't be destroyed either, otherwise we won't be able to face our ancestors after we die. The Hidden Cloud Village is very sincere and has just sent us the 6 Paths Ninja Tool Beisaka fan to assist us in dealing with this war. As he spoke, Alo Uzumaki took out the banana fan he had just obtained, input Shakira into it and condensed 5 small balls to prove that it was the real thing. It's really a banana fan. Seeing the palm leaf fan, the 4 elders' eyes lit up. This was a powerful weapon, especially when combined with the huge chakra of their Uzumaki clan. It is not very effective against top-notch strongmen, but it is a massacre against ordinary ninjas. What gives them a headache about the coalition of ninja villages is the number of their opponents. On the contrary, they don't care much about the top strong ones among them. At most, they can use forbidden sealing techniques to fight 1-for-1. But those ninja troops are a trouble. When they gather together, they pose too great a threat to the village. Now that we have this powerful weapon, the next war will definitely be much easier to fight. From this it can be seen that the Hidden Cloud Village is indeed sincere. The current situation is very clear. Regardless of whether Konoha can send reinforcements, the siege of the Hidden Uzushio village by the elite of the 4 major ninja villages has become an established fact, and they have already tied down Konoha. By then, even if Konoha sends reinforcements, there will not be many. Now it's not a bad thing to have one more way. However, compared to the joy of the 4 elders, Uzumaki Masahiko felt as if struck by lightning, and his whole body was numb. Just now? The people who came to see you just now were from the Hidden Cloud Village. He thought that the person who went to see the Great Elder was also from the Senjua family, but who would have thought that he was from the Hidden Cloud Village? So, which family did that kid belong to? He is the assistant Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village. Looking over in confusion, Alo Uzumaki didn't understand what was wrong with her nephew. Boom! Damn you little devil! The huge chakra explosion instantly made the hall a mess, and Uzumaki Masahiko's face became even more hideous and furious. He was actually deceived by a little devil and not only gave away his own granddaughter, but also gave away all the family's wealth. It's shameful and too much. How could there be such a despicable, shameless, and evil kid in the Hidden Cloud Village? Whirlpool Aloe and the others were all very confused when they saw their patriarch suddenly explode, and they didn't understand what was going on. What about the battle plan? It took a while for Uzumaki Masahiko to recover and ask solemnly. Although he was very angry, the matter was done now and it was useless to be angry. First cooperate with the Hidden Cloud Village to overcome this disaster, and then find an opportunity to deal with that damn kid. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Bitterness 1 Bitter Earth Platform. Chapter 36, Bitter Earth Platform. Glancing at her nephew who had barely calmed down with suspicion, Alo Uzumaki did not ask any questions and said, the Hidden Cloud Village will use ships to take some of the tribe members away by sea, but the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village are the masters of the sea. We need to join hands with the Hidden Cloud Village to first wipe out the Hidden Mist Village's ninja army, so that the children can safely travel by sea to the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning. He revealed the battle plan agreed upon with Turkey and Taiwan. It did not have any detailed tactics or strategy, but the main point was to ensure that the retreat route was open first. As long as the ninja army sent by the Hidden Mist village is defeated, the remaining ninjas from the Hidden Sand village and the Hidden Rock village will not be a concern, as they are just landlubbers. I've already made an agreement with them. If we can stop them this time, we'll continue to live in the land of whirlpools. If we can't, we'll transfer our underage children and single members of our clan to the Hidden Cloud village. At the same time, I will give you the part of the sealing technique that can be performed by people other than my clan members as a reward for inviting the Hidden Cloud village to fight this time. Tell them about the deal with the Hidden Cloud village. It's unrealistic to let them work for free. They must pay enough chips, and the only thing they can give is the sealing technique passed down by their clan. Kin. After a moment of silence, Uzumaki Masahiko nodded with gritted teeth. This was the only way now. Damn it, don't let me survive this war, otherwise I will kill that damn kid first when I go to the Hidden Cloud village. Seeing that the clan leaders all expressed their agreement, the four elders had nothing more to say. In today's situation, it's good to have one more option and a way out. At the same time, Tutai caught up with Tamura Hao and 4 or 5 others, at the agreed location. What have you done? Looking at the Anbu ninjas around him, the 2 extra super large scrolls and the red-haired girl, Dode was very confused. I've been away for less than an hour and you're already causing trouble for me? Tamura Hao explained innocently, don't blame me. Not long after you went in, the Hokage's son came out of the hidden village of Ozushio, and we almost got into a fight at that time. I could only pretend to be a member of the Senju clan and engage in verbal exchanges with them, and then strolled into the Uzushiagakuer village, where I met the leader of the Uzumaki clan. I talked with him for a while, and he entrusted me with all the inheritance and heritage of this girl and the Uzumaki clan. By the way, this girl is the designated Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As he said this, he felt emotional in his heart. It turned out that Master Lu was right. Since ancient times, sincerity cannot be retained, and only routines can win people's hearts. There is no future in playing the role of sincerity these days. In the end, you will only be cheated out of everything, or even have to contribute your body parts. Only tricks can get everything. Tutai's eyelids twitched when he heard this simple explanation. The amount of information contained in it was too much, and even his mind could not make it all clear for a while. It's very dangerous for you to act like this. With a gloomy face, Tutai regretted bringing this kid out. Too much trouble. I've thought about it. It's not a big danger to us. At most, the Uzumaki clan leader will find out and detain Lord Dode who didn't leave in time. Given the current situation in the land of whirlpools, the Uzushiagakuer village will not kill Lord Dode and offend our Kumagakuer village to death. Tiankanhao looked like he had everything under control. He had figured this out long ago, so he took the risk to fool people. I miss you so much. Tutai, unable to bear it any longer, punched the boy on the head and almost became a prisoner. You must return with the scroll and the girl as soon as possible. Make sure you bring all 3 back intact. This is very important to the village and must be completed. Glaring at the boy who was in pain, Dode gave orders to the ANBU ninjas. Those he brought here are his absolute confidants, and their fighting capabilities are beyond doubt, not to mention there is this hidden tunnel, so returning safely should not be a problem. Yes. Everyone followed the order. 3 of them carried the scroll and the girl on their backs and walked into the tunnel together. At the end, there was a ninja who could escape from the earth and collapsed the tunnel to prevent anyone from catching up. After many twists and turns, Tamura Hao and Dode turned into a fork in the road. The 3 Anbu ninjas were still following them, but they had changed out of the Konoha Anbu uniforms. After walking for a while, we came to the ground and accelerated towards the agreed location. When they were about to reach the agreed location, Tutai stopped and glared at a certain boy, then instructed his 3 men, keep an eye on this kid, Don't let him cause any more trouble for me. Yes. The three of them agreed decisively, but they had no ill feelings towards Tian Kunhao in their hearts. They even admired and were grateful to him. The previous harvest should be able to count as a collective S-level mission record for them. They would like to have more of this kind of easy and good things, and if necessary, it's okay for Lord Tutai to suffer a little. Seeing that he was being targeted, Tian Kunhao felt unhappy, but he didn't know what to say. He just wrote it down in his little notebook. The 5 people slowed down their pace and soon arrived at the agreed location, which was a hidden forest. The people from the other 3 parties have arrived and are all looking at the 5 people on the platform approaching. Is there no one left in the hidden cloud village? All that came here are little ghosts. Kazuki HD, the leader of the Kirigakure faction, smiled evilly, with a hint of disdain in his words. He is indeed too young and unreliable. Cho, the representative of Sunagakure, nodded in agreement, but was also dissatisfied with the lateness of the representative of Kumagakure. It would be fine if he was someone of the same generation, but who would have thought that he was a junior, and there was a dwarf following him, so he should be just a little kid. It seems that the hidden cloud village has not yet recovered from the civil strife of that year. Otherwise, why not take the initiative to withdraw from this Whirlpool Kingdom war? Xi Shiren, the representative of Iwagakure village, followed up with another statement, and the 3 parties joined forces to put pressure on the 5 people from Dode. Instead, Luo Xia and the other 2 standing behind Zhou looked at the young man behind Dode. Although his hair color and hairstyle had changed, his body shape was very familiar, especially the light armor he was wearing. Ye King glared at him even more hatefully, secretly cursing him as a little pervert in his heart. Looking at the 3 parties targeting them, Tian Kunhao said nothing, but silently kept those people in his mind, and was thinking about whether there was a chance to destroy those 3 parties. I, Tian, never bear grudges and will take revenge quickly if there is any. It seems there is no need to talk, let's all do our best tonight. Tutai was also tough. He snorted coldly and turned away. He arrived at the agreed time, half an hour early, but was still targeted. Obviously, the 3 parties had already made an agreement before they came over, which was to exclude their hidden cloud village. Well, since you don't want to take us to the hidden cloud village to play, don't blame us for being rude. Tian Kunhao and the other 3 didn't say much, they followed Tutai and left quickly. Before leaving, Tamura Hao glanced at Luo Xia who was standing behind Zhou. The other party's malice was much stronger than last time. The 3 parties were not surprised to see Dode leave so decisively. This is the style of the hidden cloud village, which has always maintained a tough stance. You are indeed too young. Zhou chuckled and didn't take it to heart. Now that the 3 parties have united, no matter how angry the hidden cloud village is, it will be useless, not to mention that they will take action tonight, and it is too late for the hidden cloud village to rearrange. Originally, she was reluctant to join forces with the Iwagakure village and the Mist village to target the Kumagakure village, but the information brought back by Luo Xia made her think more, especially since Luo Xia had a high opinion of the Kumagakure village, which posed the greatest threat to the Sand village. In this case, she would take the opportunity to target them. If there is a chance, she would not mind destroying the ninja army sent out by the hidden cloud village. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Poisonous Man Tamura. Chapter 37, Poisonous Man Tamura. Dode and his 5 companions returned straight to the ninja base without stopping. Dode looked at the 2 large scrolls and the girl who was glaring at someone, his brows furrowed. Although the kids' meddling brought them huge benefits, it also caused many variables in the plan. Don't worry, Master Tutai. With these backgrounds and this girl, the Uzumaki clan leader will definitely be more inclined towards our hidden cloud village. Tamura Hao explained that he had thought carefully before tinkering with it. Despicable villain. Uzumaki Kushina on the opposite side became even angrier and cursed someone as despicable. Her grandfather had told her to go to Konoha to see her aunt, but who would have thought that she would end up in the Hidden Cloud Village's ninja army? Apparently, both she and her grandfather had been deceived by that despicable villain. In response to the girl's scolding, Tianqinhao's face darkened, and he immediately looked behind the girl with a look of horror, and exclaimed, "Uzumaki clan leader, why are you here?" "Grandfather." Uzumaki Kushina instinctively turned her head, with a look of joy on her face. Her grandfather had indeed come to pick her up. But when he turned his head, he found nothing behind him. Before he could figure out what was going on, the back of his neck hurt again, and then his consciousness fell into obscurity. "I hate it most when people scold me." Tamura Hao, who had knocked the girl down, snorted coldly, and in his heart he lamented the unreasonable amount of chakra used by the Uzumaki clan. Although this girl is only 10 years old, the amount of chakra she can burst out is even greater than that of Dode. Her strength can be imagined with such chakra. I can only use a trick to defeat her. Tutai and Yaye both felt their faces twitching when they saw Tianqinhao, who still needed to use tricks to win over the girl. Fukai even covered his face, not wanting to admit that that was his student. "Now let's think about what to do." Tutai rubbed his temple. There were too many variables and it was difficult for him to adjust at once. Fukai and Yayuai didn't know what to say about this. They were pure combat ninjas and this kind of brain-intensive stuff was not suitable for them. Tutai had no hope for the two of them and his eyes fell on Tianqinhao. This kid has a lot of ideas and should be able to provide some inspiration. Seeing Tutai looking over, Tianqinhao said calmly, "Let's do it according to the previous plan. The 3 major ninja villages have shown their hostility towards us, so we should prioritize destroying one, and the most suitable one is the Hidden Mist Village. However, according to what Lord Dode told me before about the internal situation of the Hidden Mist Village, the Third Mizukage and the ninja clan are becoming increasingly antagonistic. We can take this opportunity to intensify their conflict." He even found out the people that the Third Mizukage had arranged in the ninja army, released them, and gave them a sealing technique that could perfectly seal the 3 tails and the 6 tails, to strengthen the power of the Third Mizukage side and allow them to destroy the ninja clan of the Hidden Mist Village. We took the opportunity to accept some younger ninja members and integrate their bloodline and secret techniques into our Hidden Cloud Village. It is even possible to leave some women from the Hidden Mist Village's ninja army behind in this war, and take them back to be arranged among the single ninjas in the village. As long as they give birth to children, and with the hatred of the Hidden Mist Village for the genocide, they should be able to integrate into the village. Moreover, several ninja clans in the Hidden Mist Village are very suitable for our Hidden Cloud Village, such as the Kagaya clan. If Brother Ai can carry back a female ninja from the Kagaya clan, a child can be born. With the bloodline limit of the Hyaga clan's corpse bone vein, without the aid of secret medicine, one can cultivate the Yayu clan's heirloom hand knife through self-cultivation alone, or even better. At the end, Tamura Hao nodded to Yayuai. As early as after deciding to use the Hidden Cloud Village as the basic base, he had many ideas, especially combining them with the Naruto fanfiction he had read in his previous life, many of which could be used as reference. For example, if Kagaya Kunmuro practices the 8 gates, with his bone strength, he will definitely be able to withstand the explosive power of Yakai without his bones being broken. If you can practice Thunder Escape Armor and Hell Stab, you will definitely become more powerful. Now Kagaya Kunmuro has not been born yet, but the Kagaya clan can be integrated into the Azuki clan. It is not necessary to obtain a complete corpse bone vein, as long as the bone and body strength can be improved. Moreover, the Hyaga clan itself has considerable self-healing abilities, which, when combined with the secret techniques of the Yayu clan, are like adding wings to a tiger. If the 8 gates are added, it will be possible to defeat Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Me. Yaye was stunned. She didn't expect that this could be about herself. For the future of the Yayu family and the village, Brother Ai, you must make a choice. This is something you must be aware of. Of course, if you can persuade the third-generation teacher to marry a female ninja from the Kagaya clan and give birth to another junior apprentice brother, that would be fine too. Tamurohao persuaded seriously that this was definitely a good thing. I'll do it. After opening her mouth, Yayuya finally did not dare to persuade her father to take a concubine. Otherwise, her mother would definitely be the first one to chop her to pieces when she returned, without her father having to do anything. I can only do it myself, hoping to find one that is not ugly. That's an idea. Rolling his eyes at the young man, Tutai agreed with this idea. If they simply captured the female ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village's ninja army, even if they took them back to get married and have children, they would not necessarily surrender to the Hidden Cloud Village. The will of a ninja is not so easy to shake. But if the third Mizukage and his side killed the hostile ninja clans in the village, it would be equivalent to severing the ties between those people and the Hidden Mist Village. Then, with the blessing of marriage and children, there is a high probability that they will return to the village. However, this matter still needs further consideration and a decision will be made after the third generation arrives. Aren't you afraid that Chief Uzumaki will cause trouble for you later? Then he glanced at the girl who was knocked unconscious. Tutai could imagine the rage of the Uzumaki clan leader at this moment. He was afraid that he wanted to tear the little brat to pieces. It's done. What can he do? And if he wants to cause trouble for me, he has to survive this first. I have great confidence in Konoha. Tamuroha really didn't care, especially after he confirmed that the young man who accompanied Sarutobi Shinoshoku on his mission to the hidden Uzashio village was most likely Abarame Shijiro. He became even more certain that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Lord Danzo did not want the Uzumaki clan to survive. It makes sense that the future Abarame Tone is considered a trump card by Danzo Shimura. She is a terrifying existence at a strategic level. Those nano-poisonous insects are too hidden, too deadly, and extremely difficult to detect. Once they are deployed in advance, coupled with the state of war, it will be even more difficult to detect and deal with. It will be difficult for the Uzumaki clan to leave a complete body. Konoha is a big variable. I don't know how much force Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo will mobilize. Dode was looking forward to this. In this respect, their goals overlapped with those of the third Hokage. The plan to attack the Uzumaki clan was also based on the actions of the third Hokage and his men. The stronger the murderous intent of the third Hokage and his men towards the Uzumaki clan, the better, so as to cut off the Uzumaki clan's thoughts on Konoha. Then, after the death of the first Hokage's wife, the Uzumaki clan will completely belong to their hidden cloud village. Thinking of the previous encounter with Sarutobi Shinoshoku and the other party's deep murderous intentions towards him, Tamuroha said, and the Hokage's son Sarutobi Shinoshoku, I remember that you, Master Dode, said that the third Hokage's physical skills mainly rely on the summoning beast Monkey King Suruma, and the Hokage's son should have signed a summoning contract with the Monkey clan. If we catch him, we will surely be able to interrogate him to find out many of Konoha's secret ninjutsu, and even the forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals, especially the Great Flame technique of the Sarutobi clan. Then he controlled him to summon the Monkey King and asked the third-generation sensei to suppress him, and then asked the strong men of the Uzumaki clan to help seal the summoning contract to prevent the Monkey King from escaping. Then, with the help of the Monkey King, he could obtain the summoning contract of the Monkey clan, and then reverse summon the third Hokage to the Monkey clan's land to destroy them. This would definitely greatly weaken the third Hokage and the Sarutobi clan's strength. It seems that the Monkey King of the third Hokage has an indestructible body. This is very valuable for research. After research, the corpse should be able to be used as medicine. After hearing this, the three people present couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. It was too sinister. But I liked it, so I did it. Chuchita was even more impressed, saying that he was indeed a talent trained by Shimura Danzo, so insidious. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Uchihamadara. Chapter 38 Uchihamadara's night fell. A white-haired old man stood on a hill, gazing at the lights of the Uzashiogakure village in the distance. Hashirama, this is the world you created. It is indeed wrong. The old man sighed and said that he knew back then that the ninja village system was not correct, and now it has been verified one by one, with tragedies happening time and time again. Now even the Uzumaki clan, which was once as famous as the Uchiha and Senju clans, is about to be destroyed, and even Konoha is involved. And this is not the end, more tragedies will happen endlessly in the future. That's right, the old man was Uchiha Madara. Although he had been hiding in the dark all these years, he had always been paying attention to the ninja world. Naturally, he had to come and see such a big thing happening in the land of whirlpools. On the surface, he was defeated by Hashirama, but in fact, he was defeated by Hashirama and his wife Mito. Both the sealing scroll used by Hashirama and the technique to seal the 9 tails were created by Mito. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is still very powerful. How can we obtain the power of all things? Looking down at his skinny palms, Uchiha Madara couldn't help feeling a little confused. According to the records on the stone tablet, the two mutually repelling forces, when combined into one, gave birth to all things in the universe. However, after transplanting Hashirama's cells, although he mastered the wood release technique, it did not fuse, nor did he gain the power of all things in the universe. On the contrary, because of the fight with Hashirama's cells in his body, his vitality was rapidly consumed and he aged faster. He could feel that he didn't have much time left, and could only hold on for another year at most. If he couldn't give birth to that kind of all-encompassing power within a year, he would have to go see Hashirama. How to do it? Uchiha Madara was very confused and didn't know how to combine the two powers and obtain the power of everything. Not to mention Uchiha Madara was confused, even Black Zetsu hiding in the dark was also confused. Why haven't you opened your samsara eye yet? Could it be that Uchiha Madara doesn't have that kind of talent? Black Zetsu was looking at Uchiha Madara in the distance and was also confused about the awakening of the Rinnegan. In this world, Mother was the first one to obtain the Rinnegan, but she obtained it through the fruit of the sacred tree. The second person to obtain the Rinnegan was Hagoromo, but he inherited it from his mother. It was too difficult to create a third pair of Rinnegan, mainly because there was no reliable reference. The mother's one is not a reference, you can only refer to Yui's samsara eye. He could only place his hopes on the Uchiha. After thousands of years of continuous induction and experimentation, Uchiha Madara was the closest experimental subject. But even so, it is still far from the feather clothes of those days. Is it because of the lack of Uzumaki's chakra? Turning his gaze to the hidden Uzushio village in the distance, Black Zetsu pondered this possibility. Although Yui had only 2 sons, they only inherited the sage eyes and the sage body respectively. His own chakra was passed down separately, forming the current Uzumaki clan. To a certain extent, the Uzumaki clan is more compatible with the sacred tree. The diamond chain that can bind the tailed beasts originated from the 10 tails. Moreover, Yuger's strongest skill is sealing technique. Seriously speaking, the Uzumaki clan is the purest inheritor of the ninja sect. Its chakra is very special, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the chakra of a sage. Perhaps it needs to be combined with the chakra of the Uzumaki clan to awaken the Rinnegan. It's a good opportunity to use this war to collect their chakra. With a plan in mind, Black Zetsu decided to use this war to collect the chakra of the dead of the Uzumaki clan, and then find a way to let Uchiha Madara obtain it. Perhaps he could further stimulate those eyes and evolve into the Rinnegan, and then the plan of infinite Tsukuyomi could begin. Taking the initiative. Black Zetsu suddenly seemed to sense something and looked towards the Uzushio village again, sensing that some huge chakra entities had left the Uzushio village and headed for the base of the ninja army in the Mist village. Although surprised, Black Zetsu did not think much about it. He merged into the earth and quickly lurked over there, preparing to collect the bodies secretly. At the same time, the Hidden Cloud village also attacked the Hidden Mist village ninja army's base as agreed after nightfall. Thousands of elite cloud ninjas marched rapidly regardless of the consumption of chakra, and before long they crossed dozens of miles and arrived at the Hidden Mist Village Ninja Army's base. The perception ninjas of the Kirigakure Shinobi Army naturally sensed the arrival of both parties and were very confused about this, especially the Kumigakure Shinobi Army. The commander of the Shinobi Army, Kizuki, looked at the Kumigakure Shinobi Army's position and was unsure for a moment whether the Kumigakure Shinobi Army came for the strong men from the Uzushiogakure Shinobi village who took the initiative to attack, or for their Kirigakure Shinobi Army. Or did they come with malicious intent or good intentions? Quickly notify the Sand Village and the Rock Village that the Kumigakure and the Uzushiogakure have joined forces. Tell them to come to our aid and we will work together to wipe out the Kumigakure ninjas. A decision was made quickly, and Ziyu Kizuki ordered his men to immediately ask for help from the Sand Village and Uegakure ninja armies. No matter what the Hidden Cloud Village is planning, they, the Hidden Mist Village, will not fight alone in this battle. After all, what they might face next is a joint siege by the Hidden Cloud Ninja Army and the Hidden Uzushio Village, which would be very disadvantageous to them. That was the worst-case scenario, but he was not afraid. Although the two sides were powerful when combined, it was impossible to kill them. At worst, they can retreat to the sea, which is their home ground. However, it was this confidence that made them lose their last chance to retreat and survive, as the Uzumaki clan never thought of letting them retreat. The four elders of the Uzumaki family who arrived first stood in four directions, bursting out chakra and working together to build a fiery red barrier, wrapping the entire Mist Ninja army. This is the Four Red Yang formation, a powerful barrier that requires four shadow-level powerhouses to work together to cast, and it is both offensive and defensive. These four old guys might not be able to do other things, but they definitely have enough chakra. Aloe Whirlpool was not idle either. After the Four Red Yang formation was formed, she extracted a huge amount of chakra and injected it into the banana fan. She waved the fan and created a sea of fire, covering the area where the Mizuno Tsuki clan ninjas were located. What kind of fire ninjutsu is this? How can there be such a large-scale fire escape? How can this be? The Kirigakure ninja army was stunned by the explosion of sea of fire, especially the Mizuno Tsuki ninja who was within the coverage area, who was even more terrified. The sea of fire was too large and the temperature was too high, so it was impossible to use ice escape, and water escape was also very difficult. Moreover, even if they use water escape, they will only be burned and evaporated into high-temperature steam, which will also cause great damage to them. This was not the end. After Aloe Uzumaki had released all of his chakra, he handed the fan to an old man from the same clan. The old man had also extracted a huge amount of chakra and injected it into the fan. He fanned it hard, making the sea of fire even larger and denser. Afterwards, several other people took over the banana fan and used powerful fire and wind jutsu. The two strengthened each other, causing the scale and temperature of the sea of fire to continue to soar. I'm afraid this is no worse than the great fire extinguishing used by the evil world Madara. Tamura Hao, who followed the team to the outside of the Four Red Yang formation, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the sea of fire inside. The Uzumaki clan's huge chakra combined with the banana fan was too powerful. Each flap is no weaker than the great fire extinguishment released by Uchiha Madara. Even a cage-level strongman would not be able to withstand it if it was flapped 10 times in a row. Not to mention the use of wind escape to further enhance the power of fire escape. Too arrogant, too deadly. And that's not all. The Uzumaki ninja waved the Bazana fan again, but this time what came out was not a sea of fire, but countless lightning bolts. Most of the ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village are good at water-style ninjutsu, and lightning and fire styles have the greatest restraint on them, especially the Kizuna clan, who are completely restrained by lightning style. The Hyuga clan was also in a bad situation, suffering heavy casualties in this wave of attacks. Just at this moment, a flash of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of the Kumigakure ninja army. When the lightning dissipated, a burly figure was revealed. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Black Zetsu and Number 039, S Gaze. Chapter 39 Black Zetsu's Gaze. Chapter 39 Black Zetsu's Gaze. You're really here. Alo Uzumaki ran over slightly panting, and was very surprised to see the arrival of the third Reikage. You old man, you're still alive. The third Reikage, who had just finished communicating with Dode, grinned. He had met Alo Uzumaki once before. This person is of the same generation as my grandfather, and I didn't expect that he is still alive. The Uzumaki clan is indeed a long-lived clan. It won't be a problem to outlast you. Uzumaki Alo retorted with a smile, and was very satisfied with the personal arrival of the third Reikage. It seemed that the hidden cloud village was very sincere. Just get through tonight. The third Reikage sneered, not believing that the Uzumaki clan could survive the war tonight, even with the blessing of the Bazana fan. His expression darkened, and he formed a seal with Aloe Whirlpool to create a portal from the 4 Red Yang formation on this side. The 4 Red Sun formation consumes a lot of energy. We can only maintain it for 10 minutes. This is the first joint operation between the two sides, so naturally they cannot just rely on the Uzumaki clan to make the effort, the hidden cloud village must also contribute. Tutai walked towards the vortex Aloe with a puzzled look on his face. Some of the next plans would still require the assistance of the vortex elder. Keep the formation and follow me. The third Reikage shouted to the cloud ninja behind him, and then with black lightning flashing on his body, he was the first to rush in. Hundreds of Jonin followed closely behind, and at the end were thousands of Choyunin, who charged fiercely into the formation of the Kirigakure ninja army that had not yet been formed. 3 generations of Reikage. The extremely embarrassed ghostly ghost was confused when he saw the third Reikage charging towards him. They had suffered heavy losses from the previous powerful attack from the Uzumaki clan, especially the ninjas of the Mizuno Tsuki clan, all of whom were crippled. Now the Kumigakure ninja army has attacked again, and the third Reikage is leading the way. It's even an egg. Although he has the strength to rival the Mizukage, he has no chance of winning against the even stronger third Reikage, who has the strongest lightning attribute that can restrain him. At this time, the third Reikage's reputation as the strongest was reflected. His body turned into a black lightning and rushed wantonly in the Mist Ninja army. Wherever the Mist Ninjas gathered, he would rush there and was invincible. The Thunder Escape Armor and Hell Stab blessed by Black Thunder are worthy of being the strongest shield and the strongest spear, integrating offense and defense, and are truly invincible. The Cloud Ninja army behind maintained its formation and swept across, pushing the entire Mist Ninja army across like a comb, dividing it at the same time, further preventing the Mist Ninjas from gathering together to fight together. First, they suffered a powerful blow that resulted in heavy casualties and consumed a large amount of chakra. Then they were attacked so hard and were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers. The Kirigakure ninja army had no power to fight back. The Cloud Village Jounin did not give the Kirigakure ninjas any chance to die together with them. They targeted the Kirigakure Jounins in groups of 2, and the Chunins behind them coordinated with them in the attack. The whole battle situation became one-sided. This was not a battle at all, but a massacre. Even the Mist Ninjas, who were known as the Village of Blood Mist, were on the verge of collapse. Some of them rushed madly towards the barrier of the 4 Red Yang formation, trying to break out from there. Unfortunately, they all ended up being burned to death. Even though the chakra quality of the 4 Uzumaki elders was not as good as that of the 4 Hokage in the 4 wars, it was not much different. Even the tailed beast balls cannot break through this 4 Red Yang formation, let alone these Mist Ninjas. Tamura mixed in with the Chunin team, assisted in the attack with a knife, and at the same time used 6 chakra threads wrapped with detonating tags to assist in the attack. His chakra was also linked to Kagaya's shadow to gain the ability to sense good and evil, to prevent the Mist Ninja from using transformation techniques to sneak in, or pretending to be dead. It would have been fine if this had not been linked to Kagaya's shadow, because once it was linked it alarmed a being hidden in the battlefield. Mom's breath! Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the earth, was shocked. He felt his mother's breath. Although it was very weak, he definitely couldn't be wrong. Even his own chakra had a slight resonance. Not daring to delay, he quickly moved in the direction of the sensation and eventually discovered that the source was a white-haired young man. And the closer you get, the stronger the feeling becomes, especially when you are within 10 meters of the other party, where it reaches a peak. Okay. Tamura Hao, who had just cooperated in stabbing a mist village chunin to death from behind, turned his head as if he had sensed something. He sensed a strange, strong intention appearing from the side and behind him. But when I turned around, that feeling was gone. He glanced at the area in confusion, and when he found nothing, he turned back and continued to assist in besieging and killing those mist ninjas, mainly targeting those ninjas from the Kagaya clan. After killing them, he would step forward and use the chakra absorption technique to absorb the chakra remaining in the opponent's body to nourish the Kagaya phantom, and then use the sealing scroll to seal the corpse to prevent it from being affected by the battle and damaged. This was his main purpose for coming to join the war. Kagaya's phantom was his second artificially created golden finger, which had great potential. His own 6 paths might lie on that Kagaya's phantom. Moreover, the corpse bone vein of the Hyaga clan is to control bones. He has no interest in fighting with bones. He only wants to use the corpse bone vein to increase the hardness of his own bones. The effect will definitely be better when combined with the secret medicine of the Yayu clan. After absorbing the chakra of a Kagaya ninja, Tamura Hao continued to kill another Kagaya ninja who was being besieged. This kind of life and death fight is much stronger than the previous actual combat with Fukai and Yaye, and it is also a test of one's will. All his actions were seen by Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark, and he became more and more surprised and suspicious. Who is that little devil? Why is their mother's chakra? Of course Tamura Hao was unable to notice this kind of peeping, as his mind was on collecting the bodies of Kagaya ninja. This blood power derived from Otsutsuki Hamura was also a great tonic for Kagaya's shadow, and was no less powerful than the Sharingan. Yayu Ai and Fukai were also on the side, specifically targeting those Kagaya ninjas, collecting their bodies, and searching for female Kagaya ninjas. Kagaya's bones are one of the main ingredients of the secret medicine. Now that we have the opportunity, we naturally have to collect more of them, which can also save a lot of money. As for Kagaya the Kunoichi, needless to say, she represents the future. Suddenly, Fukai looked towards his student and found that he was being targeted by a young ninja from the Kagaya clan. After seeing that the young Kagaya was only a chunin in strength, he suppressed the idea of going over to support him. Letting the child experience the life and death battle alone will be beneficial to his growth. Yayu Ai on the other side also discovered Tien Kun Hao, who was fighting fiercely. She also did not disturb him, but was ready to provide quick support just in case. The junior fellow student didn't want to be a researcher who was protected behind others, he wanted to become a strong man, which was something he and his father admired and agreed with. The battle of life and death is the best way to hone one's skills. Tamura Hao was very excited during the fight, as this opponent was perfect for him. Although the opponent's strength is far inferior to Fukai and Yekara, he is not weak either, and he is a ninja who specializes in physical skills, which makes him suitable to be his opponent at this stage. The strange power combo sword technique was unleashed, and the two swords launched continuous and strong attacks. The power provided by the strange power technique plus the sharpness of the two swords were almost indestructible. At least the opponent's current corpse veins and bones could not completely resist it. Moreover, after the practical guidance of Fukai and Yaye, his swordsmanship has been improved a lot and become much stronger. The young Kagaya had a ferocious and crazy look on his face. He knew that he was finished and there was no way he could escape. Now he could only take someone with him to be buried with him. The extended bone blades would regenerate quickly after being cut off. It was almost a desperate fighting style, aiming for mutual destruction. In response, Tamura Hao did not stop his continuous attack. He only used his armor and the armor plates on his body to resist the opponent's attack, which was also a test of the defensive power of these armor plates. This type of armor is most effective in defending against physical attacks. That is why Tamura dared to fight against this young Kaguya in a one-on-one duel. The war here is coming to an end. There are not many enemies around. In addition, with Fukai and Yaie watching not far away, there is no need to conserve chakra. It will be more beneficial for him to have a real life and death battle. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Same Hada. Chapter 40, Same Hada. The young Kaguya fought more and more frantically, and bloodshot eyes kept appearing. He could feel that the dwarf's chakra was being consumed quickly and he couldn't hold on for much longer. Moreover, judging from the fact that the other party possessed such a high-quality ninja sword, his status in the hidden cloud village must be quite high, so it would be perfect for him to use it as a burial companion for himself. This is indeed the case. Tamuro's current chakra level is still too little. Even after being tempered with the Yayu's secret medicine, which greatly improved the body's vitality and thus the amount of chakra, his own chakra qualifications were still too poor and the improvement was not much. Die! He swung the bone blade to knock the long sword away, then the young Kaguya rushed forward with wild laughter, ready to kill it here. However, in the face of this attack, Tamura jumped back and used chakra lines to stuff a roll of high-quality detonating tags into his arms from the opponent's blind spot. No! Realizing that something had entered his arms, Kaguya roared in unwillingness and wanted to tear his clothes to take out the detonating tag, but it was too late. Oh! With a loud roar, the young Kaguya was enveloped by flames. When the flames dissipated, only a charred body that was blown into two pieces was left. Who told you that my strongest skill now is swordsmanship? Steadying his body, Tian Kunhao looked at the two broken pieces of the body with a sneer, then walked forward to touch the corpse. His strongest asset now is his money, and he brought thousands of detonating talismans with him this time. Seeing that Tamura finally defeated his opponent with the detonating talisman, Yayuai and Fukai smiled and shook their heads without saying much. People have limited chakra, so we can't ask for too much. They all saw the battle just now, and they could tell that if it weren't for the chakra limit, Tamura would definitely be able to defeat the young Kaguya. Same buzz. After absorbing the remaining chakra in Kaguya's body, Tamura stood up and looked at the few mist ninjas left on the battlefield. He was soon attracted by a fat figure, or to be more precise, the strange sword in the other's hand. That was the great sword Same Hada, the first of the 7 great ninja swords of the hidden mist village, and also the sword that Tamura wanted most at this stage. Is that the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost? Turning his gaze to the fat man wielding a broadsword and fighting to the death with long hair, Tamura realized that the man should be the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon of the future 7 ninja swordsmen. At this stage, the hidden mist village probably hasn't gathered the 7 ninja swordsmen yet, and that will only happen when the third war comes. Teacher, I want that knife. I want to exchange it with the knife in your hand. Tamura decisively found Fukai, who was also collecting corpses not far away, and expressed his desire for the same Hada. Is that knife strong? Fukai followed Tamura's gaze and became interested in the strange sword. It seems to be able to devour ninjutsu. Is it a ninja sword that devours chakra? Yayuai flashed over and looked at the fat boy wielding the knife, and saw that some ninjutsu was swallowed up by the knife. His chakra seems to be sufficient even now. Is he absorbing the opponent's ninjutsu's chakra to replenish his own? Fukai also saw something and understood the student's thoughts. That knife suits you very well. Let's go, chop him up. He twisted his neck fiercely, and with lightning flashing on his body, Yayui rushed towards the fat man. Be careful here. Fukai first looked around, and after making sure there was no danger, he gave instructions to Tamura and sent a ray of lightning to watch, then he held the ninja sword and killed the fat man. Tianqinhao did not dare to be careless, and no longer paid attention to the battle over there. He swallowed the Bing Liang pill to restore his strength while watching the surroundings vigilantly, and his good and evil sense was always turned on. He did not want to end up like Senju Nawaki and die on the battlefield. Now that only 1/10 of the chakra in his body remained, he could not act rashly. Although the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, with the help of Samehada, was very powerful, he was quickly defeated by the joint siege of Yayuai and Fukai. But within a minute, his arms were cut off and he was knocked unconscious. Fukai was very interested in the fat man's ninjutsu of controlling his hair. I also have flowing hair, which is perfect for practicing this special ninjutsu. The collaboration between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Uzumaki clan caught everyone off guard. No one expected that under such an surrounded situation, the Uzumaki clan would choose to take the initiative to attack. What shocked them even more was that the Hidden Cloud Village actually joined forces with the Uzumaki clan to attack the Hidden Mist Ninja Army together. Even the third Raikage came to the battlefield in person, which would be a massacre for the ninja army of the Hidden Mist Village. Even if the ninja army of the Hidden Mist Village gathered the elites of major ninja clans such as the Kizuki clan, the Mizuno Tsuki clan, and the Kagaya clan, they would still be no match for the third Raikage alone. He was enough to sweep them away and disrupt their battle formations. In addition, lightning jutsu is very effective against water jutsu, especially against the Kizuki clan, which made it even more fatal. Being attacked from all sides and with no numerical advantage, nearly 1,000 ninja soldiers from the Hidden Mist Village were wiped out in just 10 minutes. The ninja armies of several ninja villages sent people to monitor each other. As soon as the Uzushio village and the Hidden Cloud village took action, they received the news and knew that something was wrong. The Cho siblings, the commanders of the Sand Village Ninja Army, and Nishito, the commander of the Uegakure Ninja Army, immediately ordered them to get closer to each other and prepare to unite to fight against the Uzumaki clan and the Kyomagakure Ninja Army coalition. The current situation is not good. They must put aside their past prejudices and unite, otherwise they will be defeated one by the coalition forces of the Uzumaki Cloud Ninja. Especially with the existence of the third Raikage, no one on their side can compete with him, it is too dangerous. At the same time, Danzo Shimura, who had been hiding in the dark, was frowning as he watched the situation. This situation was far different from what he had imagined. The Uzumaki clan actually teamed up with the Hidden Cloud Village first, and even the third Raikage took action. What price did they pay? Or did they surrender to the Hidden Cloud Village? Shimura Danzo muttered to himself, unable to judge for a moment. However, whether it is the former or the latter, it is not what he and Konoha want to see. There are not many people in the Uzumaki clan who have enough bargaining chips to invite the third Raikage to take action personally. Uncle Danzo, what should we do next? Sarutobi Shinashuk asked, looking anxious about the current situation. When it comes to the Uzumaki clan, his attitude is the same as Danzo Shimura's, which is to kill and wipe them out. However, the Uzumaki clan has now secretly colluded with the Hidden Cloud Village, and even the third Raikage has come in person to join the battle. He is a top-notch expert. Even if my father were to face him, he would have little chance of winning. Ding Yi, go inform the ninja commanders of the Uegakure and Sandgakure villages and tell them that I want to surround and kill the third Raikage. Tell them not to disturb us, otherwise I will regard them as enemies and kill them together. After thinking for a while, Danzo Shimura gave instructions to a root ninja behind him. The root ninja didn't say much, used the instant body movement technique to quickly leave and headed for the ninja army bases in the Sand Village and the Uegakure village. Chia-san, go and carry out your mission. Then he looked at his trusted subordinate on his left, and found that Danzo Shimura had already made a backup plan. In the morning, Kozan accompanied Sarutobi Shinashuk on a mission to the Uzushiagakure village. At that time, he left something in the Uzushiagakure village, something that was enough to destroy the Uzushiagakure village. Yes, Lord Danzo. Chia-san leaped towards the Uzushiagakure village, ready to activate the secret treasure at close range to release the poisonous insects inside. Let's go, follow me to meet the most powerful Raikage of all time. Danzo Shimura drew the ninja sword from his back and used the technique of instant body movement to rush out of the forest where he was hiding. If it was the third Raikage in his prime, he would definitely have a hard time facing him, but he had just experienced a great battle, and the third Raikage must have been exhausted. In addition, wind style can restrain lightning style, so he has the confidence to fight against him. It is even possible for him to kill him if the conditions are right. End of this chapter. Chapter 41, Blame Water Shadow. Chapter 41, Blame Water Shadow. Danzo Shimura and his ninjas were marching quickly towards the Kumagakure ninja army, which was still stationed at the Kirigakure ninja army's base. On the other side, the Cho siblings immediately understood Danzo Shimura and Konoha's thoughts after hearing what Ding Yi said. It's so disgusting. Chiyo's face was full of disgust. It was so disgusting. I hope there will be more opponents like this. Ebizo, however, was smiling and liked such an opponent very much. You're getting more and more disgusting. Glancing at her brother with disdain, Chiyo's face became serious and she gave the order, all troops, attack immediately after Konoha and the Kumagakure ninja fight, attack the hidden Uzushio village as soon as possible, and the first goal is to seize the sealing technique. Judging from the existing intelligence, the hidden cloud village is serious this time. Not only are they sending out their elite troops, but even the third Raikage has been dispatched. He is known as the strongest Raikage in history and his strength is extremely terrifying. Konoha does not have many people, and even if they are equally elite, they cannot hold out for long. They must fight quickly and retreat after obtaining the necessary sealing techniques. If there is a chance, the Uzumaki clan will be wiped out to eliminate the roots and avoid future troubles. Luo Sha was very excited, as the time for the decisive battle had finally come. It was a pity that he didn't have to face the Cloud Ninja, otherwise he would have wanted to find an opportunity to kill Tamura Hao. His mind is so terrifying that he will definitely be a formidable enemy to their sand village in the future. The sooner he is killed, the better. However, Karura and Yekeng on the side had mixed feelings. To be honest, they had a good impression of the kid and hoped that the kid would not die in this war. On the other side, the Uegakure ninja army also received the information from Ding Yi. The commander of the ninja army, Nishihito, made the same judgment and decision as the Cho siblings, and ordered the ninja army to quickly attack the Uzushiagakure village. The strong men from the Uzushiagakure village had just joined forces with the Kumagakure village to attack the Kirigakure ninja army. The consumption must have been huge, so it was a good time to launch an attack. The moment the ninjas from several forces refined their chakra and launched an attack, several elders who had just returned from Uzushio village sensed it. It's the chakra of that kid Shimura Danzo, and there are also hundreds of people's chakras, all of them are at the Jonin level, and judging from the direction they are moving, they are heading towards the Kumagakure. Those brats from the Uegakure and Sandgakure villages should be coming to kill us too. Whirlpool Aloe, who was constantly swallowing Bing Liang pills to restore his chakra, sensed it and then looked at the clan leader, who was also his eldest nephew. The other four elders looked at the clan leader with anger in their hearts. It was obvious that Konoha had sent people here a long time ago, but they had been hiding in the dark until now, and they immediately attacked their allies, the Cloud Ninja. This guy is not covering it up at all. Get the children out of the tunnels, and all women under 35, single or married. Uzumaki Masahiko said dejectedly that the result he least wanted to see still happened. Although this is not the will of Konoha as a whole, nor is it the intention of the Senju clan and my sister, it is now fatal to the Uzumaki clan. It took him a while to calm down. He took a deep breath, stood up, and glanced at the people present with a determined look on his face. The survival of the village and the family depends on this battle. Gentlemen, wish us good luck in fighting. Prosperous military fortune. The Whirlpool Aloe and the others stood up, all with determined looks on their faces. This is their home, they will not give up. Now that the younger generation has a retreat, they don't have to worry too much. Let's just fight a big battle and make those invaders pay a heavy price. It can also be regarded as a way to cover their retreat. At the same time, the ninja army of the Hidden Cloud Village, who were cleaning up the battlefield at the ninja army base in the Hidden Mist Village, also took action and prepared to fight against the Konoha ninja. Although they had just experienced a great battle and suffered heavy losses, there were not many people from Konoha this time, so it was not difficult to stop them. Meanwhile, on the beach not far away, Dode and Uzumaki Aloe Shadow Clone handed a scroll to a squad leader of the Kirigakure Enbu. This person is a member of the Enbu of the 3rd Mizukage, and was sent to accompany the army to monitor those ninja clans. He has heard about the situation inside the Hidden Mist Village, because the 2nd Mizukage Hojiki Hoanyu joined forces with several major ninja clans to snatch the position of Mizukage of the current 3rd Mizukage. After the 3rd Mizukage came to power, he did not get along well with those ninja clans. He even came up with a blood mist policy to weaken and suppress the power of the ninja clans. It can be said that there were many contradictions between the two sides, and they were even at loggerheads. This is a point that can be exploited. If used well, it can divert the hatred of the Mist Village ninjas in this incident. The plan we promised the Mizukage has been completed. This is a sealing technique suitable for sealing the 3 tails and the 6 tails. We hope that in the upcoming war, the Hidden Mist Village can form a permanent alliance with our Uzushiagakure Village and the Hidden Cloud Village and help each other. The Uzumaki Aloe Shadow Clone spoke up and looked very kind, without any trace of the anger he had just shown towards the Kirigakure ninja army. The earthen platform next to him also had a kind look on his face. This was planned long ago. The captain of the Enbu was still confused. Was this the plan of the Mizukage? With the help of the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Uzushio Village, he destroyed the elite ninja clans in the villages and also obtained the sealing technique that can seal the tailed beasts. I can only say, you are worthy of being the Mizukage. The few Kirigakure Enbu ninjas who survived at the back also secretly sighed, realizing that all this was the plan of the Mizukage. Hi! We, the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Cloud Village, and the Hidden Uzushio Village will be steadfast allies. Although confused, the Dark Captain responded immediately. No matter what, his life was saved by someone on purpose, and he was also given the tailed beast sealing technique, so it shouldn't be false. Moreover, he was only a squad leader. There was also a battalion captain who followed the ninja army this time. Unfortunately, he had died on the battlefield. I think the battalion captain should know this. Although the captain unfortunately died in battle, Lord Mizukage still has to complete his mission and bring back the tailed beast sealing technique. We won't continue to send you off. Please give our regards to the Mizukage-sama. Tai was all smiles. It couldn't be better that the other party was so actively cooperating. With the help of this person, he put the blame on the Mizukage and caused chaos in the Hidden Mist Village. Even if the 3rd Mizukage knew that they were plotting against him, it would be useless because the tailed beast sealing technique was real. Please also give our regards to the 3rd Raikage and the Uzumaki clan leader. The Dark Captain responded seriously, then ordered his men to raise the sails and use the wind to quickly sail into the sea. The 3rd Mizukage is so cruel. The Whirlpool Aloe Shadow Clone sighed as he watched the ship going farther and farther away, and glanced at the sea out of the corner of his eye. The Ghost Lantern clan's water transformation technique is indeed very concealed in water, but it is nothing in front of the Uzumaki clan's perception. He was deprived of his position by the 2nd Mizukage because he was not ruthless enough. After suffering a loss once, he will not be soft-hearted again. Only by destroying those ninja clans can he sit firmly on the position of Mizukage. Dode agreed and said that it was all the fault of the 3rd Mizukage. The two talked for a while before leaving. After they left, a head rose from the sea. It was a Ghost Lantern ninja who was arranged by Ghost Lantern Ziyu to stay on the fleet. After realizing something was wrong, he immediately jumped into the sea and hid. 3 generations. With a low roar of anger, he did not dare to stay any longer and dived into the sea and left quickly. He had to return to the village as soon as possible to inform the clan leader and other ninja clans about this matter. Those clan members could not be sacrificed in vain, and the third generation must pay the price. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 The Yellow Bird Behind. Chapter 42 The Yellow Bird Behind. The third Raikage led the ninjas who were still in good condition to fight against the ninjas led by Danzo Shimura. But it seemed that the previous fierce battle consumed too much energy, and the third Raikage was suppressed by Shimura Danzo. He even had scars on his body, which were cut by Shimura Danzo's ninja sword that was blessed with the power of wind escape. Seeing that the third Raikage had indeed consumed a lot of energy and suffered great damage to his fighting power, Shimura Danzo became even more excited, and his ninja sword and wind-style attacks became more and more sharp. Even his right eye, which had been sealed with bandages, was revealed, revealing a 3-Magatama Sharingan. That's right, he had already transplanted a 3-Magatama Sharingan. Although it consumed a lot of energy, he could barely hold on with his chakra. The Sharingan is of great help to him. It not only improves his illusion ability and resistance, but also enhances his dynamic vision, which greatly improves his wind-style sword technique. Like lightning release ninjutsu, wind release type physical and sword techniques also focus on speed, but one stimulates the muscles and bones from the inside to increase explosive power, while the other stimulates it from the outside. High-speed physical and sword techniques often require strong enough dynamic vision support, otherwise it would be fatal if used rashly. Now with the cooperation of a 3-Magatama Sharingan, he can unleash his wind-style sword technique at full power, which gives him the capital to suppress the third Raikage. As for the secret of revealing the 3-Magatama Sharingan, wouldn't no one know it if we just killed the third Raikage and then destroyed these cloud ninjas? Damn it! The third Raikage, who was cut again, cursed angrily and seemed very annoyed at being hurt by a guy like Shimura Danzo. Raikage, tonight is your last night. Shimura Danzo's face was grim, but he was very excited inside. If he could kill the third Raikage, his reputation in the village would surely rise to an extreme, and he might even have a chance to compete for the fourth Hokage. Sensei Hashirama passed the position of Hokage to his younger brother Sensei Tobirama. He and Hiruzen were like brothers and could also inherit the position of Hokage. The ninjas under his command also fought with the cloud ninjas brought by the third Raikage. They were mainly elite ninjas from the Shimura family and the Sarutobi family. Nominally, he was accompanying the main force to River Country to set up defenses against the Sand Village, but in fact, he came here secretly to carry out a secret mission. Now the mission target has simply shifted to the Cloud Ninjas, especially the third Raikage. The elite forces of the two tribes cooperated seamlessly. The Sarutobi ninja performed the family's secret Great Flame technique, while the Shimura ninja coordinated with the use of wind style to amplify the high temperature and scale of the Great Flame technique, and actually suppressed the Cloud Ninja. Sarutobi Shinoshoku used the Great Flame technique and cooperated with his childhood sweetheart Shimura Izumi, and his fighting power was quite powerful. However, what they didn't know was that they had already been targeted. A pair of twin brothers who looked similar in the hidden cloud village looked towards them from time to time. They wore an eye patch, one on the left and one on the right, which were special eye patches with sealing techniques. The Cloud Ninjas had received orders not to fight to the death with the Konoha Ninjas, and that in the initial stages of the battle they should focus on saving their own lives in order to buy time for the ninjas behind them to recover their chakra. The Sand Village and the Iwagakure Ninja Army saw Konoha and the Cloud Village fighting each other, and they decisively charged into the Uzushio village. Although it was very dangerous to charge in directly like this, they did not have that much time to waste. Once the Kumagakure Ninja Army recovered their chakra and consumed it, it would be difficult to fight back. It must be resolved quickly. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Masahiko Uzumaki stared fiercely at the ninjas who had rushed into the village. The four elders once again joined forces to perform the four red yang formation to close the door and beat the enemy. No one will survive today. They couldn't maintain the four red sun formation for long, and couldn't use it for defensive operations, so they could only conduct annihilation operations like this. Such a huge barrier, worthy of the Uzumaki clan. Looking at the huge four red yang formation, Cho couldn't help but sigh that the amount of chakra was unreasonable. Ebizo on the side said nothing, but had already ordered the puppet masters to spray poison mist and use wind escape to quickly blow it to the entire Uzushiogakure village. Poison is the most efficient means of killing the enemy. This poison was specially prepared by them. Even if it encounters the burning of fire escape, it will not be burned, but will be transformed into poisonous smoke, which is also very lethal. The Uegakure ninja army relied on large-scale earth-style ninjutsu to destroy the ground, thereby destroying the various ceiling barriers set up by the Uzumaki ninjas, and countering the various attacks launched by the Bazena fan. They had already obtained intelligence on the Mist Ninja battlefield and knew that the enemy had the means to perform ultra-large-scale ninjutsu, so they formulated targeted tactics before charging in. Seeing that the offensive of the Banana Fan was targeted, Uzumaki Aloe and the others felt their hearts sank, thinking that it would be difficult to fight now. At the same time, Jiasan had already arrived outside the Uzushiogakure village and raised his hands to form seals and perform forbidden techniques. Forbidden technique, the technique of pot poison. As the forbidden technique was activated, a clay pot in the toilet of the patriarch's house in the hidden Uzushio village exploded, and countless poisonous insects that were invisible to the naked eye flew out, quickly spreading to the entire hidden Uzushio village. They would attach themselves to people when they saw them, and invade their bodies to reproduce rapidly. That's right, he is a member of the Aberame clan, and the poisonous insects he possesses are extremely special, a type of extremely tiny nano-poisonous insects, which are extremely covered when activated. Even the Uzumaki clan's perception is unable to detect such a tiny existence. In addition, the Uzumaki clan now needs to focus on targeting the Sand Village and Uegakure ninjas, and has no time to take care of their own condition. Of course, his poisonous insects are not only aimed at Uzumaki ninjas, but everyone, including sand ninjas and rock ninjas. Those are all enemies. The two sides in the fight were completely unaware that a deadly poisonous insect had spread, invading the body through the skin and breathing, and multiplying rapidly and silently. This is not over yet. Jiasan took out 100,000 high-quality detonating tags, each of which had a psychic spell engraved on it with his own blood. It was a special spell developed by the second generation called the Multiplicative Detonating Talisman. Those nano-poisonous insects are fed with one's own flesh and chakra, which is equivalent to a part of oneself, and can be used to perform this forbidden technique. 100,000 high-quality detonating tags are enough to raise the entire Uzushio village to the ground. However, what he didn't know was that he was already being targeted the moment he showed up and cast the spell remotely. That's the boy. A few hundred meters away, a Cloud Ninja Anbu put down his binoculars and laughed grimly, with 3 Anbu ninjas following behind him. They did not join the main battlefield, but hid outside the Uzushiogakure village, waiting for Konoha's backup plan against the Uzushiogakure village. Their main target was the 3 sons of the Hokage who had entered the Uzushiogakure village in the morning. After squatting here for so long, I finally found someone. No matter what means the other party uses to destroy the Uzushio village, it will also be a huge threat to their Kumo village. This kind of dangerous person must be killed as soon as possible and cannot be kept alive, otherwise it will be disastrous if he is used against the Cloud Ninjas in the future. He is most likely a ninja from the Aberame clan of Konoha, skilled in controlling insects. He was assigned to plot against the hidden Uzushio village, so his strength must be terrifying. Don't engage in close combat, and don't give the enemy a chance to react. Kill the target as quickly as possible. He warned him solemnly because he didn't want the bugs to get into his body. Understand? The 3 Anbu ninjas responded in a low voice. They also valued their lives very much. Killing the target while preserving themselves was the best method and result. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Killing Shadow Level. Chapter 43, Killing Shadow Level. Not to mention the battle in Uzushiogakure, on the other side, in the original Mist Ninja base, the Cloud Ninja were swallowing military ration pills to recover their consumption, while also cleaning up the battlefield. Tamura Hao and Yayua Fukai stayed together to study the same hata. The three of them were very curious about this biological type of ninja sword. Same hata continued to struggle and resist, wanting to return to its original owner. And he even recognized his master. Yayui was amazed. It was incredible that the Hidden Mist Village could produce such a unique ninja sword. Fukai was also very surprised. It was the first time he saw a creature that could devour chakra and even the chakra ninjutsu that could change its nature. Tien Kunhao was also watching, but suddenly his expression changed. He kicked Yayui and Fukai away, and at the same time threw out rolls of explosive talismans. Each roll had 10 pieces. This time he threw out 10 rolls, a total of 100 high-quality explosive talismans. At the same time, a dense mass of water bullets shot towards the original positions of the three people, and mainly concentrated on Yayuia's position, obviously aiming to attack and kill Yayuia. Boom boom boom. Rolls of detonating talismans exploded rapidly, producing a large area of fire. Noticing the movement here, the nearby Cloud Ninjas immediately gathered over, realizing that an enemy might have appeared. When the flames faded, a disheveled figure revealed itself. It was none other than the leader of the Kirigakure Ninja Army, Kizuki Hanezumi. Hateful. Looking at Yayuia, who was kicked away and avoided the fatal blow, Gaidengziyu looked at the masked dwarf with gritted teeth, wishing he could eat him alive. They suffered too much loss this time. He had wanted to kill the son of the third Raikage to avenge himself, but who would have thought that he would fail at the last moment and was hit by so many detonating tags by the opponent that he was blown out of the ground. Glaring at the dwarf with hatred, Gaidengziyu turned his body into a stream of water and prepared to dive into the ground to escape, but unfortunately the previous explosion had made him lose the best time to escape. A ninja sword surrounded by lightning flew over and nailed him to the ground, and the lightning chakra even interrupted the water transformation secret technique. This was followed by another bombardment of 10 high-quality detonating talismans, leaving him no chance to react. Just like that, Ziyu Kizuki, who had been severely injured in the previous war and whose chakra was almost exhausted, died. His death was quite miserable and not even a complete body was left. Ninjas are so fragile, and they are even more fragile without chakra. Even a strong man like Uchiha Madara can be stabbed to death by a ninja sword. It seems that the commander of the Kirigakure Ninja Army is still alive. Picking up the ninja sword that was blown away, Fukai recognized the other party's identity. He knew something was wrong when he was kicked away by the student just now, and he immediately released his chakra. After seeing the enemy clearly, he added lightning chakra to the ninja sword and threw it out. Fortunately, chakra-conducting metal is integrated into the ninja sword, so that the lightning chakra can be maintained after it leaves the hand and interfere with the opponent's water transformation technique. Otherwise, it would be difficult to stay. "Brother, you saved my life." Yayui reacted and walked forward, feeling grateful and horrified. The sneak attack just now was too sudden, and he had no time to react at all. Without the support of the thunder release armor, he would not be able to block that kind of water bullet and would definitely be pierced through the body and killed. "This is a life-saving grace." Nodding to Yayue and Fukai, Tien Kunhao walked into the big pit that was bombed and dug around for a while, and soon found a hole as thick as a wrist. "This is a rat hole." Looking at the hole that led to the depths of the earth, Tamura Hao was very confused about the water transformation technique of the Kizuna clan. "I just discovered this person lurking here through my sense of good and evil." His strong malice was too obvious. He knew then that it was an enemy and that he was going to launch a surprise attack. So he kicked Yayui and Fukai away immediately, and at the same time, he used the reaction force to fly backwards to get out of the opponent's attack range, and threw out detonating talismans to bombard them to prevent further ninjutsu attacks from the opponent. It is indeed Ghost Lantern Ziyu, the strongest person in the Ghost Lantern family, who is said to be able to rival the Mizukage. Dode calmed down the gathered ninjas, then walked over to pick up the broken head and confirmed the identity. He had noticed that the leader of the Kirigakure ninja army was missing before, and originally thought that the other party had escaped with the help of secret techniques, but who would have thought that he was lurking here to attack? How crazy, but it is indeed very dangerous. Judging from the situation just now, the other party may really succeed. Once the son of the Raikage is killed, it will be a fatal blow to their hidden cloud village. Killing a strong man comparable to a shadow, you are going to be famous. Tutai looked at Tiankanhao and felt more and more pleased. This not only killed a powerful enemy, but also saved the son of the Raikage, especially the latter, who avoided a great danger for their hidden cloud village. I don't want to be famous yet. Tamura complained that what he needed most at this stage was to develop quickly, and that was why he wore a mask during this expedition. Although the armor and dual swords are still a bit conspicuous, they can at least conceal his age, making people think he is just a dwarf instead of a child, which makes him look much more ordinary. This won't be a problem once our strength improves in the future. How did you sense it? Tutai smiled and immediately asked the boy about his means of perception. So many of them didn't notice Guidangziyu's infiltration and sneak attack, but this kid did. There must be something fishy going on. It is an ability I gained after deeply refining and fusing the golden horn and silver horn chakra. It can sense the thoughts of others within a 10-meter range, and it has the strongest perception of my good and evil perception. Tamura did not hide it and took the opportunity to reveal this ability. He also needs the hidden cloud village to help him get more Nine Tails chakra to enhance this ability. According to the time, the first Hokage's wife will not be able to hold on for a few more years. When the Nine Tails is transferred, the chakra will definitely dissipate, and that will be their chance. Even if we can find out the time and place of its transfer, it is not impossible to launch a nine-tailed fox rebellion and take down the entire nine-tailed fox. I definitely can't do this by myself, I have to ask the hidden cloud village to do it. And we have to find a way to improve the strength of the third Raikage. The combat power of the third Raikage is only comparable to that of the eight tails, and he is definitely far inferior to the nine tails. You have to know that in the Fourth War, half of the Nine Tails was able to suppress the other tailed beasts. They were completely on a different level. Does their chakra have this ability? Yayuai was surprised. He had read the information about Jinjiao and Yinjiao, and it seemed that they did not have such ability. It should be the ability of the nine-tailed fox. Jinjiao and Yinjiao once devoured the flesh and blood of the nine-tailed fox and gained its power. There must be some residue in the corpse. However, their intelligence data does not include this ability. It should be specially stimulated by the fusion of Ahau and the Nine Tails chakra. Fukai had some guesses. As one of the reserve Jinkriki of the tailed beast, he was also very clear about this. The power of the nine tail. Tutai's eyes flickered and he had some ideas. How can you have the ability of my aunt? Just then, a red-haired girl poked her head out from behind a rock and stared at a despicable villain. Why didn't you tie her up? Looking at the red-haired girl, Tian Kunhao was dissatisfied. Such an important hostage should be tied up like a dumpling and hung up under strict guard, but now he is able to walk around freely and even hide in the dark to eavesdrop on secrets. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 King Kong Blockade. Chapter 44 King Kong Blockade. You despicable villain, I'm going to tie you up first. Seeing that a big bad guy was actually trying to tie her up, Uzumaki Kushina angrily activated the diamond chain and shot it over, preparing to tie him up and hang him up first. However, Tian Kunhao raised his hand and grabbed the diamond chain that was shot at him. He ignored the sealing power on it and pulled it hard, pulling the girl's body over, and took out the sword of Thor to give her an electric shock. This was an ability he had discovered in a previous battle. Before, an illusion ninja had cast an illusion on him, but it was useless. The essence of illusion is to use chakra to interfere with the opponent's five senses and make him fall into hallucination. The way to remove it is to disrupt the flow of one's own chakra, so the foundation is still on chakra. At that time, he understood a lot of problems. Chakra is like a computer system. People with higher authority can have more abilities and powers, and the Otsutsuki bloodline authority is undoubtedly the highest level. Therefore, the illusion of Sharingan can affect many people. Even a strong man like the fourth Raikage was knocked down by Uchiha Madara with just a glance, and the fourth Mizukage was even controlled by Uchiha Obito for a long time. But his own chakra is different. With the help of the golden finger, all chakra imprints have been erased and turned into the purest chakra. Naturally, it will not be affected by the chakra system of the ninja world. It is just like using the imperial sword of the previous dynasty to kill officials of today's dynasty. The Uzumaki clan's diamond chain is similar. In essence, it still uses the blood power from the Ten Tails and the Otsutsuki to suppress the chakra of others. Tamura House chakra is not in the same system as hers, so it will naturally not be suppressed. That's why he dared to catch Uzumaki Kushina's diamond chain with his bare hands. Of course, the main reason why she can be so brave is that Uzumaki Kushina can only activate one diamond seal now, and she is not skilled in controlling it, so the speed is too slow and not flexible enough. If it gets to the point where the Nine Tails is tied up during the Nine Tails Rebellion in the future, he will definitely run away at the first possible moment. He is only immune to the chakra interference and sealing ability of the diamond seal, but he cannot break the chain. Once he is entangled and tied up like a dumpling, he will be in trouble. The red hair of Uzumaki Kushina, who was electrocuted, exploded, her pretty body kept twitching, and her saliva was flowing out. All right, stop arguing with a little girl. Tutai couldn't bear it anymore, so he picked up the girl and put her down. You despicable villain, why aren't you afraid of my King Kong blockade? After a long while of recovering, Uzumaki Kushina glared at someone angrily, feeling even more confused. This is the first time I have seen someone who is not afraid of the King Kong blockade, and this person also has the ability of my aunt, the same as what my grandfather described. The diamond seal is very powerful, but unfortunately you are too weak. As long as your chakra control is strong enough, you can mobilize it to a certain extent. Tianqinhao made up an explanation, saying that it was because I, Tian, had a high enough control over chakra that I was able to mobilize part of the chakra to perform electrotherapy on you. Little girl, he is a bad guy, but we are not. In the future, the Uzumaki clan will move to our hidden cloud village, and we will be a family then. Now tell us about your great aunt's ability. Tutai did not hesitate to label someone as a bad person, wanting to know more information about that ability from this little girl. As for the aunt the girl was referring to, he knew that she was the wife of the first Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. That kid got this ability from the Nine Tails chakra he obtained from the corpses of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. The first Hokage's wife, who was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, also had that ability, so this should be taken even more seriously. You are all bad people, I won't talk to you. Uzumaki Kushina didn't buy it at all. She glared at someone and walked away angrily. Although her freedom was restricted, she was still able to move within a certain range. The little girl is angry. Tutai smiled, then gestured to the three people and walked towards a tent not far away. After the three people came in, Tutai looked at Tianqinhao seriously. I have a mission for you. Use the transformation technique to transform into AI's appearance and contact our people. Note down those who have bad intentions and come back to tell me. This ability to sense good and evil is very useful, and can distinguish between friend and foe. Spy. Yayu AI understood and looked serious, knowing that Tutai was referring to the spy. The core of ninja warfare is intelligence warfare, and the core of intelligence warfare is spies. There must be all kinds of spies in the village, some are planted by opponents, some are bribed, or some are controlled by being caught, making it difficult to distinguish. More than just a spy. Tutai said this with a hint of meaning. He knew that there were some problems, even hidden dangers, in the village. Although their hidden cloud village is much better than the other 4 major ninja villages, especially after the third Raikage killed the Kinkaku and Ginkaku people, the village has become much cleaner, but there are still some hidden dangers. If we can find it, control it, or eradicate it, it will be very beneficial to the development of the village and avoid being betrayed by our own people in the future. Then there are those spies. There is no need to find them out and kill them. An exposed spy itself poses no threat and can even be used in reverse. I understand. Tian Kunhao understood, and then carefully observed Yayuya, seeing all the scars and dust on his body clearly, and then used that as a basis to perform the transformation technique to become the other person's appearance. Although his chakra amount is very impressive, his practice of the 3-body technique is not bad. Because of the improvement of chakra control, his performance is even more perfect. Yayuai also formed hand seals and performed transformation techniques to become an Anbu ninja, and will accompany him later. When they walk together, even ninjas with perception abilities will find it difficult to tell them apart, so they can conceal themselves better. Doesn't the Uzushiagakuer need our support? Fukai asked. The battle over there shouldn't be easy. That is a war of the Uzushiagakuer village, and at this stage their fighting goals are partially opposed to our existence, so it is not easy for us to intervene. Shaking his head, Tutai had no intention of interfering in the war over there, and the Uzumaki clan did not want them to go there now. Moreover, they have a more important task for the Uzumaki clan, which is to protect those Uzumaki clan members who have been transferred. It can be said that they are the basis for the Uzumaki clan to go to war with confidence. Even if they are defeated, the Uzumaki clan can continue to pass on and will not be exterminated. Where's my dad? Yayuai was a little worried. Konoha was not easy to deal with. The third master must be having a hard time right now, after all, he's not good at acting. However, Chuchita smiled. Although the previous battle with the Kirigakuer ninja army had consumed a lot of chakra from the third Hokage, it was not a big problem considering his foundation. He can still suppress people like Shimura Danzo, but he cannot be too strong at this time. He needs the help of the Uzumaki clan to kill those people. Otherwise, the next ninja world war might be the 4 major ninja villages joining forces to besiege their hidden cloud village. The hidden cloud village had gained enough in this battle. Any further strong performance would only make other ninja villages jealous and fearful. Yayuya suddenly realized and breathed a sigh of relief. Tamura Hao was praying that this time Lord Danzo would be left alone. Only by killing Lord Danzo's current capable subordinates could he, Tamura Hitachi, have a chance to come to the fore. This would also allow Lord Danzo to pay more attention to intelligence work and intelligence personnel. After praying secretly, Tamura Hao transformed into Yayuai and went to comfort the ninjas after the war as the son of Raikage. Most of them were kind-hearted, and only a few had malicious intentions. Tamura Hao took note of those people and made a rough division according to the intensity of their malicious intent, and later informed Dode. He doesn't need to interfere with what happens next, Tutai will take care of it. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Yellow Bird Leaf. Chapter 45, Yellow Bird Leaf. The battle in Uzushiagakuer village quickly became intense. 2,000 elite soldiers from the Sand Village and the Uegakuer village continued to fight against the Uzumaki ninja, making it very difficult for the Uzumaki ninja. Although their sealing techniques are very powerful, especially some forbidden techniques, most of them require close proximity to be used. But the Sand Ninja and the Rock Ninja were obviously prepared for this and did not give them any chance to get close. They just released ninjutsu from a distance and even had a tacit cooperation between the two sides. The puppeteer troops of the Sand Ninja directly control the puppets to attack from a distance. Even if they use forbidden techniques to destroy the puppets, it is difficult to cause harm to the puppets themselves. The Rock Ninjas even teamed up to perform large-scale Earth-style ninjutsu, making them very difficult to attack. Moreover, the ninja who possesses lava release has even greater destructive power and is very difficult to defeat. The main reason was that their previous outburst to encircle and kill the Mist Ninja army consumed a large amount of chakra, which had a great impact on their combat effectiveness. We can't delay it any longer. Aloe Whirlpool had a look of determination on her face. The current battle situation is very unfavorable to them. The Sand Village Ninja Army and the Iwagakure Ninja Army have obviously obtained intelligence about the previous battle with the Kirigakure Ninja Army and are on guard against the large-scale 5-release force. They use the banana fan. Although they could drag down the opponent with their own chakra advantage if they continued to consume like this, the consumption of maintaining the 4 red yang formation was also very great. At this moment, I am already overdrawing my life support and I can't hold on for much longer. Once the blockade of the 4 red yang formation is gone, these sand ninjas and rock ninjas will be able to retreat calmly, take a rest and then come back again, and they will be more fully prepared at that time. But this is not what worries him most. What worries him most is the means of Konoha. Now only Danzo Shimura has appeared, and the third Hokage has not appeared yet. Even the people of Konoha have not yet directly attacked their Uzushiogakure village, but once they do, it will be a thundering blow. Therefore, the current war against the sand and rock ninjas must be resolved quickly and without any delay. I can only use that forbidden technique. Second uncle. Seeing the hand seal made by his second uncle, Uzumaki Masahiko, who was fighting against Cho and the other 10 with the Vajra chain not far away, was shocked. He naturally knew what that seal meant. It was a forbidden technique. Once it was used, one's soul would be taken away by the god of death, and one would never be able to be reborn. It was the most terrifying and taboo forbidden technique of their Uzumaki clan. Zi, come back soon. Zasiren, who was commanding the battle in the rear, noticed something was wrong when he saw the abnormalities of Great Elder Uzumaki and Masahiko Uzumaki, and immediately called for Zi to come back, who was using lava release to fight against the diamond blockade from a distance. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is too strange and has too many taboos, so one must be careful and cautious. Zi did not try to be brave. He withdrew from the attack range of the diamond chain and leapt back to the earth flow wall on their side, staring closely at the old guys from the Uzumaki clan. At the same time, he was puzzled. The Four Tails seemed very calm at the moment. It did not take the opportunity to go berserk, and even took the initiative to use its own chakra to fight against the diamond blockade. Are you afraid of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique? The elders from the Uzumaki clan also raised their hands and formed seals with determined looks. This is the most powerful forbidden technique of their Uzumaki clan, which specifically targets the soul. Even if a strong man like the first Hokage is hit by it, he will surely die as long as his soul can be pulled out. Moreover, this forbidden technique is performed based on the user's chakra. The stronger the chakra, the greater the power. With the amount of chakra they have, even the cages of the 5 major ninja villages would have to kneel down. Invading evil spirits, follow me and become the sacrifice of the god of death. A turbid but cold gaze swept over Cho and the others, and the aloe whirlpool formed a seal to the end. Several other old men were also about to complete the seals. This was one of the reasons why they used the 4 red yang formation to seal off the entire Uzushio village, to prevent those people from escaping. Cho and the others felt uneasy when they saw the actions of Uzumaki Aloe and the others. Was that some terrible forbidden technique? Just when the Uzumaki Aloe and the others were wasting their life force and refining chakra to summon the god of death, they suddenly spurted out black blood and fell to the ground one by one. Then many people from both sides who were fighting suddenly fell to the ground and even lost their lives. Poison! Uzumaki Masahiko, who knelt on one knee with his legs going limp, spat out a mouthful of black blood, looking very unbelievable. They had already taken precautions against the poison in the sand village. Not only did they prepare a large amount of antidotes, they also wore masks. How come they still got poisoned? It's not the poison from the sand village. Struggling to stand up, Uzumaki Aloe looked at the Cho siblings who were retreating in a very bad state, as well as the leader of the ninja army of the Iwagakure village, and realized that the poison was not from the Sand Village or the Iwagakure village, otherwise it would be impossible for them to poison and kill even their own people. Kumagakure. The first thing that Uzumaki Masahiko thought of was Kumagakure. Kumagakure hoped that their Uzushiagakure village would be destroyed so that they could take in those members of the Uzumaki clan, especially that hateful little devil. So despicable! Snapped. Uzumaki Alo slapped him and cursed angrily, "You still don't understand even now? This is Konoha attacking us." Compared with the Hidden Cloud village, Konoha hopes that our Uzushiagakure village will be destroyed. It should be a method secretly left behind by the 3 people who entered the village this morning, otherwise it would be impossible to perform it silently through the 4 red yang formation. Although there is no evidence, some things can be figured out if you think about them. Moreover, he had been guarding against Konoha's backup plan, thinking it was a powerful ninja army hiding in the dark, but who would have thought it was such a strange poison? He didn't even realize when he was poisoned. Konoha. Cho on the opposite side seemed to have discovered something, and roared angrily, with a ferocious look on her face. Now the 3 parties participating in the battle have all been poisoned and fallen to the ground, and are dying quickly. Obviously, the poison is not from them. The only ones left are Konoha Cloud Village and Kirigakure. The Hidden Mist Village has already withdrawn, and it is not good at using poison. The Hidden Cloud Village is also not good at using poison. Only Konoha is left. Moreover, she felt that this was not just a simple poison, but a living creature, like some kind of small insect, which made her think of the Aberame clan of Konoha. Chief Uzumaki. We have all been tricked by Konoha. We have been poisoned by the enemy. This should be the secret technique of the Konoha Aberame clan. How about a truce now? Ebizo took some poison to suppress the poisonous insects in his body and shouted while suppressing the discomfort. There was no point in fighting any further now, as their common enemy had transformed into Konoha. Moreover, the Uzumaki ninjas were more difficult to deal with than they had expected, and the battle could not be ended in a short period of time, so they had to stop fighting. I'm here to stop the war on behalf of the Iwagakure village. The leader of the Iwagakure ninja army, Zishi Ren, who was also in a bad condition, spit out black blood and shouted, indicating a ceasefire. Most of the people on their side were lying down, with only a few of the stronger ones still holding on. If they continued fighting, they would surely be wiped out. This time, Konoha was more skilled and won, and the Iwagakure village took note of this. But before Uzumaki Masahiko could respond, the same chakra suddenly emerged from the corpses, followed by explosive tags appearing out of thin air. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the entire Uzushiagakure village was shrouded in flames and roars, and all the corpses and buildings were blown to pieces and burned. Especially under the wrapping of the 4 red yang formation, the impact force of the explosion was more concentrated, and even the flame power of the 4 red yang formation was triggered, increasing the destructive power. The 4 elders of the Whirlpool clan, who had already reached their limit, finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the 4 red yang formation was broken. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Danzo and number 039, S Broken Arm. Chapter 46 Danzo's broken arm. A golden sphere flew out as soon as the 4 red sun formation was broken. After flying for a distance, it decomposed and revealed several figures. It was Luosha who used the gold sand to bring out Cho and her brother and Yekang, and there were only 4 of them left. Karura. Luosha looked back at the Uzushiagakure village which was ablaze with flames, feeling sad. Garuro had been at the front line, bringing the wounded down for treatment as soon as possible. Just now the distance was too far for him to bring them out, so he could only rush out to protect himself first. I'm afraid it's too dangerous now. Ebizo said weakly, hurry up and return to the village as soon as possible. Yekang continues to maintain the scorching fireball. You are not poisoned, so it should be that the poisonous insect is afraid of fire. Although the poisonous insects in the body were temporarily suppressed with the help of poison, those poisons were not very mild. Even if the mutual restraint of the medicinal properties was used to minimize the damage to the body, it was still not easy. He and his sister have now lost their fighting ability, and must return to the village as soon as possible to prepare medicine to save themselves, otherwise they will surely die. The rock ninja on the other side was not feeling well either. Xiren used the earth escape technique to survive the wave of explosive talisman explosions. Zi, don't come near me, and don't cancel your lava release and Four Tails chakra. The high temperature of your lava release should be able to drive away these poisonous insects, so you are not poisoned. As the commander-in-chief of the ninja army, I now order you to return to the village as soon as possible and inform Lord Tsuchikage of everything that happened here, saying that I, Zishiren, have failed to live up to his trust. Shouting to Zi who was about to rush over, Zishiren knew that he might not be able to hold on. That kind of poisonous insect was very strange, and with his chakra he could only barely suppress it and could not survive. It is still unknown what other backup plans Konoha has, and it will be even more difficult for Zi to escape back with this burden. And now that the ninja army has been completely wiped out, he has no face to go back. Dead man from the west. Zi clenched his fists, not understanding why things suddenly turned out like this. Hurry up, Konoha may have more than one killer move. Leave as soon as possible while they are being restrained by the Cloud Ninja. This is an order. Spitting out another mouthful of black blood, Zishiren didn't want Zi to die here, not only because of Zi's potential and strength, but more importantly, she was the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Even though he often goes berserk due to the imperfect sealing technique, he is still an important force in the village. I will tell Noki everything, and I will avenge everyone. Restraining his inner grief and anger, Zi leaped out of the ruined Uzushiagakure village. He must go back and tell Onoki what happened here, and more importantly, he must avenge his compatriots and make the despicable Konoha pay the price. This is the result of my first battle as a leader. I am so unwilling to accept it. Looking at Zi's quickly receding figure, Xishiren felt very unwilling. I thought I could become famous with this military achievement, but who would have thought this would be the result? My child, the future depends on you. Thinking of their sons, the dead in the east and the dead in the west still have hope in their hearts. His son also possesses leadership skills and even has more potential than himself, and will definitely surpass himself in the future. Thinking of his son, Zishiren staggered towards the outside of the Uzushiagakure village, trying to mobilize chakra to perform ninjutsu while suppressing the poisonous insects in his body. Although his hope of returning was slim, he would not sit there and wait for death. Full speed ahead, target Uzushiagakure village. Seeing the strong flames coming from the Uzushiagakure village, Dode decisively ordered his troops to advance in that direction. Tamura also followed with Samehada's big sword on his back, and communicated with Samehada, indicating that they would have a delicious meal next. Although Samehada has not yet been persuaded to recognize its master, it has been made to stop resisting and struggling. The next step is to devour the chakra from the Uzumaki ninja's body. On the other side of the battlefield, noticing the fire from the Uzushiagakure, Shimura Danzo was secretly delighted, knowing that the plan had succeeded. First there was the assassination by the nano-poisonous insects, and then there was the explosion of 100,000 detonating tags. There must be nothing left in the Uzushiagakure, and the Uegakure and Tsunagakure must have been annihilated. But this joy did not last long, as he saw a blood-colored barrier rising rapidly around him. Looking closely, he found that 5 ninjas with red hair were using chakra to create the barrier. Shimura Danzo, die for me. At the same time, the third Raikage took out a pill and swallowed it. Then black lightning burst out from his body and gathered in his palm, and he performed the hell stab and rushed forward. Danzo could only swing his sword, which had a sharp wind blade formed by the vacuum jade. He had used it many times before to cut through the lightning release armor of the third Raikage. However, this time, the third Raikage's combat power was raised to a higher level when he unleashed black lightning. In an instant, he ignored the attribute restraint and broke the vacuum ball and the ninja sword, and even cut off Shimura Danzo's right arm holding the sword. Withdraw. Feeling pain in his right arm, Danzo Shimura was shocked and angry, but he did not dare to delay. He roared and rushed towards the direction where the barrier had not yet closed. The ninjas under his command immediately followed the order to retreat, but when they wanted to retreat, the third Raikage disagreed. A flash of black lightning blocked the part that had not yet closed, and stopped the Konoha ninja by himself. At the same time, the Cloud Ninja Jonins who had been slacking off also burst out with all their strength, performing various ninjutsu and ninjutsu at the same time. Attack with all your strength to break through. The third Raikage took drugs to force himself to burst out. He won't be able to hold out for long. Sarutobi Shinosuke shouted to prevent chaos among his own ninjas. Hearing Sarutobi Shinosuke's shout, the ninjas of both clans quickly regained their morale. While resisting the offensive of the Cloud Ninjas in the rear, they also attacked the third Raikage. But the third Raikage was not at the end of his strength, and the pill he swallowed before was just a food pill, not for replenishing his physical strength, but to confuse Danzo Shimura and the Konoha ninjas. Soon the barrier closed, and these people completely lost the possibility of escape. Although this 5 elements barrier is far less powerful than the 4 red yang formation, it is not so easy to break through, not to mention that there are the third Raikage and hundreds of Kumagakure Jonin inside to entangle the Konoha ninjas. The third Raikage had no scruples at all and erupted with all his might, wreaking havoc within the Konoha ninja clans and disrupting the formations of the 2 clans of ninjas. The Cloud Ninjas then attacked from the outside, cooperating closely with each other. The massacre that the Kirigakure ninjas had suffered before happened again, and they no longer had a chance to escape. Even using earth escape wouldn't work, because the ground was also covered by the barrier and there was no way to dig a hole and sneak underground. Cloud Ninja! Sarutobi Shinosuke roared angrily, and his heart was filled with grief, anger, and despair. He knew it was over, everything was over. Shinosuke. With several wounds on her body, Izumi Shimura leaped over with a combined naginata in her hand, a determined look on her face. Even if they were to die, they wanted to die together. Sister Chuan, we can't die here. The arrival of his girlfriend calmed Sarutobi Shinosuke down a little, and he immediately said something decisive. He took out a secret medicine and swallowed it. A huge amount of chakras soon burst out from his body. He bit his finger and quickly formed a seal, and finally slapped the ground with his palm. Psychic technique Ape King Ape Demon. Originally, with his current chakra, he couldn't summon the ape demon, but with the help of the burst of the secret medicine, he had barely reached the target. Shinosuke. The summoned Inma was surprised. He didn't expect that the one who summoned him was Sarutobi Hiruzen's son. He then realized that something was wrong with the surrounding situation. Uncle Ape Demon, quickly transform into the Vajra Ruyi stick and break this barrier. Sarutobi Shinosuke suppressed the pain from the explosion of the secret medicine and spoke quickly, saying that they must break the barrier as soon as possible and lead the tribe members out. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, Diamond Ape Demon. Chapter 47, Diamond Ape Demon Transformation Technique, Diamond Ruyi Stick. Inma saw the urgency of the situation and without further ado transformed himself into the Vajra Ruyi staff. In the arms of Sarutobi Shinosuke, it instantly grew longer and instantly pushed a big hole in one side of the barrier. At the same time, he extended his hand from the Vajra Ruyi staff and grabbed Sarutobi Shinosuke, preparing to take him out first. Sarutobi Shinosuke immediately grabbed his girlfriend Shimura Izumi's hand and rushed out with her. Stay! At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed, and the third Raikage rushed over and kicked Sarutobi Shinosuke away. However, before being kicked out, Sarutobi Shinosuke threw Shimura Izumi out from the slope of the barrier, and was caught by Shimura Danzo who was outside. Danzo Shimura had already run a long way away and had even given up on these people, but when he saw the Vajra Ruyi stick coming out, he knew there was still hope, so he turned back. Shinosuke. Izumi Shimura was very anxious and was about to go back to rescue, but was knocked unconscious by Danzo Shimura. Breakage. Whirlpool. Danzo Shimura glared grimly at the quickly repaired and closed breach in the barrier, and quickly retreated with his daughter. They were defeated in this battle, not at the hands of the Reikage and the Cloud Ninja, but at the hands of the Uzumaki clan. They didn't expect that an Uzumaki ninja would appear in the end. If it weren't for the barrier and the appearance of the Uzumaki ninja that distracted him, even if the third Reikage took the secret medicine and exploded, he wouldn't have had his arm cut off, at least he could have avoided it. Damn the Uzumaki clan! At the same time, when Inma saw Sarutobi Shinashuk being kicked out, he immediately released the Vajra Ruyi stick state, then flew over to grab Sarutobi Shinashuk and take him back with summoning magic. This way, at least Shinashuk could be saved, preventing Hiruzen from having to endure the pain of losing his son. However, what greeted him were 2-3 Magatama Sharingan, which were transplanted in the eye sockets of 2 people respectively, and their pupil power was connected, obviously a pair. It was the twin brothers who had targeted Sarutobi Shinashuk before. They both formed hand seals at the same time and used the 3 Magatama Sharingan in their eye sockets as a medium to perform illusions. When Inma saw the 3 Magatama Sharingan, he realized something was wrong, but when he wanted to cancel the summoning technique, it was too late. His body fell to the ground, and images of 3 Magatama appeared in his eyes. These eyes are so hard to use. The faces of the 2 brothers who performed the illusion instantly turned as pale as paper, which showed how much energy they had consumed. Even though both of them are senior ninjas who specialize in illusion techniques, they cannot withstand the consumption of the Sharingan. It is better to transplant them separately, otherwise the consumption will be even greater. Can you still hold on? Sarutobi Shinashuk was knocked unconscious by a slash of the hand, and the third Reikage came over and asked with concern. These 2 people are their treasures, and nothing can go wrong with them. We can hold on, Reikage-sama. The 2 of them took a bottle of potion at the same time, nodded to show that they could hold on, and then took out a large bottle of potion and poured it into the ape demon's stomach, assisting the illusion to maintain control over it. Then start the second phase of the plan. The third Reikage glanced at the approaching Uzumaki Aloe shadow clone and nodded to the 2 of them, signaling to start the next stage of the plan. Without hesitation, the 2 began to deeply control the Monkey King with the power of the Sharingan, while exploring his memory at the same time. Hurry up and treat the wound of the 3rd generation master. Chuchita's shadow clone came over with a medical ninja, signaling him to step forward and treat the wound. Although the wounds only scratched the skin and did not hurt the muscles, a lot of blood had already flowed out. Moreover, the lightning armor itself is a ninjutsu that stimulates the body, and the bleeding rate will be faster. Acting is such a tiring job. The third Reikage, who was squatting down to receive treatment, couldn't help but complain. Yes, he was just acting. Although he had consumed a lot of chakra in order to quickly kill the mist ninja, his fighting power had not weakened. It was no problem for him to pin Danzo Shimura to the ground, even though wind style would restrain lightning style to a certain extent. However, they have gained too much this time. If they are not careful, they will be besieged by the 4 major ninja villages. They can only take this opportunity to show their weakness to the enemy. Next, Lord Reikage will have to publicly condemn the sinister and despicable actions of the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. Tutai's shadow clone came over and said with a smile, "The show is not over yet." Their gains this time were indeed not small. Not only did they obtain the Uzumaki clan, but they also inherited the complete sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan and annihilated nearly 1,000 ninja soldiers from the Hidden Mist village. And because these were all elite troops brought with them, with the participation of the third Reikage, as well as the restraint of lightning release over water release and the assistance of the Uzumaki clan, they did not suffer too many casualties. It can be said that this plan was a complete success, and it also took the opportunity to take advantage of the situation to deal with the third Mizukage and the Hidden Mist village. The Hidden Mist village will be very unstable and will not have the energy to retaliate. The internal conflicts in Konoha will also not be small. That monkey Sarutobi Hiruzen is truly despicable and shameless. The third Raikage despised Sarutobi Hiruzen and was only good at plotting and scheming. But it is understandable, after all, the strength is there. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is powerful, the title of the strongest Hokage is pure nonsense. Although the power of the combined application of the 5 elements ninjutsu will be improved, the improvement is limited. Back then, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were chased by Kinkaku and Ginkaku and had to flee in a panic, but he was able to kill Kinkaku and Ginkaku himself. This is the difference in strength. My own strongest Raikage is the real one, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's is just watered down, and with a lot of water added. Since they don't have enough strength to suppress everything, they can only make up for it with conspiracy and trickery to weaken or even kill their own people. Spiritual calling technique contracts scroll. At this time, the twins have already deeply controlled the ape demon, manipulating the ape demon to make seals and summon the monkey clan's summoning scrolls. And transmit the information about the monkey clan detected from the ape demon's memory to the minds of the third generation through illusion. Alo Uzumaki's shadow clone stepped forward and unfolded the scroll, and saw a series of names of the Sarutobi clan, among which were Sarutobi Shinashuk and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage. His cold eyes were fixed on that name, and the Uzumaki Alo shadow clone hated it very much. He also saw the fire that broke out in the village before. Obviously, the situation at the border was not good. It was most likely the work of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. He wished he could pull Sarutobi Hiruzen out and chop him into pieces. Senior, please follow the plan. Even if we use the help of the Sarutobi Hiruzen to summon him and kill him, it will not be of much use. Moreover, once Sarutobi Hiruzen dies, Konoha will only become stronger. We need to consider and plan for the future of the village and the Uzumaki clan. Dode on the side advised that although they could take the opportunity to reverse summon the third Hokage and kill him, that was not in line with the current interests and future plans of the Hidden Cloud village. Even if the third Hokage died, Konoha would not be in chaos, because Konoha still has a 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito. In addition to her identity as the wife of the first Hokage and the power and prestige of the Senju clan, as well as the pressure of external wars, the Senju clan will soon take power in Konoha once Sarutobi Hiruzen dies. Konoha would be even stronger at that time, so it would be more in their interest for the third Hokage to be alive. Even before this, the Sandaime had deliberately let Danzo Shimura go. They also wanted the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura and others to join forces to weaken or even kill the Senju and Uchiha clans. After listening to Chuchida's advice, the Uzumaki Alo shadow clone suppressed his hatred, raised his hands and formed a seal to cast a contract seal to seal the series of names of the Sarutobi family. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Little Fiancé. Chapter 48 Little Fiancé. Third Raikage then raised his hand to wipe the blood from the wound on his body, and wrote his name on the summoning scroll. Let's start. After writing the name, the third Raikage smeared the blood on Inma's hand and then nodded to the twin brothers. The two of them did not delay. They used the power of their Sharingan to control the Monkey King to cancel the summoning technique and return. Then they performed the reverse summoning technique there to summon the third Raikage over. They are all top quality materials. Looking at the mountain full of monkeys, the third Raikage had a ferocious look on his face and immediately began to slaughter them. This was a summoning beast that the Sarutobi clan had been on good terms with for generations. There was no way to tame it, so they could only slaughter it. Moreover, this spiritual world is quite good, just right for cultivating their own spiritual beasts. A spiritual beast with a spiritual world is much better to use than one without it. For example, you can perform reverse spiritualism in the spiritual world and save your life at the critical moment. Of course, it is not easy to perform reverse spiritualism. At least one needs to have the hand-claw seals and sufficient intelligence. This kind of summoning beast is rare in the ninja world, except for the 3 legendary holy places and the monkey clan of the Sarutobi clan. It's a pity that the monkey tribe cannot be tamed and can only be slaughtered. I'll look for a suitable summoning beast later. Not to mention the third Raikage who was quickly slaughtering people in the spiritual world. On the other side, Tamura Hao had already followed the large army to the Uzushiagakuer village, but all he saw was a ruin. Grandfather! Father! Mom! Uzumaki Kushina, who came with them, looked at the miserable home and burst into tears. She wanted to rush in to find her grandpa and father, but was held back by Tamura Hao. Don't worry, there may be danger inside. Tamura Hao persuaded, and then looked at the 4 ANBU ninjas who were reporting to Dode, and the young man they brought back. The young man looked very miserable, with both of his legs blown off and many injuries on his body. He was unconscious, but judging from the remaining clothes, he was the one who had accompanied Sarutobi Shinashuk on the mission to the hidden Uzushio village that morning. Is it really him? Tamura Hao understood in his heart that this person was indeed the killer move that Shimura Danzo prepared for the Uzushiagakuer village. That kind of nano-poison insect is really unsolvable and difficult to guard against. Over there, after understanding the situation, Dode summoned a illusion ninja to forcibly control the seriously injured boy, manipulate his body to form hand seals, and use chakra to remotely control the poisonous insects into hibernation. All right, everyone, go in and rescue the survivors. If you feel unwell, report immediately and return here so he can pull out the poisonous insects that have infected you. After getting confirmation from the illusion ninja, Dode then ordered a search and rescue operation into the village. Tamura Hao let go of Samehada, who had been impatient for a long time, and followed Uzumaki Kushina towards the depths of the ruins. At the deepest part, there is a square barrier with 2 figures slumped on the ground inside. They are Uzumaki Masahiko and Uzumaki Allo. They are the only 2 people left in the village. They relied on this barrier to withstand the explosion and survive, but they couldn't hold on for long. The poisonous insects in the body were too difficult to deal with. Even with their chakra and life force, they could not hold out for too long, and a lot of their internal organs were eaten away. Grandfather! Seeing her grandfather lying there collapsed, Uzumaki Kushina hurried over, tears streaming down her face. Kushina! Seeing his granddaughter coming, a smile appeared on Uzumaki Masahiko's numb face, and he dispelled the barrier to let his granddaughter in. Grandfather! Looking at her grandfather's pale face and the large pool of black blood in front of him, Kushina burst into tears. Don't cry, Grandpa is just going to find your grandma. He raised his hand with difficulty to wipe away the tears on his granddaughter's face. He was very happy to see his granddaughter at the last moment, but he soon became unhappy. Damn you little devil! Looking at a figure standing 100 meters away, Uzumaki Masahiko's face became ferocious. Although his image has changed, his chakra will not change. He is still that despicable and hateful brat. Little devil, come here! He scolded coldly, he hated the brat so much. I do not. Tian Kunhao refused decisively and even retreated 10 meters. Come and die right here. His face looked even more hideous, and Uzumaki Masahiko really wanted to chop the damn kid into pieces alive. I won't. Tian Kunhao retreated 10 meters again. He would never approach the old man. Even without getting close, he could tell that the other party was definitely full of malicious intent, and if he really went over to him he would definitely be beaten up. Unfortunately, he obviously underestimated the ability of the Uzumaki clan. A diamond blockade suddenly emerged from the ground and tied him up, then dragged him in front of Uzumaki Masahiko. Looking at that ferocious old face, Tian Kunhao calmed himself down and threatened, "Old man, don't do anything stupid. If you bully me now, I will bully your granddaughter in the future." The bonds in the Naruto world are very useful. As long as you grasp the bonds, you can control anyone. Sure enough, after hearing this threat, although Uzumaki Masahiko was very angry, he really had no way to deal with this kid. I can't ruin my granddaughter's future just to vent my anger. I can tell at first glance that this guy is not a good person and he is capable of doing anything. Shame on you. Aloe Whirlpool glanced at his nephew with disdain, then looked at the boy who was being lifted up, feeling very curious. Just now, the eldest nephew told him about the matter. Unexpectedly, the nephew was fooled by a little devil and even gave away his granddaughter and family heritage to the other party. What a shame! Young man, from today on Kushina is your fiancé. Let's get married as soon as you come of age. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she became, so Uzumaki Aloe decided to marry Kushina to him. Now that the family's integration into the Hidden Cloud Village is a foregone conclusion, we must find a reliable person within the Hidden Cloud Village to guide them. Although this little guy is young, he is very intelligent and can follow the Reikage to assist in the mission to the hidden Uzushio village. His status and position are definitely not low, and he is the best candidate. Although Uzumaki Masahiko's face turned black, he did not refute. I don't want to marry that vile villain. Uzumaki Kushina, who was crying sadly, instinctively objected. Even if she, Uzumaki Kushina, remained single for the rest of her life, she would never marry that despicable villain. She is too stupid. It will affect the IQ of future generations. Tamura Hao also refused decisively, causing the girl to glare at him angrily. Those 2 sealing scrolls contain our clan's special sealing techniques. They cannot be unlocked without the correct method. Aloe Uzumaki said with a grin. Although the nephew was badly cheated, he was not stupid. The 2 scrolls were sealed with special techniques and could not be opened by others. Forcible cracking will only destroy everything inside. Sure enough, he has a backup plan. Tamura Hao said, as expected, and was not surprised. Then I will reluctantly accept this stupid girl. In the end, I had no choice but to compromise. I can only say that age is always better. Damn you little devil! That posture made Uzumaki Masahiko grit his teeth. He was really taking advantage of the situation. You are the fool. I will never marry you. Uzumaki Kushina was also very angry, she was not stupid. Damn little devil, remember this. Uzumaki Masahiko put the little devil down and raised his hand to make a hand seal to release the 2 sealed scrolls. Tamura Hao didn't use his brain to remember, but found a tile nearby and quickly carved numbers on it with a kunao, with each number corresponding to a seal. As the saying goes, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen, so it is safer to write it down directly. The seal is only one aspect. We also need the chakra of our Uzumaki clan to cooperate. Otherwise, the detonating talisman inside will be triggered and ignite, blowing everything to pieces. After completing the seal and releasing it, Uzumaki Masahiko gave one final reminder. He had a backup plan at the beginning. He thought that even if the Uzushio village was destroyed, his sister would be able to unlock the seal so it would not fall into the hands of outsiders. But who would have thought that he still failed to defend it, and he even had to teach how to unlock the seal himself. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn little devil, end of this chapter. Chapter 49 Never Die in Peace. Chapter 49 Never Die in Peace. Don't worry, the heritage will be included in the village. As long as you contribute enough and are loyal, you can practice. Tamura Hao made a promise by putting the tile into the sealing ritual of a piece of armor. After getting Tamura Hao's assurance, the 2 felt better, but looking at the village in ruins, they felt very uncomfortable. The village couldn't be saved in the end. Damn Konoha! Looking at the miserable state of the village, Uzumaki Masahiko couldn't help but think of the culprit behind all this, and he blamed himself even more. He was the one who allowed those 3 people to enter the village. Who would have thought that they would cause such a disaster? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo will not have a good ending. Aloe Vortex was filled with resentment, and he would be waiting for the 2 men down below. Uzumaki Masahiko said nothing more. The chakra that maintained his body was slowly dissipating. He had reached the end. Grandfather! And Uzumaki Kushina cried even more sadly. She realized that her grandfather was on his last legs and she was about to lose him. But she didn't cry for long as Tamura walked up to her and knocked her unconscious with a knife. "Damn you little devil!" Seeing his granddaughter being treated like this, Uzumaki Masahiko, who was about to close his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he would die with his eyes open, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. This way Kushina would be less sad. We in the Hidden Cloud Village must not allow this kind of situation to happen. Yayui and the other person came over and looked at the two deceased old men, and they became even more determined. The tragic events that took place in Uzushiogakure must be kept in mind, and such a thing must never be allowed to happen in Kumagakure. Definitely not. Tamura was also very determined. The Hidden Cloud Village was his base, and he would naturally not allow others to destroy it. At this time, continuous crying sounds were heard. It was the Uzumaki people who had been moved away before who came back. Looking at the village that had become a ruin and the broken limbs of countless people inside, they felt extremely sad. For a moment, the entire Uzushiogakure village was filled with crying, and the entire village was shrouded in grief. At the same time, there is hatred towards Konoha. They were allies, but this time they were betrayed by their allies. One can imagine the hatred they felt. Such a big village was gone in the blink of an eye. Tamura was very emotional. The ninja war was really scary, especially in terms of weirdness. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. It is just like in the future 3 wars, when the strongest group from the Hidden Mist village rushed into the Land of Fire, but suddenly Might Guy showed up and kicked them into the 3 lucky treasures. The 3 people who survived also became corrupted with their hearts broken. The core of all this now is the young man from the Aberame clan, who is a strategic level existence. Then it should be Aberame Tone's father, Aberame Shijiro, who has also become Danzo-sama's henchman. He roughly guessed who it was. Aberame Tajin was not born yet, so it could only be the other party's father. Considering their ages, they were about the same. The ninja war is strange and unpredictable, changing rapidly. It's so scary. Looking at the broken limbs and arms all over the ground, Tien Kunhao was still frightened. This is also the main reason why he specially forged a long sword so that he could fight the enemy at a distance. He didn't want to get too close to this type of enemy, as that would be too dangerous. Our Kumagakure ninjas are not as good as those from other ninja villages in terms of weirdness, and sometimes we suffer a lot. Fukai also felt the same way. The ninjas of their Hidden Cloud village were better at head-on combat and lacked a way to deal with such strange tactics. They would be very passive if they were to face them. We need to get more to make up for our own deficiencies, not just the Uzumaki clan. Yayui is very clear about the strengths and weaknesses of their Hidden Cloud village. The strengths must continue to be developed, but the weaknesses must also be made up for. The best way is to obtain them from the outside world. This was the plan for the Uzumaki clan this time, but it was not the end, they needed more. While talking to the two, Tamura walked Samehada to devour the remaining chakra in the corpses, especially the corpses of the Uzumaki clan ninjas. The chakra of the Uzumaki clan is not only huge, but also contains amazing vitality. Samehada likes this high-quality chakra very much and happily devours and absorbs it. Yayie and Fukai became more and more fearful as they looked at the corpses all over the ground. The huge Uzushiogakure village and 2,000 sand and rock ninjas were actually destroyed silently by Konoha. It was truly horrifying. Compared to this method of Konoha, their previous battle in Kumagakure to annihilate the Kirigakure ninja army is not worth mentioning. I can only say that it is worthy of being the strongest ninja village. Tamura was also marveling at the power of Konoha. There were so many ninja clans in it, and they were all of the highest quality, far beyond the reach of other ninja villages. Although there are many ninjas in the other 4 major ninja villages, there are not many top-notch ones. However, Konoha can mass-produce strong people, even cage-level strong people. Even though Konoha's F4 was constantly engaged in internal strife and destroyed the two founding families, it was still the strongest ninja village in the end. The four wars became Konoha's personal show. Its foundation is so strong that it makes people jealous. What? Suddenly, Fukai looked up at the sky. Tian Kunhao and Yaye noticed something unusual and looked over too. They found a figure rising into the sky in the distance. However, his body shape was unstable and it was obvious that his condition was not very good. It's the commander of the Uegakure ninja army. Tamura Hao took out a telescope and immediately recognized the other party's identity. He was the commander of the Uegakure who had verbally bullied them during the previous meeting. Was it because he was in bad condition before and didn't retreat immediately, so now he uses his chakra to escape? Brother I think he needs your help, don't let him fall to death. Tian Kunhao felt that this was an opportunity to give the downtrodden dog a beating. He, Tian, never held grudges and would take revenge quickly if there was one. These words drew a puzzled look from Yayu. What does the death of Yanin have to do with me? He wished more Uegakure would die. Tamura Hao explained seriously, I remember that you and the third generation sensei both have the earth attribute. If you can obtain the ninjutsu of the hidden rock village that can reduce gravity or even fly, your speed should be faster and your combat power will definitely be improved even more. In the 4 future wars, the 3rd Tsuchikage and the 4th Reikage fought together. The 3rd Tsuchikage gave the 4th Reikage the super light and heavy rock technique to reduce the Reikage's weight, thereby increasing his speed. For the Reikage who is good at lightning release ninjutsu, an increase in speed means an increase in combat power. If the 4th Reikage can be promoted, the even stronger 3rd Reikage will definitely be able to be promoted as well, since both of them happen to have earth attribute. Damn it, don't die. Yayuia was shocked and anxious, and quickly used the thunder escape armor to increase his speed and chased after him, fearing that the man would not be able to hold on and fall to death. Although he couldn't fly, the other party's shaky appearance showed that he was obviously in poor condition and would not be able to hold on for long. Fukai felt helpless when he saw his cousin chasing him so impulsively. Teacher, you can also go and take a look. Send a clone to inform Lord Tutai and the others and ask them to arrange a ninja to go there. The other party will not be able to hold out for too long after being poisoned by the insects. We need to learn the earth escape ninjutsu as soon as possible. Now everyone in Uzushiagakure is ours, I will be fine. Tian Kunhao said to Fukai that he also didn't want Yayu to get into any accidents because of the pursuit. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, use the detonating talisman and call for help immediately. Fukai gave some instructions, then used his thunder clone to inform Lord Tutai, and he himself chased after his cousin. Tamura Hao continued to touch the corpse with Samehada, and Samehada was very happy about it, and its size became larger and larger. But after walking like this for a while, Tian Kunhao suddenly realized something was wrong. He lifted up the huge Samehada and blocked it in front of him. At the same time, a detonating talisman appeared in his hand, and he stared at a house next to him. Who is it? Come out. If you don't come out, I will throw a detonating talisman. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Nephew Black Zetsu. Chapter 50 Nephew Black Zetsu. There he sensed a very strange thought. The feeling was somewhat familiar. He had sensed it before on the battlefield, but it was only fleeting. I thought it was an illusion at the time, but now it seems not to be an illusion. However, although the intention was strong, there was no malice, otherwise he would have thrown out the detonating talisman long ago. He didn't have to wait long before the other party showed up, but his appearance made Tian Kunhao a little confused. I saw a pool of liquid asphalt flowing out of the room and forming a pitch-black head in front of Tian Kunhao. Looking at the black thing, Tian Kunhao was stunned, not understanding why this person would come to him. Is it because of Kagaya's phantom? He quickly thought of the phantom of Kagaya in the spiritual world, and Tamura Hao had an idea in his mind. Guiding the deep fusion of Kagaya's phantom with his own chakra, Tamura even hypnotically imitated the glow of maternal love. He squatted down and touched Heizetsu's cheek, and even his eyes were sparkling, as if he was looking at his own cub. Mom! This feeling made Heijweking involuntarily call out Mom. This feeling was definitely not wrong, especially the chakra in his body. That is mother's chakra, so pure. This state lasted for quite a while before Tamura severed the connection with Kagaya's shadow, and the look of maternal love also disappeared. Mother! Are you my sister's child? Tamura showed some doubt. Why do you have my mother's chakra in you? Black Zetsu also stared at the young man in front of him, not understanding why this man had his mother's chakra. Let's talk inside. After looking around, Tamura released Samehada and walked towards the room, and Black Zetsu moved to follow. He had to figure out what was wrong with this young man, so he chose to show up. He walked into the house and sat down, looking at the Black Zetsu in front of him, and said coaxingly, "When I first refined chakra, my sister was in my mind, and I always dream about her. She always talks to me about children, and she must be talking about you." Deed. Black Zetsu seemed to be thinking about something, and recalled a secret technique inherited from his mother, a secret technique unique to the Otsutsuki clan. It can record body data and imprint it on a compatible person, thereby resurrecting them. However, it is very difficult to leave a deed, and there are extremely strict requirements for the carrier. Also, there is no mark of a contract on this young man's body, so it shouldn't be a contract, at least not a complete one. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu made a judgment. No matter what, since this person has my mother's chakra, he is one of us, there is no doubt about that feeling. Who are you? Who is my sister? Why did she appear in my body? Why can she absorb the power of the Sharingan and the remaining chakra in the internal organs of the second Hokage? And the flesh and blood chakra of the 9 tails and the 8 tails? And she also likes the chakra of Kagaya and Uzumaki. Tien Kunhao asked with a very serious look, indicating that I, Tien, have many questions that need to be answered. You can call me Black Zetsu. After thinking for a while, Black Zetsu came up with a name. He himself has no name. His mother used her last bit of strength to create him and then was sealed, so he didn't have time to give him a name. The name Black Zetsu corresponds to the White Zetsu army that his mother created. My mother's name is Kagaya Otsutsuki, the true ancestor of the chakra of the ninja world. All the power of the ninja world comes from her and can naturally be absorbed by her. Unfortunately, she was sealed by the Six-Path Sage and her power was taken away. As her mother's successor, although you are not perfect, your identity is already determined. You must rescue her so that you can gain more power. Since I am my mother's successor, I am one of our own. At least with my mother's chakra, this person can't possibly betray her. It's even possible that this is a backup plan left by my mother, and it wasn't until today that she found a suitable person to carry out the revival. This made him feel like he had found a confidant. For the past 1,000 years, he had been hiding in the dark, silently planning and struggling alone, not to mention the loneliness he felt. It feels so wonderful to now have a like-minded person, even a younger brother. Also, you should be a backup plan left by mother. You should call me mother like me, instead of sister. He corrected the other party's way of addressing their mother. In Black Zetsu's view, this was his younger brother, also created by their mother. They had to work together to save their mother. I don't call her mom, she's my sister. Tien Kunhao firmly objected and then his expression became serious. I need to know more about my sister. Although Black Zetsu was unhappy, he didn't care. He organized his words and said, my mother's story started a long time ago, when she first came into this world. While saying this, he observed the young man in front of him. Although the other party was his mother's choice, if this person did not choose to help him unblock his mother, he would not mind swallowing him. So it's okay to tell these top secrets. It would be perfect if the other party could become a real family member and work together to prepare for the unblocking of my mother. After Black Zetsu finished speaking, Tamurohao thought seriously for a while, then took out a kunao and quickly carved on the ground, and soon sketched out a figure. Is the Hago Romo you are talking about, the Sage of Six Paths, him? When he saw that figure, Heizetsu's eye sockets grew wider. How do you know him? Have you seen him? Black Zetsu was very nervous. Although the figure of the young boy was very vague, the general image was there, especially the unique shape of the horns, which was very consistent with the figure in the memory passed down by his mother. But logically, that person should have died a long time ago, and thousands of years have passed. How could the child know that? Could it be that the mother's inheritance gave the other person some fragments of memory? This person's shadow exists in all chakras. Once he appears, he will be swallowed by my sister. From your tone, it seems that this is not the Sage of Six Paths. Tamurohao gave a brief explanation, saying that if you want to fool this 1,000-year-old monster, you have to reveal some real stuff. Hearing this, Black Zetsu heaved a sigh of relief and began to explain, he was my mother's enemy, named Tsutsuki Ishiki, who was killed by my mother 1,000 years ago, and his body was integrated into the 10 tails, pushing the 10 tails to evolve into its final form, the divine tree. It is normal for his chakra to exist in the chakra of the ninja world. Nodding in understanding, Tiankanhao started carving again, drawing another figure. So this is the Sage of Six Paths, right? His painting skills are not bad. Those previous pornographic masterpieces were accompanied by a lot of illustrations, all of which were excellent works that he had seen on the internet in his previous life. This is also one of the main reasons why those masterpieces were so popular. Yes, he is UI. After looking at it, Black Zetsu nodded. Although it was blurry, the general image was correct. He would never forget the appearance of Yu Yi and would be able to recognize her even if she turned into ashes. You know the Jinchuriki like the first Hokage's wife, right? Tamurohao was talking about the Jinchuriki while scraping off the floor with the figure carved on it with a kunao. He had some ideas about this a long time ago, but he didn't expect that Black Zetsu would suddenly come to him. But this is just right, as Black Zetsu must have what he wants. End of this chapter. Chapter 51 Kagaya Consciousness. Chapter 51 Kagaya Consciousness. No. Black Zetsu nodded, not understanding why the boy said that. My sister can become stronger, or recover, by absorbing chakra. My chakra has been absorbed by her and has become very pure. Now I need other people's chakra, especially the pupil power of the Sharingan and the chakra of the Senju clan. The chakra of Kagaya and Uzumaki ninjas will also work, but the chakra of the tailed beasts is best. She is in my head and cannot be swallowed directly. I need to create a sealed space in my body to transfer my sister in. The more perfect the better. The most important thing is to be hidden, so that it cannot be sensed by others, and cannot be seen through by eye techniques such as the Sharingan Byakugan. That's right. What Tamurohao wanted was the 6 paths and 10 tails coffin seal used by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Others may not know it, but this big guy should know it. Not only has it survived for thousands of years, it is also the legacy of Kagaya Tsutsuki. The inheritance it possesses is by no means as simple as shown in the animation. Heizetsu understood, and after thinking for a while, he said, I know a sealing technique that can perfectly connect your mother's power to you. Reveal your abdomen and I will help you build it. Without hesitation, Tamurohao lifted up his clothes to reveal his abdomen with 8-pack ABS. With the golden finger as a foundation, he is not afraid of Black Zetsu's mischief. Black Zetsu manifested a pair of pitch-black hands, and used the power of yin-yang escape to carve spells on the boy's abdomen. Finally, he slapped his abdomen hard, and all the sorcerers merged into his body. Tamurohao integrated his chakra into it and quickly sensed the huge space inside, which was a very huge space. Without any delay, he used chakra as the medium to transfer Kagaya's shadow into it. The moment Kagaya's shadow entered, the yin-yang chakra that constructed the sealed space resonated with it, and even actively integrated into it, gaining control of this sealed space. Even Kagaya's shadow became more solid and agile. Realizing that he had lost contact with the sealed space, Black Zetsu immediately threw himself into it. When he saw Kagaya's shadow, he was extremely excited. "Mom, it's really you. Now it's confirmed, this is the mother." The shadow of Kagaya seemed to sense something and looked at Black Zetsu, just watching him quietly. Tamura Hao used chakra to form a shape in the sealed space. Looking at the more agile shadow of Kagaya, he confirmed his previous guess. He had guessed earlier that Kagaya's shadow would continue to improve and even develop intelligence, which is also a characteristic of chakra. After all, the chakra of the six-path sage can manifest a figure through Uchiha Madara's thigh, and can also directly manifest in the spiritual world of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, not to mention Kagaya Tsutsuki. You want to use Uchiha Madara to awaken the eyes of the sage of six paths and break the seal he put on my sister. I don't think it's very reliable. Tianqinhao suddenly said, "It's time to show your ability to deceive people. What do you want to say?" Black Zetsu, who had finally calmed down, turned his head and waited for his brother's next words. "There is a fatal flaw in your plan, and that is the sage of six paths. Is he really dead? You were plotting in the dark, and he might have been plotting in the dark, too. When you were leading Uchiha Madara down that path, he might have noticed it. All your plans were under his watch. I don't think you can outsmart him. Tamura Hao does not think that the six-path sage is dead. You have to know that the six-path sage is a pure Otsutsuki, and he has awakened the Rinnegan. He is also the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and is not much worse than Otsutsuki Kagaya. Even Kagaya Tsutsuki, Black Zetsu, and the nine-tailed beasts were able to survive for so long, so the six-path sage can be no different." Coupled with the six-path sage's resurrection and many other operations during the Fourth War, he felt that there was a big problem. "I know this plan is risky, but I have no choice," Black Zetsu said helplessly. He naturally knew that this was risky, otherwise he would not have hidden in the dark after the death of the six-path sage. Hagoromo's chakra has always existed in the ninja world, and even Indra and Ashura's chakra can continue to reincarnate, let alone Hagoromo. Moreover, Yuyi's samsara eye had also disappeared, which was indeed very abnormal. But he had no other choice, because samsara eye was the foundation for removing his mother's seal, so he had to get it out. "If I could possess a power that surpasses the six-path sage's power, could I forcefully break the seal he placed on my sister?" Tamura Hao continued to ask. Compared to using the infinite Tsukuyomi to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki, he was more inclined to break it by force. This would be a big change. Power beyond Hagoromo? Black Zetsu found it unreliable, even impossible. He had sensed it before and knew that this younger brother did not have the blood of Hagoromo and Hamura, he simply possessed chakra, and it was impossible for him to reach Hagoromo's level. If that level was really that easy to reach, I wouldn't have had to struggle for thousands of years. How will you know if you don't try? Tianqinhao is very confident in himself. As a time traveler with a golden finger, his future is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Don't count on this phantom of my mother. It's far from enough. Black Zetsu still rejected it. After seeing this phantom, he knew that this was not his mother's contract, at least not a complete contract. It was impossible for him to obtain much of his mother's power, especially the bloodline network. Tamura Hao didn't say much about this and turned to talk about the 10 tails. "Can you make a small 10 tails so that my sister can absorb some of the external power, or at least filter it out? I have sealed up some of the remains of the sacred tree. They are still somewhat active and I will send them to you later." Black Zetsu did not refuse. Although the potential of this phantom was limited, it was enough for the boy to surpass everyone in the current ninja world. It should not be difficult to at least reach the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. There are also the chakras of the major tailed beasts, especially the 9 tails. Absorbing its chakra can increase my range of perception of good and evil. Tamura further proposed the chakra of the tailed beasts, saying that Black Zetsu must have this thing. Even the guy from Fire Temple was able to collect so much 9 tails chakra during the 9 tails rebellion, so there's no reason why this guy wouldn't be able to collect it. That perception ability comes from the 9 tails original power. Only that original power can override the chakra of the ninjas in the ninja world and be sensed by you. Absorbing the 9 tails ordinary chakra is useless, but the ordinary chakra of the tailed beasts can be used to cultivate the 10 tails. Although the potential is not high, it should be possible to reach the level of the tailed beasts. Black Zetsu rejected Tamura idea. If chakra alone could reach that level, he would have already collected a large amount of tailed beast chakra and secretly created the 10 tails. Chakra origin. Tianqinhao suddenly realized that he had never expected such a saying, but this is correct. Although the tailed beasts are an aggregation of chakras, they are not simply chakras, otherwise they would not have flesh and blood. It would be more reasonable for them to have an original power, which is the foundation of the tailed beasts. In this way, if he wants to improve his perception of good and evil, he can only rely on the 9 tails. He also doesn't know how many years the first Hokage's wife can live. Then keep an eye on the wife of the first Hokage. She is not young anymore. When the 9 tails is transferred, there will be an opportunity. I will let the third Raikage and others help me snatch it, at least to get some of the 9 tails flesh and blood. Tamura attaches great importance to the ability to perceive good and evil, and it will be his most reliable means of preserving his life in the future. At least it won't let the enemy get close. Can you influence the third Raikage and the hidden cloud village? Black Zetsu was surprised. It seemed that this younger brother had a high status in the hidden cloud village. End of this chapter. Chapter 52 Black Zetsu is lame. Chapter 52 Black Zetsu is lame. I am the disciple of the third Raikage. I bought it with 1 billion taels of banknotes, and I provided the hidden cloud village with a firearms plan, which is enough for the hidden cloud village to gain the power to unify the ninja world. Tamura did not hide anything and told the reason why he successfully became a disciple. Unlike others, this Black Zetsu has only one thought in his mind, saving Kaguya Otsutsuki, and he doesn't care about what's happening in the ninja world. In addition, with the bridge of Kaguya's phantom, they are considered to be their own people. As long as he and the hidden cloud village can provide support for his plan to save his mother, Black Zetsu will definitely not mind helping the hidden cloud village to grow stronger. Just like it will help Akatsuki organization grow stronger in the future. 1 billion taels? Bought it. Black Zetsu is a little confused. Can this still be bought? You, the disciple of Raikage, are really valuable. Then attention turned to the firearms plan, which should be the focus. What is the firearms program? Tianqinhao gestured and explained, it's similar to the principle of fireworks. Make an iron pipe and put the detonating talisman in it. Put a metal projectile in front of it, and use the detonating talisman to spray the metal projectile out to cause damage. If the number and size are enough, even a shadow-level strongman can be killed. The most important thing is that this thing can be mass-produced and has very low usage requirements. All you need is chakra to trigger the detonating tag, which is enough to form a huge ninja army and sweep across the ninja world without any problem. This time we are planning to attack the Uzumaki clan for the purpose of the firearms plan. We will use the sealing technique to add a tribute ninjutsu to the firearms plan and create firearms with the power of escape techniques, such as the sharp acceleration of wind escape techniques, the penetration of lightning escape techniques, the hardness of earth escape techniques, the burst of fire escape techniques, etc. Tamura seemed very frank, and there was no need to hide anything in this regard. With Black Zetsu's ability, there was no information he could not find out as long as he wanted. Black Zetsu thought more, and thought of the 100,000 White Zetsu army that his mother had created. The combat power of the White Zetsu themselves was average, but if they were equipped with that kind of firearms, their combat power would definitely be greatly enhanced. The mother herself has always been wary of the arrival of strong people from the same race, so she created the White Zetsu Army. Strengthening the White Zetsu Army is a must. That sounds good. Black Zetsu approved the firearms plan, so it seems that this younger brother is still very useful. Originally I just wanted to use this to unify the ninja world, build a flawless empire, and put an end to the countless tragedies created by the ninja world. Now it seems that there are too many enemies. Tian Kunhao showed a strong ambition, with a faint light flickering in his eyes. He evolved his posture by referring to the heroes in the movies and TV series in his previous life, and even hypnotized himself. Let me do the math. At this stage our enemies are the other 4 major ninja villages, especially Konoha. Now there is the Six-Path Sage and his brother, and no one knows where they are hiding. Then there are the clansmen of your sister that you mentioned. Since they are of the same clan, there must be many people. It can't be just one Otsutsuki Ishiki. We have to be on guard against those people as well. Anything else? After counting, Tamura Hao signaled Black Zetsu to add more. Those beasts in the 3 holy places also count, especially the toad in Miyaboku Mountain. These are the enemies for now, but there is one thing we need to pay attention to. Once the infinite Tsukuyomi plan is successfully implemented, the reappearance of the sacred tree will inevitably be sensed by the mother's people, and then descend into this world, and it is very likely to come with malicious intent. Black Zetsu added that there was a lot of information in the inherited memory given by his mother, one of which was that the sacred tree was the coordinate for those people to locate the world. The Otsutsuki clan mainly relies on the power of space to travel between the worlds, and the sacred tree is their spatial coordinate. That means we have to be more prepared and have the strength to match those people in order to rescue and protect my sister. Tian Kunhao understood it, and kept talking about rescuing his sister, revealing his attachment to that sister, even a possessiveness, like a veteran sister complex. This kind of attachment and possessiveness makes Black Zetsu quite satisfied. It seems that the child raised by his mother is still very reliable, at least much better than those 2 beasts, Hago Romo and Hamura. Mom doesn't need protection. She's very strong. She can defeat all enemies as long as she is released. Heizetsu is very confident in his mother's strength, and believes that she is absolutely invincible. You'd better forget it. According to what you said, the 6-path sages are not as powerful as my sister, but my sister was defeated and sealed by them, and even her power was taken away. Obviously, my sister is not good at fighting and is not a qualified warrior. You should not have strong fighting ability in your condition. In the end, I have to protect my sister. Tamura Hao responded without hesitation. Mother is not very good at fighting. After a moment of silence, Black Zetsu finally admitted his mother's shortcomings in combat awareness. It was precisely because of this that they were defeated and sealed by the weaker Yi and his men. Tian Kunhao said calmly, I already understand the situation, you and your plan have probably been exposed. Even if Uchiha Madara can awaken the Rinnegan, it is very likely that the 6-path sage is secretly manipulating it. In the future, if he uses it as a basis to rescue his sister, he will be more likely to be sealed again or even killed by him. Or he wants to further seize his sister's power and reach her level. He may even have made sufficient preparations to attract his sister's tribesmen to come and turn this place into his hunting ground, where he can hunt and devour the Otsutsuki to make him stronger. We have to make another plan in secret, so that we can form a bright and a dark team. You can attract the attention of the 6-path sage, and I will make preparations in secret. Sure, my plan doesn't need your help, just do what you want. Black Zetsu agreed, saying that the core of his plan lies in Uchiha Madara and does not require any external assistance. It would be better to let my younger brother secretly make another plan as a backup. If my plan fails, I will use my younger brother's plan, and the chances of rescuing my mother will be much greater. I need to know all the information about the 5 major ninja villages, especially Konoha's. Tamura wanted to know more, especially what was not shown in the original work. Black Zetsu didn't say much, and used illusion to transmit the information he knew into Tamura's mind. Reincarnation, revive the dead. After browsing the information in his mind, Tamura showed a thoughtful expression. According to Black Zetsu's information, the impure world reincarnation had been basically completed before the second Hokage's death, and all that was needed was many experiments to continuously improve it. The first Hokage is the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. The Senju clan is the descendant of the six-path sage and Ashura. The first Hokage captured the nine-tailed beasts and scattered them to the 5 major ninja villages. The wife of the first Hokage created the nine tails Jinchuriki. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, developed a forbidden technique that can revive the dead. At the same time, under your guidance, Uchiha Madara embarked on the path of integrating the Rinnegan. Is it a coincidence that everything came together? At the end, Tamura asked a question in return. And Black Zetsu fell silent. It seems that in your plan, you will not only have to fight against the living people of the 5 major ninja villages in the future, but also the deceased, especially the first-generation Hokage. And I roughly guessed where the Sage of Six Paths is hiding. A smile appeared on Tianqinhao's face. He had already guessed the hiding place of the Six Paths Sage. It must be the legendary Yellow Spring Pure Land. You must know that at the end of the next 4 wars, the Six-Path Sage summoned the souls of the past cages of the 5 major ninja villages out of thin air. Black Zetsu's mentality became worse and worse, and he felt like he was not feeling well. I thought it was a perfect plan, but I didn't expect there were so many loopholes. Since the Six-Path Sage wants to be a hunter hiding in the dark and has been hiding for thousands of years, it is unlikely that he will show up easily. He will most likely complete his plan through his 2 sons. And according to what you said, the chakras of those 2 people often compete in reincarnation. Now it depends on when their next reincarnation will begin. If it is too close, it proves that the Six-Path Sage has already completed the layout and is waiting for you to jump in. Especially for the reincarnation of Indra, the core of his lineage is the Sharingan. Ordinary Manjiki is not enough. You need an eternal eye like Uchiha Madara. That requires a good brother with high enough qualifications. Tamura turned the topic to the next generation of Indra Ashura's chakra reincarnation, hoping to arouse Black Zetsu's vigilance. It would be perfect if he could change the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. This big change will definitely bring in a huge amount of destiny power. I'll keep an eye on the Uchiha. Black Zetsu's mentality became increasingly bad, and he could only focus on the Uchiha clan. At the same time, I am grateful to have such an excellent brother, otherwise I would not be saving my mother but harming her. Hago Romo and Hamura are so despicable. End of this chapter. Chapter 53, Bloodline Root. Chapter 53, Bloodline Root. After discussing some things in detail with Black Zetsu, Tamura left and took Samehada to continue touching the corpses to devour chakra, especially those of the Uzumaki ninjas. Black Zetsu was very efficient. The next day, he delivered the remains of the sacred tree and transferred them into Tamura's sealed space to help shape a small 10 tails. The divine tree is the final form of the 10 tails, so it can naturally degenerate into the 10 tails. Not to mention that Black Zetsu also contributed the chakra of the tailed beasts collected over thousands of years. Although it does not have the original power, it is enough to guide the remains of the divine tree to transform into the small 10 tails. Of course, this small 10 tails that evolved from the remains of the divine tree has low potential, and its carrying capacity is limited. It can only grow to the level of the 9-tailed beasts at most, and it is impossible for it to evolve into the real 10 tails, let alone the final form of the divine tree. But this is enough for Tamura. He only uses the 10 tails and Kagaya's shadow as auxiliary plugins for rapid improvement and a trump card for self-protection. What he really values is himself. In addition, Black Zetsu also brought a white Zetsu to let the little 10 tails devour it, in order to enhance the ability of simulating chakra and make the simulation more perfect. Although you don't have the blood passed down by you and the others in your body, you can become that kind of strong person with chakra. Looking at the evolved little 10 tails, Black Zetsu suddenly said something. Tamura House Chakra's shadow looked over, waiting for Black Zetsu's next words, and was very interested in them. In this world, is there any way to become stronger other than the Itsutsu bloodline? Black Zetsu didn't keep the secret and continued, it is the evolution of bloodline. Chakra attributes merge into bloodline. The fusion of 7 chakra attributes into one is bloodline network. Mother has the power of bloodline network. Hago Romo and the others also have bloodline network. The samsara eye itself is a kind of bloodline network. The process of bloodline transformation will improve your chakra bloodline. If you can fuse the bloodline network, your body will also transform and create a powerful bloodline for yourself, which will not be much worse than Yi and the others. This is something inherited from my mother, and it is the essence of chakra. Even the foundation of the Otsutsuki clan is still chakra, not blood and physique. Everything evolved from chakra, that is the beginning of everything. The Otsutsuki clan is nothing more than an ancestor who cultivated chakra to a certain level, completed the transformation of their own bloodline and passed down the power. That would only allow the Otsutsuki clan to have a higher starting point. If the ancestors of the Otsutsuki clan could do it, others could certainly do it too, it would just be extremely difficult. At least we have to give this younger brother some hope so that he can work harder to practice and improve. I don't have strong fighting power, so it's just right to let my younger brother come up and make up for it. But I only have a thunder attribute, so I don't have any yin and yang attributes. Tamura Hao frowned. Although the root of blood fusion has unlimited potential, the problem is that he only has one attribute. Does he have to transplant the flesh and blood of others? Or try to tinker with the ghost bud technique like that of Bailuhu? It seems that there was a fan-fiction writer named Hinata Kagami in the previous life of Naruto who took that route and finally achieved the bloodline network. This can also be changed through bloodline fusion. You cultivate other property changes that match the lightning attribute, and then fuse them into bloodline. In this way, you can use the lightning attribute as the foundation and use the power of bloodline to integrate another attribute into your bloodline, and transform that attribute into your chakra attribute. This is the same as the transformation of bloodline fusion. After the bloodline fusion, the body will gain unprecedented chakra attributes, and naturally it can also gain basic attributes that it does not have. Or you can also understand it as chakra itself has all the attributes, but some are of higher intensity and become dominant, while some are too low to be manifested, and bloodline fusion is to enhance the weak ones and thus make them manifest. Chakra contains infinite possibilities, and its potential is beyond your imagination. Black Zetsu pointed out a way. The power of chakra is very magical. Ui's claim that he has unlocked the true meaning of chakra is just talk. Chakra is far from being as simple as they think. Even though the power that the mother possessed back then was far beyond the limit of chakra, Hago Romo and Hamura were even worse, otherwise their bodies would not have aged and passed away like that. For the Otsutsuki, the Kekii net is just a starting point. All orthodox Otsutsuki possess at least one Kekii net ability. The limits achieved by Hago Romo and Hamura are just the starting point for the Otsutsuki. Can it be done this way? Tamura Hao suddenly realized that he had never thought of this approach before, and it was not mentioned in the original Naruto. However, he had no doubt about the potential of chakra. After all, it was the power that enabled the Otsutsuki clan to roam the universe and devour planets with life. Even if the Otsutsuki clan does not actively practice, they can become so powerful just by devouring. If they actively practice and master the secrets of chakra, it is really unimaginable how powerful they can be. What's up with the black lightning of my teacher, the third Raikage? When asked about the black thunder of the teacher, Tamura Hao had asked Yayuai before, but Yayuai didn't know much about it either. She only said that it was accidentally obtained by her father when he was practicing the lightning chakra mode, not blood inheritance, so Yayuai didn't inherit the power of the Black Thunder. In addition, future Kakashi also invented a purple thunder, which is much more powerful than ordinary lightning. Black Zetsu explained, the mystery of chakra is far from being as simple as you think. The current research on chakra in the ninja world is just the tip of the iceberg, and the potential for its properties to change is endless. Back then, Ui and Hamura cultivated the yin and yang attributes to a certain level, transforming into a stronger yin and yang force. The nature changes of the 5 escape attributes can also be cultivated to that level, but it is more difficult. At the same time, the change of properties is the foundation for the continuous integration of blood inheritance. The deeper the practice of property change, the deeper the level of blood inheritance fusion will be. Among them, the 2 attributes of yin and yang are the core foundation and the most important. If you want to surpass Yi and the others, in addition to cultivating the power of yin and yang, you must also cultivate the other 5 attributes to that level. As for the black lightning of the 3rd Reikage, it can be considered as a barely entered step in the cultivation of lightning attributes. Although this is very difficult and almost impossible to do, it can at least give the younger brother a goal and let him keep working towards that goal. At least he will achieve something, not to mention that he has his mother and the little Juhobi to help him. The power of yin, the power of yang, the power of wind, the power of thunder, the power of earth, the power of water, the power of fire. After reciting the 7 powers, Tian Kanhao was full of confidence. This must be difficult for others to do, but my plug-in is just the right thing to enhance my understanding. As long as I give myself enough time and the power of destiny, I will definitely succeed. Moreover, I have already started to understand the changes in the properties of thunder. Go and devour the corpses of the Uzumaki clan. The blood they passed down can help this little Ten-Tails to improve and enhance its original power. After taking a look at the little Ten-Tails that was only the size of a watermelon, Black Zetsu gave a reminder and left the sealed space. Tamurohao did not stop either. He left the tent where he lived and headed for the Uzumaki clan's cemetery. The bodies of the Uzumaki clan were collected and buried yesterday. Because the last detonating tag blew up almost everyone's bodies, only some broken limbs could be found. They were identified using the special sensitivity of the Uzumaki clan's chakra and placed together for burial. As for the remains of the Sand Ninja and the Rock Ninja, they were packed up and put away by the Cloud Ninja. The ninja's body itself is an important piece of information. The practice of many ninjutsu and secret techniques will leave traces on the body, especially for those bloodline ninjas. Such good materials naturally cannot be wasted. Tamurohao came to the side of the huge grave and pressed his palm on the ground. His chakra was connected with the chakra of the Ten-Tails. A tentacle pierced into the ground from his palm and extended towards the many swirling corpses below, piercing into them and devouring the blood power of the corpses inside. Bloodline is the core foundation of a ninja. All power comes from bloodline inheritance, especially from the descendants of Six-Path Sage and Otsutsuki Hamura, whose bloodline they possess is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Before, he could only absorb chakra, but now with the little Ten-Tails he can absorb the power of bloodline at a deep level. The Ten-Tails obviously liked the blood power of the Uzumaki ninja very much and neighed with excitement. Kagaya's shadow held the little Ten-Tails in her arms, and through the little Ten-Tails she absorbed and refined the most core power in the Uzumaki ninja bloodline, especially the imprints in the chakra. That was the best nourishment for her, and she used it to perfect herself. The illusory figure became more solid, and her spirituality became stronger and stronger. The camp is established. Looking at the changes in Kagaya's shadow and the little Ten-Tails, Tamurohao realized that his position was established. He is not opposed to standing on the side of Black Zetsu or even Kagaya Otsutsuki. In his opinion, neither Black Zetsu, Kagaya Tsutsuki, nor the Six-Path Sage are good people. Even without thinking about conspiracy theories, the thousands of years of war and countless tragedies caused by ninjas are enough to prove something. The Six-Path Sage claimed that he was maintaining peace and upholding tranquility and order. He really couldn't understand how the old guy could have the audacity to say that. Are you maintaining peace, tranquility, and order in the netherworld? Since none of them are good guys, it doesn't matter which side you cooperate with. Compared to the Six-Path Sage, who is too mysterious and has two sons as pawns, Black Zetsu, who knows everything about him and has no real accomplices, makes me feel more at ease. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 King Kong Blockade. Chapter 54 King Kong Blockade. King Kong Blockade. Looking at the golden chakra chain extending from his palm, Tamura smiled. After devouring the blood and chakra of so many Uzumaki ninjas, the Ten Tails gained new power, which is this chakra chain, which has a strong suppressing effect on any chakra, especially the tailed beasts. This kind of diamond seal is of the same origin as the chakra chain of the Outer Path Demon statue, but the Outer Path Demon statues is more powerful, of a higher level, and has a stronger control over the tailed beasts. The current Ten Tails is naturally far from being comparable to the Outer Path statue, but it has also stably obtained the Uzumaki clan's diamond seal. If the Ten Tails is further upgraded, the diamond seal may be upgraded to the chakra chain of the Outer Path statue. Of course, this kind of diamond seal is now the power of the Ten Tails, not his. Improving his own strength is more important. Now this diamond seal is just to allow him to have the power to protect himself in the early stage so as not to die before he can accomplish his mission. What are you doing here? At this moment, a crisp voice came from behind. Tamura put away the diamond seal and turned around. Who else could it be but Uzumaki Kushina? The little girl's eyes were red and her eye circles were a little swollen. It was obvious that she had cried very sadly before, but she showed him a fierce little expression. So fierce and cute. The scenery here is nice, let me take a look. Tamura said that he did nothing and just came to see the scenery. I have to say that the Uzumaki clan is very good at choosing places. It is a waste to use this place with singing birds and blooming flowers as a cemetery. It should be developed into a villa area, which will definitely make a lot of money. You are lying. You must be doing something shameful. The little girl didn't believe it at all and even walked forward to see what someone was doing secretly. But as soon as he walked over, he felt a pain in the back of his neck and fainted again. Why force me? Looking at the girl lying on the ground, Tian Kunhao felt that this girl would be a big trouble in the future. He immediately picked up the girl and used his foot to flatten the small hole left by the Ten Tails when it drilled into the ground and swallowed her. Fortunately, the hole is not big, only as thick as a finger, and it is easy to cover up. Carrying the girl back to the ruins of Ozushiagakure village, Tamura handed her over to the care of a woman from the Uzumaki clan and walked inside. Although the Ozushiagakure village was bombed into ruins, some things could still be found, and they certainly couldn't be wasted. Ahau, I'm looking for you. At this time, Yayuai came over carrying a huge scroll, took it off and handed it to Tian Kunhao. The bodies are all inside. The poisonous insect has taken control of that kid and extracted all of them. There's also one of Danzo's arms. I have studied Samehada before and found that this thing can not only devour the chakra of others, but also devour flesh and blood to refine chakra, and it is very efficient. The flesh and blood of ninjas are a great tonic for it. So they processed and sealed the bodies of all the ninjas who participated in the war. Fortunately, the Uzumaki clan had a special sealing technique for sealing corpses, so they would not rot in a short period of time. Of course, they specially extracted the bones of the Kagaya clan, and left the flesh and blood as food for Samehada. Although it may seem a bit evil, as long as it can improve the strength of my junior brother, these little things are nothing. Did that man catch up? Tian Kunhao took the huge sealed scroll and asked about the person who escaped yesterday. We caught up with him. He is indeed the commander of the Uegakure ninja army. His name is Nishito. He knows a lot of top-secret information about the Uegakuer village, including the plan for the upcoming war. Moreover, they already have the Four Tails Jinchuriki, and they have sent him to the Whirlpool Country battlefield. If we had known earlier, we would have taken him down at that time. Yayuai felt regretful. They really didn't know that the Uegakuer village already had a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Although he often went berserk, he was already able to use the power of the tailed beast in a preliminary way. According to the records, the strength of the four-tailed beast is relatively low among the nine-tailed beasts, so it is easier to seal. The eight-tailed beast is too strong. Tian Kunhao guessed who Yayuai was talking about. It should be that Lao Ziai. Calculating his age, he should be about 20 years old now, but I don't know if he has acquired lava release. The eight tails is indeed too strong, but it won't be a big deal for long. Thinking of the harvest this time, Yayui's mouth was almost grinning to his ears. Nashishito was the confidant of the third Tsuchikage, Onoki, and was taught many secret techniques. The light and heavy rock technique and the super light and heavy rock technique were very practical. Combined with the speed increase of lightning release chakra mode, it is like adding wings to a tiger. When my father learns that kind of ninjutsu, his strength will surely be raised to a higher level. Then he will be able to easily suppress the eight tails when he faces it, and he won't be exhausted every time he fights. It seems like you've gained a lot, brother Ai. Tamura understood that he must have obtained the ninjutsu used by that person. I'll record your contribution to the S-level mission this time. If it weren't for your reminder, we would have missed this opportunity. With a smile on his face, Yayuia felt that his junior brother was truly the lucky star of their hidden cloud village. I want to learn some sealing techniques. Tamura was very envious of the light and heavy rock technique and the super light and heavy rock technique, but unfortunately he did not have the earth attribute and could not practice them for the time being. However, the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique was also a good thing. Although he has not yet seen the practice method of Na Yang seal, he must have a certain knowledge of sealing techniques. He is a novice in this area and can only use chakra to trigger the sealing technique. He needs to learn it next. You should focus on training the nature changes of lightning attributes now. It's not good to be greedy. Besides, sealing techniques generally require a huge amount of chakra. Even if you learn it, you can't use it. Yayuai disagrees with Tian Kunhao's idea, and now he should concentrate on practicing the changes in the properties of thunder. I've already mastered the basics, and the rest is just a matter of becoming proficient. There's no time to waste. And I learned the sealing technique for a reason. The Uzumaki clan leader said that a Yang seal can store chakra, which can indirectly solve my shortcoming of scarce chakra. Tamura condensed an arc of electricity at his fingertips. With the chakra provided by Samehada, he was much more relaxed in practicing lightning attributes. Coupled with the enlightenment blessed by the golden finger and the sword of Thor, he finally mastered it much faster than expected. Is it done so soon? Yayuia was greatly surprised. You know, it took him 5 years to cultivate the nature change of thunder attribute. How could his junior brother have achieved it so quickly? Ever since I developed chakra, I have been trying to find ways to change the nature of lightning. Although I haven't achieved much because of the wrong method, it is still a great accumulation. After receiving the cultivation experience and methods from my teacher and brother Ai, and with the help of the Thunder God Sword, I was able to achieve success naturally. Tian Kunhao said that he had practiced in this area before and had a foundation. Sometimes you can't be too outstanding, otherwise you will easily be suspected. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yayuia suddenly understood and accepted this statement. Although your qualifications are very poor, your talent is top-notch. As long as you solve the shortcoming of chakra quantity, your future achievements will definitely not be low. I am impressed by the potential of this junior brother, he is so strong. If it weren't for the shortcoming in chakra amount, he would definitely not be worse than those geniuses. Since that Yang seal can help you, when we return to the village, ask an Uzumaki clan member to teach you the art of sealing. Yayoi supported this, and the complete inheritance of the Uzumaki clan was originally obtained by the junior brother, so he was naturally qualified to practice all the sealing techniques mentioned above, and they would not stop him. Of course, those forbidden techniques are an exception. They are too dangerous, and they don't need their junior brother to use those forbidden techniques to risk his life in the future. Have you found any results from the investigation of the younger generation of geniuses in other ninja villages? Tamura asked about the information about the geniuses of the ninja villages. They had captured ninjas from the 4 major ninja villages before, but he didn't know whether they had obtained any valuable information from them. When it comes to geniuses, there should be many familiar names, or it can be said that anyone who can shine in the future can be considered a genius. In the ninja world, there is no such thing as long-term accumulation of knowledge. A person's talent can be seen from a young age. End of this chapter. Chapter 55 Namikaze Minato. Chapter 55 Namikaze Minato got it. Yayoi nodded and said, there is nothing much to say about the Uegakure village. The third Tsuchikage's policy emphasizes collective strength. Only his son Huang Tu is still acceptable. Then there is the Four-Tails Jinchuriki Shizukari, whose strength exceeds the level of Jonin. He came here to participate in the battle before. The Sand Village is made up of the 3 people who came to the village last time. There are many geniuses in the Hidden Mist village. According to the intelligence we received, they are forming a team of 7 ninja swordsmen. The fat guy we captured before and the ninja sword in his hand are among them. There are too many geniuses in Konoha, all of whom are members of the major ninja clans. They have bloodline limits and secret techniques, and are much stronger than ordinary ninjas. They are basically all geniuses. Yayoi looked unhappy when talking about Konoha. Compared with Konoha, their hidden cloud village was far inferior. There are a lot of bloodline limit families in Konoha, as well as many mystic technique families, and there are too many geniuses. After thinking for a while, Tianqinhao asked, are there any outstanding civilian talents? There is a man named Namikaze Minato, who is about your age and is still studying at the ninja school. He has a record of defeating classmates from the Uchiha and Senju clans, as well as the Hyuga clan. He may now have the strength close to that of a special Jonin. I heard that he applied for graduation when he was 8 years old, but was not approved. Also, it seems that Jiraiya, the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, has accepted him as a disciple. He has demonstrated many ninjutsu in the ninja school. Speaking of a person, Yayoi was quite interested in Namikaze Minato. It is quite rare for a child of common origin to defeat a ninja child of the same age. That person is too good. He should not be a commoner. He may be like the 2 disciples of the 3rd Hokage. He has an extraordinary background. His future achievements will definitely not be low. He will definitely be a great enemy of our hidden cloud village. Tamura did not think that Namikaze Minato was of commoner origin, at most he was a descendant of a declining ninja clan. In this Naruto world where bloodline is important, it is impossible to become a strong person without good bloodline. Minato Namikaze's performance was so outstanding and so strong, it was as if he had cheats, even more powerful than Kakashi. Moreover, he remembered that Minato Namikaze seemed to have 5 types of chakra attributes, which was not a talent that ordinary people could have. And the amount of chakra had nothing to do with the word ordinary people. The same goes for Orochimaru and Jiraiya, they are definitely not ordinary people, especially Orochimaru's natural snake eyes, which are definitely not something ordinary people can have. That's true. Yayoi agreed with this point, and Namikaze Minato had a surname, but ordinary people did not. A true civilian ninja should have the physical qualifications like a Hao. His pitiful amount of chakra is the standard for a civilian ninja. Even if he is given powerful ninjutsu, he will not be able to use it. Fortunately, a Hao's comprehension is high enough to make up for his shortcomings in qualifications to a certain extent. Unfortunately, becoming a tailed beast Jinkriki requires a huge chakra talent, so that one can compete and fuse with the chakra of the tailed beast, which Ahau is not suitable for. Otherwise, if he sealed one of the tentacle of the 8 tails and made it a tailed beast Jinkriki, its strength would definitely soar. They have almost packed up. We need to leave as soon as possible. Father and the others are having their final discussion. Come with me and listen. Yayui greeted them. After all, this was not the land of thunder. It was not safe to stay here, and the village could not be without its father for a long time. Tamura Hao followed quickly. He also wanted to return to the hidden cloud village as soon as possible to continue his development and learn lightning release ninjutsu. It would be even better if he could develop Chidori. It's not that he has any obsession with Chidori, but Chidori has great potential. Just like Uchiha Sasuke, he can evolve Chidori as a foundation to develop extended applications and form a system, and even extend it to 2S level ninjutsu, Reikari, and Kirin. Especially the Kirin is the lightning attack that draws on nature, which consumes much less chakra and is most suitable for him. In this way, he can deal with various opponents without wasting time learning many unrelated ninjutsu. Of course, there are also some lightning-style ninjutsu of the hidden cloud village that he values, namely the lightning-style armor and the hell stab of the 3rd Reikage, as well as the supersonic lightning-style sword that Killer Bee will use in the future. Teacher Fukai knows that ninjutsu, which can greatly enhance the sharpness of the ninja sword. It has a penetrating power and cutting power that surpasses the wind escape technique, and is indestructible. As long as you learn it and combine it with your own double swords, it will definitely be awesome. At the same time, because the supersonic thunder blade is a blessing type of ninjutsu, it does not consume much energy, much less than those releasing types, and is very suitable for the practice of ninjas like myself who have touching chakra. As long as you increase your chakra tenfold from your current level, you will be able to learn and perform it. That's right, 10 times. There's no way around it. His chakra talent is too touching, and coupled with the limitations of his age and body, it's simply unbearable to watch. The two of them soon entered a large tent where a lot of people gathered. Sitting in the main seat was naturally the 3rd Reikage. Seeing his son and disciple coming in, the 3rd Reikage smiled, especially towards the disciple. That brain is really useful. Tian Kunhao and Yayui didn't say much. They quietly came behind the platform and listened to everyone's discussion. There were many things to discuss, including the resettlement of the Uzumaki clan after they entered the hidden cloud village, the intention of the upcoming Ninja World War, and the previously captured Hokage's son Sarutobi Shinashuk. I propose to send the Hokage's son to the Sand Village. This kind of person has a very special identity and we cannot kill him. It just so happens that Konoha has arranged the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan to fight against the Sand Village on the front line. I believe the Sand Village will make good use of this. In addition, since we killed the elite members of the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan this time, perhaps the Sand Village can directly break through the defense line there and penetrate into the interior of the Land of Fire and attract Konoha's main force. In addition, according to the information we previously obtained from the mind of a Sand Village puppeteer, the second Kazekage seemed to have created a forbidden technique of human puppets, which is to make people into puppets, and their combat power will be stronger. We can also send the bodies of the Konoha ninjas over, which will definitely cause more damage to Konoha in the battle. Dode suggested packing up Sarutobi Shinashuk and sending him to the Sand Village to divert the trouble away. I think it would be better to send them to the Hidden Rock Village. The people sent there by Konoha are from the Senju clan, which can be used to deepen the conflict between the 3rd Hokage and the Senju clan. Some people expressed different opinions and thought it would be more appropriate to send it to the Uegakure village. The 3rd Reikage thought for a while and finally made a decision. He said, "Send it to the Sand Village. The land of Earth is closer to us, and Onoki is a tough old fox. It's better to let the Sand Village benefit from this than to let the Rock Village benefit from it." Of course, this was just his statement on the surface. In reality, What he wanted was not to deepen the conflict between the Senju clan and the third Hokage's lineage, but to make the Senju clan perish in this ninja world war. He didn't want the Senju clan to produce another first-generation Hokage, so he would naturally kill him when he had the chance. Tamurohao had some small calculations in his mind. Now that Sarutobi Shinoshoku was still alive, he might not be chopped up even if he was sent to the Sand Village. It would be bad if he was sent back to Konoha through some kind of transaction. Although it is not easy to kill him, it should be no problem to cut off a part of him. At least it can completely prevent the appearance of Sarutobi Konohamaru. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, Big Head Hokage. Chapter 56, Big Head Hokage. After the third Raikage made some plans, he led the ninja army on the return journey, but the ninja world was in an uproar. When the news of the war in the land of whirlpools reached the major ninja villages, they were confused and angry. The Hidden Mist village started to fight internally just as Tamurohao and Dode had expected. The ninja clan and the third Mizukage were completely opposed to each other and tore their faces apart. Although the fight has not started openly yet, they have already started secretly, especially the fight for the two-tailed beasts. Both sides want to control the tailed beasts in their own hands. The Sand Village was also furious. Not only did the thousands of elite ninja soldiers they sent out not get the appropriate sealing technique, but they were all killed. Only 4 people escaped. Even Cho and Ebizo who escaped were disabled and needed at least several years to recuperate. Without any further ado, the third Kazekage personally led the ninja army to the border, ready to give Konoha's ninja army a severe blow. The same thing happened in the Uegakure village. When they heard that their confidant Xi Shiren had died in the Whirlpool country and was poisoned by Konoha, they were extremely angry. Although he did not lead the team to attack personally, he still sent a large army to suppress the Fire Kingdom. The Hidden Cloud village naturally cooperated in sending troops. Even before Konoha sent the elite Uchiha troops over, the third Raikage had already sent ninja troops into the land of hot springs to establish a defense line based on the favorable terrain. At the same time, Hanzo of the Hidden Rain village also declared war on Konoha, and cooperated with the Hidden Rock village and the Hidden Sand village to target Konoha's ninja army here. Now the Fire Nation and Konoha were in a panic. Although Konoha was powerful, it was still difficult for it to resist the joint siege of the 3 ninja villages, not to mention the demigod Hanzo, who was a strategic-level strongman. However, what made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more upset was the exposure of the detailed process of the war in the land of whirlpools. He was not only under pressure from the 3 major ninja villages, but also from within Konoha. The first-generation lady had already asked someone to invite her over for a talk. He even suppressed the pain of his family's elite being wiped out and his son possibly dying in battle. The problems within the village must be suppressed, otherwise everything will be over. Is this what you do? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the old friend opposite him with great annoyance and disappointment. I asked you to help me solve my problems, not to cause me trouble. Moreover, you also revealed the secret of your Sharingan transplant, and the Uchiha clan leader has already sent someone to deliver a visiting card. The Uchiha elites are all outside. If they were still in the village, they would probably gather together to attack. It is a big taboo to try to seize the bloodline power in the village. Danzo Shimura had a cold face and said nothing. This time the war in the land of whirlpools was indeed not well organized. The biggest omission was that no one expected that the Uzumaki clan would actually defect to the Hidden Cloud village and hide some of their members. Now that part of the Uzumaki clan has already taken a boat to the Hidden Cloud village, and the situation is really hard to say. Another thing is that the elite troops he led were completely wiped out, which was enough to cause serious damage to the vitality of their 2 clans and their roots. Mito Kato-en took off his glasses and pinched his nose bridge, saying, Hiruzen, it's useless to get angry now. We can only deny what happened to the Uzumaki clan. It was the Kumigakure who slandered us. Given Mito-sama's temperament and the current situation, he will probably not hold us accountable. The most difficult thing now is the Sharingan issue, which must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Uchiha ninjas on the front lines find out, they will probably abandon everything and come back to fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Shimura Danzo across from him and said coldly, "You'd better prepare a backup plan. This matter is a taboo. After all, Danzo is a high-ranking official in the village and also his confidant. In the eyes of the village's ninjas, the two of them are one. If Danzo does such a thing now, he will inevitably be implicated. If he is not careful and causes dissatisfaction among all the ninja clans, he might be forced to abdicate as the Hokage." Shimura Danzo was silent for a moment, then he removed the sealing bandage on his eyes to reveal a strange eye, and said, "What I have is not the Sharingan, but the blood dragon eye of the Land of Lightning." He naturally knew the many taboos of transplanting the Sharingan, and it would be very troublesome if it was exposed, so he had already made preparations. He asked someone to go to the Land of Lightning to get a blood dragon eye. Although it was not as good as the Sharingan, it was still a good eye, enough to explain the sealing bandage on his eye. The Blood Pond clan being held by the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen had some impression of this. The events of the Blood Pond clan happened very earlier than the first-generation teacher and his companions. It seems that he offended the daimyo of the Land of Lightning because of something, and was ordered to be exiled to a place and guarded by the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Even the Uchiha clan has sent people there for rotation in recent years. This is also a special permission from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, and the Hidden Cloud village has no right to interfere. As far as he knew, the Blood Dragon Eye of the Blood Pond clan was an illusion bloodline that could compete with the Uchiha Sharingan, and it possessed all kinds of strange secret techniques. It looks a bit like that. That kind of chakra is too cold and ominous. Utane Koharu looked into Shimura Danzo's eyes and nodded in approval. With this eye, they can deny the words of the Hidden Cloud village, and the rest is just bickering, which they are very good at. They can completely define this matter as a deliberate slander by the Hidden Cloud village, which was deliberately planned for the sake of war and to disrupt the hearts of the Uchiha ninjas on the front line. So despicable. Follow me to the Senju clan's land first. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, and now he could only deny it and insist that it was the slander of those ninja villages and the conspiracy planned by the Hidden Cloud village. Then we went to the Uchiha clan's territory. Although we couldn't completely clear the suspicion, there was at least room for easing the situation. Only after these two things are settled can he do other things, such as redeeming his son. After all, he is their own son, and the Hidden Cloud village is unlikely to kill him, so there is a chance to talk. Danzo Shimura didn't say much, but stood up and followed. After a while, the two arrived at the Senju clan's territory, and under many unfriendly gazes, they came to the residence of the first Hokage's wife. Uzumaki Mito didn't say anything and just looked at the two of them quietly, but this put a lot of pressure on them and they couldn't even say the words they had prepared. Only by facing the first-generation Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can one understand how terrifying he is, and that he is not much less terrifying than the first-generation teacher. After watching like this for a full hour, Uzumaki Mito finally spoke with a sad and tired look on his face. The Uzumaki clan has defected to the Hidden Cloud village and is no longer an ally of Konoha. Remove all the Uzumaki icons from the village. She has lived from the Warring States period to the present, and has witnessed the end of the Warring States period and the beginning of the Ninja Village period. She has seen so many things. She could see through the little tricks of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions, and didn't want to listen to their excuses. After all, he owed the Uzumaki clan. If he hadn't worked for Hashirama, become the first generation of tailed beast Jinchuriki for Konoha, and even participated in the First Ninja World War, the Uzumaki clan wouldn't have been targeted by so many people. When her second uncle came to scold her, she had guessed that this day would come, but she didn't expect that the actual killers would be students of Hashirama and Tobirama. The only good thing was that the Uzumaki clan moved to the Hidden Cloud village and were not exterminated, which made her feel a little better. However, the friendship between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha has come to an end. Some things are better off being cut off. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, Naruto Killing. Chapter 57, Naruto Killing. Uzumaki Mito's words made the two men's hearts tremble. They knew that this person must have understood it, but fortunately he did not intend to pursue it. "We'll take care of it, just get some rest." He quickly agreed and then left in disgrace. Although it didn't go as they expected, the result was still good, at least it was stable. "Hashirama, is the ninja village you founded really correct?" In the room, Uzumaki Mito murmured to himself, feeling confused. Hashirama's original intention was to build a village to protect the children, prevent them from being attacked and killed by hostile forces, and allow future generations to grow up happily. But the result was not as they had imagined. After Hashirama's death, an even more terrible war broke out, affecting the entire ninja world. The foundation of the war was the ninja village system. Now that the Second Ninja World War was about to begin, she had an ominous premonition. The Uzumaki clan became the first victim of this ninja world war and were almost wiped out. Which one will be the next one? This was not what she wanted. Looking back now, it seemed that Uchiha Madara's idea of the only ninja village might have been better. There can be no friendship or peaceful coexistence between countries and between ninja villages. Not to mention the confusion of Uzumaki Mito. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo came to the Uchiha clan's territory, and under the gaze of the same pair of eyes full of hatred and anger, they were led to the home of the Uchiha clan leader. The Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Ryang, ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, but opened his Sharingan to look at the blood dragon eye revealed by Shimura Danzo. "The pupil power of that eye is conflicting with your chakra. It's probably because the transplant was too recent and they haven't had time to adjust yet." Uchiha Ryang suddenly said something that made Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was making up stories, freeze, and Shimura Danzo's expression also became more fierce. Was it seen out? Eye transplantation is not that simple, especially for foreigners, as it takes a long time to adjust. Although he transplanted this blood dragon eye, it was just a simple transplant and it has not yet adapted to the tree. He can't even see anything now. Chief Liang. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say something, but Uchiha Ryang raised his hand to stop him. Since he didn't transplant the Sharingan, then return the Sharingan to our Uchiha, including those seized by the Senju family during the Warring States period. The bloodline of any ninja clan cannot be leaked, let alone our Uchiha Sharingan. Uchiha Liang actually didn't take this matter very seriously. In the past, many members of the clan had gone missing while on missions, and no one knew whether they were alive or dead. Especially since the previous clan leader Uchiha Madara displayed his invincible power, he has attracted countless people to covet him. However, the Uchiha's Sharingan was not so easy to deal with, and after that period of time, all the major forces quieted down. At the same time, he did not want to fall out with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others because of this matter, as that would only benefit the Senju clan, and he also needed Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to weaken the Senju clan. That is the biggest obstacle for the Uchiha clan to become Hokage. With the Senju clan around, it is impossible for the Uchiha clan to have a Hokage. Letting Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men fight against the Senju clan is in the best interests of the Uchiha clan now and in the future. However, we cannot let them off easily. This is also an opportunity to take back the Sharingan in their hands. Not to mention getting all of it back, at least get most of it back. Danzo. Seeing that Uchiha Ryang had said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo. Tobirama-sensei has a research project on the Sharingan that was taken over by Danzo, and there has been no significant results, so it's okay to give it away. I'll have someone send it to you later. With a gloomy face, Danzo Shimura finally compromised. Of course, I can't give away all the Sharingan left by Tobirama teacher and those I have secretly seized over the years, especially the 3 Magatama Sharingan, I have to keep some for further research. Also, those Sharingans that were scrapped during the research process can be handed in to make up the numbers and be recycled. I won't see you off. Uchiha Liang picked up the teacup and took a sip, signaling the two that they could leave. This attitude of expelling guests made Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others secretly angry, but they didn't say much and got up and left. After the two of them walked out of the Uchiha clan's territory, they both breathed a sigh of relief, finally stabilizing themselves. Danzo, you need to go over to the river country front as soon as possible. Sun and Moon alone can't hold it. Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned the river country front. The ninjas of their two clans were the vanguards in resisting there, but the elite of their clans secretly went to the Whirlpool country to plan. Now they were killed by the Cloud Ninja and the Uzumaki clan. The high-level combat power on the front line there was seriously lacking, and it would be breached if they were not careful. Even though his younger brother Sarutobi Hizuki was there to take charge, it was still not enough, far from enough. Moreover, the summoning contract on my brother's side should also be sealed. Without the assistance of the summoned beast, his strength will be greatly weakened. It would be troublesome if the Sand Village's ninja army really broke through the defense line and attacked the heart of the Land of Fire, especially the clan members there. Once all of them were killed, both clans would be finished, and the situation in the village would also be in trouble. I need assistance from the Ino, Deer, and Jo clans. I will bring Orochimaru with me. His summoning beasts are very suitable for large-scale wars. Shimura Danzo said in a cold voice that it was because of his carelessness that the elite members of both their clans and the root were all killed, and he could not shirk this responsibility. But he couldn't resist the high-level combat power of the Sand Village by himself, and he needed support. In addition, he also needs the help of Orochimaru. His strength is only secondary. The focus is on Orochimaru's own talent. I'll go talk to them. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He would certainly not let his old friend go through it all alone. The key point was that he couldn't hold on. The only ones who can be persuaded now are the pig, deer, and butterfly tribes, with whom they have been friends for generations. I'm leaving tomorrow. After looking at the location of the broken arm, Shimura Danzo said something and turned to leave. He needed to get an arm as soon as possible. Otherwise even the seal would become a problem. Raikage. Whirlpool. After the old friend left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became cold and fierce, his face looked more ferocious, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. The loss this time was too great. Not only were all the elite members of the family wiped out, but his own son's life or death was also uncertain. At the same time, the Monkey clan's spiritual contract was also sealed. This must have been the work of the Uzumaki clan. With the hatred of this clan being exterminated, there is a high probability that they will not be able to get the spiritual contract back. Without the ape demon's own combat power would be reduced by 30%. Now we can only ask Jiraiya to go to Myaboka Mountain to check it out, hoping that it can recover as soon as possible. The spiritual world is an independent and different world. The three holy places occupy the core of the spiritual world. Myaboka Mountain and Ryokai Cave are mortal enemies and there are many conflicts. The monkey tribe also lives in the spiritual world and they are interconnected. Let the toads of Myaboka Mountain go over and contact the monkey clan, perhaps they can re-establish the spiritual contract. Pig, deer, butterfly. It took him a while to calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked in the direction of the Ino, Deer, and Jo tribes. He must get help from the three tribes, otherwise the defense line of river country would not be able to be held. End of this chapter. Chapter 58 The Friendship Boat Capsized. Chapter 58 The Friendship Boat Capsized. Not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen who was heading to the Inoshikacho tribe's territory, on the other side, Danzo Shimura who returned to the root base met a person who had been invited before. He is Orochimaru, the disciple of his old friend. The loss of his right arm has greatly reduced his strength, and he must transplant a suitable arm. His talent in this area was a little lacking, so in the end he could only find this disciple of his old friend. What a perfect power! Looking at the small piece of meat in the nutrient solution, Orochimaru was extremely obsessed and passionate. That was the piece of flesh of the first Hokage, secretly cut off by the second Hokage for research. Even though it was just a piece of meat, he could still sense the powerful life force. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power of the first Hokage was when he was alive. The first generation of cells was very corrosive, and the second generation teachers failed after numerous experiments. Danzo Shimura explained that he was eager for the power of the first generation teacher, but he was more afraid of him. After taking over Mr. Tobirama's laboratory, he secretly did some experiments, but unfortunately the results were very tragic and horrifying to him. So you're not asking me to help you gain the power of the first Hokage this time? Hearing the fear in Shimura Danzo's tone, Orochimaru had some guesses. I need an arm that can restore my strength. It would be best if it can improve me. The reward is that you can participate in the research project on the first generation of cells, so that you can come into contact with the strongest power in the ninja world. Danzo Shimura said in a deep voice that the ninja world war is imminent, and the third Kazekage is leading the ninja army to attack the defense line in river country. In addition, the strong men of the clan led by himself have been destroyed in Whirlpool country, so the pressure there is very high. Hiruzen could not leave the village easily, so he had to go there by himself. Not only did he have to command the battle, but he also had to fight against the third Kazekage. But now that he had lost his arm, he couldn't even form seals, and his strength had been greatly reduced. In addition, the idea of allowing Orochimaru to join the research on the primary generation cells is also to speed up this research. I have to say that Orochimaru is a very talented person, much better than those useless people under his command. Any good material? Orochimaru asked. A simple arm transplant was not difficult for him, the most important thing was to solve the rejection reaction. There is a swift escape ninja. Danzo Shimura said this and walked towards an operating table on the other side, on which was tied a sleeping man. This was the man that Danzo Shimura had prepared before, and he was also the one that was captured with great difficulty. The Sand Village's swift escape. Orochimaru looked at the man and couldn't help but lick his lips with his tongue. He was very interested in him. He was familiar with all the information about the bloodline limits in the ninja world, and naturally knew that the Sand Village's swift escape was a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of wind and lightning attributes. Its main characteristic was to increase speed, and it had a speed that surpassed the speed of lightning and wind escape. It is not easy to obtain a bloodline limit through transplantation. A simple arm transplant is not difficult, but it is difficult to obtain a bloodline limit through it. What do you want? Danzo Shimura knew that this was Orochimaru negotiating terms, but he didn't mind it much, especially at this stage he was in urgent need of restoring his strength, or even increasing it. I want to join the research on the Sharingan. Orochimaru licked his lips. He had been interested in the Sharingan for a long time. After all, the limit of the Sharingan was not low, and it was no less powerful than the first generation Hokage. He was very curious about the secrets within it. Today I will successfully transplant my arm and gain the power of swift escape. After a little thought, Danzo Shimura agreed. It would not do any harm to him. The research progress on the Sharingan has long been stagnant, and there have been no new findings in more than 10 years. If Orochimaru joins in, perhaps there will be new results. You will gain swift escape. Orochimaru was smiling. Although his current means were not enough to help Shimura Danzo obtain the complete bloodline power, he could still get some of it, at least making the arm swing faster. Of course, the surgical transplant is not that fast, but if you use medical ninjutsu to stimulate the cells during the time you are rushing to the front line, you can speed up the fusion of the two cells, and it should be almost done by the time you get to the front line. Hiruzen has praised you many times, saying that you are his best and most proud disciple, and that you may very well be the future fourth Hokage. Danzo Shimura suddenly brought up another topic. Before, Abarame Shijiro told him everything he had said to the Senju boy after returning from the Uzushiogakure village. He thought it made sense and became more cautious. Teacher is now in the prime of life, is there any point in saying this? With his eyes flickering, Orochimaru couldn't guess the real intention of Danzo Shimura saying this for a moment, but he did have some ideas about the position of Hokage. Was it because this incident was not handled properly, leaving hidden dangers that made the teacher's position as Hokage unstable? The situation in the village is very complicated. The fourth Hokage may appear in this war, but from what I see from Hiruzen, he doesn't seem to be planning to recommend you to be the fourth Hokage. Danzo Shimura put it bluntly, hoping to win over Orochimaru. Orochimaru is a very talented person. He is very satisfied with the transplant of the swift-release ninja's arm. He needs such talents in his heart. Danzo-sama, are you trying to sow discord? His eyes narrowed slightly, and Orochimaru felt that Danzo Shimura shouldn't be so stupid and said it too bluntly. Danzo Shimura ignored Orochimaru's look and spoke indifferently. Although you are Hiruzen's best disciple, you are too good, especially in terms of personality. Hiruzen cannot control you, and conflicts are inevitable in the future, which is not in his interest. I heard that he was very concerned about a child in the ninja school, and even asked Jiraiya to take him as his disciple and taught him many ninjutsu. According to my manual investigation, that child is really excellent, especially his nerve reaction speed is unprecedentedly strong. If he can learn the Flying Thunder God technique from Tobirama-sensei, he will surely have the strength of a cage. Such an outstanding child is more suitable for you to teach, but Hiruzen chose Jiraiya. What do you think your teacher thought? The more he thought about what Abarame Shijiro brought back, the more he felt something was not right, so he asked someone to secretly investigate the child, which made him even more uneasy. Hiruzen is trying to train the fourth Hokage in advance. He would rather choose a child than pass the position of Hokage to himself, which made him very angry and felt betrayed. Although it is still just a guess, he feels that it can be basically determined. He had seen the Flying Thunder God technique, and found that the training requirements were very strict, and the most critical point was the speed of nerve reaction. Otherwise, it would not be flying over to kill people, but rather it would be delivering itself to the other person's ninja sword. The child possesses a very good nerve reaction speed and is not bad in talent. He is a natural born to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Once you learn the Flying Thunder God technique, you can become the most terrifying ninja. The most frightening thing about Sensei Tobirama back then was the Flying Thunder God technique. It is precisely because he understands this that he becomes more certain. In the past, everyone only focused on Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, but they never thought that Hiruzen would make such a choice and arrangement. It's you indeed, Hiruzen. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Blame Danzo. Chapter 59, Blame Danzo. Orochimaru's expression also became solemn. He knew about Jiraiya's disciple, and that idiot had even boasted in front of him many times. At the same time, he also knew that the child was arranged by the teacher. After all, that idiot was staring at the women's bathhouse in the village all day long. It was impossible for him to go to the ninja school, let alone discover such a genius. But I didn't expect that there was another secret hidden in this. The teacher never thought of letting me inherit the position of Hokage. Although he was not so obsessed with the position of Hokage, this behavior still made him feel uncomfortable. The teacher has indeed said many times that he is the best candidate for the fourth Hokage, but now he is secretly training another person. What does he think of himself? Is it to attract a lot of attention openly so that the child can grow up more safely? You are really worthy of being here, teacher. I can see that your obsession with strength is better than your idea of power. There should be no conflict between you and me. What Hiruzen can give you, I can also give you, or even more. Seeing Orochimaru lost in thought, Danzo Shimura extended an invitation. He has always kept an eye on Hiruzen's 3 disciples. Orochimaru is not keen on power, but is very interested in training and research, and is also very talented. This provides the basis for winning them over. Please give me guidance in the future, Master Danzo. With a smile on his face, Orochimaru did not refuse the invitation. Regardless of what the teacher thinks, he is indeed more obsessed with power, even at the cost of transforming himself. Now, Danzo Shimura has something that interests him, and they are also the two strongest forces in the ninja world today. It will be worthwhile for him to cooperate with them. As for the future, we will talk about it later. Furthermore, he was surprised by the insight and intelligence shown by Danzo Shimura in this regard. He did not even notice his teacher's arrangement, but Danzo Shimura saw through it. But how could Danzo Shimura, who possessed such insight and intelligence, suffer a disastrous defeat in the land of whirlpools? It's too contradictory. Is there some hidden story behind it, or is it that the wisdom of Dode, the assistant of the Raikage of the hidden cloud village, is really that terrifying? Danzo Shimura was very satisfied with Orochimaru's ability to understand the current situation, and he also responded. You can take some of the first generation cells and Sharingan with me to the front line, where there will be enough prisoners of war to supply your research experiments. No matter what kind of experiment you do, I will support you, but you need to produce some results as soon as possible to help me defeat the Sand Village. Some experiments are difficult to conduct in the village, but this war is an opportunity for them. The war will not end so quickly, and both sides will invest a large number of ninjas, who are all top-quality experimental consumables. Moreover, all the jonin of their two clans and the jonin of the root were wiped out in the land of whirlpools. Now they need to cultivate new high-end combat power as quickly as possible. Normal methods will definitely not work, and they can only resort to some extreme means. What a joyful thing! Licking his lips, Orochimaru was very satisfied with the promise. He had a lot of ideas before, but was unable to try to verify them due to limited conditions. Now he has found the opportunity. It's such a pleasure to work with Danzo Shimura. At the same time, the root ninjas who received orders from Danzo Shimura delivered most of the Sharingan to Uchiha Ryang. Uchiha Liang brought those eyes to the clan's secret place, where there were many things placed. The most of them were bottles, inside which were eyes soaked in nutrient solution. They were all Sharingan, all with 3 Megatama. And a pair of strange grey eyes. Seal the eyes with less than 3 Megatama and the broken ones sent by Shimura Danzo into a gourd, and put the rest on the shelf together with the 3 Megatama Sharingan. It's a pity that Jing was too close to Senju Tobirama and the others. Otherwise, with the help of these eyes, Izanagi alone could have dragged everyone to death and allowed the Uchiha to produce a Hokage. Looking at the sealed Sharingans, Uchiha Liang felt regretful. These are the accumulation of their Uchiha family for nearly 100 years. Naturally, the eyes of their Uchiha clan members will not follow into the coffin. These are the most precious resources of the family, especially the 3 Magatama Sharingan. That is the medium for exerting Izanagi, but unfortunately Izanagi needs the guidance of kaleidoscope-level pupil power to fully exert it and completely change one's own destiny. Although Jing awakened the kaleidoscope and his pupil power was extremely strong, his heart was not in the family. He was too biased and died young. What a pity! What made him feel the most pressure was the wife of the first generation. She had perfectly controlled the power of the 9 tails. Even eyes of the Mangeki level could hardly affect her. She had reached the level of the first generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Faced with such an existence, they would find it difficult to match it even with the Mangeki, unless they could have the eyes that Uchiha Madara had back then. How did you get those eyes? His gaze fell on the pair of grey eyes on the shelf, and Uchiha Liang felt infinite desire and doubt in his heart. How did Uchiha Madara get those eyes back then? They have done some research experiments over the years, but none of them were successful. That was not obtained through eye transplantation from blood relatives. There must be deeper reasons. Unfortunately, only Uchiha Madara knew the reason, and Uchiha Madara had been killed by the first Hokage, and even his body was taken away by the second Hokage. After staring for a long time and finally sighing, Uchiha Liang turned and left. But what he didn't know was that there was another person who came in with him, who could also be considered a person. Good nourishment. Black Zetsu emerged from the shadows and looked at the densely packed Sharingan with great satisfaction. He knew before that the Uchiha family had a rule of taking eyes for deceased members of the family. Even if others killed an Uchiha ninja, they would take the eyes first. Even if they did not transplant them themselves, they could still sell them for a good price at the gold exchange. The exchange has always offered a bounty for the Sharingan and the Byakugan, especially the Byakugan with fewer side effects. However, he was only interested in Indra's reincarnation and Manjiki, and had no idea about these Megatama Sharingan. But now his younger brother really needs these Sharingans as nutrients to enhance the power of the Ten Tails and their mother, so he separated a part of his body and came here in person to seize them, but he didn't expect to find the opportunity so soon. Without delay, a sealing scroll appeared from his body, and all the things here were sealed in it and packed up to take away. This is a good opportunity to shift the blame to Danzo Shimura. The Sharingan sent by Danzo Shimura has just been deposited, and then the secret vault was robbed. Uchiha Liang will definitely suspect Danzo Shimura. Although this place is covered by a barrier and outsiders cannot come in quietly, it cannot stop space ninjutsu, such as the Flying Thunder God technique of Senju Tobirama. As disciples of Senju Tobirama, it is reasonable for Danzo Shimura and others to inherit the practice of Flying Thunder God jutsu. Even if they cannot practice it themselves, they can find someone to practice with. Then leave the spell on those Sharingans or bottles, and you can come in. Everything is so reasonable. Just as my younger brother said, any trouble in Konoha can be blamed on Danzo Shimura. There is no blame that Danzo Shimura cannot take. After collecting all the things, Black Zetsu used summoning techniques to summon a rabbit and merge himself into it. Not long after, the original body used the telepathy again to send the rabbit over, and the clone then merged into the original body. Unfortunately, Hashirama Senju's body was sealed by Uzumaki Mito herself, so there's no way to get it without alerting her. Black Zetsu looked towards Konoha with regret. He wanted to get the body of Hashirama Senju more. His mother and the little Ten Tails were the best supplements. Unfortunately, Hashirama Senju's body was sealed by Uzumaki Mito himself. Although he could break the seal, he would definitely be sensed by Uzumaki Mito. Now is not the time to expose yourself, and Uzumaki Mito doesn't have many years left to live, so just wait a few years. Without stopping, he blended into the ground and sneaked quickly towards the direction of the hidden cloud village. His original plan was only infinite Tsukuyomi, but now he has a younger brother and even saw the shadow of his mother. Although that phantom is unlikely to nurture the Rinnegan, it can still provide some power to give a push at the critical moment, and the chances of success will be much greater. End of this chapter. Chapter 60, Shell Tissue Appears. Chapter 60, Shell Tissue Appears. Tamurohao didn't know what was happening in Konoha. After returning to the hidden cloud village with the fleet, he transformed again into the appearance of Yayuai, the son of the Raikage, and walked around various important departments to sense those who had evil intentions. Regardless of their reasons, positions, and identities, such people will be monitored by the Tutai. They soon arrived at the research department, where they found several people who had evil intentions towards Yayuya, as well as some people with strange thoughts. What happened? When he saw Tien Kunhao walk out of a laboratory, his expression suddenly changed and Tutai's expression also became serious. There's something wrong with the man who led the chakra cannon research. Tamurohao said with a serious expression that there was something wrong with that person. The little Ten Tails and Kagaya's phantom in the sealed space actually reacted to him at the same time. This was the first time that this had happened. This laboratory studies the chakra cannon, which is the one that will be revealed by the hidden cloud village in the future to deal with the lunar crisis. Of course, this is still just a project, and it has only been launched not long ago. The chakra cannon has only created a main framework, and there are still many difficulties to be overcome. Yayui and Fukai, who were following behind using transformation techniques, looked slightly unhappy. Is that man also a spy? Sure. Tutai's expression became more solemn, which was not a good thing. Take him out alone so I can sense him. There must be something wrong with him. Tian Kunhao was extremely sure and also very curious. What on earth was there about that person that could cause Kagaya's shadow and the Juhobi to react at the same time? Wait for Dr. OSS to get off work, knock him out on the road and bring him here. Don't let him get exposed. Then I can say it was an attack by spies. Dode thought about it seriously for a while, and finally said something to Fukai. Fukai nodded in understanding. Tian Kunhao didn't say anything else and continued to wander around the research department posing as Yayui. It was not until nightfall that he followed Tutai to a secret room. Fukai had already arrived there with the unconscious Dr. OSS and was waiting there. Tamura Hao stepped forward and connected his own chakra with the little 10 tails and Kagaya's phantom, using it to carefully sense the other party's body, and finally focused his eyes on the other party's head. He raised his hand and pressed it on the other person's forehead, carefully inputting chakra, and soon found the source of the abnormalities of Kagaya's shadow and the little Juhobi. It was an extremely tiny and obscure curse, hidden in the deepest part of the brain, and the aura it revealed was very familiar to Tamura Hao. Otsutsuki 1 style. There is no doubt about it. The aura of this chakra is exactly the same as the aura of Otsutsuki Ishaiki's imprinted shadow. He has felt it countless times. There is a very obscure curse seal deep in his brain. The chakra it contains is of very high quality. It gives me the feeling that it is higher than the chakra of the 9 tails. Letting go of his palm, Tian Kunhao said solemnly, without touching the curse seal. He cannot decide the life or death or role of this person, and it is enough for him to know that the other party possesses the curse seal formed by Otsutsuki Ishaiki's chakra, which is enough for him to guess the other party's identity. In Naruto, the Kara organization established by Otsutsuki Ishaiki is revealed. That organization is very hidden and has connections with all major forces in the ninja world, including the 5 major ninja villages. Its members are called Outer Formation, and they dominate the research of various technologies. The other party will definitely be interested in the high-tech weapon, the chakra cannon of the hidden cloud village. A chakra seal of higher quality than the 9 tails chakra. The faces of the 3 people on Tutai all turned gloomy, knowing that something big was going to go wrong. It is naturally impossible for them to cast a curse seal for their own people, let alone use a power that is higher in quality than the 9 tails chakra. There is no such person in the hidden cloud village. So who is the person behind the scenes? How many people are controlled by the curse? I will report this to the Sandame. Don't tell anyone and don't show any sign of abnormality. Chuchita thought for a long time and thought it would be better to suppress the matter first. Now the priority is the Ninja World War, and it is not appropriate to provoke other powerful enemies. Tamura Hao and the other 2 responded solemnly and then left. They don't need to interfere in what happens next, Dode and the Sandame will take care of it. There are too many secrets hidden in the ninja world. Walking out of the Reikage building, Fukai was worried. The only ones who possess higher chakra quality than the 9 tails are probably the 2 legends of Konoha back in the day. Yayui guessed in a low voice that perhaps the 2 people were not dead. It's different. It's not the kind of chakra and eye power that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have. Tamura Hao shook his head. Otsutsuki Ishaiki's chakra was pure, which was different from the power of the Sharingan and the chakra of the Senju family. That's even more troublesome. Yayui complained, this time the trouble was even bigger. There's no need to worry too much. The other party is so secretive that it's definitely inconvenient for them to be exposed. It should be fine in the short term. Tamura Hao didn't care too much. Otsutsuki Ishaiki's goal was to find a suitable device to carry his own contract and complete a perfect reincarnation. Let alone Kawaki now, even Kawaki's father may not have been born yet. Before obtaining the perfect weapon, Otsutsuki Ishiki will definitely not expose the shell organization. But we have to face each other in the end. Yayuia was still worried. Their current goal was to unify the entire world. Those powerful people or even powerful forces hidden in the dark would definitely not agree, and they would inevitably clash in the end. My head hurts when I think about the chakra quality that surpasses that of the tailed beasts. He must be a super powerful person at the level of the first Hokage. That's for the future. Besides, if the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. Our current small bodies are not even the tallest in the hidden cloud village. Tian Kunhao comforted him and said that there was no need to worry too much about it, just do what you should do now, there is no use thinking too much. I'm going to practice. Yayuia clenched his fists and left, ready to work harder in his training, at least to surpass his father. Fukai did not stay long either, and also redoubled his efforts in training. From the fact that the three of them were receiving the precious medicinal bath together, it was clear that Lord Rakage had high hopes for them. The three of them were the pillars of the village's future. Especially himself and his cousin. Ahau is limited by his own chakra qualifications, and it will be difficult to improve in the future. Only himself and his cousin can provide combat power to protect the village. After parting with the two, Tian Kunhao did not go home immediately, but bought some flowers, fruits, and a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and took them to the hospital. Ms. Karura, are you feeling better today? Arriving at a ward, Tian Kunhao put his things down, took out the 8 treasure porridge and opened it. Immediately, a fragrant aroma filled the air. The person lying on the hospital bed was Karula, but he looked very miserable. His whole body was wrapped in bandages, with only one eye, nostrils, and mouth visible. They found Karula in the ruins of Ozushiagakure village. He had suffered severe burns and both legs were blown off, but he was still breathing, so they rescued him and brought him back to Kumagakure village. Karula lying on the hospital bed didn't react at all. There was a dead silence in his only remaining eye and his heart was numb. She knew her injuries and her appearance. She knew her life was over, especially the extensive burns on her body. Even if she recovered, she would just become an ugly monster. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow to a woman, her heart was dead. End of this chapter.